Chapter 1. The Beginning. A youth, appearing to be around 15 years of age, lay slumped over his desk, soundly asleep. Surprisingly, his classmates were unusually quiet, their gazes fixed upon him, filled with exasperation. The teacher, standing at the front of the classroom, had reached the limits of his patience, his anger simmering to a boiling point. For him, attending this class was a veritable torment, as there always seemed to be one student who would disrupt his most fervent lectures. While sleeping during class could be overlooked, the boy's snoring was another matter entirely. His absurdly ungraceful sleeping posture raised questions about how he managed to fall asleep in the first place. The teacher attempted to rouse him, but he was as unresponsive as a dead weight. Throwing chalk at him elicited no reaction, nor did tugging on his ear and shouting in his face. Over time, the teacher was left with no choice but to tolerate the disruption. Yet now, on the final day of class, this young man still lay asleep. Stay calm. Stay calm. The teacher repeatedly reminded himself, suppressing the urge to confront this slumbering figure. He forced himself to regain composure. Students, I hope you find new goals in high school and strive for continuous improvement. Farewell. With that, he hastily exited the classroom, not willing to linger a moment longer. As his classmates glanced at the still sleeping boy, they began to leave one by one. This had been the routine. For 3 years they had grown accustomed to it, indifferent to his existence. The classroom soon felt desolate, with him as its sole occupant. After an indeterminate passage of time, the youth stirred, groaning as he awoke. Why is it that I am the only one left? It seemed he was unaware that both the teacher and classmates had departed in the depths of his slumber. How could he have known what transpired around him? Oh, it's already dark. Looks like I've overslept again. He glanced at the sky. Guess I should head home, now I'm starving. With remarkable speed, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed out, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had left the classroom door ajar. Surely the security guard would notice, but such matters were of no concern to him. Hey kid, I'm in need of some cash, lend me some. A burly man wielding a kitchen knife addressed the youth before him. The young man, whom we shall temporarily refer to as the brother, looked at the imposing figure with an unexpected lack of fear, exuding a sense of lethargy instead. What should I have for dinner? Perhaps fried rice? His thoughts were entirely detached from the threatening man before him, leading the latter to conclude that he was being ignored. Consequently, the man decided to take action to ensure the youth understood the seriousness of the situation. In an instant, the man swung the knife towards the youth's finger. They'll just take off one of your fingers. Blame yourself for daring to disregard me, the man thought, envisioning the moment the youth would beg for mercy. The youth regarded the man's actions with a sense of resignation. He could not fathom why trouble seemed to find him whenever he wandered into a narrow alley. Yet, such concerns were not his priority at that moment. As the knife descended toward his finger, he executed 2 swift movements. He clenched his fist tightly and, meeting the knife's edge, delivered a powerful jab. This action appeared utterly foolish after all. How could a mere mortal withstand the blade's sharpness? Even if the knife was not particularly sharp, the outcome would likely result in a lacerated hand. However, this seemingly reckless punch shattered the blade into fragments upon contact. Not stopping there, his fist obliterated the knife's body and wooden handle as well, reducing them to splinters. Had that punch connected with the man's body, the latter would have met his demise on the spot. Fortunately, the punch halted mere inches from a man's face. Stunned into silence, the man promptly fainted. Although the punch did not land, the force of the wind generated by it was sufficient to leave him reeling. As an ordinary adult, he could not withstand the impact, and his body's natural defense mechanisms kicked in, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 1. The Beginning continued. I hope I didn't kill him. The youth squatted before the unconscious man, checking for signs of life. He's still breathing. Satisfied with this confirmation, the youth promptly made his exit. Whether the man would be discovered by others was of no concern to him. Fortunately, there were no cameras in the vicinity, otherwise the extraordinary scene might have been recorded, leading to dire consequences. Before long, the youth found himself sprawled on his bed at home, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. This young man bore an unfortunate name, Doubi. The 2 characters in his name, Do and Bai, share a similar pronunciation with a common term for foolishness, yet they convey vastly different meanings. While the meaning of fool is widely understood, Doubi sounds identical to it. One wonders what thoughts his parents had when bestowing such a name upon him. Yet, Doubi bore no resentment. He had no opportunity to do so. His parents had passed away just a week after his birth in a tragic car accident, a mere twist of fate devoid of malice or vendetta. The driver responsible expressed sincere remorse and accepted responsibility, but what good did that do? The deceased could not be resurrected. Doubi felt only a profound sorrow. One might expect a child in his situation to be placed in an orphanage, yet for reasons unknown, someone had cared for him until he was able to fend for himself, only to vanish thereafter. To this day, he could not recall the identity of that person. Each year, his account would mysteriously receive several $1,000s, which Doubi presumed was the doing of that same individual. Ordinarily, one would expect his life to unfold in a mundane manner. Yet, a month ago, for reasons unclear, he found himself relentlessly targeted for robbery or unprovoked aggression whenever he walked alone. It was as if he emanated a magnetic pull for animosity, attracting trouble daily. Initially, Doubi would acquiesce to their demands or flee. Once or twice was manageable, but as the incidents multiplied, he became thoroughly exasperated. Even with his generally placid demeanor, being subjected to continuous attacks would test anyone's patience. Thus, even when beaten, Doubi resolved to retaliate and claim a piece of flesh from his aggressors. Unsurprisingly, he found himself on the receiving end of severe beatings in the early days. However, inexplicably, with each confrontation, he discovered himself growing stronger. Gradually, he transitioned from being the victim to the aggressor. Today, he could confidently declare, "May I strike you?" It was only recently that he realized his fists could shatter metal, and his opponents often found themselves in the hospital as a consequence. Now, Doubi worried that he might inadvertently cause someone's death with a single punch. Even when facing the burly man earlier, he had restrained much of his strength, yet the man had still fainted. Doubi also noticed his interest in attending class waning, often succumbing to sleep as the lectures progressed. The teacher had spoken to him multiple times, yet Doubi found himself powerless to resist sleep, leading to the scene we first encountered. Despite this, his academic performance remained unblemished, prompting the teacher to cease concern. Now, he faced a lengthy summer break. Even with his extraordinary abilities, Doubi endeavored to lead a life akin to that of a normal person. He harbored no ambitions, merely wishing to savor each day as it came. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed through the air, signaling a power outage. Doubi paused for a moment before exclaiming in dismay, "My instant noodles!" Chapter 2. Doubi's Daily Life. Haha, thank goodness I can still eat, Doubi exclaimed, cradling a bowl of instant noodles, his face alight with relief. For someone with minimal culinary skills, yet a fervent appetite, a bowl of noodles held immense significance. This bowl of noodles represented his dinner for the evening. Though he was not entirely inept in the kitchen, he simply lacked the motivation. Cooking was far too troublesome. He preferred to leave such tasks to the chefs while he focused solely on eating. Of course, even in his laziness, he would never allow himself to starve, and this bowl of instant noodles was a prime example. However, the prospect of him cooking for himself, who knows when that might happen? Ah, indeed, instant noodles with sausage is the ultimate indulgence, Doubi exclaimed, slurping the noodles in a manner that might be deemed unrefined by others. Suddenly, his phone on the table began to vibrate. "Hello, who is this?" Doubi asked, swiftly picking up the phone with his left hand while continuing to eat with his right. "I'm telling you, XX, stop harassing my family, all right, you've got the wrong number. Goodbye." Doubi hung up in a flash. How many times has this happened? Are they trying out new tactics? I need to set up a call blocking feature, he grumbled, putting the phone down. It seemed that since the street robberies had ceased to affect him, an influx of bizarre individuals had begun calling him, issuing various threats. Doubi decisively blocked him, yet it proved futile. The recent phone call was a vivid illustration of this. Doubi's mood had been relatively pleasant until this call left him feeling vaguely annoyed. He pondered whether he should find a place to hide. There seemed to be a relentless barrage of attacks directed at him. Even if they were ineffective, they were still quite bothersome. Perhaps I should embark on a journey. Maybe if I continuously change locations, these people will be unable to find me. Is this line of thought even normal? It seems I have never traveled before. I should just take a nap, Doubi mused before collapsing onto his bed. In less than 3 seconds, he had slipped into a deep, rhythmic breathing, ignoring the chaotic mess surrounding him. The atmosphere remained surprisingly harmonious. Outside Doubi's home, a large crowd had gathered. Leading them was a burly man adorned with tattoos, his gaze directed at Doubi's door, brimming with savagery. "Brother Long, should we demolish this house, or?" inquired a lackey resembling a small-time thug. "Is there any need to ask? Set it ablaze." Brother Long chuckled. "But what if there are people inside? What if we burn someone alive?" The small-time thug felt uneasy, realizing that if they killed someone, the armed police would surely come, a consequence they could not withstand. After all, they were merely a group of petty criminals, while Brother Long was the only one with genuine influence in the underworld. "Don't worry about it. Who will know it was us in this desolate place?" Brother Long shot a glare at the small-time thug. "What? Are you questioning my orders?" No, the thug stammered, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Brother Long's scrutiny. Whatever you say goes, Brother Long. Brother Long then diverted his gaze. Hurry up. We don't have much time. We have important matters to attend to. Yes. As the group began dousing the house in gasoline, Doubi was just awakening from his slumber, still in a daze. Ah, why is it only 3 in the morning? He shook his head to clear his thoughts. It appears I've been having sleep issues lately. I'll just relieve myself and go back to sleep. Wait, is that the smell of gasoline? Doubi suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was there a sharp, acrid scent in the air? He pulled open the window. Quick, be more efficient. Several of Brother Long's lackeys ignited the flammable material. In an instant, flames erupted. Doubi stood frozen. Then, the small-time thugs heard a furious roar emanating from the sky. Chapter 2, Doubi's Daily Life Part 2. Doubi was taken aback. Then, the small-time thugs heard a furious roar from above. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky. Boom! The ground seemed unable to withstand the force of the shadow's impact, cracking open instantly. The group was left in shock. The shadow surveyed the blazing house behind him and then turned to face the thugs. Did you do this? The shadow's voice was eerily calm as Doubi uttered these words. Who do you think you're to speak to us like that? One of the lackeys, who had not seen Doubi leap from above, retorted arrogantly. Huh. Doubi ignored him and turned his gaze to Brother Long. I'm giving you a chance to extinguish the fire, otherwise I will make you regret it. His tone remained eerily tranquil. Ha ha ha. You think you can beat us? Who do you think you are? Yip man? Ha ha ha. The lackey laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that those around him were distancing themselves from him. Okay, I don't want to waste time. Could you all step a bit closer? Doubi said, his expression devoid of emotion. What did you say? Bang. With a loud thud, the thug standing before Doubi was sent flying as if his strings had been cut. He promptly fell unconscious. Damn it, beat him. Several clueless lackeys, witnessing their comrade being knocked out, grabbed their weapons and charged at Doubi. Before the others could dissuade them, the thugs were sent flying back like projectiles. Sigh. Never mind, Doubi remarked as he observed the remaining thugs and Brother Long, who were gazing at him in terror. It's probably too late to save him now. With that, Doubi cracked his knuckles. Since you burned my house, don't blame me for taking it out on you. He then advanced toward them. Don't come closer. I'm sorry. The air was filled with screams of despair, but no one was around to hear their agonized cries. That feels much better, Doubi said, rubbing his knuckles as he surveyed the many unconscious bodies sprawled around him. Why refer to them as unconscious rather than dead? Because their limbs occasionally twitched, indicating they were still alive. This also had much to do with Doubi holding back. However, all that remains of my home are these few items. Doubi gazed sorrowfully at the charred pieces of wood in his hands and the crumbling concrete walls surrounding him. Fortunately, Doubi's phone and the supplies he had prepared for his journey were unharmed. He had managed to retrieve them amidst the chaos. One might wonder why he didn't call the police. The area where Doubi lived was far removed from the city center, which was one reason the thugs felt bold enough to set fire to the house. Calling the fire department? By the time they arrived, the fire would have long been extinguished. Though Doubi wasn't particularly attached to material possessions, this was the place he had lived his entire life, and now it lay in ruins. Doubi sat dazed on a stone that had survived the inferno. After a long while, he slowly shouldered his backpack and departed from this sorrowful place. As for the group of thugs, who cared about them? In due time, they would awaken and find themselves imprisoned, courtesy of the police Doubi would call. And thus, Doubi officially became a homeless wanderer, aimlessly drifting about. Chapter 3. The title was Eaten Away. The sky was vast, the land expansive, and the wind blew across the grassland, revealing cattle and sheep. What a splendid tableau. Yet for one individual, there was no mood to admire the scenery. A disheveled young man, hair as black as coal, trudged across the prairie, burdened by a similarly worn backpack. He wore an expression of utter disillusionment as he wandered through the grasslands. This individual meandered aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding environment, perhaps weary of it or simply accustomed to it. The man appeared to be somewhat fatigued from his journey. He placed his backpack on the ground and retrieved a bag made of plastic. He spread the plastic bag over the ground and then settled down upon it. With practiced ease, he took out his mobile phone and activated the screen. To his surprise, the signal was still strong, which was a testament to the rapid advancement of technology. Perhaps 5G was on the verge of being launched. However, these concerns were not his priority at the moment. He was preoccupied with the incessant alarms emanating from the navigation system, scratching his head in frustration. I am aware that I am in a no-man's land. There's no need to remind me, he exclaimed as he tapped vigorously on the screen. At last, after much effort, the alarm ceased. Phew, what a nuisance, he sighed, laying back on the plastic-covered ground in a starfish position. It had been a week since he had departed from the ashes of his home, consumed by fire. He gazed up at the vast blue sky, muttering to himself. In this time, he had grown uncertain about his destination. His inexplicable ability to attract hostility forced him to fend off attackers while simultaneously seeking a safe haven. Thus, he found himself in this desolate place. Having grown accustomed to the prairie, he spent approximately 5 days searching for any shepherds. Alas, his efforts bore no fruit. He had not seen a single soul during that time, apart from himself, of course. This led him to conclude that the area was devoid of inhabitants. A notion further solidified by the earlier alarm from his phone. Though solitude could be tedious, it was certainly preferable to being pursued by a mob. The man was not frightened of them. Rather, he feared that one day, in a moment of impatience, he might strike with too much force and inadvertently cause harm. He was not entirely aware of his own strength, as it had manifested in a rather mysterious manner. Nevertheless, he had never taken the time to truly assess it, leaving him uncertain about the extent of his capabilities. Such matters may only reveal their outcomes through confrontation with others. However, if he were to engage with others, it would hardly be considered a battle. To illustrate, if an elephant were to clash with an ant, the inevitable result would be the elephant effortlessly crushing the ant underfoot. Is this considered a battle? Before I even exert myself, my opponent has already been vanquished. It resembles the scenario with Saitama from One Punch Man. He can no longer relish the thrill of combat, and even his emotions are gradually fading. Doubi wonders if he might one day experience this same detachment. Though he believes he cannot yet measure up to Saitama, at least not at this moment. His current abilities, much like Saitama's, rely solely on his physical prowess, employing only physical attacks. How curious that I would suddenly contemplate engaging in a fight, Doubi muses, startled by his own thoughts. What am I thinking? I am not a combat fanatic. He swiftly dismisses such notions, deciding that dangerous endeavors are best left to others. However, he cannot deny a sense of boredom. Absent-mindedly scratching his head, he wonders if he should test how high he can jump. Yes, that will do. Doubi is a man of action. Once he resolves to do something, he acts without hesitation, provided he deems it the right course. Taking a deep breath, Doubi prepares for several standing long jump motions, slightly raising his heels before leaping. Boom. The ground beneath him shatters instantly, unable to withstand the force of his takeoff, creating a crater several meters wide and deep. Chapter 3. The title was consumed. Part 2. Boom. Once again, the earth beneath Doubi fractures under the immense force of his jump, creating a hollowed depression that forms a circular pit. The originator of this upheaval, propelled by the principle that force is relative, is suddenly thrust into the sky. Well, Doubi finds himself momentarily stunned, not anticipating such an ascent. Yet, this is only the beginning. He continues to rise higher. Whoa, this is quite exhilarating. Recovering from his moment of astonishment, Doubi looks down and realizes he is climbing further from the ground until it is no longer visible. I certainly did not intend to venture into outer space. At this rate, he feels as though he might indeed reach the cosmos. Doubi is unaware of whether he could survive in outer space, nor does he wish to test that theory right now. Yet, how does one halt such a trajectory? He is currently airborne, without any point of resistance. Wait, even in the air, motion is affected by air resistance. Doubi seems to grasp what he must do. He forces himself to flip upside down in midair, and then rapidly retracts his legs. Following this contraction, Doubi kicks out powerfully. It feels as though the surrounding air is being stirred by his leg. Boom. In an instant, Doubi breaks the sound barrier, producing a sonic boom that reverberates outward. The tremendous force generated by breaking the sound barrier instantaneously countered the upward thrust propelling Doubi, causing him to plummet downward in a manner akin to free fall. The friction from air resistance swiftly ignited the fabric of Doubi's attire, which had been heated to a high temperature. However, this was merely a minor issue. The major concern was that while Doubi himself might emerge unscathed from such a great height, the force resulting from gravitational acceleration was alarmingly formidable. Even a mere egg, when dropped from a significant elevation, could yield catastrophic consequences upon impact with the ground. Doubi, being far more substantial than an egg, carried an even more terrifying weight. If he were to descend directly onto the Earth's surface, it was certain that this expanse of grassland would be utterly devastated. Recognizing this, Doubi was resolute in not becoming a destroyer of the ecological environment. Thus, he began to blow air downward continuously. Remarkably, this action proved effective, as it mitigated Doubi's descent speed. With a thunderous crash, Doubi, akin to a human asteroid, struck the ground, subjecting our beleaguered Earth to yet another bout of torment. In turn, Doubi found himself luxuriously enveloped by the debris, akin to a five-star treatment. Shortly thereafter, a hand emerged from the rubble. This time, Doubi proceeded to emerge cautiously from the stones, eschewing any further commotion. After extracting himself from the crater left by his impact, Doubi gazed silently at the ground. After a considerable pause, he quietly departed from the scene. Well, I should not be far from where I leaped. This is all my belongings. Doubi murmured to himself as he searched for his luggage. After Doubi's departure, the pit created by his impact collapsed. Indeed, it was wise to refrain from unnecessary jumping about. Chapter 4. The targeted Doubi's expression was notably grave as he faced a deceased cow. The animal had evidently succumbed not long ago, still untouched by the omnipresent flies of the grassland. However, this carcass might attract predators such as wild dogs. Doubi was not preoccupied with the potential for predators, but was rather contemplating whether to roast the cow. His backpack contained scant meat, as he primarily subsisted on snacks. While indulging in snacks occasionally was acceptable, relying on them for sustenance was far from enjoyable. Have you ever experienced a day of instant noodles for breakfast, fries and cola for lunch, and chocolate for dinner? Doubi certainly found it less than pleasing. To illustrate, if one were to consume boiled vegetables for an entire month, would that meal not become increasingly unpalatable? When you have a fondness for a particular food, it is best to indulge in it sparingly. This way, you can maintain a lasting affection for it. However, if consumed daily, well, I assure you, your fondness for it will soon dissipate. For Doubi, while consuming such fare daily may suffice to meet his basic physiological energy needs, remember, these are merely fundamental requirements and not exhaustive. He would inevitably grow weary of it. At that moment, a cow appeared before him, seemingly a divine blessing. Yet, one must remember that fortunes do not simply fall from the heavens. Who is to say this bovine was not afflicted by some disease before its demise? Doubi certainly did not wish to become a victim of avian influenza. Out here in this desolate wilderness, should he consume tainted meat and fall ill, it would be as if the heavens themselves had turned a deaf ear to his plight. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and Doubi chose to turn away. It is unlikely that most individuals would risk their lives merely to satiate a fleeting craving. After all, Doubi was far from facing starvation. He was not in dire straits where he needed to hunt down a cow or a rabbit. This vast prairie was not a no-man's land. Surely, there were animals to be found. Shortly after Doubi's departure, the scavengers of the grassland swiftly reduced the cow to nothing more than a skeleton. Yet, within a minute of consuming the carcass, they all collapsed. Their demise mirrored that of the cow. An unknown entity observed this planet, which had been the focus of its attention countless times. This celestial body, as usual, revolved around the sun while simultaneously rotating on its axis. Everything appeared to be normal, yet recent events left this entity profoundly perplexed. On this world, an utterly ordinary human had astonishingly shattered the limits of their species. It is important to note that each race in this realm possesses an innate cap on their abilities. Once this threshold is reached, any further advancement becomes nearly impossible, akin to the concept of limiters discussed in One Punch Man. Not to mention the Earthlings, whose physiques are inherently frail in comparison to other beings. Nevertheless, regardless of how implausible it seemed, this occurrence transpired. A single human had transcended the limits of their kind. This individual is akin to a glitch in the fabric of this world, representing a flaw within the system. The administrator of this system, whether he or she, has chosen to eradicate this glitch. For instance, if your computer were to display a severe vulnerability, would you not seek to eliminate it? Presently, Doubi embodies such a critical vulnerability. It is essential to recognize that there exists more than one entity capable of transcending limitations, as we can refer to them as beings. Given that there are no restrictions confining this phenomenon solely to humans, what transpires when creatures, once bound by limits, lose the very concept of limitation? Evolution that originally required millions of years can now be accomplished in mere seconds. They are in a constant state of becoming stronger, even while they slumber. These beings, or perhaps extraterrestrials could also be included, are reminiscent of cosmic loopholes. The stronger a being becomes, the more astonishing their actions may be. Not every individual who surpasses their limits can remain unaffected, like Doubi. Many who possess power often contemplate violence and dominion, and inevitably, they will encounter resistance. Wherever there is oppression, there will be rebellion. Consider how ancient dictators responded to dissent. They resorted to brutal suppression. As we delve into Chapter 4, Doubi Under Scrutiny, Part 2, we must contemplate the catastrophic consequences wrought by those who shatter boundaries. the devastation they can unleash is far more severe. Are you familiar with nuclear weaponry? The arsenal currently possessed by Earth could obliterate the planet hundreds of times over. Such overwhelming power, if left unchecked, invites calamity. This is no jest. Recently, this human nearly created a vast chasm in the Earth's crust, merely 1 month after transcending their limitations. Moreover, this appears to have been an inadvertent action. If allowed to continue growing, he may eventually surpass his own administrator. Given such formidable potential, who can predict whether he might suddenly choose to commit acts of destruction upon this planet? Fortunately, this individual who has transcended limits has recognized his condition early on. He has not yet departed from the essence of humanity. Numerous methods exist to eliminate him. When confronted with a glitch that breaks limits, the common choice is to eradicate it. At this juncture, one might perceive this as a reckless endeavor. Should those who surpass their limits be eliminated, it would be manageable. However, what if the attempt fails? Would that not establish an adversary that one cannot resist in the future? In fact, there exists a precedent where an administrator attempted to eliminate a being who had transcended limits, only to have that individual, despite severe injuries, escape. Moreover, a dire complication arises. The administrators are unable to leave the planets they govern. Thus, the outcome for the administrator was naturally one of ascension. However, this event also solidified the administrator's resolve to eradicate such bugs, and although they could not leave the planets they governed, they were still able to communicate with one another through a form of soul resonance. Following the incident of an administrator's demise, they reflected deeply and ultimately devised a method to communicate with the consciousness of the universe. The latent awareness of this cosmic consciousness was also inclined to eliminate these entities that could usurp its position. Consequently, with the diligent efforts of this group of administrators, the number of individuals surpassing limits dwindled. The emergence of Doubi, however, took the administrators by surprise. It is noteworthy that since their communication with the cosmic consciousness, the barrier of biological limits had been reinforced. Yet, Doubi, inexplicably, continued to advance beyond these confines. Regardless, a breakthrough remained a breakthrough. Once achieved, Doubi became a target for elimination by the administrators. Initially, the administrators intended to dispatch Doubi with a gentler approach, but to their astonishment, Doubi remained exceedingly vigilant, rendering their plans ineffective. It was a consensus among the administrators that the breakthrough individual must be eliminated without revealing their own identities. Now, since gentle methods had proven futile, the administrators had no choice but to resort to more ruthless measures against Doubi. At an indeterminate moment, a small black dot appeared in the administrator's hand, which they propelled towards Doubi, who was blissfully asleep and utterly unprepared. The small dot effortlessly struck Doubi, and upon contact, it rapidly expanded, engulfing Doubi entirely. At that moment, the dot resembled a miniature black hole, not only drawing Doubi in, but also relentlessly consuming the surrounding matter, with even light unable to escape. Fortunately, after completely absorbing Doubi, the black hole began to collapse, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 5. A shroud of darkness in the midst of slumber. Doubi was abruptly jolted by a sensation akin to being torn apart, yet simultaneously, a warm current coursed through his body, alleviating the pain. Doubi's drowsy consciousness sensed that something was amiss. Such feelings typically arose only when he was under duress. This indicates that he is currently in a perilous situation. Upon realizing this, Doubi suddenly awakened. What is happening? Why is everything shrouded in darkness? As he opened his eyes, he was met with an abyss of chaotic blackness. Doubi gazed around, finding no glimmer of light in this place, which enveloped him in an overwhelming sense of solitude. The darkness of this place is so profound that anyone suffering from nyctophobia would likely lose their sanity upon entering. What transpired while I slumbered? Doubi murmured to himself as he attempted to touch the ground. Yet, his hand met nothing, the sensation unchanged from before. He endeavored to rummage through his pockets for his phone to serve as a source of light, but what he encountered was merely his own body. When Doubi was drawn into this miniature black hole, the immense pressure instantaneously reduced everything aside from into particles. His clothing, too, succumbed to the overwhelming force and was obliterated. The fact that Doubi could remain intact in such a gravitational abyss was nothing short of miraculous. To the observer, Doubi, still tethered to the concept of a living being, being pulled into the black hole would have surely met his end without a trace. Yet, Doubi was no ordinary boundary breaker. Although he possessed the ability to grow stronger, his rate of enhancement paled in comparison to that of others. However, he harbored a unique ability to absorb and endure damage, transforming it into strength. The destructive power of the black hole was indeed formidable, but it could not instantaneously annihilate Doubi. Instead, the harm inflicted upon him was absorbed, fortifying his body. Thus, in this reciprocal process, the black hole found itself powerless against Doubi. It was somewhat challenging to maneuver in this environment. Doubi noticed that when he attempted to move in a particular direction, a force seemed to pull him back. Yet, this force could not reclaim him. The core of the black hole does not possess such overwhelming strength. Do not assume that the protagonist's speed has surpassed that of light. It seemed that this place was not Earth. After much exploration, Doubi arrived at this conclusion. It was time to find an exit. However, despite his efforts, he could not locate one. After some contemplation, he clenched his fist. Since an exit eluded me, I shall create one myself. With that resolve, Doubi delivered a powerful straight punch toward the void before him. This punch was utterly ordinary, devoid of any wind or dazzling effects. Yet, it was this very strike that fractured the black hole, creating an opening. In that instant, the long-dimmed black hole emanated light. Now, without a moment's hesitation, Doubi surged forth like a cannonball into the light that had just emerged from the breach, regardless of what awaited outside. It was certainly preferable to the murky depths he had just escaped. As Doubi departed from the black hole, the immense gravitational pull of the void promptly reclaimed the light from outside, sealing the opening he had just created. The space surrounding the black hole rippled, and ultimately, this anomaly vanished into thin air. Where was this place? Doubi, having just burst forth from the darkness, found the outside light somewhat blinding, causing his pupils to constrict rapidly. As his eyes adjusted, the surroundings ceased to be dazzling, allowing Doubi to perceive clearly, despite his feelings having dulled somewhat. He couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. Countless points of light flitted about, and the space appeared hexagonal, resembling a passageway. Chapter 5, A Realm of Darkness, Part 2. Countless points of light danced around, and this space appeared hexagonal, akin to a corridor. Doubi extended his sinful hand towards the luminous points. In an instant, they passed through his fingers. At the moment of contact, he felt warmth, a sensation so pleasant it beckoned him to linger. Yet, simultaneously, it was as though the points of light were intangible, rendering direct contact impossible. Never mind. Doubi watched as the light points retreated like startled birds, feeling a tinge of resignation in his heart. He chose to disregard the light points and redirected his gaze towards the end of the corridor. He could not linger here any longer. As he spoke, he hastened toward the corridor's terminus. Indeed, practice makes perfect. His time spent wandering the black hole had equipped Doubi with the skills to navigate the air with ease. Now, he could even walk in midair, albeit primarily through sheer force. After an indeterminate period, Doubi suddenly noticed the dazzling light had vanished. He paused, and this brief moment of stillness caused the force that had been sustaining his levitation to wane. The outcome was inevitable. Doubi uttered upon realizing this. And then he was drawn downwards by the pull of gravity. This time, he made no effort to slow his descent, instead allowing himself to fall naturally. He had come to understand his current strength and knew that even a fall from a great height would pose no danger. As for whether he might land on someone, that thought had yet to cross his mind. Nevertheless, he should be able to comprehend the situation. Somewhere, the relentless waves ceaselessly crash upon the shore, while our coastal brother calmly endures the repeated onslaught of the sea's relentless assault. This expanse of ocean appears quite harmonious, or at least it seems so at present. Alas, such tranquility is destined to be short-lived. Boom. A humanoid figure suddenly plummeted from the heavens, plunging unhesitatingly into the depths of the sea. As the figure plummeted, it created a spectacular splash that soared 5 meters into the air, lingering momentarily before cascading back into the embrace of the vast ocean. The sea once again settled into a serene calm. Yet, was it truly the end? The answer, of course, was no. A resounding rumble erupted as the surface of the water where the humanoid entity had fallen began to ripple, as if a colossal beast from the depths was unleashing a roar. With a resounding splash, a bear man surged forth from the sea. The water is indeed salty, he remarked, wiping his mouth while expelling the seawater from his lips. Here at the seaside, it was no wonder the water tasted so briny. He glanced around, confirming that he was indeed by the ocean on Earth. After a nap, so much has transpired. My backpack is gone, and even my clothes have vanished. He was acutely aware of his nakedness. Although he might be perceived as a pervert by those nearby, he had no choice but to run in the nude. I must find something to cover myself, he thought, hastily shielding his modesty with his hands as he made his way to the shore. Upon arriving at a house, He took a deep breath. After all, his appearance would surely be embarrassing to anyone who might see him, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? I am a passerby seeking shelter for the night. I shall depart come morning. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud crash to the door. Unable to withstand the force of his knock, collapsed to the ground. Now, he found himself in a most awkward predicament. Chapter 6. How embarrassing. Doubi made several attempts to reattach the door before the homeowner arrived, but each effort only exacerbated the situation. Gazing at the remnants of the door, now reduced to dust, he felt an urgent desire to flee this place. Yet, in his current state, where could he possibly go? Forget it, he resolved. Stepping into the house, he needed to tread carefully. He could not afford to exert too much force. Doubi gingerly traversed the wooden floorboards, fearful that any sudden movement might cause them to splinter, though he had initially managed to control his strength. The ordeal with the black hole had dramatically enhanced his physical abilities, leaving him struggling to rein in his newfound power. It seems I must spend more time acclimating to this, he lamented, recalling how he had previously broken numerous items in his efforts to avoid shattering a mere bowl. This time, adapting seems to require considerable expenditure. Alas, it is best for Doubi to temporarily set this matter aside to avoid affecting his mood. Is anyone present? Doubi attempted to discern whether anyone was in the room, yet received no reply. It appears that no one is home. He silently expressed his apologies to the homeowner, repeating them in his mind before resolutely searching for items. This behavior is somewhat inappropriate, yet one cannot remain entirely unadorned, can they? Alas, these are merely excuses. Oh, the aesthetic of this house is indeed distinctive. A heart emblazoned atop the waistband? What is this? Oh my, a firearm. Is it not illegal to possess such weapons clandestinely? Am I no longer in China? As Doubi searches, he uncovers these items, clearly indicating that the homeowner is a person of intriguing tales. However, the most significant discovery is that Doubi has finally found a piece of clothing that is normal. Yes, normal. At this moment, Doubi gazes at the casual shirt in his hands, feeling as though he has stumbled upon a hidden glade amidst a dense thicket. The garments he had previously unearthed were either too small or decidedly feminine. I wonder, is the homeowner a woman? Or is it that a man is engaging in such pursuits? A vivid image flashes in Doubi's mind, leaving him momentarily queasy. He now hesitates to continue searching, fearing the revelation of another item that may deliver an overwhelming surprise or shock. Doubi solemnly vows to forget that he has just unearthed a voltage rod. This should be quite normal, haha. Doubi decided to leave immediately after putting on his clothes. He felt an inexplicable urge to avoid staying the night, fearing he might encounter unpleasant situations. Without the slightest hesitation, Doubi departed from the place, taking nothing with him except for a change of clothes. Of course, the door does not count, haha. Boy, give me the money. Don't die. A few burly Caucasian men cornered Doubi in a cluster. What are you saying? Doubi looked bewildered. Although he had studied English, the foreigners spoke with accents, rendering him temporarily unable to comprehend their words. However, it was clear that their intentions were not benevolent. After all, he had noticed how they had surrounded him. Alas, he had completely forgotten about his rather perplexing ability. Hey, monkey, give the thing in your hand to me immediately, or I'll let you go kiss God's ass right now. Bring over the thing in your hand. You goddamn yellow fur monkey. One of the Caucasian men, noticing Doubi's lack of response, as he was lost in thought, grew increasingly irritated. After issuing this threat, he brandished a firearm. Hey, yellow monkey? Doubi finally understood that these individuals were there to rob him. No matter how poor his English skills might be, he certainly could not misunderstand that particular term. This is a form of self-deprecation, tinged with a hint of racial discrimination. Of course, Doubi could immediately retort in English with a phrase like "you white pigs," yet he refrains from doing so. Chapter 6. This is Awkward, Part 2. Doubi certainly has the capacity to respond with such derogatory language, but he chooses not to insult an entire ethnicity with vile words. However, his decision not to retaliate does not imply that he is incapable of doing so. With this thought, Doubi seems to disregard the group of Caucasian men and prepares to leave. A white man wielding a gun momentarily glints with malice, and he then aims the firearm at Doubi's head, pulling the trigger. His intent is straightforward. Realizing that threats are ineffective, he resorts to murder for profit. The handgun is equipped with a silencer, alleviating any concerns about making a commotion. As for the possibility of police investigation, he is unconcerned. As his boss has connections with the local police chief, he envisions the gruesome scene of Doubi's head being penetrated by a bullet, its contents spilling forth. At that moment, In Doubi's perception, the bullet appears to be traveling at a pace slower than that of a snail. Doubi reaches out, grasping the bullet and shifting its trajectory. He then approaches the imposing white man. With a cautious mindset, he decides to apply the gentlest force possible, lightly pushing the gun stock to strike the man's face. Surely, this should pose no significant issue. Doubi observes the face of the relatively motionless white man, slightly contorted from the impact of the gunstock, and murmurs to himself. After contemplating, he dismisses any lingering concerns and meticulously adjusts the movements of the other men, ensuring their fists collide with one another's faces. The faces of the burly men were similarly contorted. Well, I suppose I shall take my leave. Doubi maintained his rapid pace as he departed from that corner. Bang. Wow. After Doubi's exit, bullets struck the wall, and the white giants were met with a fierce onslaught, unleashing cries of agony before succumbing to unconsciousness. Thus, Doubi effortlessly made his escape, for they had chosen to ambush him in a secluded corner devoid of surveillance cameras. This can certainly be considered a consequence of their own making, setting aside the fact that they resorted to robbing others. Their propensity for violence is a clear indication of their malicious intent. Imagine if the victim of the robbery had been someone other than Doubi. Then, it would have been the victim who lay here. However, even if these individuals were to awaken, they would be incapacitated for at least several months, unable to harm anyone. Despite Doubi's efforts to restrain himself, the blows he has sustained would be quite difficult for any ordinary person to endure. Doubi feels as though he has lost his way. Everything around him seems utterly unfamiliar. The presence of those foreign individuals and the ubiquitous English advertisements have made it abundantly clear that he is in a foreign land. Fortunately, he has not been transported to a different realm. Although this place is not his homeland, it is still a parallel version of Earth. As he traversed the radiant passage, he had already resigned himself to the fact that there was no turning back. Even he, not particularly astute, understood that where he had previously been was a black hole. It would not be unreasonable to think that some world-altering events transpired within it. Doubi had perused a few novels about world travel during his idle moments. Yet he remains uncertain whether he has indeed arrived in another world. In truth, it matters little. He would inevitably encounter troubles wherever he might find himself. Much like the ruffians he had just encountered, they could be more accurately described as part of a gang, as ordinary thugs would not typically be armed. However, a more pressing issue looms: his hunger. He had previously overlooked it, but now that he has relaxed, he can feel his stomach protesting silently. Yet here he is, in a foreign country, with not a single penny to his name. A lack of funds can thwart even the most heroic of individuals. Chapter 7. There's always someone opposing me what to do. Doubi finds himself in a quandary. He cannot bring himself to resort to theft or robbery, not to mention his attire. Where can he possibly find money? Doubi scratches his head in frustration, realizing that he seems to have no viable options. His wallet had been reduced to mere fragments within the black hole, leaving him utterly destitute. He pats his flat stomach and sighs. It seems he must endure a bit longer. Since acquiring this newfound power, Doubi's energy requirements have significantly increased, and correspondingly, his need for sustenance has grown. However, he could choose to abstain from food, although this would leave him in a state of weakness. Doubi once attempted to fast for a week, out of sheer boredom, only to succumb to his hunger and devour dozens of roasted chickens in one sitting. Do not inquire about how he managed it. The scene was too gruesome. It has been nearly 6 hours since Doubi last ate, which is still manageable. But enduring hunger indefinitely is not a sustainable option. He shudders to think of the possibility of succumbing to his hunger and storming into a restaurant to steal food. Perhaps it would be best for him to leave this place for now. He does not possess a passport from this country. Should the police arrive to conduct an inspection, he would be exposed. It is better to leave now, as lingering would only invite further trouble. Doubi intends to depart immediately. Someone like him, who attracts the enmity of others, would only exacerbate issues in a densely populated city. Doubi certainly does not wish for anyone to be harmed by those drawn to him. It is worth recalling an incident during his travels abroad when an RPG was launched, and he happened to be directly in its trajectory. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed. But the assailant seemed to have succumbed to madness, indiscriminately firing missiles. One wonders where he acquired such an abundance of RPGs. At that time, Doubi was still in a phase of underestimating his own abilities, merely observing as the shockwaves from the explosions hurled those around him into the air. It was his first encounter with death, a memory he would rather not revisit. Witnessing a person's anguished cries as they slowly slipped away from life. The despair and unwillingness reflected in their eyes was haunting. In that moment, Doubi pondered what it would be like to be an ordinary person. He would likely share the same fate as that unfortunate soul. With such thoughts in mind, Doubi charged forward, delivering a punch amidst the chaos of the assailant's frenzied gunfire. This marks Doubi's first and, to date, only act of taking a life. He stood before the lifeless body, momentarily frozen in shock, before departing the scene. From that moment on, Doubi diligently restrained his powers to prevent any unintended casualties. As he wandered about, he finally stumbled upon an isolated spot and retrieved a world map he had recently found on the ground. Ah, I should simply leap in this direction to reach China. He mused, studying the map to discern China's approximate location. Determined to exercise caution, he resolved to exert just a modicum of strength for a jump. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, declaring, "At last, I have found you." Do I know you?" Doubi asked, turning his head in response. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. "What is this?" Doubi wondered, feeling an object atop his head before removing it. "What is this?" he questioned, gazing at a fragment of metal in his hand with confusion. "Don't get too full of yourself, you rascal," the voice retorted, tinged with anger. "How am I being arrogant? And could you please step forward to speak? Didn't your mother teach you to be polite when greeting others?" Doubi replied, casually discarding the metal shard to the ground. Chapter 7. There are always those who stand against me, Part 2. As Doubi tossed the metal piece aside, it astonishingly sank 3 inches into the earth upon impact. Testament to its sharpness. Doubi, however, remained oblivious to this detail. Even if he had noticed, it would not have concerned him. "Did you know? I have a classmate who is rude when speaking to others, and as a consequence, his mother gave him a good thrashing. By the way, do you have a mother?" Doubi continued, seemingly indifferent to the recent attack, lost in his own musings. The voice fell silent for several moments. "Haha, I have a new plan. I initially intended to grant you a swift end, but now I will make you experience a pain worse than death, and you shall perish in the most excruciating manner." The voice seethed with fury, indicating that Doubi had unwittingly struck a nerve. Do you not have parents?" "My apologies, I did not mean to offend," Doubi said sincerely. To the owner of the voice, Doubi's words appeared to be a deliberate mockery, igniting his rage even further. This time, the voice fell silent and directly launched an assault on Doubi. Instantly, Doubi's entire body was enveloped in a multitude of crimson dots. "What is this?" Doubi, perplexed, touched one of the red points on his body. After all, he had never encountered such phenomena before. Foolish. Somewhere, a figure cloaked in black observed this scene. Unable to suppress a cold smirk, the red dots are indeed sticky bombs. Touching them with one's hand will only trigger an early detonation. As expected, the moment Doubi made contact with the red dot, it exploded instantaneously. Boom. In an instant, flames engulfed Doubi. "You can't die so easily. Otherwise, I would lose my chance to torment you," chuckled the man in black, whose earlier fury had somewhat subsided upon witnessing Doubi consumed by the explosion. However, when the smoke cleared after the blast, he beheld a sight that left him utterly astounded. What? Doubi stood unharmed, with only his clothes slightly tattered. "That was a close call. My clothes almost met their end," Doubi thought with relief, glancing at his attire. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a state of undress again. "Is this person a monster?" the man in black uttered, his voice trembling. Had he known his target was such a creature, he would have risked punishment to escape this place. Yet, it might not be too late to leave now. This monster was still unaware of his location. Surely, he must be around here. Suddenly, Doubi exclaimed, "This should be the spot." In the next instant, boom, a surge of force obliterated the cover concealing the man in black's hiding place. At that moment, he saw Doubi's face. "Hello." Doubi flashed a radiant smile. "Ah." A scream echoed from the vicinity, but no one would hear it. Doubi produced a bundle of rope from seemingly nowhere, binding the man in black tightly. He then splashed a basin of cold water over the man's head, who remained utterly unresponsive. "Hiki, I now grant you a chance," Doubi said. Brandishing a small knife he had confiscated from the man in black, a sinister grin spreading across his face, though it was all an act. "You are currently tied to a pillar. Rest assured, I shall not kill you." As he spoke, Doubi retrieved a bucket of cement. "It has been a while since I turned someone into a cement pillar. Perhaps my skills have dulled, but fret not, you will not feel pain during this process." "Oh." If you experience some difficulty in breathing, that is a normal reaction. This is a marvelous form of art. To create such exquisite artistry, one must inevitably pay a price. Doubi continued to pour the cement over the man in black's legs. "I ought to place you in a pit, but that would lead to your demise, wouldn't it? See how compassionate I am." Chapter 8. Artwork. Of course, the process of transforming you into a cement pillar will take quite some time. Doubi, with great patience, elaborated on the procedure while continuing his work. Before long, the man in black's lower half was submerged in cement. Halfway done. Not bad. Doubi remarked as he circled around the man in black, marveling at his handiwork. However, how could a piece of art be limited to a single color? That would be terribly monotonous. Doubi appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Fortunately, I have meticulously prepared a variety of colored cement just for you. Doubi, while speaking, presented a myriad of vividly colored cement mixtures. What followed was the true essence of art. Doubi chuckled lightly. At this moment, the man in black was utterly broken. This individual was not merely a monster. He was a pervert. Although the cold water had awakened him, he chose to feign unconsciousness, unwilling to reveal anything to Doubi. However, Doubi seemed entirely uninterested in what he knew. His sole desire was to transform him into a masterpiece. Initially, the man in black believed Doubi was merely putting on an act, attempting to coerce him into divulging information. Yet, as time passed, Doubi not only persisted in his actions, but grew increasingly enthusiastic, even experimenting with elaborate techniques on him. The man in black finally succumbed to fear. While he did not dread death itself, he certainly did not wish to endure the agonizing fate of being suffocated under a layer of cement. Those who delight in tormenting others may excel in inflicting suffering, yet that does not imply they can withstand such torment themselves. I'll tell you everything I know. The man in black could no longer bear the psychological pressure. What is the matter? Is that all you can manage? The real entertainment has only just begun. Doubi remarked with a smile. Please, grant me a swift end. I will divulge all I know. At this point, the man in black had lost even the will to live, merely seeking a merciful release from Doubi. However, this artwork is nearly complete. It would be a pity. Doubi mused, cradling his chin in thought. No. I assure you, the information I possess is of utmost importance. The man in black urged hastily. And what could possibly be more significant than my masterpiece? Doubi replied with an air of indifference. I was sent to assassinate you, of course. Isn't that obvious? Doubi glared with lifeless eyes. You'd best speak quickly. The cement is about to set, he continued, mixing the cement with a shovel. Yes. The man in black dared not utter another word, swiftly recounting the sequence of events in the briefest manner possible. It turned out that after Doubi had dispatched the group of burly white men, one of them awoke, filled with rage over being subdued by Doubi. He reported this incident to his superior, who initially showed little interest, thinking it served the man right for being bested. However, a friend of the superior overheard the tale and became intrigued, subsequently dispatching the man in black to investigate. All right, enough. Who is that person? At this point, Doubi reclined on a bench, adopting a rather arrogant posture with his legs crossed. I do not know who that esteemed individual is. He is yet to reveal himself, only issuing us commands. The man in black now dares not utter a single lie. However, his psychological defenses have crumbled, leaving him incapable of fabricating falsehoods. So, you are merely a small fry who has never even laid eyes on your own boss? Doubi remarked, applying a coat of oil onto the garments of the man in black. Indeed, but I am aware of where the boss will be heading next. The man in black replied. At this moment, Doubi was wielding a large oil brush, which was smeared with yellow paint and cement. Oh really? And where might that be? Doubi nonchalantly inquired while augmenting the color on his brush. Our organization is set to convene soon, with the location likely in Nanjing, China. Nanjing? Are you plotting a massacre? Doubi chuckled. No, we do not intend to conduct a mass slaughter. Doing so would expose us. Oh, please continue. Doubi gestured for him to elaborate. The man in black seemed to sense a glimmer of hope. This upcoming meeting appeared to be directed at a particular individual. A specific individual? Is he formidable enough to warrant your planning against him? Doubi felt he might be on the verge of uncovering valuable information. Yes. This person has posed a significant obstacle for us, the man in black stated. Who is he? Doubi squinted, perhaps attempting to ascertain his position within this realm. After the assault by the man in black, Doubi realized that he was no longer in the familiar world he once knew. The speed of the blade that struck him surpassed the limits of human capability, far beyond what could be achieved through mere training. Doubi could perceive that the speed of the man in black's blade was several dozen times greater than that of those who had previously attacked him. Yet, this man in black seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary henchman. This also indicates that there are numerous formidable characters surpassing the men in black. The fact that this individual could compel so many powerful figures to unite in devising a strategy against him reveals his own strength. Doubi felt a flicker of curiosity about the level of existence he occupied in this world. However, he was unaware of this. As it was a confidential matter within the organization, Doubi set down the oil pen in his hand. "Is there more?" he inquired. The man in black hesitated for a moment. "Very well." No sooner had Doubi finished speaking than the man in black found himself enveloped in darkness, his consciousness fading away. At present, he was only privy to these matters. Doubi glanced at the unconscious figure before him. In a humane gesture, he cleaned the cement off the man in black and then bound him securely with a rope he carried. Considering that the man in black was no ordinary person, Doubi's earlier action was sufficient to incapacitate him for 3 days to half a month. Subsequently, Doubi transported him to a location where the police were present, confident that they would not hesitate to arrest him upon discovering the explosives on his person. Moreover, Doubi casually relieved the man in black of his money, reasoning that it served as compensation for the attempt on his life. The man in black can be considered a benevolent figure. Not only has he alleviated the issue of sustenance for him, but he has also provided him with a short-term objective. Moreover, and of greater significance, this individual is affluent. Although he cannot utilize the funds in his bank account, the cash he carries is sufficient to sustain Doubi for over a year, rendering frugality unnecessary. Upon discovering this money, Doubi was somewhat astonished. The man's capacity for burden is quite impressive, is it not? Is this also a method of training employed by their organization? Though the process may have been somewhat protracted, the rewards are indeed commendable. It is not without reason that he has adeptly masqueraded as an artistic madman for such an extended period. This method was inspired by a novel called Dragon Tribe, where 2 individuals from a Japanese academy employed a psychological tactic to break a stubborn individual into revealing the truth. Doubi adopted this technique, enhancing and elevating it into an art form. The results were indeed remarkable. It seems that indulging in novels is beneficial after all. However, I wonder if one needs to present their passport when dining abroad. Doubi mused while contemplating the US dollars and Chinese yuan in his hand. Regardless, it should be fine to purchase some snacks, right? Chapter 9. A new departure. One cannot deny that foreign languages are indeed an essential subject. After enduring a wave of linguistic immersion, Doubi couldn't help but reflect on the veracity of his English teacher's words. Mastering an international language is of utmost importance. The notion that the entire universe speaks Chinese is a fallacy that does not exist. Yet, I question the edibility of this peculiar item. Doubi glanced at the enigmatic object in his hand, feeling a slight discomfort. The shopkeeper's gaze when handing it over was rather peculiar. Was he being duped? Perhaps not, as the proprietor appeared rather affable. But why did the staff of that establishment regard him with such strange eyes? Nevertheless, let me attempt to taste it. Just a small bite. Doubi cautiously tore off a piece of the mysterious object and placed it into his mouth. Suddenly, an unimaginable surge of sour and spicy sensations assaulted his senses. The intensity of the flavor nearly sent Doubi into a frenzy. His face flushed crimson, as if his throat were being scorched by fire. He swiftly and laboriously gulped down a bottle of mineral water, and at last, the overwhelming sourness began to wane. What on earth is this? Doubi discarded the bizarre item into the trash. It felt like an act of culinary assault. His spirits plummeted. What had once been a delightful mood was now in shambles, all due to this wretched thing. Indeed, one cannot afford to be greedy for trifles. The proprietor was truly a swindler. It is evident that one cannot judge a book by its cover, as beneath the gleaming exterior lurked such nefarious intentions. Should he encounter this unscrupulous merchant again, Doubi vowed to introduce him to the concept of dark cuisine. After releasing a few choice words in his mind, Doubi's mood slightly improved, even alleviating the lingering sourness in his mouth. Now, let me examine this item further. Huh? Why is everything in English? And why can't I comprehend it? Couldn't they consider the needs of foreign friends? This item is oral? What does that even mean? Doubi shook the bottle, watching the mysterious liquid swirl within. It must be for oral consumption, yet the liquid's green hue raises questions. Is the food sold in this world truly normal? Doubi suddenly felt a palpable malice emanating from this world. I refuse to believe it. Doubi first tugged at his sleeves to bolster his courage. What is the big deal about being green? I refuse to believe that this substance could be as lethal as a pesticide. In a subtle manner, Doubi had set himself a flag of confidence. Yet, soon after, he succumbed to the poison and met his demise. How absurd. Just moments later, Doubi, seemingly lifeless, rose once again. Is this truly something meant for human consumption? Are the food safety officials here merely vegetarians? Certainly, it seems so. Perhaps they have embraced some form of Buddhism. At this point, Doubi was utterly speechless. He failed to notice the inscription on the bottle, "Please be diluted to 0.01 after service." There is a saying that ignorance is truly frightening. Illiteracy can lead to comical blunders. In fact, when Doubi purchased this item, the attendant had persistently reminded him to dilute it, but Doubi understood not a word, merely nodding in response. Curiously, the sourness had dissipated, and upon reflection, he found the taste rather pleasant. Could it be that this concoction is not a lethal poison, but rather a revitalizing tonic? Yet, the aroma was overwhelmingly pungent moments ago. He thought he might suffocate from it. Perhaps it is best to dismiss these thoughts. Surely, it must be normal. Doubi resolutely decided to concede. Who knows what other peculiarities might arise? Strangely enough, while Doubi indulged in his meal, no one approached him with any trouble. What a remarkable occurrence. The place was shrouded in a foreboding darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Suddenly, a woman clad in black entered this ominous realm. What is the matter? A deep voice resonated from the depths of the shadows. Chapter 9. A New Departure, Part 2. What is the matter? The voice echoed once more from the abyss. Luo Wu has been captured and is now in the custody of the police. The woman's tone was somewhat frigid. Oh, how intriguing, the voice responded, revealing a hint of curiosity. However, we have also gleaned crucial information regarding this individual. As she spoke, the woman cast a beam of light in a certain direction. The radiant light danced through the air, ultimately sketching the figure of Doubi. When did I expose myself? And what is this? Cutting-edge technology? He pondered, intrigued. The master of the voice, after observing Doubi for a while, rendered this assessment. Should we send someone to capture him? A woman inquired. Aware that receiving such commendation from that esteemed individual was indicative of his extraordinary nature. There's no need, while he is indeed fascinating. He pales in comparison to the importance of the shadow, replied the man. Are we to simply let him be? He could potentially disrupt our plans. Let him be. Just assign a few individuals to monitor his movements. If he approaches, well, the man revealed a hint of murderous intent. A mere flicker that nonetheless left the woman gasping for breath. Let us grant him a swift end. We have no need for a traitor who could leak information. The man stated with an air of nonchalance, clearly accustomed to such matters. Indeed, the woman concurred, expressing no dissent. They had no use for the inept. It was surprisingly serene. This should be a positive development, yet why did it feel amiss? At that moment, Doubi sat upon a park bench. Strangely, he had remained there for several hours without anyone causing him trouble. Could it be that his ability to attract enmity had vanished? This thought crossed his mind. And if that were the case, Doubi would be overjoyed, for it was this very power that had led to the destruction of his home, forcing him to seek refuge in a desolate place. Yet, Doubi sensed something was not quite right, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Never mind, he decided, opting to return home, for overthinking would yield no answers. I'll just buy a backpack and some supplies, especially food. It needs to be plentiful. With this resolve, he set out to make his purchases. However, faced with a language barrier, would he be able to procure what he needed? He could only hope that the people in the shop understood Chinese. As Doubi departed, two shadows followed closely behind, while several unconscious figures lay piled up at the very spot they had just vacated. These two individuals were sent to surveil Doubi, yet along their path, they encountered numerous passers-by, whom they swiftly incapacitated. Although they were ruthless killers, it did not imply that they sought unnecessary trouble. If their target were to sense something amiss, it would certainly be a costly blunder. This should pose no problem, right? Doubi inquired of a middle-aged man with golden hair. Rest assured, this rugged backpack is the finest in our store. Should any issues arise, you can promptly approach me for a refund, the middle-aged man asserted in accented Mandarin. All right. I'll take this one. Despite having been deceived once before, Doubi chose to place his trust in this proprietor. After all, is the world not still filled with love? It was time to embark once more. Doubi, shouldering the somewhat heavy backpack, proceeded towards his destination. Lacking identification, he could only reach it by foot. However, this was hardly a concern, was it? Chapter 10. The Crumbling Watchers. Every nation is marked by borders, which are often the most likely sites of conflict. Consequently, military forces are typically stationed along these borders to safeguard their integrity, protecting national interests from potential threats. Ordinarily, passage through these areas is rare. Yet today, an unexpected visitor approached. A stealthy shadow lurked in a visual blind spot. How can I possibly get past these soldiers with their menacing aura? Doubi mused. Observing the troops stationed at the border, guarding the frontier is a significant responsibility. and only the capable are assigned to such duties, though one might question whether the exiled still count in that regard. For Doubi, however, crossing was a matter of approach. After pondering for a moment, a smile broke across his face. What is this fellow up to? The watchers, hidden in some corner, observed Doubi as he busily dug. Perplexed by his intentions, in recent days, it can be said that they have endured quite a tumultuous experience. I truly cannot fathom what is amiss with this individual. As he tirelessly sprints at an astonishing pace each day, those who accompany him are utterly exhausted. Is this person a machine? After running for an extended period, he shows no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The individual scarcely paused for breath, fortunately, upon reaching the border between nations. This seemingly inexhaustible and peculiar being finally came to a halt. Yet, he soon resumed his enigmatic activities, leaving those around him bewildered as to his true intentions. Doubi, oblivious to the fact that two individuals had been trailing him, was solely engrossed in his endeavor as a human excavator. With an indescribable velocity, he unearthed the earth, rendering the efforts of even the most skilled workers at Nanjing utterly insignificant. Under Doubi's ferocious excavation speed, a pit several dozen meters deep was swiftly created. As for the amount of asphalt lost during this process, such matters were of no concern to him. After all, he was not a native of this world. Should anyone seek him, they would find only an enigma. Thus, Doubi felt liberated, justifying the destruction of public property when necessary. He chuckled at the thought of who might be affected by his actions. If he wished to pass through unnoticed, he possessed numerous methods to accomplish this without detection. Though he lacked any form of psychic or spiritual perception, he could not shake the feeling that someone was watching him. This certainly piqued Doubi's interest. He was being watched. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Why do I consider it a fortunate event? One need only reflect upon the fate of that enigmatic figure. The man in black, Luwu. This also prompted Doubi to entertain the idea of teasing the two individuals monitoring him, not for any particular reason, but simply out of boredom. We now live in an age of modern information, where nearly everyone possesses a mobile phone. Today's smartphones are nearly indistinguishable from computers. How much of our time do we expend on our phones each day? How much time has been consumed by these devices? Doubi originally owned a mobile phone as well, but the journey had become rather tedious, with few people to converse with, while he typically preferred to avoid trouble. The current tedium called for a bit of amusement. Doubi gazed upon his handiwork with great satisfaction. Now, it was time to observe your reactions, he chuckled. Doubi felt rather pleased. Was he perhaps a tad mischievous? With that thought, he leapt into the pit he had dug. The nearby watchers were momentarily taken aback. Was this fellow truly attempting to breach their defenses by digging a hole? This seemed illogical. If he possessed the energy to excavate, why not employ a different method? Surely, charging in would be far less laborious. Chapter 10, The Frustrated Watchers, Part 2. This seemed illogical. If he had the energy to dig, why not use another approach? Even a direct assault would require less effort. Was this individual mentally impaired? Had Doubi heard such a remark, he might have thrown a punch in response. Should we descend? One watcher inquired. Let us go. After a moment's hesitation, the second watcher decided to follow Doubi. Very well. They cautiously jumped into the pit. By doing so, they unwittingly entered the trap Doubi had set for them. One could only hope their fate would be slightly better than that of the black-clad individual. Luwu. Of course, it could also turn out to be worse. Gotcha. Doubi, concealed well in advance, smiled at the sight of the two figures clad in black. But why were they both dressed in black? Was this their organization's insignia? Doubi couldn't help but recall that Luwu was also dressed in black and scoffed. I must say, you are rather conspicuous. If I held a grudge against you, spotting someone in identical attire would give me ample reason to strike. While Doubi continued his internal monologue of sarcasm, the two watchers realized they had lost track of him. This pit diverged into countless crossroads, a sight sufficient to evoke despair. They exchanged glances, momentarily left speechless. What is this? A human-shaped bulldozer? I could understand if you were simply digging a hole with your bare hands, but now you seem to be playing around. What are you trying to accomplish? My good fellow, engaging in trench warfare, perhaps? At this moment, the psychological state of the two men in black resembled the weight of countless burdens pressing down upon them. Doubi, with a mischievous grin, observed the utterly bewildered figures before him. Are you surprised? Following them led to a passage adorned with an infinite array of forks. Do you not feel an overwhelming sense of despair? Observer 2 sighed. Let us return, he stated, his voice trembling as he spoke. To excavate such an extensive network of pathways in such a short span is beyond the capabilities of mere minions like us. However, returning signifies abandoning this mission. Yet, Observer 1 hesitated. What else can we do? We have already lost track of him, he lamented, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Are we truly to return empty-handed? Questioned Observer 1. What other choice do we have? Although returning may incur the organization's wrath, at least we will not face death. Do you believe you can evade the organization's pursuit if we choose to flee? Replied Observer 2, exuding a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Doubi, concealed nearby, felt a flicker of interest, pondering whether these two might inadvertently disclose some valuable information. With this thought in mind, Doubi decided to postpone his plans to torment the two men in black. You have a point, conceded Observer 1 after a moment of contemplation. To the organization, they were merely inconsequential ants. Their existence was insignificant, and the demise of one would simply make way for more to serve. Let us depart, declared Observer 2. Turning to leave. What a pity, Doubi mused, unwilling to let them escape. He struck the surface above the pit with a forceful punch. Boom. The unstable soil above the pit succumbed to the pressure, collapsing under the weight. This is bad, exclaimed Observer 1 and Observer 2, swiftly retreating to the junction of the pit. The falling debris, just as Doubi had anticipated, sealed off the exit of the pit, rendering the two men in black trapped. What just happened? Why did it suddenly collapse? Chapter 11. An enthusiastic Doubi. Observer 1, frustrated, struck the earthen wall of the pit with his fist. Today had been remarkably unfortunate. Not only had they lost their target, but they had also encountered a cave-in. It seemed that the gods of misfortune were particularly fond of them today. Let us focus on finding a way out, Observer 2 said, equally resigned. Unbeknownst to them, the architect of their misfortunes, Doubi, was observing them from a distance. He chuckled softly, pondering his next move. Yes, this shall do. In the end, Doubi appeared to have contemplated something, revealing a smile towards the two individuals clad in black. What should be done? Observer 1 remarked, gazing upon the seemingly infinite crossroads before him. The chasm was far deeper than they had anticipated, rendering the excavation of an escape route nearly impossible. Moreover, they remained oblivious to whether this abyss had been sealed. Should it have been closed off due to the recent collapse, oxygen would become their foremost concern. Human beings require respiration, and this endeavor was aimed solely at procuring the oxygen present in the air. It can be asserted that humanity is perpetually in need of oxygen. If this chasm were indeed sealed, the available oxygen would be finite, and the two individuals were incessantly depleting this limited resource. In a short span of time, they shall succumb to asphyxiation due to oxygen deprivation before the pangs of hunger claim their lives. Such a manner of death is indeed terrifying. They would rather face a direct confrontation than be annihilated. They would prefer to avoid experiencing the slow and agonizing ebb of life until extinction. Thus, the only choice left was to venture into the fork in the road. Let us proceed together. It is prudent to avoid becoming lost within, suggested Observer 2 after a moment's contemplation. Very well, it seems we have no alternative, Observer 1 replied with a wry smile, stepping into one of the countless paths of the infinite crossroads. Having chosen this route, I can only lament your misfortune. A bit more misfortune and you might rival that of the illusory assassin, thought Doubi, silently mourning for the two figures clad in black as they entered the central passage. For a full 10 seconds, though he had not set any traps within, for he lacked the materials to do so, the circumstances were sufficient to ensure that these two would soon find themselves in dire straits. Once they had been sufficiently troubled, Doubi would emerge and extract the information directly from their lips. This method is certainly preferable to severe coercion, for at the very least, it spares them from physical disabilities. Indeed, given their skills, they are unlikely to perish. But if they were merely ordinary individuals, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Observers 1 and 2 have just been engulfed by despair. Upon entering this passage, they were confronted by countless unfathomable pits. Observer 1 nearly lost his grip, almost dropping the flashlight in his hand at the sight. Doubi merely indicated that he had only prodded at the ground a few times with his finger. Though this gesture was trivial to Doubi, its impact was rather significant. At the very least, it instilled a sense of hopelessness in these two cloaked figures. How can one possibly traverse this? Should one accidentally lose their footing and plunge down, it would indeed become a lamentable regret for eternity. The observer knew to gauge the depth of the chasm and arrived at a resolute conclusion. A fall would surely be fatal. The potholes were densely packed, leaving hardly any gaps. They resolutely decided to abandon this route in favor of alternative paths. However, these passages brought them unexpected surprises. The A passage, for the sake of convenience, let us call it that, was densely scattered with sharp fragments of stone. If it were merely the stones, it would not pose much of a challenge. Yet, any attempt to traverse this path would result in a collapse. Reluctantly, they opted for another passage, and thus, they continued to face setbacks. Chapter 11. The Enthusiastic Duel Part 2. In desperation, they had no choice but to select another route, perpetually encountering frustration. Their spirits began to waver. For no matter the choice, they found themselves at an impasse. Time passed, but they could not discern how long. And they had completely relinquished the notion of leaving this place. Failing once is bearable, but what if every effort culminated in the same disheartening outcome? Despair and self-abandonment encapsulated the psychological state of the two figures in dark attire. It can be said that any slight provocation at this moment could lead them to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from somewhere. The sound undoubtedly captured the attention of the two figures clad in black. Greetings. Doubi revealed a radiant yet ominous smile. Thus, it was established. At that moment, Doubi perched himself upon a fragment of stone, while the two dark-clad individuals lay beside him. How could I have been discovered? Was this place devoid of surveillance cameras? But this is an alternate realm where the emergence of advanced technologies is quite commonplace. Upon inquiring into the minds of the two black-clad men, who were teetering on the brink of despair, Doubi learned that he had become a target. However, he was taken aback to hear of the demise of one of the black-clad men, known as Lu Wu, whom they mentioned. I offer my silent condolences. Although Lu Wu's death was somewhat intertwined with his own fate, it was evident that this individual had come with the intent to take his life. The mere fact that he had not actively sought to end Lu Wu's existence was an achievement in itself. Thus, the news of his death elicited little emotion from Doubi. For those who were drawn to his enmity, Doubi chose to grant them mercy. Conversely, for those who were inherently vicious and malevolent, he resolved to retaliate with a single, decisive blow. It is worth noting that, even from a legal perspective, should someone pose a lethal threat to you, and you counteract with lethal force, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense, not a crime. Nonetheless, Doubi was not one to adhere blindly to the law. Should the authorities come to apprehend him for such reasons, he would undoubtedly resist. Yet, it was confirmed that Lu Wu's words held a grain of truth. As Doubi spoke, he cast a glance at the two unconscious figures. Regrettably, their status was scarcely superior to that of Lu Wu, providing little in the way of valuable intelligence. With this thought, Doubi scratched his head. Stay here, he declared, casually creating an opening above and casting the two black-clad men into it. He trusted that the soldiers would take good care of them. As for whether their organization would pursue them again, Doubi could only express that such matters were beyond his concern. Those individuals who engage in surveillance over themselves are unlikely to encounter any favorable outcomes. It is a testament to his forbearance that he has not taken their lives. Should he be expected to assume the responsibility of safeguarding their well-being? Doubi does not consider himself to possess such benevolence. To them, Doubi has but a single phrase. Thank you for your provisions. Farewell. Indeed, Doubi has once again searched the belongings of those he encountered. His proficiency in this grim task has only grown with time. There is no choice. After all, Doubi has lost his wallet. And he bears no moral burden in claiming the possessions of these individuals. Having dealt with the Watchers, Doubi pressed onward towards his destination. This time, Doubi did not advance with the same rapidity as before. Instead, he slowed his pace, taking in the scenery while attempting to acclimate to his newfound, formidable powers. Thus, after 5 days of travel, Doubi finally arrived at his destination. Chapter 12. A different experience at last. I've arrived, Doubi murmured, gazing at this place that felt so alien to him. Nanjing, a city he had never visited in his previous world, now appeared before him in this alternate reality. This seems rather delightful, he remarked, observing the landscape he had only seen on television. Although the troubles in this world were far greater than those he had faced before, the opportunity to witness such diverse vistas was exhilarating. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought that he might never return. The memories of that world are solely mine now. Everything else has vanished into the abyss. Unless I were to plunge into a black hole, I doubt I could ever leave this world, this universe. Could reaching faster than light speeds allow for time travel? I suppose I am not quite there yet, he pondered. But would traveling at such speeds harm the Earth's surface? Perhaps it is best not to experiment on Earth. After some contemplation, Doubi decided to set this thought aside. He was in no rush to depart from this world, and whether he would ever reach that radiant tunnel remained an enigma. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of anticipation for the events that lay ahead. From the dark-clad figures, Lu Wu and his companions, he had learned of their boss, an entity akin to a formidable foe in a game, and he was quite intrigued by the individual they intended to target. These individuals, much like him, possess extraordinary powers, and Doubi is eager to ascertain the extent of their strength. Perhaps some may even surpass his own. Although Doubi claims that matters of battle, fraught with danger, should be left to others, he harbors a deep-seated yearning for that visceral, hand-to-hand combat. However, the skirmishes he has previously engaged in hardly qualify as true battles. To illustrate, consider the act of crushing an ant beneath your foot. Can that truly be deemed a fight? To the ant, you are an insurmountable force, while for you, it is merely an impulsive action. Do you derive any sense of accomplishment from it? No. To you, it is simply a matter of course, devoid of meaning or benefit. For Doubi, those past encounters mirror the act of squashing an ant. Thus, he finds himself, to some extent, anticipating the forthcoming battles. Regardless of the circumstances, Doubi is determined to involve himself. However, there are still 2 days remaining. Doubi glanced up at the night sky that had already descended. Perhaps it would be best to find a place to rest. With a yawn, Doubi muttered, having gone a day without sleep. He quickly located a park bench and lay down. In this world, lacking any identification, he is unable to check into a hotel. As for seeking refuge, do you believe that someone like Doubi, who might provoke animosity, would find anyone willing to offer him shelter? This situation has left Doubi in the awkward predicament of having to sleep outdoors. However, he feels no discomfort. Instead, he finds the sensation of resting on a park bench rather agreeable for his back. In mere moments, he drifts into slumber. Suddenly, they are apprehended by the soldiers stationed at the border. In the depths of darkness, a deep voice resonates once more. Indeed, it seems he has been discovered. The figure in black, obscured by shadows, remains indistinguishable. It is hardly surprising. They are of the same ilk as that useless Luwu. The heavy voice appears unfazed by this outcome. Shall we handle it in the same manner? The woman in black inquires. Proceed as deemed necessary. You should know what to do, replies the deep voice. And what of that person? Will he not be dealt with? She asks. Let him be. We currently lack sufficient manpower, and sending more would be futile, the voice responds before falling into silence. Observing this, the woman in black takes her leave. There is no information about you. It is as if you emerged from thin air. After her departure, a blue projection materializes before the master of the deep voice. It reveals that Doubi's profile eludes the system. This search mechanism utilizes facial recognition to locate individuals. Yet, this face, unremarkable in its commonality, finds no match in this realm. Quite intriguing, indeed. The voice's owner chuckles softly. I hope you bring me surprises akin to his. Sunlight filters through the dense foliage, casting a gentle glow upon Doubi. Birds perched on branches chirp joyfully, only to be interrupted by an irate roar that echoes skyward. The birds, startled, flutter away in a panic. It must be noted that Doubi becomes exceedingly irate when disturbed from his slumber. Poor little birds. They suffer 1,000 points of fright from Doubi's outburst. What was that? A mere bird? I thought someone was playing a prank beside me, he murmurs, realizing he has frightened one away. Initially, he intended to silence his disruptor with a roar, but the outcome was predictable. We must cherish small creatures. Some are quite fragile. Doubi shakes his head to clear his thoughts. It is now 8 o'clock, still not too late. After glancing at the electronic watch he purchased from that store, one adjusted for the time difference, he ponders, what shall I do now? With a whole day ahead, should I stir up some excitement? At this moment, Doubi finds himself feeling rather idle. He is already aware of the destination that the organization intends to visit, and he is exceedingly confident that they will not alter their location. These revelations were extracted from the unfortunate mouths of the 2 men in black. Let me ponder for a moment. Doubi found himself in this city, still confronted by the same enigmatic woman in black. As she observed the red dot representing her target approach the city, a frown creased her brow. What should we do? Should we inform the master? Inquired a nearby minion. No need, she replied thoughtfully. If he truly comes to disrupt our plans, the master will undoubtedly take matters into his own hands and eliminate him. Ah, he has arrived. The master was watching the red dot representing Doubi move incessantly. What will you do? My anticipation grows ever more intense. Their ability to conceal themselves is quite impressive. At this moment, Doubi stood atop a high building, scanning his surroundings. He intended to lay in wait, for these individuals would soon arrive. As the adage goes, timing is less crucial than advantageous terrain. As for harmony among people, well, Doubi decided to let that slide. Having already resolved to instigate some commotion, it was imperative to gather intelligence. The wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. However, upon arriving at the location indicated by the 3 men in black, Doubi found nothing particularly remarkable. hence his earlier musings. Could they have constructed an underground venue for their meetings? Doubi surveyed his surroundings, noting only ordinary buildings and even a school. Should I dig 3 feet into the ground here? Doubi was perplexed. He had no intention of excavating this place, as he awaited people. He had no interest in these individuals' base. Chapter 13, Doubi under bombardment. So, you have arrived here. The master observed the red dot on the virtual projection pause near a green marker. It seems you intend to attend our meeting as well, he chuckled. Very well. I shall proceed with this method. Doubi could conceive of no better approach. He could only lie in ambush nearby and follow any suspicious individuals who approached. Unbeknownst to Doubi, he had already been compromised, and his concealment was far from effective. Look, this man had placed a cardboard box over his head, with 2 eye holes crudely cut out, and lay sprawled on a patch of grass nearby. Brother, have you not considered how conspicuous a cardboard box is in such an open field? Furthermore, if you wish to hide, you ought to seek a denser patch of grass. Setting aside these factors, there remained another issue. If they employed infrared imaging or similar technology, wouldn't you be immediately exposed? Oh, wait, he has already been exposed. Doubi maintained this position for 5 minutes. Is this too conspicuous? He thought, feeling somewhat dejected as he rose from the grass. Just moments ago, 2 passers-by had glanced his way. You noticed, didn't you? And 2 birds had chosen him as their target for droppings. This was not a sustainable strategy. Doubi pondered for a moment before retrieving a telescope from his backpack. Please don't hold it against me for this unusual situation, he said, lowering his head to address our ground lord. Then, with a thunderous crash, Doubi, seemingly harboring a grudge against the ground, demolished it yet again for the nth time. Under the weight of Doubi's formidable strength, a crater large enough for a person to lie down in quickly formed. Doubi nestled himself within this pit, using his hands to pat the walls, dislodging soil to fill the hole around him. In mere seconds, through Doubi's diligent efforts, he successfully buried himself. He poked the telescope out of the earth, camouflaging it with a layer of grass and dirt. This should suffice, Doubi murmured. If I'm discovered now, I can only blame the advanced technology here for being more cunning than even the savviest. Hide well, the esteemed figure, at least for now. That is what we shall call them. Observe the red dot representing Doubi halt over the light green dot indicating the lawn on the projection. This one do. If you remain in the vicinity, I shall find myself in quite the predicament. The figure pressed a yellow dot on the projection. Let me see what you're capable of, they remarked, glancing at the red dot. Not here yet? Doubi continued his surveillance, yielding no results. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching at an alarming speed. Instinctively, Doubi erupted from the pit. In the very next moment, a shockwave surged from the pit, accompanied by an intense heat. Doubi executed a swift backflip, narrowly escaping the explosion's radius. Boom. As Doubi completed his maneuver, the sound of the blast reverberated through the air. Who dares to attack me? Doubi realized he had narrowly evaded an explosion. Impressive, isn't it? The esteemed figure displayed no surprise at Doubi's evasion of the bomb. Whoosh. The ground suddenly opened up, launching a volley of arrows into the air. Isn't this supposed to be high-tech? Why resort to such methods? Ah, so there were already holes in this lawn. Doubi, amidst the chaos, still found time to speak. He deftly caught the arrows, only to curiously glance at them. Why are they all black? Just as Doubi voiced this thought, the arrows in his grasp erupted with electric sparks. Chapter 13, Bombarded Doubi, Part 2. Why are they all black? Doubi's inquiry coincided with the sudden discharge of electricity from the arrows he held. The human body conducts electricity, as most are aware. The current surged unhesitatingly into Doubi's body, coursing through him in an instant. Surprisingly, he found the sensation rather pleasant. Is this some sort of electrotherapy? Doubi gazed at the arrow in his hand and pondered, is this person resistant to electricity? The gentleman observing the projection, which captured Doubi grasping the arrow without sustaining any harm, could not help but exclaim. At that moment, the image on the projection abruptly shifted to reveal the visage of a middle-aged man. My lord, the meeting is about to commence. This middle-aged man, unlike the previous woman clad in black, was addressed as my lord with a noticeably more deferential attitude. I shall arrive shortly, the gentleman replied before switching the projection back to Doubi. Who dares to ambush me? If you have the audacity, come forth and let us mutually inflict harm. Doubi, oblivious to the fact that he had been discovered, disregarded the notion of alarming the intruder. Mutually inflict harm? The gentleman scoffed at this declaration. Enjoy this moment. He tapped the projection a few times before shutting it off and departing from the dimly lit chamber. Why is there no response? Doubi exclaimed. feeling somewhat embarrassed after his shouts yielded no reaction. Is that all? He himself was uncertain to whom he was speaking. Suddenly, the ground cracked open once more, revealing a gaping chasm. Another new trick? Doubi remarked upon witnessing the opening. A mechanized voice resonated from the chasm. Enemy detected. Huh, a robot? Doubi expressed surprise at the presence of such a contraption. Do not tell me you can even manipulate dimensions? Isn't that a concept from the three-body problem? To eradicate the tyrannical world of Earth belongs to the three-body. Ah, how amusing. Yet, the robot emerging from the chasm paid no heed to Doubi's words, steadily advancing from the abyss. In this manner, Doubi was able to observe the entirety of the robot's form. The robot, resplendent in silver, stands approximately 3 meters tall, resembling not merely a machine but a formidable war apparatus. Its exterior is adorned with an array of weaponry, the purpose of which is unknown to Doubi. Yet he surmises these are instruments of attack. The invader, erasing all traces of the robot, emits a sound whose origin remains a mystery. As the infrared sensors of the machine detect Doubi, the noise resonates. Hey, what if I am merely a passerby? Would you eliminate me as well? Doubi inquires, inching closer to the robot. Curiosity compels him. After all, it is a robot. How could he resist the urge to observe it up close? Having only seen such entities on television, he yearns to understand more. Yet, the robot exhibits no hesitation akin to that of a human. It fires upon Doubi the moment he approaches. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gleaming yellow bullets are discharged at an astonishing velocity, hurtling towards Doubi with remarkable precision, none veering off course. Had this been an ordinary individual, they would likely have been rendered a sieve in an instant. However, the scenario unfolds differently for Doubi. In that moment, he enters a heightened state of speed, perceiving the world around him as if time itself has come to a standstill. It is reminiscent of scenes from X-Men, Days of Future Past, where Quicksilver deftly neutralizes threats in a heartbeat. With a gentle wave of his hand, Doubi diverts the bullets from their trajectory, subsequently positioning himself beside the robot. Chapter 14. What it means to dismantle upon nearing the robot. Doubi refrains from immediate aggression, choosing instead to admire the advanced technology it embodies. Although a tinge of regret lingers, he eventually tightens his fist. It's time for you to return to the recycling bin, Doubi declares before unleashing a powerful punch at the robot. Unsurprisingly, upon impact, the metallic form of the robot shatters into countless fragments. In Doubi's accelerated state, these metallic shards remain suspended in midair, refusing to descend. Once he steps beyond the area where the debris is scattered, he exits his heightened velocity. The sound of the fragments crashing to the ground resonates, an unmistakable noise. Regrettably, the robot's structure proves too fragile. Doubi had envisioned disassembling its weaponry for his own use. Observing the remnants of the robot's armaments, he cannot help but express his disappointment. Alas, how unfortunate. I was hoping to salvage a weapon or two. Never mind. I shall devise a plan to penetrate further, Doubi concludes, directing his gaze towards the entrance from which the robot had emerged. That opening has since sealed itself, yet for Doubi, this presents merely a trivial obstacle. One punch will suffice. If not, then 2 punches shall do. Our ground-bound hero feels himself becoming desensitized to the destruction. Boom. With a sound comparable to a bomb explosion, the area was shattered once more by Doubi. To his astonishment, he discovered an abundance of metallic debris beneath him. Glancing at the jagged metal opening he had created, he chuckled to himself. Hee, it's time to unleash some chaos. Rubbing his hands together, he leaped down. Are you not even going to check what lies below? What if it's something like lava? At that moment, a certain individual observed their watch, which incessantly alerted them that Robot T-13 had just been destroyed by an intruder. It appeared that he had underestimated his opponent. With a faint smile, he mused, but without such unpredictability, where would the excitement lie? Strangely, he chose not to inform others of Doubi's intrusion into the base, opting instead to continue attending the meeting as if nothing had transpired. This place is incredibly high. The operators of this organization must surely be affluent. Meanwhile, Doubi was engaged in a freefall, his legs poised for impact. He had been plummeting for nearly a minute. How am I to locate their boss amidst such vastness? Doubi felt a sense of disorientation as he surveyed the immense space around him. Yet, he reasoned, if he continued to wreak havoc, surely their boss would reveal himself. This thought made Doubi feel rather clever. Well then, let me present them with a little gift. With this in mind, he decided to test the power of his punch after accelerating due to gravity. What if I pierce through the Earth's crust? Mid-air. Doubi tightened his fist and aimed downward, delivering a powerful strike. As he descended, a flicker of flame ignited upon his clenched fist. The friction between his rapidly moving body and the air was sufficient to create sparks. Initially, it was but a mere flicker, but as Doubi continued his descent, that tiny spark transformed into a brilliant red glow. His speed increased, eventually surpassing the speed of sound. Indeed, he had once again shattered the sound barrier. The sharp crack of the sonic boom reverberated through the air as Doubi, in a heartbeat, traversed hundreds of meters, crashing into the metallic ground like a meteor. At the point of impact, the force of his punch radiated outward, instantly spreading across a colossal diameter of 1 kilometer. A massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Chapter 14. What does demolition mean? A colossal mushroom cloud soared into the heavens. The force of this punch is roughly equivalent to that of a fragment of an asteroid, 30 meters in diameter, colliding with Earth. Am I being too ruthless? As Doubi gazed down at the nearly bottomless black craters beneath his feet, he could not help but be taken aback by the destruction he had wrought. This nearly casts doubt on the existence of any survivors. This situation is comparable to a nuclear explosion. Oh. Yet, when Doubi looked up, he was astonished to see that the buildings above had remarkably survived the recent onslaught. These structures were originally designed to withstand attacks of nuclear magnitude. However, the recent assault exceeded even that potency, resulting in significant damage to these edifices. Impressive, indeed. Upon witnessing that the buildings could endure the recent onslaught, Doubi could not help but express such admiration. Nevertheless, returning to the initial query, where might their superior be? Doubi gazed upwards, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. It is best to commence from the most substantial location. With that thought in mind, Doubi proceeded inside. While Doubi remained at ease, the others were far from it. Just as their meeting reached a pivotal moment, Doubi unleashed a punch, enhanced by gravitational acceleration, striking the vicinity. The resulting tremor was as intense as an earthquake. What just transpired? One of the cloaked operatives voiced his alarm. We have just endured a blow comparable to that of a nuclear strike, a technician concluded after a flurry of keystrokes on the projection device. Nuclear strike? Is your defensive system utterly ineffective? The irate operative seethed, furious that had the base not been sufficiently fortified, he would have met his end. No. The assault on the base was the researcher hesitated at this point. What is it? The operative, growing impatient, seized the researcher by the collar and hoisted him up. Speak. He bellowed in anger. It seemed the operative had exerted too much force, as the researcher struggled to breathe, his face turning crimson. Will you speak or not? The operative appeared oblivious to the researcher's plight, fear having consumed his rationality. Stop. A nearby cloaked woman struck the operative on the back of his head, rendering him unconscious with a muffled groan. Such a degree of terror leading to the loss of composure. How did such a person rise to a position of authority? With that, she let out a cold huff. Cough, cough. Finally, the researcher gasped for air. What on earth just happened? The cloaked woman inquired as the researcher regained his composure. That attack was executed by a single individual, and he merely used one punch. It unleashed destruction on par with a nuclear explosion. The researcher, in a state of shock, glanced at the data on the projection. The cloaked woman, momentarily taken aback by this alarming revelation, quickly regained her composure. Inform the higher-ups immediately, and instruct the operatives to evacuate. She commanded with urgency. Understood. It appears that the composed demeanor of the woman in black has assuaged the fears of the researchers, prompting him to immerse himself once more in his work. Chapter 15. Doubi's Dilemma. I seem to have lost my way. The sharp blare of alarms reverberates incessantly, transforming the once silvery metallic walls into a hue of crimson under the glow of red lights. Hello? Is anyone there? At this moment, Doubi finds himself traversing this expanse of red. Surely, this place is excessively vast? Moreover, why is there not a soul in sight? Doubi cannot help but feel a tinge of frustration. Upon his hasty entry, he had anticipated a barrage of gunfire awaiting him. Yet, during his approach, he encountered no resistance. Those minions he encountered merely raised their hands in surrender. This left Doubi quite perplexed. He could hardly resort to violence against those who had surrendered to him. Thus, he reluctantly bound them. Wasn't it agreed that he would refrain from using force? And where did the ropes come from? He then inquired about the whereabouts of their boss. The individuals seemed to be swallowing something, and soon they all coughed up blood, their heads tilting as their eyes closed. Doubi attempted to check for their breath, only to discover that they had perished. He felt utterly speechless. All he wanted was to ask about their boss, and they chose to poison themselves in response. Such unwavering loyalty was rather excessive, wasn't it? Could they not have been like those 3 black-clad individuals from earlier? Doubi certainly would not linger among the deceased. He promptly departed to seek their boss. After wandering for a considerable time, he came to a rather disheartening realization. He was lost. Doubi swore he was not directionally challenged. The paths were simply too convoluted. Anyone unfamiliar with the area would surely get hopelessly entangled. It felt akin to encountering a wall of ghosts. Alas, he had initially intended to respect public property, though he had never truly shown such regard. Did he have the audacity to speak thus? Doubi once again raised his fists. Then, with a resounding crash, with a series of thunderous noises, he forcefully created a passage through the walls, made of an unknown metal, with sheer strength. Have you ever navigated a maze? Sometimes, a labyrinth is so intricate that escape seems impossible. At this moment, we can adopt a direct approach, clearing the obstacles with unyielding force. This simplifies matters significantly. Observing the straightforward path forged by oneself, Doubi felt an immense satisfaction in his accomplishments. Let us proceed. Doubi continued to advance. Oh, was that the work of that lad? Upon hearing of Doubi's punch, which equated to the power of a nuclear explosion, the dignitary maintained an air of indifference. However, the several cloaked figures beside him were not so unfazed. Their faces bore expressions of profound astonishment. What? Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Among these high-ranking individuals, one found it difficult to accept this revelation. A monster? Is this fellow truly a monster? They refrained from voicing their subsequent thoughts. With their capabilities, they could indeed unleash nuclear-level devastation. Yet, such an act would leave them nearly drained. Yet this individual effortlessly executed such an attack, appearing to expend no energy whatsoever. Such a being is beyond the reach of even their greatest adversary, the Shadow. We must retreat. Let us hasten our departure. It is uncertain who among the cloaked figures initiated this panic. When engulfed by fear, individuals instinctively heed the advice of the first companion to react. Yes, we must leave at once. The atmosphere was thick with terror. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, drowning out the cries of the fleeing crowd. The cloaked figure who had first urged the escape now bore a gaping wound in his forehead. With a sickening thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. There is no need for such haste, remarked the gentleman with a smile. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. Let us not forget. The enemy is but a solitary individual, and he is merely human, incapable of transcending the frailties of his biology. Chapter 15. Doubi, I seem to have lost my way, Part 2. As the gentleman spoke, he summoned a blue projection. Ah, here we are. He observed the red dot representing Doubi situated within the green zone of Area B. The gentleman tapped the projection several times, transforming the green area into red. Now, the senior officials may depart via the aerial craft, while the rest shall remain. After delivering this command, the gentleman exited the scene. The cloaked figures, unwilling to defy his orders, promptly complied with his instructions. Let us return our focus to Doubi. What is this? Doubi gazed in perplexity at the apparatus before him, which was emitting an unknown gas. Unbeknownst to him, this gas was designed to absorb the oxygen from the air, an essential requirement for all terrestrial life. Without oxygen, even the mightiest of Earth's creatures would succumb to asphyxiation. To prevent Doubi from using brute force to escape in search of fresh air, the cloaked figures employed their minions to impede his progress. Oh, there is a door. At this moment, Doubi found himself standing before a door, entirely blue in hue. Above the door, it read, "No entry." How could it be locked? What a nuisance. After all, I am but a guest. Doubi attempted to gently tug the door open, but to no avail. Thus, he summoned a bit more strength. With a resounding crack, the door was suddenly torn from its hinges by Doubi. He stared at the door in his hands before casting it aside. Where could those people have gone? He pondered quietly as he walked. Suddenly, a low buzzing sound resonated in front of Doubi. Before him appeared a mechanical fly, over a meter in length, adorned in a striking blend of yellow and black. Is this a fly? Doubi felt an overwhelming urge to swat it away. Alas, flies, those ubiquitous creatures, have a way of embedding themselves into our consciousness. Particularly in the summer, they flit about while we dine, their incessant buzzing only serving to heighten our irritation. Moreover, they are carriers of countless bacteria and viruses. Thus, whenever Doubi encountered them, he would choose to unleash the darker side of himself, engaging in a relentless mowing mode. He emitted a somewhat sinister chuckle as more and more mechanical flies arrived, the cacophony growing ever louder. This is also the aim of the shadowy puppeteers in black, who manipulate them. The adversaries possess heightened senses that surpass ordinary existence, rendering them particularly sensitive to auditory weaponry. In this moment, Doubi bowed his head, obscuring his expression. The minions in black, through the micro-cameras of their mechanical flies, witnessed this scene unfold. Excellent. It seems to be effective. One of the figures in black sighed in relief. However, something felt amiss. At that moment, a black-clad woman, responsible for overall command and distinct from the previous individual, appeared to sense the anomaly. I said enough. Quiet. Doubi suddenly raised his head and let out a furious roar. The decibels of that furious roar were so intense that they generated shockwaves, rendering the mechanical flies incapable of withstanding the sonic assault, leading to an instantaneous short circuit. Oh, at last, tranquility has returned. Observing the convulsing mechanical flies sprawled upon the ground, Doubi could not help but break into a satisfied smile. Very well, onward we go. Doubi pressed forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 16. Blood Sacrifice. Subsequently, Doubi advanced with an unstoppable momentum, clearing away all obstacles in his path. The cloaked minions were utterly incapable of hindering his progress. It was impossible for them to suffocate him to death. Excellent, splendid, just like that. The figure overseeing Doubi observed his relentless advance without a trace of trepidation. On the contrary, he was filled with exhilaration. He had initially believed that the condition could only be fulfilled with the aid of shadows. You have truly rendered me an invaluable service. A smile crept across his face at this thought. Soon, this planet will belong entirely to him. No, this entire solar system. Once successful, he would ascend to a status akin to that of a deity from ancient myths. Where is your boss? Doubi demanded, raising his fist toward the cloaked minions before him. Are you imitating Saitama-sensei? The figures clad in black remained silent in response to Doubi's words. They repeated the same actions as those before them. What was the meaning of this? If they dared to take their own lives, why had they been clamoring to escape earlier? Doubi pondered, gazing at the lifeless bodies surrounding him, rendered momentarily speechless. He had grown accustomed to the occurrence of suicide among them, as one becomes desensitized after enduring similar experiences repeatedly. Now, he felt a certain numbness towards death, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Was this brainwashing? He found it hard to believe that these individuals harbored such unwavering loyalty to the organization, as evidenced by the heap of corpses around him. From the behavior of the previous trio in black, it was clear that the organization had not yet become so paramount in their lives as to surpass their instinct for survival. Nevertheless, he thought, once he confronted their leader, the truth would surely unravel. Shaking off these thoughts, he pressed onward. Excellent, splendid, the enigmatic figure chuckled with delight as he observed his subordinates perishing one after another. Almost there. With these individuals, I shall achieve my goal. The figure uttered words that left others bewildered, and then reopened the projection. Open the passage to Zone B. I am to meet an old acquaintance, he declared, resuming an air of indifference. A conference room? And what is that string of English surrounding me? Doubi remarked, tilting his head to scrutinize the bold letters emblazoned on the metallic wall before him. I recall they were supposed to hold a meeting here today. Hence, they should be evacuating, he muttered to himself as he approached the metallic door. Warning, intruder detected, blared the alarm as Doubi drew near. Huh, I am no intruder. I merely come to sightsee, Doubi retorted, tightening his fists. So clear the way. With that, he executed a straightforward yet powerful punch. Boom. This is the umpteenth door that Doubi has breached. Unsurprisingly, it is utterly deserted. Upon entering, Doubi was not taken aback by the emptiness of the place. After all, considering the ruckus he had just caused, if a meeting were still in progress, he would have preferred to remain silent. Sigh, where on earth is their boss? Doubi felt that achieving his goals was becoming increasingly challenging. Who could provide me with a map? He pondered, feeling a twinge of frustration. Come forth. I am aware of your presence in this vicinity. In the B region, a certain dignitary stood in a corner, observing. Are you weary of uttering that phrase? It seems to be your customary greeting upon our encounters. A robust voice resonated from the shadows. With two distinct and resounding footsteps, a rather refined young man emerged. Chapter 16. Blood Sacrifice, Part 2. With the same two pronounced footsteps, the young man who appeared somewhat delicate approached. Clad in a jacket and donning sunglasses that obscured his features, he emanated an air of mystery. Ha! The dignitary chuckled lightly. What is this? You allow me entry without a hint of trepidation. What are your intentions? The young man regarded the dignitary with a gaze rife with caution. Ha! Do you believe I could contend with you, Shadow? Why the vigilance? The dignitary maintained his enigmatic smile. Yet, Shadow did not lower his guard. A sense of unease lingered, though he couldn't quite articulate why. Was it danger? He had scrutinized his surroundings earlier, and there seemed to be nothing that posed a threat to him. He had entered after Doubi had struck the location, although he was oblivious to who had initiated this nuclear strike and succeeded. It presented an exceptional opportunity to eradicate this organization, thus he chose to proceed. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Is this your dying declaration? Shadow had no desire to squander time with the dignitary. He felt a foreboding sensation, and after vanquishing them, he must depart swiftly. Shadow, did you not notice any changes upon your arrival? The dignitary smiled knowingly. What? Shadow suddenly paused, taken aback. What did you say? The dignitary stepped closer to Shadow. Do you have any inkling of the time I have invested to realize this objective? I devoted considerable effort to unearthing this stone, yet I have ultimately acquired it. The dignitary inexplicably divulged his scheme to Shadow. What? Upon hearing this, Shadow felt an impulse to eliminate the dignitary, but he soon discovered he was rendered immobile. Did I not mention it earlier? I wanted you to observe any changes within yourself. The dignitary shook his head. When? Shadow was profoundly astonished. If what the dignitary had just proclaimed were true, he was destined to become the dignitary's sustenance. Just moments ago, during our conversation, the dignitary replied. Otherwise, why would I engage in such trivial conversation with you? The nobleman, having spoken, produced a blood-red gemstone. What is this? Upon seeing the gem, Shadow felt his body tremble. According to some ancient texts, this is supposedly known as the Crimson Star Ruby. Nonsense. Please don't criticize me for this. It is said that a copious amount of blood is required to unleash its power, the nobleman explained with a sense of responsibility. To absorb blood, you say? At that moment, Shadow realized the nobleman's intentions. Alas, the amount of blood required by this gemstone is simply overwhelming. Thus, I had a notion. Could it be that the blood of stronger individuals is more effective? At this point, the nobleman could not suppress his excitement. The fruition of his years of scheming was at hand. However, before he could elaborate further, Shadow had already comprehended the outcome. Thus, I have continuously directed this organization to engage in heinous acts, aiming to lure you formidable beings here, the nobleman chuckled. Speaking of which, you are rather unfortunate. I initially intended to utilize that person's blood, but regrettably, he was far too powerful. Hence, I must settle for yours as a sacrifice. At this, a sinister expression crossed the nobleman's face. So, I too am now bound by this gemstone, Shadow remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, the nobleman responded. Interestingly, there was another condition he had failed to mention. The blood of the weak must be obtained through the deaths inflicted by others before it could be absorbed by the gemstone. Thus, he was quite pleased to see Doubi intrude. However, he did not anticipate that Doubi would refrain from slaughtering those cloaked figures. Consequently, he resorted to mentally compelling them to commit suicide upon encountering Doubi. This too was a flaw he had discovered within the gemstone's mechanism. Now, all conditions had been met. Only the final step remained. Farewell, the nobleman declared, plunging the gemstone into Shadow's heart. Chapter 17. The Monster Strangely. Not a single drop of blood spurted from Shadow's body. Shadow seemed to endure excruciating agony, emitting a wretched scream. Gradually, his form began to wither, resembling that of an elderly man, while the crimson glow of the ruby intensified. Ultimately, Shadow's entire being turned a ghastly pale, utterly devoid of vitality. The nobleman, gazing at the blood-red luminescence of the gemstone in his hand, could not help but erupt into laughter. Now, let this power be unleashed. After uttering this phrase, the nobleman tossed the ruby directly into his mouth. Will he not suffer from indigestion? This feels decidedly wrong. As the nobleman swallowed the gemstone, a surge of crimson energy coursed through him. A tremendous, unknown force began to reshape his body, enveloping him in a paradox of agony and ecstasy. The crimson energy, while transforming that esteemed individual, continuously radiated outward, gradually enveloping the entire figure of the esteemed one as the sanguine essence flowed forth in ever-increasing abundance from the resplendent ruby. These energies coalesced into a cocoon-like entity, as if something was gestating within. Strangely, an unsettling sensation lingered. Beneath the figure of that esteemed individual, Doubi seemed to sense something amiss, involuntarily furrowing his brow. It appeared to be right there. Doubi lifted his head, sensing the presence of the source of the discomfort hovering above. Without a moment's hesitation, Doubi propelled himself off the ground with a powerful thrust of his legs, unleashing a resonating blast of air that shattered the ceiling, ascending to the level above. This layer has been completely stained a deep crimson, with the most striking feature being the large blood-red cocoon. What is this? Doubi gazed at the crimson cocoon, feeling a surge of astonishment. Upon seeing the cocoon, he was immediately assailed by the scent of blood. Is this blood? Observing the surrounding expanse of crimson, Doubi quickly realized that this large blood-red cocoon was certainly no benign entity. Moreover, he spotted a figure, devoid of any trace of blood. Clearly drained of lifeblood by whatever resided within that cocoon. Could this be a vampire? Yet he had never encountered a creature that resembled a silkworm in its pupal state. As Doubi pondered this, he clenched his fists tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, this entity could not be anything good. Thus, he resolved to deliver a direct punch. Doubi unleashed another straightforward strike, as unembellished as before, a plain yet effective blow. This very punch had proven successful against all previous adversaries. However, this time, as he struck, a dull thud echoed. A blood-red hand intercepted his punch. Doubi was momentarily taken aback, only to be sent flying by another blood-red fist. Boom. Doubi crashed through several walls in rapid succession, ultimately landing amidst a chaotic pile of rubble. After propelling Doubi away, the two blood-red hands groped around the exterior of the cocoon. Finally, they seized the opening of the cocoon and tore it wide open. In an instant, the blood-red cocoon was ripped to shreds, scattering into fragments that shimmered like points of light in the air. At this moment, we finally beheld the visage of that individual. His appearance had utterly transformed into something inhuman. Once of a normal height, he now towered over 3 meters. His entire form had turned a deep crimson hue, with even his pupils radiating a blood-red glow that exuded a chilling aura, making one reluctant to meet his gaze. A pair of black horns sprouted from his head, resembling a demon that had clawed its way from the depths of hell. He chuckled at his current state, exclaiming, I never imagined I would become like this. But perhaps it is for the best. He attempted to wave his hands, and in an instant, a series of sonic booms erupted. Chapter 17, The Monster, Part 2. He waved his hands once more, and again, the air was filled with explosive sounds. Subsequently, he performed a rather horrifying act, sinking his teeth into his own left arm. Hissing, several drops of a deep purple liquid dripped from the wound, resembling blood, and upon contact with the ground, it corroded the surface, creating a gaping pit. Quite impressive, he mused as he observed the wound on his arm heal almost instantaneously, a sense of delight washing over him. Has my regenerative ability been enhanced? He smiled at his hands. I am no longer human. What name should I assume? Just as he pondered this aloud, a sudden impact struck his face with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. Boom. He was propelled like a severed kite, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt, embedded within a wall now marred with spiderweb-like cracks. I say, with that appearance resembling a grotesque demon. Are you truly so pleased with yourself? Are you a pervert? Doubi remarked, his expression one of utter disbelief, while his fist emitted white smoke from the friction with the air. Well then, he replied, slowly rising from the rubble, showing no signs of injury from Doubi's strike. As you so aptly noted, I now resemble a demon. Henceforth, I shall be called Demon. He smiled cruelly at Doubi. As a witness to my demonic birth, I shall bestow upon you eternal life. He chuckled ominously. Eternal life? One glance at that smug grin reveals he is no benevolent entity. However, considering his imposing demeanor, it was evident he was the boss of this place. Regardless, despite his garish crimson exterior, he must possess formidable power. Contemplating this, Doubi continued. I have no desire for eternal life. At this moment, I simply wish to utter one thing. He paused dramatically. Oh, what would you like to say? The demon seemed intrigued by this topic. May I strike you? Upon hearing this, Doubi revealed a smile. The demon paused for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. Doubi stood there quietly, observing him in his display of arrogance. After a considerable time, the demon finally ceased his laughter. Did you truly believe you could triumph over me in this moment? He remarked, casting a scornful glance at Doubi. Indeed, Doubi replied earnestly, nodding his head in affirmation. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence, accompanied by the devil's sinister laughter. Well then, let me witness the extent of your abilities. It was stated repeatedly to refrain from unnecessary chatter. If a fight were to ensue, let it begin. Doubi charged at the devil, unleashing a resounding sonic boom. The devil appeared disinterested in a direct confrontation, merely standing there, adopting an attitude that seemed to invite an attack. Observing the devil's nonchalant demeanor, Doubi wasted no time in launching his assault. With astonishing speed, Doubi accelerated, generating a series of sonic booms. 1 times the speed of sound, 2 times the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound. Ultimately, Doubi unleashed a fiery punch aimed at the devil. To his astonishment, the devil sensed an imminent threat from the strike, a premonition that failure to evade would lead to dire consequences. Heeding his instincts, the devil evaded the direct impact of Doubi's fist, managing to shift his body out of harm's way just in time. Chapter 18. I cannot fly, yet I can walk in midair. Boom. Doubi's punch struck with ferocity, pulverizing half of the devil's form into a grotesque mash. The residual force of the blow shattered the wall behind the devil into countless fragments. Oh, you possess quite the prowess, Doubi remarked, somewhat pleased to see the devil still standing. The devil's expression darkened. Having narrowly escaped death, anyone would feel ill-tempered in such circumstances. In an instant, the devil's shattered half regained its form. I concede, I underestimated you, he admitted, relinquishing any prior arrogance. The devil's previous inflated confidence was understandable. A sudden surge in power could lead anyone to feel invincible. However, Doubi was an exception among anomalies. But do not assume victory, the devil declared, casting a menacing glare at Doubi. Once I absorb your blood, I shall grow even stronger. With that, the devil lunged at Doubi, producing an additional sonic boom that surpassed Doubi's own. Upon reaching Doubi, the devil aimed a punch directly at his face. Boom. The punch did not land as Doubi caught it effortlessly. Could you be a tad quicker? Doubi jested with a smile. The devil, refusing to respond, drew back his other hand and struck again. Boom. Once more, the punch was intercepted by Doubi. Hey, Doubi chuckled lightly before delivering a headbutt to the devil. Wow. The devil winced from the impact, momentarily rendered rigid. I strike. Doubi would certainly not let this golden opportunity slip away, launching a flurry of devastating blows upon the demon. As the demon's form was battered into disarray, it continually attempted to reconstitute itself. Fragments of flesh that failed to reconnect were expelled from its corporeal form by the newly regenerated tissue. Infuriated, the demon seethed with rage, having once believed itself nearly invincible, only to find itself mercilessly pummeled by Doubi. This is akin to a seasoned player ruthlessly dominating lesser opponents, only to be unexpectedly vanquished by a player utilizing cheats, rendering the veteran utterly defeated. Presently, the demon's emotions mirror those of the once mighty player, filled with a profound sense of frustration. If he were aware that Doubi, too, was merely playing, would that not infuriate him further? At last, the demon seized the opportunity, successfully escaping Doubi's relentless onslaught. In this moment, the demon found himself in a precarious state. Although his wounds could mend, the lingering pain remained palpable. This has instilled a profound hatred within the demon towards Doubi, driving him to eagerly desire the elimination of this thorn in his side. Could Doubi possibly become even stronger? At that moment, Doubi suddenly materialized before the demon. What? The demon was taken aback by Doubi's astonishing speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Despite his surprise, the demon quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, two fleshy wings unfurled from his back, and he soared into the sky. Doubi, however, stood there in a daze, gazing upward. It dawned on him that he seemingly lacked the ability to fly. Ha ha ha, it turns out you can't even fly. The demon, anticipating Doubi's pursuit, burst into laughter upon witnessing Doubi's bewilderment. Indeed, Doubi nodded, yet he proclaimed, although I cannot fly, I possess the art of aerial stepping. No sooner had he uttered these words than Doubi leapt into the air. What? The demon beheld Doubi deftly creating white bubbles in the air. What? As he rapidly advanced towards him. Curse be this. The demon, realizing the urgency, flapped his wings to increase the distance between them. However, Doubi's speed was simply too extraordinary, as the demon barely managed to create some space. Doubi was already upon him. Suddenly, a fist, ablaze with sparks, loomed large in the demon's vision, magnifying with each passing moment. Boom. This formidable punch landed squarely on the demon's head, instantly obliterating it like a smashed watermelon, a mere metaphor. Chapter 18. I cannot fly, yet I master the art of aerial stepping. Part 2. Boom. This punch struck decisively upon the demon's head, and in an instant, the overwhelming force reduced it to a pulpy mess, again, merely a metaphor. Following the loss of his head, the demon's remaining body seemed to lose its capacity for flight. Plummeting from the lofty heights, Doubi followed suit, descending alongside him. Boom, boom, with the sound of two objects crashing to the ground. Both Doubi and the demon landed. Doubi stood firmly on the ground, while the demon crashed into the earth, creating a crater in his wake. Doubi chose not to flee. Instead, he remained still, observing the direction from which the demon had fallen. He did not assume that the explosion of the demon's head signified his demise. Rather, at that moment, the discomfort within Doubi's body intensified. After a long pause, Doubi spoke, "It is time to rise. Let us continue our battle." Humph. The demon, no longer feigning death, rose from the pit. I merely wished to toy with you. At this juncture, the demon's head had miraculously restored itself. It seems the weakness is not in the head. Must I annihilate every cell in his body to truly vanquish him? Doubi pondered to himself. I must truly express my gratitude to you. The demon slowly approached Doubi while speaking. Oh, no need to thank me. It is only natural, Doubi suddenly replied. The demon found himself at a loss for words. Shouldn't you be perplexed and inquire why I appear so composed? After a moment of bewilderment, aren't you going to seize this opportunity to attack? The demon resumed his discourse as if nothing had transpired. The more damage I endure, the stronger I shall become to adapt to it, he said. A hint of excitement in his voice. Oh, and what of it? Doubi seemed somewhat disinterested. Upon noticing Doubi's nonchalant demeanor, the demon felt a surge of frustration. Let me tell you, I am the strongest being, in every conceivable aspect. He bellowed at Doubi, as if striving to validate something. Doubi remained unfazed, responding, Yes, perhaps your strength currently surpasses mine, but as time passes, your stamina and energy will wane, while I shall remain unburdened by such weaknesses. At this, the demon's left claw grasped his chest, yet no visible wound appeared. It healed instantly before the naked eye. Moreover, I shall only grow stronger, ultimately surpassing you. Just wait and see. The demon's fervor escalated, his expression becoming increasingly distorted. Shut up. Doubi suddenly interjected loudly, overshadowing the demon's voice. His words were a cacophony. And as he spoke, he tilted his head slightly. Are you still going to fight? Or is this all you are capable of? A look of impatience crossed Doubi's face. The demon was momentarily stunned. Ha! Are you attempting to disrupt me with such words? Fine. If you wish to perish, then I shall oblige, he retorted, fury giving way to a twisted smile. Doubi fell silent, merely observing the demon. Prepare yourself. This time, the demon refrained from engaging in close combat with Doubi. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of crimson energy orbs with his flailing arms. With a casual gait, Doubi adeptly evaded the onslaught of energy projectiles. Is this a game of darts? It makes for an excellent warm-up, he remarked while dodging. You wretch. The demon, now somewhat desensitized to his anger, expressed his indignation verbally. Chapter 19. Have you ever heard of the serious fist? The demon, whose own attacks were dismissed by his opponent as mere sport, surely aimed to make Doubi realize the fallacy of his perception. As the demon continued to unleash energy projectiles, it secretly amassed power within its body, preparing to surprise Doubi. Is that all there is? I'm beginning to feel rather bored. At that moment, Doubi strolled casually through the rain of energy blasts, even yawning, seemingly genuinely uninterested. Humph. The demon, however, showed no reaction, instead hastening the accumulation of energy. Transforming energy into a devastating attack is no simple feat. Any error during this process could significantly diminish its potency. What's the matter? Is that all? Doubi remarked, continuously deflecting the energy projectiles with his hand. Here it comes. Finally, it seemed the demon had gathered enough energy. Ah, ready? Bring it on. Doubi appeared intrigued by the attack the demon was about to unleash. One must not be overconfident. You will regret this. At that moment, the demon spread its arms wide, and a blood-red energy sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, began to coalesce at its chest. The energy continued to gather, and the crimson orbs swelled larger. Within 3 seconds, it had transformed into an energy sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Is that considered large? Haha, do not even think about escaping this attack's radius. This strike is powerful enough to obliterate the Earth's crust. The demon seemed to regain its confidence, gazing down at Doubi with delight. Ah, so this is your trump card. Doubi looked up at the massive energy sphere, and he had to admit it was indeed large. He could no longer see the sun. However, he felt no fear, only curiosity. A trump card? I don't think I possess any particularly powerful moves. Contemplating this, Doubi fell into deep thought. Heh, are you too scared to move now? The demon, unaware of Doubi's true expression, assumed he was paralyzed by fear. Now it's too late for you to beg for mercy. Go. Die. As the final 3 words left the demon's mouth, its voice quivered with excitement. Simultaneously, the demon hurled the energy sphere towards Doubi below. Ah, perhaps Saitama-sensei is like this too, Doubi mused, as he gazed at the approaching energy sphere. I used to love scenes like this in anime where massive attacks clash. Facing the ever-enlarging energy sphere, Doubi remained utterly composed. Well then, it seems it's time for me to counter with a powerful move of my own. With that thought, Doubi clapped his hands. What should I use? Heh, I've got just the thing. Inspired by Saitama-sensei, a thought struck him. With this in mind, Doubi spoke. I say, Mr. Demon, do you have any last words? The demon looked at Doubi with a mocking gaze. In his eyes, Doubi had become a mere specter of the living. Have you ever heard of the serious fist? As Doubi uttered these words, a radiant smile illuminated his face. What? The demon was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Doubi's cryptic statement. The serious fist, Doubi explained, gesturing towards the approaching sphere of energy with his hand. Just like this. At that moment, his expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Then, with unwavering focus, Doubi unleashed a punch towards the energy sphere. It was a straightforward jab, yet the force behind it was unlike anything before. If one were to compare the strength of Doubi's previous punch to this one using the scale of typhoons, the former would be rated a mere level 7, while this formidable strike soared to an astonishing level 15. As this punch was unleashed, dark lines emerged around it. Were they spatial fissures? Would it truly shatter the very fabric of space? Chapter 19. Have you ever heard of the serious fist? Part 2. As this punch was unleashed, a dark line emerged around it, perhaps a tear in the fabric of space. Surely, it wouldn't shatter the very essence of reality, would it? Before the fist could even make contact with the energy sphere, it began to dissipate. Boom. At last, the fist struck the energy sphere just before its energy faded completely, and it vanished without even a millisecond of resistance. After dismantling the energy sphere, the force of the fist surged towards the demon. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed around, for the might of Doubi's punch was overwhelming. The very fabric of this space could no longer bear such power. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The air was compressed to its utmost limit, and the space itself trembled under the weight of the blow. Upon striking its target, light and color screamed in a frantic escape, while the sounds of chaos followed closely behind, leaving a trail of sonic booms in their wake. In the face of this immense force, the demon had no time to react and was reduced to mere dust, leaving nothing in its wake. The force of this punch continued to radiate outward. First, the ground fissured with countless cracks, leading to its eventual collapse. Subsequently, the surrounding edifices crumbled with a thunderous roar. Doubi's strike unleashed a cataclysmic devastation, surpassing the destructive power of the previously enhanced gravity-accelerated impact by several magnitudes akin to that of a nuclear explosion. Under the immense force of this onslaught, the base, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, could no longer endure and was utterly obliterated by the aftermath of this singular blow. Boom, boom. A multitude of volatile materials ignited in a chain reaction due to this punch. The orchestrator of this chaos, after surveying the surrounding explosions, gradually departed from the scene. As a result of Doubi's earnest strike, this base ceased to exist. Many of the black-clad individuals who remained within the base suffered grievously, as the explosions inflicted catastrophic casualties upon them. This has inflicted upon them tremendous losses. Fortunately, the vast majority of the cadres among them have survived and are now rallying the remaining black-clad individuals for assembly. Meanwhile, those intent on mercilessly striking down the defeated and eradicating them completely are preparing to consolidate their forces for annihilation. It seems that fierce battles may soon erupt. Yet these events are now irrelevant to Doubi. Returning to this place, Doubi gazed at the luminous orbs encircling him and remarked to himself. After delivering a serious blow to the demon, he departed without hesitation. While he was in a small street restaurant, contemplating what to eat, a sudden flash transported him inexplicably to this location. Doubi couldn't shake the feeling that someone was compelling him to leave. The world will. Goodness, this pervert. It's one thing to come here and stir up trouble, but must you employ such a formidable technique just to vanquish a single demon? You've caused damage to my abode. Who invited you? Go where you please. Although he had been here before, Doubi felt compelled to inquire, what is this place? As he surveyed the surrounding lights, he felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, when he was sucked into the black hole, he had shattered it and subsequently arrived in this realm. At that time, he had simply chosen a direction and pressed forward until he reached the end, leading him to another world. Should I perhaps adopt a codename? This could become rather convoluted. Doubi speculated that this might be akin to a passage connecting various worlds or universes. Perhaps he could utilize this corridor to return to his own realm. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that there was truly little worth reminiscing about in his former world. He had virtually no friends there, and his classmates hardly acknowledged his presence. This was still the state of affairs prior to his acquisition of power, after gaining strength. Well, we all understand. If only you could speak. Observing those luminous dots, Doubi couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yet, Doubi was aware that this was an impossibility. despite the fact that these glowing points seemed to possess a certain consciousness. Reflecting on this, Doubi waved at a light point that had been following him since his entrance. Chapter 20. Transition. Doubi endeavored to speak in the gentlest tone he could muster. These luminous dots were exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest change would cause them to scatter. A small glimmering point seemed to have heard Doubi's voice and gradually moved closer to him. Time passed, and the little light finally hovered above Doubi's palm. "Hello," Doubi said, gazing at the luminous point in his hand. The light appeared to comprehend his words, shifting up and down as a gesture of gratitude. "Do you know the way to the portals leading to other worlds?" Although he deemed it improbable to receive an answer, Doubi felt compelled to inquire. The light oscillated side to side, seemingly perplexed. "I mean the passage that allows one to exit from this place." Doubi endeavored to articulate his thoughts as simply and clearly as possible. The light seemed to grasp the meaning, moving up and down in acknowledgement. "Can you lead me there?" Doubi asked. "Just show me the way." The light appeared to contemplate for a moment, pausing in place. "Is that not possible?" Doubi chuckled wryly, realizing he had perhaps overestimated the situation. Ultimately, the light swayed side to side once more before darting off in a particular direction. "Does this mean I should follow?" Doubi began to understand, promptly matching the light's pace. "Is it here?" he queried, observing the multitude of passages radiating a yellow glow before him. Doubi recalled that the last time, there had been only one passage. Yet now so many lay before him. Could it be that he had traversed an abandoned route? As he pondered this, he gazed at the light, which circled around him before speeding off in a certain direction. Is that all there is to it? At least to offer me some guidance, Doubi thought, bemused. With so many similar-looking passages ahead, how was he to discern which one to take? Very well, the old way, he concluded, seemingly struck by an idea. Doubi closed his eyes, extending a finger forward and spinning in place a few times. Ultimately, his finger pointed toward the passage to his right front. "Well, this must be fate's arrangement," he remarked solemnly upon seeing the outcome. A crow flew overhead. "All right, regardless of anything else, I shall proceed," Doubi murmured to himself as he stepped into the unknown passage. After an indeterminate period, the blinding light before him vanished. Doubi understood that this signified his arrival in yet another new world. It also meant that he was about to experience free fall once more. "How many times has this been?" Doubi's voice echoed in the heights. For reasons unknown, he seemed to have an uncanny affinity for heights. Last time, he had plunged into the sea, but this time, boom, Doubi landed upon the ground. Our poor ground once again faced the devastation wrought by Doubi. The earth was indented by the impact of Doubi descending from above. Felt profoundly honored to once again be buried beneath a pile of rubble. After expelling a few pebbles from his mouth, he shook his body to rid himself of the debris. He then emerged from the pit he had created. Chapter 20. Transition, Part 2. Upon emerging from his self-made excavation, he noticed something peculiar had infiltrated his trousers, leaving him with a rather exasperated expression. "Dirt has gotten inside. My clothes are all soiled," he lamented, vigorously shaking his garments. Remarkably, they had not torn. It seemed he had once again stumbled into an unusual location. Surrounded by a cluster of small woods, felt an ominous sensation creeping in. "Where should I go now?" he pondered, suddenly engulfed by confusion. He had lost track of time wandering through this unfamiliar terrain, aimlessly traversing without a clear destination. Although I had actively chosen to enter this world, does closing one's eyes and spinning in circles count as a deliberate choice? He remained oblivious to his purpose. Was his ambition to return to his own world, or was there something else at play? Having wandered for a considerable duration, he found himself with ample time to contemplate this dilemma. Why had he initially chosen to battle the demons? Was it out of an affinity for combat? Was this truly a battle? It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Recognized the necessity to reflect on his intentions. Otherwise, every action would be devoid of purpose, leading to a dire outcome. One must ponder, what becomes of a person devoid of goals, who does not even know what they desire to pursue? Thus, one can only tread the path of degradation. The delinquents lurking on the streets, and those who drown their sorrows in bars epitomize this descent. And what of Doubi? What is his ultimate aim? To return home? He possesses no ties to his former life, nor does he hold any significant attachments there. Friends? None. Family? Absent. The home that could have bestowed upon him cherished memories has vanished in a rather hasty manner. Therefore, why must he consider returning as a goal? There is nothing in that place that Doubi longs for or yearns over. Moreover, even in Doubi's absence, life continues for others. The earth persists in its rotation, unaffected by the absence of a single Doubi. You underestimate yourself. If there is one matter that Doubi clings to, it is the knowledge of the individual who nurtured him to the point of independence. Although he has no recollection of this person, it is undeniable that his current existence is a result of their care. Had it not been for this individual, Doubi would likely have been sent to an orphanage, where his fate would either lead to adoption or a life in the institution. Could this be too trivial? Nevertheless, it is merely a transitional phase, so it should be acceptable. However, Doubi finds himself at a loss as to how to identify this person. He possesses no memory of their appearance. It seems that this individual intentionally concealed their identity from Doubi, thus providing him with at least one reason to return. Yet, the pathways to these worlds are all strikingly similar, devoid of any labels indicating their destinations. Furthermore, these passages can be treacherous, as each entry results in a perilous plummet from a great height. Were Doubi an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago from such a fall. Imagine an individual descending from a height of at least 3,000 meters, setting aside the issue of atmospheric pressure, even if the landing were in the sea. The tremendous impact would be sufficient to reduce a person to pulp. This suggests that there must be an issue with Doubi's method of traversing these passages. Otherwise, he would not consistently find himself in free fall. Doubi expresses that although he remains unharmed, the continuous experience of free falling is rather vexing. However, this time is markedly better than the last. During his previous descent, he even lost his clothing. Though he not only damaged the door of that household but also pilfered their garments, and while the homeowner is unlikely to pursue him across worlds, Doubi cannot shake off a sense of guilt. Thus, it would be prudent to avoid thievery. At least he now has a goal, albeit temporarily defined as returning home. Nevertheless, Doubi must first navigate his way out of this forest. Moreover, he seems to have heard the howl of a wolf. This appears to be a primeval forest. Alas, how does one escape from this place? Doubi has regretfully realized that he seems to be lost once more. Chapter 21. Here lies the unfortunate bear. In this forest, there are no humans residing. In other words, it is teeming with small creatures. Wild animals such as hares and wild boars inhabit this area. Naturally, there are also ferocious predators prowling about, mercilessly hunting those weaker than themselves. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, is vividly illustrated here. At this moment, a brown bear, freshly awakened from its hibernation, is poised to hunt a wild boar. We are all aware that bears consume their own fat reserves during hibernation, resulting in a noticeable weight loss upon awakening. The energy expenditure of a bear during this dormant period is reduced to its bare minimum, including a significant decrease in respiratory rate. However, the minimization of energy consumption does not imply that energy is not being utilized. Thus, prior to hibernation, bears engage in copious feeding to store adequate fat to sustain them through the winter. Following their slumber, this fat is rapidly depleted, and the bear experiences an intense craving for sustenance. Now, the wild boar has ventured into the presence of this bear, recently emerged from hibernation, and the bear, naturally, will not let this opportunity for a sumptuous meal slip away. With a roar filled with excitement, the bear charges toward the wild boar. The boar, unwilling to succumb passively, raises its head and brandishes its tusks at the bear, rushing forward in response. The outcome is evidently destined to be a tragedy. The bear's hide is remarkably thick, rendering the tusks nearly ineffective in inflicting substantial harm. Conversely, a single swipe from the bear could severely incapacitate the wild boar. There is no comparison whatsoever. If all goes as expected, this wild boar will soon become a sumptuous meal for the brown bear. Yet, in this world, surprises lurk at every corner, often manifesting at the most opportune moments. At last, I have found it. A voice filled with delight suddenly echoed. The bear, upon hearing this third-party voice, halted its charge and turned to gaze in the direction from whence the sound emanated. There is a bear and a wild boar here. It seems today shall be a feast, declared a man with short black hair and dark eyes as he stepped forth. He bore no weapon, yet his words carried a certain audacity. The bear, wary, cast a cautious glance at the newcomer, for they were an unknown entity in this primal forest, where the creatures had never encountered humans. With regard to the unfamiliar, all beings harbor a blend of trepidation and curiosity. Seizing the moment when the bear's attention wavered, the wild boar swiftly turned and fled. For these creatures, injury is a daunting prospect, fraught with the potential for infection by unseen viruses. Should such a fate befall them, it would spell disaster, for these animals have no doctors, save for those capable of foraging for herbs and remedies. Thus, when the opportunity arose, the wild boar instinctively chose flight. For survival is the innate drive of all living beings. By the time the brown bear regained its composure, the wild boar had already made a considerable distance. With a roar of frustration, the bear bellowed in the direction of the fleeing boar and then glared furiously at the man. In its eyes, this intruder was the reason its prey had escaped. In its rage, the bear disregarded all caution and charged at the man before it. "Ah, one has escaped, no matter. Bear meat should suffice," the man remarked nonchalantly as he effortlessly delivered a punch to the advancing bear. He then departed, dragging the lifeless form of the brown bear away from the scene. The man wandering through the forest is Doubi. Why not leap? A single jump could liberate him from this place. He has already spent 2 days in this wilderness. And it is worth noting that Doubi's backpack contains scant provisions. He has been living on meager rations during these 2 days. Even more tragically, most of his supplies consist of compressed biscuits, with no meat in sight. Chapter 21, The Unfortunate Bear, Part 2. Ultimately, Doubi could no longer endure his hunger and resolved to hunt. However, isn't that a bit unlawful? Thus unfolded the previous scene. Yet, what exactly should I do? This is quite perplexing. Shouldn't this task fall to the butchers? Doubi muttered to himself as he utilized his Swiss Army knife to skin the bear. I need not describe the gruesomeness of this scene in words. Although Doubi had never skinned anything before, he demonstrated remarkable speed. It took him scarcely over a second to complete the task. For those adept at swift actions, a second can feel quite lengthy. Consider, for instance, the case of the esteemed teacher. Doubi set aside the bear skin and moved on to the next step, cutting the meat. Given Doubi's abysmal knife skills, the resulting meat was a sight most pitiful. It was so dreadful that even Doubi himself found it difficult to watch. Nonetheless, as long as it was edible, he decided not to be overly particular. After all, Doubi was not a domestic chef. It was quite normal for him to rely on a microwave, takeout, and instant noodles for sustenance. Isn't that just laziness? Must he concoct so many excuses? Now came the most crucial step, starting a fire to roast the meat. But where is the fire? Doubi realized he hadn't purchased a lighter, nor did he smoke. No matter, there are myriad ways to ignite a flame. For instance, I recall that striking flint can produce sparks. Let me give it a try. At this moment, Doubi earnestly proclaimed this intention. Although the stones in his hand might not even be flint, Doubi took a deep breath and struck the stones together. No sparks. It appears my force was insufficient. Though no one was around, Doubi felt a tinge of embarrassment. This time, Doubi adopted a serious demeanor. And in an instant, the air around him was filled with the blurred image of his relentless stone striking. With Doubi's continuous blows, sparks ignited from the stones. The moment the sparks appeared, he swiftly used them to ignite the dry grass. The dry grass, being highly flammable, caught fire immediately, blazing brightly. A great man once said, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." However, one must be cautious not to allow the flames to spread uncontrollably, for that would spell the utter destruction of this pristine forest, which would be detrimental to the ecological balance. Once the fire is adequately kindled, the subsequent task becomes rather straightforward. One merely needs to gather a few branches, cleanse them, and they can serve as skewers for roasting meat. Doubi is no stranger to the art of barbecuing. He possesses considerable experience in this domain. The process of roasting the meat did not consume much time, as Doubi had it ready within mere minutes. Alas, why did I not purchase any seasonings? Doubi, having completed the roasting, realized he had no condiments at hand. Nevertheless, at least this way, it remains untainted and organic, does it not? Doubi ceased his lamentations and began to indulge in the roasted meat. However, he seemed to overlook a critical issue. The aroma of the roasting meat would inevitably waft through the air, and he had taken no precautions to deter any approaching wild beasts. Fortunately, wild creatures tend to fear fire. Thus, it is believed they would keep their distance from the flames. Yet, it appeared that the enticing scent of the roasted meat was particularly alluring to the usual carnivorous beasts, compelling wolves and similar animals to linger at a safe distance from the fire, reluctant to depart. Awoo! Some wolves began to howl. Doubi, observing the gathering beasts, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Must I eliminate them all? That seems rather brutal. At that moment, Doubi was uncertain how to drive them away. Surely, he could not simply offer them his roasted meat. Chapter 22. Leaving the forest ahem, greetings. Doubi ultimately resolved to disperse the gathering, for being encircled by a pack of wild animals was far from reassuring. Awoo! The response he received was merely a cacophony of howls. Can you not refrain from calling me? I cannot comprehend your beastly tongue. The din from these creatures was beginning to give Doubi a headache. It is worth noting that his hearing was quite acute. If they continued their howling, he might as well forfeit sleep for the night. A woo, roar. The disjointed responses persisted, leaving Doubi with no choice but to resort to forceful measures. With a hint of resignation, he raised his fists. Moments later, a woo. The wild beasts, sensing a threat to their lives, hastily chose to flee, exerting every ounce of strength they possessed, which stirred up a cloud of dust in the process. Alas, why must they resort to violence? Is it truly so difficult to engage in civil discourse with me? The very instigator of this chaos merely shook his head and returned to savoring his roasted meat. It seems I may have overcooked it a bit. I've heard that charred food can lead to cancer. Hopefully, that won't be an issue. Once again, the day passed, and the sun rose anew, casting its warm rays upon Doubi's face. Gradually, as the sun's rays lengthened, the temperature began to rise, ultimately reaching a level that Doubi could distinctly feel. And then, it ignited. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Ah, who is it? Doubi suddenly awakened, instinctively believing it to be a prank by others. However, as he became fully alert, he realized he was alone. Ah, the sun is shining, Doubi remarked, gazing at the celestial body in the sky. According to the time on his watch, it was just past 8 o'clock. Due to the time difference, who knows how the flow of time operates in this world? After glancing at his watch, Doubi continued. This is an excellent time for my morning exercise. In the past, he would engage in physical training at this hour, as he had ample free time, and daily exercise was a component of his school assignments. Thus, he adopted this routine. Over time, it evolved into a habit for Doubi. Previously, for various reasons, he had been unable to partake in morning exercises. Well, haven't you been here for more than 2 days? Surely, you must have experienced at least one morning. Now, however, was a perfect opportunity. As usual, he prepared for 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 sit-ups. Doesn't this resemble the regimen of Saitama-sensei? Are you certain you truly gained your power in such a mysterious manner? Does it not seem oddly familiar? Indeed, this is the very workout method espoused by Saitama-sensei. You need only persist for 3 years and then glance in the mirror. If you notice your head has become bald, congratulations, you have grown stronger. Nevertheless, after 3 years of this routine, Doubi found himself only slightly more robust, with little else changing. He pondered the rationale behind this outcome and concluded that, unless one encounters monsters like Saitama-sensei while training, the effectiveness would be limited. After all, battling monsters would undoubtedly result in injuries. And it is in such adverse conditions that one must push themselves to continue training. Only through such unwavering dedication could one hope to achieve results akin to those of Saitama-sensei. However, this method was impossible to implement in his world, as there were no monsters to confront. Moreover, could you truly contend with monsters? With an ordinary human body, it would be quite a challenge, wouldn't it? Of course, possessing a weapon and exceptional intelligence would be exceptions. At that time, Doubi had not contemplated the feasibility of this method. He merely sought to exercise his body. Now, however, he could complete this workout in a heartbeat. Yet a habit is a habit. It is best to follow through. In almost an instant, Doubi finished his exercises. Chapter 22. Leaving the Forest, Part 2. In almost no time, Doubi had completed his workout. Phew, morning exercise concluded, he remarked, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his face. This was merely a habitual gesture. It is time to depart from this place, Doubi remarked after surveying his surroundings. Until now, he had been traversing the forest without earnest haste. The world before him remained a realm shrouded in mystery, suggesting that the forms of currency might also undergo transformation. Consequently, the coins within his backpack could very well become nothing more than worthless scraps of paper, serving only the most menial of purposes. Thus, he had lingered to gather provisions. As for the sustenance available in the forest, that is a matter best left unspoken. However, Doubi had also observed that certain elements within this forest appeared to be unlike any products of Earth. Here, one can observe creatures that bear a striking resemblance to dinosaurs. And they walk upright. Doubtful, Doubi wonders if they might be some form of dinosaur-human hybrids. Yet, is referring to them as things truly a compliment? Or does it imply a more derogatory connotation? The terminology seems to grow increasingly unflattering. Doubi recalls how this group of dinosaur-like beings chattered incessantly at him. Though he comprehended not a single word, who could fathom their incomprehensible dialect? Suddenly, this band of dinosaur humans charged towards him, and witnessing their ferocious demeanor, Doubi retaliated with a punch. After that, there was nothing more to recount. Currently, Doubi harbors grave doubts about whether he is still on Earth, unless, of course, Dinosaurs have somehow resurrected, supplanted humanity, and evolved into such forms. The notion alone is perplexing. Nevertheless, Doubi finds himself at a loss for further thoughts, as the clues are exceedingly scant. Regardless, he resolves to leave this place. Ascending to the apex of a grand tree, he sought to discern the best direction to leap. Upon identifying a suitable path out of the forest's confines, Doubi made his bold leap. This time, he skillfully controlled his strength, avoiding the previous near escape from the Earth's atmosphere. However, when Doubi landed, he still managed to create a dent in the ground. Achieving this is commendable, indicating a significant improvement in Doubi's control over his own power. "Let me explore this place," he murmured, gazing at the expanse of crimson terrain before him. Outside the atmosphere of this planet, a spherical spacecraft was approaching, seemingly by coincidence. Descending in the vicinity of Doubi, the spacecraft landed at an astonishing speed, touching down on the surface within mere seconds. "What is that?" Doubi pondered, drawn by the sound of the landing. Upon seeing the white, spherical vessel, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, though the memory evaded him. Just as Doubi was deep in thought, the hatch of the spacecraft opened. In that instant, as the door swung wide, Doubi caught a glimpse of the occupant within, and his eyes widened in shock. Broly? How could he be here? At that moment, Doubi was at a loss for his emotions. Chapter 23, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. When it comes to Broly, we all undoubtedly know of him, a formidable opponent indeed. He is the most powerful warrior in the universe, a Super Saiyan who appears once every millennium in Saiyan history. His nature is bloodthirsty, wildly aggressive, and he possesses an extraordinarily terrifying combat prowess, embodying the very essence of the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly is this millennium's Super Saiyan, and his strength only amplifies with age. As if that were not enough, he possesses a secondary trait. Whenever he faces oppression, he unconsciously becomes stronger, surpassing his adversaries by a vast margin. This is truly astonishing. Without even considering the immense power he gains from transforming, it is evident that he exists on a level akin to that of a monster. Let us first examine his impressive record, having effortlessly defeated Super Saiyan Goku, Super Saiyan Vegeta, Super Saiyan Gohan, Super Saiyan Trunks, and Piccolo. It is said that even in his base form, he possesses a combat power of 1/4,000,000,000, leaving a profound impression on the battlefield. The notion that Goku could rally the strength of everyone to overcome him seems nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, this formidable antagonist has appeared in 3 feature films, although his strength was significantly diminished in the 3rd installment. Even Super Saiyan 2 Gohan found himself suppressed by Broly, a testament to the latter's overwhelming power. Such a performance makes it nearly impossible for Doubi to forget him. Moreover, his physical features are exceedingly distinctive: the somewhat green hair, the pupils that vanish upon transformation, and the dramatically swollen muscles. This revelation allowed Doubi to immediately recognize his surroundings. My goodness, am I now within the universe of Dragon Ball? This individual has already achieved a Super Saiyan state. Could this be Earth? Doubi, upon learning this startling news, found himself somewhat bewildered. It is well known that in Dragon Ball, the destruction of planets and even universes is commonplace. One could say this place is exceedingly perilous. This fellow is undeniably dangerous. I should make my exit. Observing that Broly remained in a state of slumber, Doubi resolved to depart. According to the storyline, soon Goku and his sons would unite to unleash the Kamehameha, propelling Broly into the sun. As for altering the plot, Doubi expressed no interest. Should his interference lead to the annihilation of Earth, he would have nowhere to lament. After all, this was no longer an anime, but reality. The conclusion was already perfect, requiring no further meddling. Thus, Doubi decisively chose to leave. Unfortunately, reality often proves to be cruel. Boom. A massive boulder on the mountaintop inexplicably became dislodged and plummeted to the ground, creating a tremendous noise. Doubi was momentarily stunned. "What the?" he exclaimed. "Kakarot." The sound of the falling boulder roused Broly from his slumber entirely. This world is truly filled with malice towards me. With no other option, Doubi braced himself for battle. The events unfolded too abruptly, leaving him at a loss for words. As Broly awakened, an invisible force surged forth. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived. Broly exuded a gray-green aura. An unseen energy field began to spread. Is this the essence? Doubi could sense this intangible pressure, and he felt quite helpless. He could only hope that if the Earth were to explode, he would not be blamed. However, with Broly emanating such a formidable aura, surely Gohan and the others would take notice, Doubi thought as he glanced towards Broly. But the moment he turned his gaze, darkness enveloped his vision. At that instant, Broly seized Doubi's face with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Subsequently, Broly concentrated a vibrant green energy sphere in the hand that gripped Doubi's face. Boom. Doubi experienced a treatment reminiscent of Goku. As the energy sphere struck him squarely in the face, Broly was not inclined to let Doubi off so easily. He forcefully hurled Doubi away. As Doubi was flung through the air, he executed several 360-degree spins before landing securely on his feet, spitting out the dust that had accumulated from Broly's attack. He muttered, "Where is Kakarot?" Just as Doubi touched down, Broly suddenly uttered this question. "Huh? How would I know?" Doubi instinctively replied, "Kakarot." It appears that Broly's utterance was not a question directed at Doubi. Rather, it was an unconscious expression. In the 23rd chapter, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, Part 2, Kakarot. Kakarot. It seems that Broly's words were not intended as a challenge to combat, but rather a reflection of his unconscious state. Oh, I had almost forgotten that he loses all rationality when transformed into a Super Saiyan. Doubi, observing the raging Broly, found himself at a loss for words. The energy was surging, and suddenly, Broly exclaimed again. "What?" Doubi, momentarily bewildered, struggled to comprehend. "It's about to explode." Broly's entire being radiated with a golden aura that began to swell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless emerald green energy orbs erupted in all directions. This was Broly's explosive meteor shower. Wow. Upon witnessing this technique, Doubi swiftly began to evade the impending onslaught. Boom, boom. All the energy orbs missed Doubi entirely, crashing down upon the ground instead. The earth, unable to withstand such an assault, was instantly shattered. Why does everyone favor the prince's combat style? Doubi mused as he deftly dodged the energy attacks. Insect. Doubi received this retort in response. "Ah, does your mother know you boast so brazenly outside?" Doubi silently scoffed. Haha. Broly's laughter echoed, and the release of energy orbs ceased. "If you do not display your fighting spirit, I shall obliterate this planet." At this, Broly revealed a cruel smile. Upon hearing these words, Doubi momentarily adopted a serious demeanor. With a sudden sound, Doubi appeared instantaneously behind Broly. Without hesitation, Doubi unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! However, Doubi felt no impact as his fist struck Broly. Instead, it felt akin to striking iron. "What was that?" Broly inquired, his gaze fixed on Doubi, his eyes devoid of pupils and filled with a mocking glint. Oh! Doubi felt no surge of anger. The force of that punch was comparable to a regular strike against a demon. Doubi had merely been testing the waters, uncertain of his ability to conquer Broly. It is said that those with superior combat power experience overwhelming pressure when facing those with significantly lesser strength. Yet, before Broly's formidable aura, potent enough to shake the very planet, Doubi felt no such pressure. Of course, he was aware of its existence. That last strike had made it clear to Doubi that he could not triumph over Broly without earnest effort. "Why have you ceased your assault?" Broly smiled upon noticing Doubi's hesitation. "Then allow me to demonstrate what true aggression entails." No sooner had he spoken than Broly was already before Doubi. "Wow, quite swift," Doubi remarked, just as he found himself 10 meters away. Boom. The recent punch from Broly shattered the ground where Doubi had been standing, as well as the nearby peaks. It appears that Broly was somewhat irked by Doubi's evasion of his attack, and in an instant, he launched a second assault. This time at a velocity thrice that of his previous strike. Doubi, instead of dodging, chose to raise his right hand and directly intercept Broly's punch as it came hurtling towards him. At that moment, a football-sized emerald green energy sphere suddenly manifested above Broly's chest. Doubi swiftly reacted, narrowly escaping the explosion radius of the energy sphere. Boom. Although the energy sphere did not detonate upon Doubi, it stirred up clouds of dust from the ground. Alas, the drawback of relying solely on sight was evident. The swirling dust obscured Doubi's view of Broly's position. However, he could still hear Broly's voice. "You pesky insect, just perish quietly." Suddenly, Broly's voice echoed through the dust, brimming with indignation, revealing his fury at Doubi for evading his attack once more. "Vanish, insect." With this utterance, a cerulean energy sphere ascended from within the dust. The energy sphere initially measured merely the size of a palm, yet gradually, it began to swell and expand. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal entity with a radius of a whole kilometer. Was he intent on obliterating me along with this planet? At that moment, Doubi, witnessing the immense size of the energy sphere, instantly comprehended Broly's intentions. Often, It is at such moments that the true battle begins. However, Doubi's mind was still preoccupied with these thoughts. He pondered whether this technique could repel the massive meteor. Clenching his fists, Doubi prepared himself. In a serious manner, he did not unleash his punch immediately, but waited until the massive meteor loomed directly before him, at which point he delivered his blow, the serious punch. With this declaration, Doubi's serious punch collided simultaneously with the massive meteor. Boom. The clash between the serious punch and the meteor generated a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through everything around them. Haha. In response, Broly laughed heartily, all the while continuing to amplify the meteor's size. This guy is truly insane, Doubi thought upon witnessing Broly's madness. The serious punch was not a technique that drained Doubi's energy, so he still possessed the stamina to speak. This is a bit troubling. I cannot afford to neglect this planet. Although Doubi managed to withstand the meteor's frontal assault with his serious punch, residual shockwaves surged past him. If it were Goku and the others, a Kamehameha would easily suffice to block all energy impacts. But Doubi was not so fortunate. He lacked the key to produce such a shockwave. In other words, while he could send the massive meteor back, the planet beneath his feet could not endure the strain. The ground beside Doubi began to crumble. If this continues, the consequences would be dire, Doubi thought with a bitter smile. His predicament mirrored that of Saitama, who had obliterated a meteor with a single punch, only for the scattered debris to wreak havoc upon numerous structures. Doubi found himself in a similar plight. The strength of the massive meteor far exceeded that of the previous demon's full-force attack. Even if Doubi shattered the meteor, the ensuing shockwaves would still devastate this planet. Moreover, Broly was relentlessly augmenting the meteor's power. Boom. The surrounding area was already in turmoil due to Broly's ferocious energy, and the impact of the massive meteor only exacerbated the chaos. The surface of this planet began to crack, radiating spiderweb-like fissures centered around Doubi's position. The cracks continued to spread, engulfing the entire planet. Damn it, you will perish along with this place. Doubi finally spoke out, unable to contain himself any longer. At that moment, he could only intercept the multitude of meteors. It was the least damaging course of action for the planet. However, Broly relentlessly continued his assault, and the meteors were destined to explode. While Doubi might remain unscathed, the planet would undoubtedly be obliterated in the ensuing chaos. Haha. Do you think the planet's destruction will lead to my demise? Broly responded with maniacal laughter. Doubi had grown weary of dialogue. Conversing with a madman was futile, for their thought processes existed on entirely different planes. How pathetic, you little insect. Do you truly believe you can evade annihilation? Seemingly realizing Doubi's intentions, Broly revealed a cruel smile. Panic surged through Doubi as he quickly grasped Broly's next move. With the sound of energy converging, a football-sized emerald energy sphere coalesced in Broly's idle left hand. He then hurled this energy projectile towards the oncoming meteors. My apologies, Doubi silently murmured to the planet, steeling himself for a more formidable punch. This is certainly preferable to the catastrophic consequences of a colossal meteor exploding. Boom. The 24th chapter of the Sirius series, Part 2, unfolds with a resounding crash. The Sirius fist has violently torn the massive meteor asunder, causing the surrounding air to evaporate instantaneously amidst the scattering shockwaves. The tumultuous surge of energy relentlessly assaults the very earth of this planet, causing the crust to succumb to the overwhelming force and tear apart. The torrent of energy continues to penetrate deeper, ultimately reaching the core of the planet. Boom. In a sudden eruption, magma bursts forth from a specific location. The surface of this planet fractures incessantly, ultimately shattering into fragments. The core of this planet has been severely impacted. The eruption of volcanoes now serves as an ominous harbinger of the planet's impending doom. You, my friend, are incensed by the apocalyptic scene laid before you, ignited by Broly's presence. It is no wonder that Goku, who is inherently benevolent and has spared his adversaries on numerous occasions, chose to eliminate him without hesitation. Indeed, he is a creature devoid of reason. Oh, you seem quite vexed, do you not? Doubi, facing the somewhat enraged Broly, finds great intrigue in this. He chuckles in response. Ha, you insignificant insect. Before Broly could complete his statement, he was sent soaring through the air. In an instant, Doubi surged towards Broly at astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, Doubi vanished into thin air once more. Broly, enraged by being struck and sent flying, let out a furious roar. Subsequently, he too disappeared from his previous location. Boom, 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 Boom. The sky reverberated with these sounds, merely the result of air being violently displaced. Invisible ripples manifested in the air, occasionally surfacing alongside the echoes of their clashes. Boom. Ultimately, it appeared that a victor had emerged, as Broly plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into the ground. Boom. Simultaneously, Doubi descended from the heavens, though he landed with grace and steadiness. Broly bellowed, seemingly infuriated by the force with which Doubi had struck him. The fact that he could still emit such a vigorous roar indicated that Doubi's earlier attack had not incapacitated him. Boom. A golden aura erupted from Broly, blazing with intensity and accompanied by crackling sounds akin to lightning. The debris that had previously obscured him was obliterated by this fiery manifestation. Broly roared as the golden flames continued to swell. This is the alternate version of Broly. Doubi observed the expanding energy surrounding Broly and declared, however, he must not be allowed to grow stronger. As this is the alternate version of Broly, he will continue to amplify his power until it surpasses Doubi's. Therefore, Doubi must defeat him before he reaches such a level. Yet, it seems Broly has no intention of remaining stationary. He charged once more towards Doubi. This time, Broly's speed has increased tenfold. This relentless capacity for growth is the most terrifying aspect of the legendary Super Saiyan. Given sufficient time, surpassing the God of Destruction would not pose a challenge, at least in terms of energy intensity. However, Doubi does not have the luxury to continue battling Broly. This planet is on the brink of explosion. What a pity. If you weren't a mindless beast, I would truly be intrigued to see how far your strength could ascend. As Broly drew ever closer, Doubi uttered these words. In this encounter, Doubi refrained from throwing punches. He executed a slight upward leap. Subsequently, Doubi delivered a flying kick to Broly. To be candid, the force generated by the foot is indeed greater than that of the fist. And the range of attack is also broader. However, the fist possesses greater dexterity than the foot. The kick landed squarely on Broly's face. At the moment he was struck by the attack, a layer of emerald green shield suddenly enveloped Broly's body. This is Broly's fluorescent energy shield. This technique possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, enabling Broly to operate in the vacuum of space. Chapter 25. Multiple Ordinary Fists. It is indeed this technique that Doubi has recognized as the fluorescent energy shield. This complicates matters somewhat. From Doubi's tone, it is evident that even the current Broly may not be his match. After successfully defending against Doubi's kick with the fluorescent energy shield, Broly attempted to grasp Doubi's foot. However, Doubi's response was swifter than Broly's, retracting his foot before Broly could seize it. Thus, Broly grasped nothing but air. With this shield, a single punch seems insufficient to resolve the situation. Very well. So be it. At this moment, Doubi recalled a technique from his teacher, Saitama, though he wondered if he could achieve the same effect. However, Broly does not seem inclined to allow Doubi to continue his assault unimpeded. He relentlessly swings his fists at Doubi. Yet, these attacks have no effect on Doubi, who effortlessly evades them. After Broly had struck him earlier, Doubi felt his strength magnified. He had sensed this before, each time he was attacked. An empowering force surged within him, enhancing his physique. Now, that sensation is even more pronounced. Thus, while Doubi once fell victim to Broly's onslaught, he now finds himself toying with Broly as though he were a mere child. Yet, this child continues to grow, and Doubi resolves not to play with him any longer. After dodging another of Broly's strikes, Doubi clenched his fist. This move I have only seen in anime. I wonder if I can execute it successfully. Doubi uttered this thought aloud, disregarding Broly's proximity. It seems Broly has now succumbed to complete rage, intent solely on tearing apart the person before him. Are you unable to comprehend human speech now? Doubi smiled at the ferociously enraged Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses tremendous potential, yet their mental immaturity renders them incapable of controlling their formidable power, succumbing to it. Someone once said that excessive strength invites calamity. Those dominated by their own immense power seek to test their abilities by destroying others and exerting control over them. What more can be said of Broly, who has lost all semblance of reason? Broly is a tragic figure. Indeed, those who inspire hatred often possess elements of pity. Perhaps if Broly were not a legendary Super Saiyan, his temperament would not have become so brutal. Alas, history offers no alternatives. Doubi, without a hint of hesitation, swung his fist at Broly. Whoosh. This punch is unlike the previous ones. As Doubi unleashed this blow, time seemed to stand still. Although it appeared that Doubi merely threw a single punch, Countless phantoms of fists materialized before him. Boom, boom. Doubi's fist first shattered Broly's luminous energy shield before striking directly at his body. In that instant, the force generated by Doubi's relentless barrage tore apart Broly's formidable physique. A hallmark of a legendary Super Saiyan. Initially, he breached Broly's defenses, and subsequently, Doubi inflicted immense damage upon him. In an instant, Broly was drenched in crimson. At the same time, Doubi ceased his relentless assault. The technique he had just executed was a mimicry of Saitama's multiple normal punch. As time around them resumed its flow, Broly began to undergo a transformation. As a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's vitality was remarkably resilient. Yet, he lacked the formidable regenerative abilities of other beings. Even the strongest life force cannot ultimately evade death. You still live. Truly, you are the legendary Super Saiyan, Doubi remarked, gazing intently at the bloodied Broly. After Doubi spoke those words, Broly, in a frenzied state, attempted to launch an attack, but his body was already beginning to disintegrate. Farewell. Doubi turned away. Departing from the scene, Broly's form began to collapse, ultimately transforming into a pool of crimson liquid. Thus, the legendary Super Saiyan met his demise, without even a chance to assume a biochemical form. Chapter 25, Multiple Normal Punch. Part 2. Moreover, he had no opportunity to transform into a biochemical state. Boom, boom. The planet would not cease its doomed fate due to Broly's death. It was already battered and beyond salvation. Only the Dragon Balls could restore this world. With the exception of those deities capable of reversing time, it seemed that this was not Earth. At that moment, Doubi quietly observed the planet's destruction from above. The ruckus he caused during his battle with Broly would have surely attracted the attention of Earth's warriors, yet not a single soul appeared, indicating that this was not Earth. Of course, it was possible that this realm lacked the Dragon Balls and Z warriors from a parallel universe. However, this was of little concern to Doubi. It was best for him to vacate the premises. Although he had survived within a black hole, he was uncertain whether he could withstand the planet's explosion. He knew he could survive in a vacuum, since a black hole contains no air. After all, even Vegeta, who could transform into a Super Saiyan Blue, had perished in an explosion of Earth. In reality, this was quite absurd. One could obliterate the universe, yet still succumb to a planet's explosion. What nonsense. Though this was but an anime, Doubi had no desire to experience the sensation of being obliterated by a planetary explosion. Was Doubi afraid of death? He had not considered this at all. His sole concern was that the explosion of the planet would obliterate his clothing. The memory of his previous experience of running naked had left a profound impression on Doubi. But how could he escape? There was not a single safe place on this planet. However, there was a spaceship capable of interstellar travel. Indeed, it was the very ship that Broly had arrived in. Finding the ship was not particularly difficult. Fortunately, Broly's explosive outburst had not caused any damage to it. Doubi swiftly boarded the spaceship, and the hatch sealed shut behind him. Now, how was he to operate this vessel? Faced with the complex control system, Doubi felt utterly bewildered. How did Goku manage to pilot the ship to other planets? Boom. The planet continued to disintegrate. Never mind. Time waits for no one. Doubi resolved to try his luck. With a flurry of chaotic button presses, he began his frantic attempts to operate the controls. Aren't you afraid of activating the self-destruct system? Buzzing with uncertainty, Doubi's haphazard maneuvers, though unreliable, appeared to have some effect. The spaceship sprang to life, and with a resounding boom, it ascended into the sky. After gaining some altitude, the ship accelerated. And within mere seconds, it broke free from the planet's gravitational pull and atmosphere, entering the vastness of outer space. The speed of this vessel was remarkable. Truly, it was a testament to alien technology, far surpassing any spacecraft from his own world. Doubi marveled at the vessel's velocity. Reflecting on how the Dragon Ball universe boasted not only exceptional combat prowess, but also advanced technology, he couldn't help but wonder if there were any phenomena akin to dimensional strikes, like in the three-body problem. As he indulged in these musings, he gazed out the glass window into the cosmos. This was space. Indeed, it appeared rather dark. Experiencing outer space for the first time, Doubi felt a surge of curiosity. He knew that in his own world, one could only venture into outer space as an astronaut. Yet here he was, without even wearing a space suit, already among the stars. He pondered how this ship was designed to achieve such incredible speed. Of course, Doubi's curiosity was fleeting. He knew he was not cut out for such technical knowledge, and he had little interest in such matters. Nevertheless, where would this ship take him? Doubi withdrew his gaze from the vast expanse of space. It seemed there was still a considerable amount of time before reaching their destination. So he decided to take a nap. Chapter 26. Cosmic Pirates. Even in the environment of outer space, Doubi quickly succumbed to sleep. It is undeniable that it is remarkably easy for individuals like Doubi to succumb to slumber, regardless of the surroundings. The spacecraft glides silently through the cosmos, steadfastly journeying towards its destination. Naturally, the universe is not devoid of other beings. Consider this vast expanse. It is teeming with legions akin to the tyrannical Frieza. The seventh universe is not solely inhabited by Frieza and his ilk. Numerous organizations, resembling cosmic pirates, abound. Instances of solitary vessels in space being intercepted and plundered by such entities are far from uncommon. Just then, ahead of the ship belonging to Doubi, when did it become his ship? There was a band of cosmic pirates. Ah, another little fish has swum right into our net, remarked an alien resembling a minor character from Frieza's entourage, as he observed a yellow dot on the display screen before him. Who will capture him? The alien activated the ship's communication system. I'll take care of it. I happen to be free at the moment. I hope this little fish provides me with some exercise, replied an alien that bore a resemblance to a mermaid. Perhaps we should first use the combat power detector to assess his strength. What if there's a tough nut aboard that ship? Suggested another alien, who appeared to be a researcher. All right. The mermaid alien waved dismissively and entered his personal ship. What a coincidence. A mermaid with a combat power of 30,000, scoffed at the researcher's words. If it weren't for his usefulness, I would have dispatched that weakling long ago. For us, strength is everything. Meanwhile, Doubi lay comfortably on the metallic floor of his ship, deeply asleep. Mere moments away from snoring and drooling, the mermaid alien piloted his vessel alongside Doubi's ship. What? The combat power detector is malfunctioning? The mermaid alien attempted to assess Doubi's strength, but the display showed only a question mark. That fellow must have broken the detector. Just wait until I return and deal with him. The mermaid alien, seeing this situation, dismissed the possibility of Doubi's overwhelming strength, attributing the malfunction to the researcher's incompetence. Little fish sleeps quite soundly, the mermaid alien thought as he gazed through the ship's glass at the slumbering Doubi, a cold smile creeping upon his face. Sleep on. When you awaken, you shall face the harsh reality. The mermaid alien felt no sympathy, for weakness was a fundamental sin. Swiftly, the mermaid alien employed a tractor beam to draw Doubi's ship closer, transporting it back to his main vessel. Hiki, let me see what treasures lie within, he said eagerly as he opened the hatch upon entering Doubi's ship. Typically, their wealth was amassed by intercepting other vessels and robbing them. He was keen to seize this opportunity to enhance his fortune. However, upon entering, he found that apart from the ship's basic infrastructure, there was nothing of value. A pauper. The mermaid alien fumed upon discovering the emptiness. He had expected something of worth, only to find nothing at all. This left his expectations dashed. Nonetheless, this young man must possess something of value. The fish-like extraterrestrials ultimately set their sights on Doubi. He approached to search for items, and just at that moment, Doubi awakened. Imagine waking up to see a creature resembling a monster. Would you not instinctively throw a punch? At that moment, Doubi reacted in such a manner. Upon seeing the fish-like alien, he immediately launched an attack, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 26, Cosmic Pirates, Part 2. At that moment, Doubi, upon seeing the alien resembling a fishman, instinctively struck out with a fist. The moment his fist connected with the fish-like extraterrestrial, it was reduced to a mere pulp. Where did that fellow go? After this act, Doubi fully regained his senses and found himself staring at the remains before him, utterly bewildered. Where am I, anyway? Doubi glanced around, suddenly aware that he had arrived in an unfamiliar place, leaving him momentarily confused. Surely there must be someone here. I should investigate. After a brief contemplation, Doubi ventured deeper into the spacecraft. Before long, there were loud explosions echoing through the ship. Boom. Bang. The spacecraft was engulfed in a series of detonations. Doubi's circular vessel emerged from the chaos of the exploding ship. Why did these individuals choose self-destruction so readily? Doubi wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Upon entering the interior of the ship, he had been met with fierce resistance. He had only offered a modest defense. Doubi swore he had exerted merely a fraction of his strength. However, it seemed that following his battle with Broly, Doubi's power had escalated so rapidly that he inadvertently shattered the spacecraft. After some chaos and frantic shouting, the extraterrestrials pressed a red button, which triggered the explosions. Doubi wondered about their apparent spirit of sacrifice. They could easily join a suicide squad. Little did Doubi know that the alien had been terrified by his overwhelming strength. Initially, it intended to press the escape pod button, but, in its panic, pressed the wrong one instead. Consequently, the extraterrestrials met their tragic fate. Doubi, too, found himself in a perplexing situation, having arrived in a place that subsequently erupted. What is this all about? It's utterly tedious, Doubi remarked while gazing out at the scenery through the glass window. Just moments ago, aboard that spacecraft, he had gleaned nothing of significance. By the way, to which planet is this ship headed? This vessel belongs to Broly and was originally intended to accompany Goku to Earth. However, it seems there has been a malfunction in this narrative, as Broly's ship did not arrive on Earth, but instead reached another planet. This particular planet, let's refer to it as such, has been utterly devastated by the aftermath of the battle between Doubi and Broly. Now, reflecting on the situation, Doubi feels a sense of helplessness. Although his emotions have begun to wane, it does not imply that he disregards life. Even Saitama would not remain indifferent upon witnessing Pados obliterate the entirety of City H. Yet, Doubi genuinely did his utmost. He is merely a physical type and cannot achieve the level of minimal planetary damage that Goku and the others can. Consider Dragon Ball, where two beings capable of obliterating the universe can clash without inflicting any harm on Earth. Doubi aspires to achieve the same mastery over his burgeoning powers as Goku and his companions. After battling Broly, he discovered that his strength appears to be escalating daily, fluctuating with every action he undertakes. Doubi mused that this effect resembles that of Saitama's limiter being lifted. However, this realization left him somewhat speechless. Previously, he had not felt anything significant due to not exerting his full strength. It was only after his confrontation with Broly that this augmentation became evident. Doubi is deeply concerned that if this continues, he might become a humanoid planet destroyer. Furthermore, he has the unsettling ability to grow stronger when attacked. Indeed, this offers Doubi the potential for growth, but it appears to be somewhat excessive. Oh dear, if this persists, will he end up bald? Chapter 27. Arrival on Earth in the boundless expanse of space. A spherical spaceship is en route to Earth. Inside this vessel, the occupant remains blissfully unaware, simply lying on the floor and fast asleep. The spherical ship continues its journey toward Earth, unnoticed by anyone. Of course, this refers to humans. The deities are exceptions. For instance, the King Kai? It seems Earth is about to welcome another visitor. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai twitched his two black antennae. He could only hope that this guest arrives with good intentions, as he cannot discern the extent of the individual's strength, only sensing an indiscernible pressure. Instinctively, the King Kai felt that Goku and the others would undoubtedly be no match for this individual. Thus, he can only wish that the visitor's purpose on Earth is not malevolent. Nevertheless, it is prudent to inform Goku, utilizing his divine abilities. The King Kai instantly connected with Goku. Goku, there is something I must tell you. At this moment, Goku was tilling the land on Earth. Suddenly, Wukong was startled by the voice of the King of the Worlds. Is it Chi-Chi coming over? I must not let her catch me slacking off. With Wukong's thought process, he immediately contemplated this point. Of course, Wukong can still be quite clever at critical moments. At that moment, the King of the Worlds found himself somewhat speechless, but this was Wukong after all. Oh, what is that? Upon hearing this, Wukong instantly relaxed. An alien spacecraft is heading towards Earth, and the individual aboard possesses power that surpasses yours. Wow, so that person must be incredibly strong. Before the king could finish his sentence, Wukong excitedly interjected. Yes, Wukong, do not act rashly. It is best if you join forces with Vegeta. And the individual may not necessarily harbor malicious intent. Unfortunately, it seemed that Wukong did not fully absorb the king's words. All right, king, where is that person landing? At this point, Wukong had already changed into his martial arts uniform. You change clothes so quickly. Wukong, did you not hear what I said? The opponent's strength exceeds yours. The king felt somewhat exasperated by Wukong's reaction. I know, that person is very strong. While saying this, Wukong continued to do push-ups to warm up. By the way, what is his name? Wukong, in a state of excitement, asked. I do not know, and I somewhat regret informing you of this matter. The king felt quite disheartened. Wukong is bound to stir up trouble again. I sense a presence. I am heading over immediately. After completing his warm-up, Wukong sensed the aura and teleported away in an instant. Wukong, do not be impulsive. The king became anxious upon hearing Wukong's declaration. What a joke. Wukong, the battle enthusiast, is surely going there to fight. If Earth were to face destruction because of this, after all, Dragon Ball's Earth has been destroyed several times, the king would be beside himself with frustration. Sigh. I should notify Vegeta as well, the king thought helplessly. For some reason, he was unable to communicate with the individual inside the spacecraft, leaving him unaware of their intentions. Now, all he could do was hope that Wukong would refrain from provoking the stranger. The spherical spacecraft ultimately landed in a desolate area on Earth, and the hatch opened simultaneously. Huh, have we arrived? At this moment, Doubi was awakened by the sound of the spacecraft touching down. This appears to be Earth, Doubi thought. Glancing around, the familiar desert environment, the endless expanse of yellow, and the sweltering heat that made the air shimmer. Chapter 27, Arrival on Earth, Part 2. The familiar desert environment, the endless expanse of yellow, and the sweltering heat that made the air shimmer. This is a quintessential representation of a desert environment on Earth. However, one must not rush to conclusions. It is prudent to observe before forming judgments. Doubi, while muttering to himself, prepared to investigate further. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of teleportation echoed through the air. Who is it? Doubi instinctively uttered upon recognizing the familiar tone. Hello. I am Sun Wukong. A voice emerged from behind Doubi. Huh? What? Doubi exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the somewhat recognizable voice. He had seen the anime. To his surprise, he had encountered Wukong. The thought of asking for an autograph crossed his mind as he turned around to confirm that it was indeed Wukong. Upon encountering a character he had only ever seen in anime, Doubi was overwhelmed with excitement. It is worth noting that he had first watched the tale of Dragon Ball during his elementary school years. At that time, he had developed a profound admiration for the carefree, innocent, and benevolent Goku, who relished in battles. One could say he was one of his childhood idols. Have any of you also watched Dragon Ball? Why are you looking at me like that? Goku observed Doubi with a gaze akin to that reserved for an idol, finding it somewhat peculiar. It's nothing. My name is Doubi. I am just a passerby. Doubi initially intended to mention that he was from Earth, but thought better of it. After all, this Earth was not the same as his own. They belonged to entirely different realms. Oh, is that so? I arrived here by spaceship as well. Given Goku's simple nature and Doubi's lack of malevolence, they quickly struck up a conversation. Doubi, would you like to have a spar with me? Goku suddenly proposed after their dialogue concluded. What? You want to fight me? Doubi was momentarily taken aback by this request. During their earlier conversation, he had discerned that this version of Goku was from the period following the defeat of Majin Buu. Though uncertain if Goku could transform into Super Saiyan God, Doubi felt a twinge of inadequacy. Is that not acceptable? Goku scratched his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. All right. Unable to bear Goku's disappointment, Doubi acquiesced. Awesome. Goku exclaimed, his spirits lifted at Doubi's agreement. For him, battling a formidable opponent was the most exhilarating experience. Shall we begin here? Doubi inquired. Sure. Goku was not particularly concerned about the location, provided no innocents were harmed. Okay. Wait for me a moment. After uttering this, Doubi moved his spherical spaceship to a distant spot. All set, let us start. Doubi turned to face Goku once more. All right. Be careful. With that, Goku charged straight at Doubi. Such kindness, or perhaps he underestimates me. Doubi mused as he witnessed Goku rushing toward him in his base form. Despite his thoughts, Doubi's reflexes were swift, allowing him to dodge Goku's assault. Seizing the opportunity as Goku launched an attack, Doubi delivered a powerful punch, sending Goku flying. Wow! Goku exclaimed, feeling the impact. Are you all right? Did I hit too hard? Doubi inquired upon hearing Goku's yelp. It's nothing serious. I can still fight. Goku quickly stabilized himself in midair. Oh. Seeing Goku's resilience, Doubi continued. Chapter 28, Kamehameha. However, you should bring out your true abilities. I worry that you might get hurt if we continue like this. After briefly suppressing the normal state of Goku, Doubi remarked. Although Goku possessed numerous techniques and combat experiences that Doubi lacked, his fundamental strength was indeed superior. Goku, caught off guard, was struck by Doubi's attack before he had the chance to react. In this scenario, Goku's reluctance to transform into a Super Saiyan prompted Doubi to express his thoughts. It is worth noting that this is not a commendable habit. Refraining from exerting full force at the onset could lead to being defeated by an opponent, which would be quite tragic. Indeed, within the realm of Dragon Ball, the epitome of tragedy can be found in our beloved Vegeta. Let us reflect on the series. Vegeta has endured several misfortunes. Initially, he boldly proclaimed himself a superior warrior, claiming it was an honor for Goku, a lower-class fighter, to face him. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed by Goku wielding the Kaioken technique, leaving him in a state of existential doubt. Subsequently, during his battle against Frieza, Vegeta, having returned from the brink of death characteristic of Saiyans, grew increasingly confident, asserting that he was the Super Saiyan Frieza had always feared. Yet, with merely 1% of his power, Frieza effortlessly dispatched him, leading to a rare display of tears from Vegeta, illustrating the profound impact of this defeat. Later, in the confrontation with Cell, after training for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta reached the second stage of Super Saiyan and mercilessly pummeled the semi-perfect Cell, even without resorting to techniques. In a moment of folly, he assisted Cell in absorbing Android 18, facilitating his evolution into perfect form, only to be subsequently overwhelmed by the fully realized Cell, rendering his final flash ineffective. Furthermore, during his encounter with Hit, he was caught off guard and defeated due to his ignorance of Hit's time-skip ability. One could assert that the word tragedy has been a constant companion to Vegeta. With the frequency of these events, one cannot help but feel a sense of pity for him. However, in Dragon Ball Super, his circumstances have improved, as the frequency of his tragedies has diminished. Oh, I digress, to be honest. I am merely trying to fill space. Oh, my apologies, but transforming with full force will exhaust a significant amount of stamina. Could you please wait for just a moment? Goku appeared somewhat embarrassed. Oh, very well, Doubi replied, standing by in anticipation. In an instant, Goku's entire being erupted with a golden aura, completing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan, he proudly introduced to Doubi. Oh, it looks quite impressive, Doubi exclaimed, marveling at the transformed Goku. The visual impact of witnessing a live-action Super Saiyan transformation far surpassed that of the animated series. Hee. There's even more astounding power to come. Goku chuckled in response to Doubi's admiration. Huh. With that booming roar, Goku's golden hair stood even more erect, and electric sparks began to flicker amidst the golden aura surrounding him. This transformation is known as Super Saiyan 2, a form that transcends the Super Saiyan. It seemed that Doubi, not fully comprehending Goku's transformation, continued to inquire. Ah, but it appears you have yet to unleash your full power. Surely, there are more transformations in store? Doubi feigned ignorance regarding Goku's transformations. Ah, you've seen through me, Goku admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being uncovered by Doubi. All right, Goku. Unleash it quickly. I am most eager to witness it. Doubi exclaimed with excitement. Very well. Behold, the might of Super Saiyan 3, Goku declared, and in that instant, he erupted with overwhelming energy. Boom. The ground around him seemed unable to withstand the force of his transformation, fracturing and collapsing under the pressure. Thank you for your patience, Goku said, his golden hair now cascading down to his waist, radiating even greater power. The electric sparks remained. The golden aura transformed into a dazzling light that expanded without fading, and his eyebrows had vanished. Wow, your transformation is truly remarkable, Doubi exclaimed upon witnessing Goku's drastic change. To put it metaphorically, if Goku in his normal state is akin to a gentle lamb, then Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form is akin to a fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 28, Kamehameha, Part 2, Indeed. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 brings about a significant change, Goku acknowledged in agreement with Doubi's observation. Shall we proceed? Doubi said, his expression turning serious. He understood that facing Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form was no trivial matter. Doubi felt a sense of urgency. If he did not take this seriously, he might find himself at the mercy of Goku's power. Ah, let us continue, Goku replied with a smile. Whoosh. The moment their conversation ceased, the battle commenced. In that fleeting second, the two engaged in numerous exchanges, making that brief moment feel as though it spanned an entire hour. Wow, you are incredibly strong. It has been ages since I've experienced such an exhilarating fight, Goku exclaimed joyfully after breaking away from another bout of close combat with Doubi. It is truly an honor to receive such praise from you, Doubi said with a smile. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He realized that merely being serious allowed him to contend on equal footing with Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Could it be that he was stronger than Goku in this moment? The thought left Doubi momentarily incredulous. Unbelievable. Unbeknownst to me, I have grown stronger, Doubi mused silently. You let your guard down. Doubi, lost in thought, inadvertently exposed a weakness. How could Goku not exploit your lapse in combat awareness? Wukong, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by. If he were unable to see such an obvious flaw, he would no longer be the legendary Sun Wukong. with a thunderous clash. The intensity of their battle meant that even the slightest misstep could lead to defeat. Doubi, momentarily stunned, found himself sent flying by Wukong's swift strike. Before Doubi could even descend, Wukong instantaneously teleported to a position directly beneath him. With a mighty roar, Wukong clasped his hands into a hammer-like form and struck down forcefully upon Doubi. The impact reverberated, and Doubi's descent accelerated dramatically, creating a deep crater in the earth upon collision. However, Wukong knew that this blow alone would not inflict significant damage upon Doubi, so he pressed on, determined not to grant his opponent a moment's respite. Thus, he unleashed his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Wukong's hands formed a flower petal shape, resting at his waist as a blue energy sphere began to coalesce in his palms. As he channeled his energy, the sphere swelled in size, intensifying in power. With a final shout, he propelled the blue orb forward. The Kamehameha wave, trailing a brilliant azure tail, surged into the pit where Doubi was descending. Upon impact, a resounding explosion erupted, casting a brilliant blue light into the sky. Wukong gazed downwards, pondering if Doubi had emerged unscathed. After all, this was merely a spar, and he harbored no desire to end his opponent's life. The Kamehameha wave was indeed impressive, with its explosive force quite formidable. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the depths of the pit. "Ah, not too shabby." Wukong paused, taken aback by the response. "Hiki, Wukong, since you've gifted me with this technique, allow me to return the favor." Doubi's tone was buoyant as he spoke. "No need for formality. Come at me," Wukong replied, regaining his composure. "This is my gift to you," Doubi declared, raising his head from the pit. He then executed a leaping maneuver. With a resounding boom, he vaulted back to the surface. "Wukong, be cautious. This technique might unintentionally prove fatal," Doubi warned, his expression grave. Aware of the formidable power of his next move, he cautioned Wukong to prepare, lest he fall victim to the impending onslaught. Upon witnessing the grave demeanor of Doubi, Wukong understood that he was not jesting and thus began to adopt a serious stance of vigilance. Following his admonition to Wukong, Doubi promptly readied himself for action, assuming a poised stance for a sprint. In his mind, Doubi silently recited the mantra of earnestness. This seemingly ordinary action instilled a profound sense of danger within Wukong. As Doubi focused, the muscles in his legs contracted, generating an immense force. "Charge!" With that command, Doubi surged forward in an instant. How swift! Wukong could think of nothing else. Suddenly, he beheld a fist expanding before him. Just as Doubi's fist was about to strike Wukong, it halted mere inches from his face. Boom! Although Doubi's punch did not connect, the resulting shockwave shattered the towering mountain behind Wukong into fragments. Wukong observed Doubi, instinctively reverting to his normal state. He understood that he had been defeated. Had that punch landed, he would undoubtedly have suffered severe injury. "Hey, Wukong, your battle taught me so much," Doubi remarked with a smile, extending his hand to Wukong while he was still momentarily dazed. In their recent encounter, Doubi had recognized his own shortcomings. His strength was formidable, yet he lacked combat techniques and experience. Numerous times, he had failed to seize the opportunity to attack and had been struck several times in return. Unlike his mentor, Saitama, who had engaged in countless battles against monsters and amassed a wealth of combat experience, Doubi had only fought twice against formidable opponents like the Demon and Broly. Of course, those encounters did not count the swift victories, as they hardly constituted true battles. In contrast, Wukong had deftly evaded many of Doubi's attacks, often relying on his extensive combat experience to do so. Doubi questioned his own abilities, recognizing that he did not possess such prowess. Furthermore, he noticed that during their skirmish, Wukong had caused minimal damage to the surrounding environment, whereas he himself had left the area in disarray. Wukong exhibited a level of control far beyond Doubi's grasp, which was precisely what Doubi aspired to learn from him. This is also to prevent oneself from losing control over their power and causing great destruction. Unlike others before him, Goku is not influenced by the ability to attract hatred. Thus, Doubi has developed a desire to learn control from Goku. Of course, it would be even better if he could master the Kamehameha technique. Doubi has spent some time practicing the Kamehameha pose in the air. "Ah, you are indeed strong. I concede defeat." Yet, Goku, being Goku, readily acknowledges his loss despite it being a rare occurrence. "Fighting with you is truly delightful. I shall grow stronger. Let us battle again next time." At that moment, Goku does not exhibit any signs of defeat. On the contrary, he is brimming with enthusiasm. After defeating Majin Buu, he has lost a formidable opponent. As the saying goes, Pressure fuels motivation. Without a strong rival, Goku finds little impetus to grow. However, now that he has Doubi as an adversary, he is reinvigorated with the desire to strengthen himself. I eagerly anticipate that day. Doubi agrees wholeheartedly. By the way, Goku, can you grant me a request? Let it be a condition from our previous battle. Doubi thought for a moment and finally came up with this reason. Sure, go ahead. Goku replied without hesitation. Can you teach me? Doubi said seriously. Oh? Huh? Goku instinctively agreed before processing the request. Are you sure? He asked. A hint of surprise in his voice. Doubi's power surpasses his own. What could he possibly teach him? Yes, I have always relied on physical strength in battle, and I would like to gather some of your experience, Doubi said, gesturing to the ground he had destroyed. Oh, I see. All right. By the way, I have never taught anyone before. Goku immediately grasped Doubi's intent. Yay. Doubi was elated at Goku's agreement. To train alongside his childhood idol, what could be more wonderful? Certainly. There are things that could rival this. Do you wish to be slapped in the face? I can almost hear the sound of slaps. Let me think about where to start. Goku scratched his head. Master Roshi should know what to do. Goku seemed to have an epiphany. Master Roshi. Doubi realized where they were headed next. On the planet of the North Kai, Goku certainly is a source of concern. Fortunately, he is not a villain. At that moment, the Kai is wiping the sweat from his brow, having been startled by Goku moments ago. However, it is a good thing that Goku has gained another companion. The Northern Realm King felt a wave of relief wash over him. He merely needed to inform them that all was well. Came house, here we go? With a sudden burst of teleportation, Doubi and Goku materialized on the sandy shores. Wow, that was impressive. We arrived in an instant, Doubi exclaimed, astonished by the experience of instantaneous travel. Teleportation truly is a marvel, allowing one to traverse vast distances at will, a perfect technique for evading danger after unleashing chaos. What are you talking about? Goku interjected. This is the residence of Master Roshi, a formidable martial artist. Oh, so he is inside? Doubi glanced at the Kame house. Master Roshi could indeed be regarded as a legendary master, possessing wisdom and skills that far surpassed Doubi's own. Moreover, Roshi was a character Doubi admired in the anime, despite having become more of a background figure in later episodes. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that without Master Roshi, Goku as we know him would not exist. Master Roshi. It's me, Goku. Goku approached the door of Kame house and began to knock. Do not inquire why Goku did not simply teleport inside. Goku. What brings you here? After a moment, Master Roshi opened the door. I have a friend who wishes to learn some combat techniques, Goku stated directly, laying bare his purpose. Oh, is it that young man? He is quite strong. Does he really need to learn this? Master Roshi said, glancing at Doubi outside. Chapter 30. Well, Goku replied. Exchanging a knowing glance with Doubi, he seeks to control his own power. Doubi, without hesitation, spoke candidly. Oh, you've never trained before? Master Roshi was taken aback by Doubi's admission. Yes, Doubi nodded, uncertain about the origin of his own strength. Goku, given this, why did you come to me? Surely you are more suited to teach him. Master Roshi sighed. That is not quite right, old man. Didn't you teach both me and Krillin back in the day? Goku countered. All right. We shall start with the basics. Master Roshi relented. By the way, what is your name? He asked, turning his gaze to Doubi. I am Doubi. He replied, bowing respectfully. No need for such formalities. I am merely teaching you the fundamentals, Master Roshi said, pausing briefly. First, do you know about Ki? Ki? I'm not familiar with it. Doubi shook his head. He only knew that Chi was something akin to energy, but beyond that, he was utterly ignorant. Well, Chi is the source of life itself, and Master Roshi began to elucidate the concept of Chi. After listening to Master Roshi's explanation, Doubi also grasped the essence of Chi. Chi can be described as the fundamental essence of life, akin to the vitality that sustains existence. For instance, when a person suffers a severe injury, their Chi diminishes. When they are vigorous, their Chi flourishes. Chi represents the most fundamental form of energy in life. However, ordinary individuals on Earth are incapable of harnessing this Chi. It is only martial artists who can utilize it to perform techniques. How can I harness the Chi within me? Although Doubi understood what Chi was, he remained unsure of how to proceed. Try this, Master Roshi said, placing a piece of paper on Doubi's nose. What is this for? Doubi questioned, puzzled by Master Roshi's actions. Stand the paper upright. Remember, you must do this without moving your body. At this point, Master Roshi chuckled. Huh? Doubi was taken aback. How could he stand the paper upright without moving his body? Take your time. The energy within you is potent. And you should be able to achieve it with relative ease, Master Roshi remarked as he turned to return to his room. I still want to watch the gymnastics program. Ha. Doubi looked at Master Roshi, feeling somewhat bewildered. The old master was indeed eccentric, and even Goku appeared slightly embarrassed. Well, you carry on, I must tend to the fields, or Chi-Chi will scold me. With that, Goku vanished in an instant. What am I to do? Doubi thought, feeling a mix of exasperation and despair. Before asking me to keep my body still and stand the paper upright, at least tell me how to harness chi. Alas, there was nothing left to do but attempt it. After a moment of silent contemplation, Doubi focused his attention on the piece of paper. Everyone requires time. Goku and the others were no different. As Master Roshi observed Doubi's persistent efforts, he reminisced about training Goku and Krillin in the past. Keep it up. Master Roshi encouraged, returning to his viewing of the exercise program. Yes, right there. Haha. Master Roshi was so engrossed in the television that he nearly lost control. What on earth is Master Roshi watching? Doubi could clearly hear the sounds from outside. Never mind. I refuse to be influenced. Doubi resolved to concentrate on his task. It seems there was a sign of movement just now. Let us try a few more times. Doubi continued his efforts. Finally, after much persistence, he succeeded. Gazing at the floating piece of paper, Doubi couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Not bad. I only lagged behind Goku by an hour, Master Roshi remarked with a smile. Could you refrain from discouraging me? Doubi responded, momentarily taken aback. It appeared that his talent for chi was not exceptional after all. Just then, Goku appeared in a flash. Oh, you did it. Wukong also noticed the floating paper. Chapter 30. Chi Part 2. You have succeeded. Wukong observed the paper drifting in the air. After some time, I have finally understood. Doubi, while speaking, glanced at his own hands. I recall that after completing this, the next step involves carrying the turtle shell, Wukong remarked. You wish for your friend to bear the turtle shell? I doubt it would be of any benefit, the turtle sage commented, casting a glance at Doubi. So, Wukong, do you possess something to bear weight? It must be exceedingly heavy. Upon hearing this, Doubi addressed Wukong. Let me inquire with Lord Kai. Wukong pondered before vanishing in an instant. This technique truly is remarkable, Doubi remarked after witnessing Wukong's sudden disappearance once more. This instant transmission is a skill Wukong acquired from another planet. It is quite extraordinary, isn't it? The turtle sage observed Doubi's expression. Indeed, Doubi nodded in agreement. King Kai's planet. Lord Kai, is there truly nothing? At this moment, Wukong looked at North Kai with a pleading expression. I'm afraid not. Your friend's strength is simply too formidable. The weights I can provide would be of no use to him, North Kai explained with a sense of helplessness. Unlike Doubi, who relies on physical prowess, weight training is ineffective for him. I see, Wukong expressed a hint of disappointment upon receiving this news. By the way, are you eager to battle him again? Which is why you are so invested in this matter. North Kai suddenly remarked to Wukong. Haha, something like that. Wukong scratched his head. What about Lord Kaishin? Wukong, seemingly struck by a thought, spoke to North Kai. Lord Kaishin? That would also be futile. The disparity in strength is far too great, North Kai contemplated. Oh, then what should I do? Wukong appeared somewhat dejected. Well, actually, there are other ways to cultivate chi without resorting to this method. North Kai seemed unable to bear Wukong's demeanor any longer. Oh, what is it? Wukong became excited upon hearing this news. First, bring your friend over, North Kai sighed. His home may soon face demolition. He hoped that this individual named Doubi was not another violent man like Wukong. Content regarding Doubi's arrival omitted. Doubi, this is Lord North Kai, who has also instructed me. After bringing Doubi over, Wukong introduced him. Greetings, Lord Kai. Doubi thought for a moment and used the same form of address as Wukong. Ah, you must be Doubi, North Kai remarked upon observing him. Indeed, Doubi found it peculiar that North Kai was scrutinizing him so closely. Phew, he should not be a violent man like Wukong. Unaware that North Kai had just been assessing Doubi. By the way, how should I cultivate chi? In a decisive moment, Doubi approached the North Realm King, who, despite his stature, commanded respect. You must not resist. Remember, under no circumstances should you. The North Realm King instructed with a grave demeanor. Doubi nodded in acknowledgement. Receptive to the king's guidance. As the North Realm King extended his hand towards Doubi, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if something was penetrating his mind. Instinctively, he felt an urge to reject it, yet the king's previous admonition restrained him. Soon, He perceived an influx of knowledge flooding his consciousness, an array of information pertaining to the essence of Chi. Is this a form of memory infusion? Remarkable, Doubi marveled, taken aback by the experience. But why is there no pain? Aren't such processes typically accompanied by excruciating agony as depicted in novels? Chapter 31. A departure once more. It has been ages since I employed this technique. It truly exhausts me, the North Realm King remarked, drenched in sweat after imparting knowledge to Doubi. I had no idea it could be executed in this manner. You had never utilized this on us before, my lord, Goku observed, intrigued. At that time, your capabilities were not sufficiently developed, the North Realm King replied. This method bears a resemblance to cramming. Employing it would hinder your growth. He paused, contemplating Doubi, who was deeply engaged in assimilating the newfound memories. Given your already formidable strength, having undergone a significant transformation, this approach proves beneficial for you. After saying this, the North Realm King retrieved a towel to wipe his brow. I see, Goku remarked, glancing at Doubi. He will undoubtedly grow even stronger. I must strive to keep up. Wait, Goku, what are you planning? The North Realm King suddenly realized. Of course, I intend to train, my lord. In a few days, I shall be practicing right here, Goku cheerfully declared. Why must your training always be in my domain? The North Realm King expressed exasperation. Because the gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, Goku replied, leaving the North Realm King speechless. Does that tenfold gravity even benefit you? Why do you always come here? You take advantage of my hospitality and even impose on my territory. The North Realm King silently lamented, yet he could not refuse Goku. At that moment, Doubi completed his absorption of the knowledge regarding Chi. Thank you, my lord, he said, bowing respectfully to the North Realm King. There's no need for gratitude. It was but a small effort, the North Realm King replied, urging Doubi to rise. How do you feel, Doubi? Regarding Doubi's newfound strength, Goku was genuinely pleased for him. Very well, Doubi remarked with a smile, reflecting on the times he had squandered his power. After mastering the control of his energy, Doubi had now acquired the ability to fly. He could effortlessly execute techniques that involved releasing energy. However, the most significant advantage for Doubi lay in his newfound ability to regulate his own strength, thus preventing any catastrophic events like exploding stars. The damage to the surrounding environment could also be minimized. Yet, he had yet to learn the Kamehameha technique, but there stood a ready teacher in Goku. Goku, may I ask you for another favor? Doubi inquired, his face alight with enthusiasm. What is it? Goku responded, puzzled. As time passed, Goku explained the Kamehameha to Doubi. Oh, I will give it a try, Doubi said, preparing to assume the stance. He had been corrected numerous times by Goku regarding this stance. Wait. North Kai sensed an ominous foreboding, as if something dreadful were about to occur. Kamehameha. Doubi unleashed the wave. A blue orb nearly 5 meters in diameter emanating from his hands. The blue projectile, trailing a cerulean tail like a comet, struck the surface of King Kai's planet. Then, with a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha detonated, obliterating North Kai's home. My house. North Kai felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. My apologies. Doubi expressed a hint of regret for the consequences of his earlier Kamehameha. Lord Kai, are you not a god? Surely you can restore this place yourself, Goku remarked, observing North Kai's tearful expression. Previously, during his training in the afterlife, he had damaged this place several times, yet North Kai had always managed to restore it swiftly. Now, after being blasted by Doubi's Kamehameha, couldn't he do the same once more? You don't understand. Every brick and tile in this house was painstakingly laid by my own hands. North Kai lamented, heartbroken. This was his labor of love. I am truly sorry, Lord Kai. Doubi felt immense remorse. Chapter 31. Another departure, Part 2. I am truly sorry. Lord Kai. Doubi reiterated his regret. I will certainly compensate for your losses. Doubi insisted earnestly. Never mind, it's not the first time. North Kai waved his hand dismissively, while simultaneously employing his divine abilities to restore the house to its original state. Wow, that's impressive, Doubi marveled at the display. It's merely a privilege of being a god, North Kai, still feeling dejected, wished for solitude. Well then, let us take our leave, Goku suggested, sensing North Kai's troubled mood. Very well. Doubi no longer wished to witness the sorrowful countenance of the North King, as it sent a chill through his heart. Until we meet again, my lord, Goku bid farewell to the North King before instantaneously departing with Doubi. Once they had left, the North King returned to his usual demeanor. Yet a sense of inevitability washed over him. reminiscent of Goku's earlier remarks. It is getting late. I must return, Goku remarked, observing the encroaching darkness. Do go back. I am capable of looking after myself, Doubi replied nonchalantly. Farewell, Doubi, Goku said, and with another swift instant teleportation, he vanished. His teleportation skills are truly remarkable. Doubi mused upon witnessing Goku's departure. However, the night had indeed fallen. It was prudent to find a place to rest. As Doubi walked towards the direction of the spaceship, he quickly located it and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Just as he was about to leave the vessel, he found himself once more enveloped in the shifting environment of the dimensional portal. What is happening? This is the second time. Doubi's mind was in a state of turmoil. It is truly peculiar, as if some unseen force has been compelling him towards this very place. World consciousness, do not let me discover who is responsible. Should I find out, I shall take swift action. Doubi is undeniably vexed. He was engaged in a pleasant discourse with Wukong when he was abruptly pulled away. However, arriving directly at the world passage feels almost intentional. As Doubi converses, he continues to advance toward the terminus of the passage. Once one enters a passage, it must be traversed to completion. Of course, one could forcibly shatter the passage, but such an act would wreak havoc upon the fabric of time and space. Let me discern your intentions, Doubi muses as he steps into the radiant light. Indeed, he finds himself in the high skies once more. At this moment, Doubi gazes down, his expression one of expected surprise. Fortunately, he has mastered the manipulation of chi and has learned the art of aerial dance, ensuring he does not plummet from such heights. How astute was my decision to learn chi. Nevertheless, it is prudent to first ascertain the nature of this realm. Doubi harnesses the chi within him and swiftly descends from the sky to the ground below. Yet again, he finds himself in a desolate wilderness. Do I possess some inexplicable affinity for such places? Observing the familiar yet strange surroundings, Doubi cannot help but express his bewilderment. Awu. Is it merely a figment of my imagination, or do I detect the sound of wolves? What on earth is this? Doubi bellows. Awu. Once more, he hears the sound. The world seems to harbor a malevolent intent towards me. Doubi reflects upon his previous encounters with boss-level monsters, such as Broly, who attacked him upon sight. It is as if this world is deliberately hurling formidable foes in his direction. Nevertheless, it is best to first unravel the mysteries of this world. Doubi raises his gaze to the heavens. Chapter 32. Just passing through. There are people over there. Doubi utilizes his chi perception to successfully pinpoint a location where a multitude is gathered. He grins, exclaiming, I shall take flight. Having ascertained his destination, Doubi ascends into the air at an astonishing speed, creating a series of sonic booms in his wake. Yet, Doubi has mastered his own power, preventing any damage to the surrounding environment. The sensation of soaring through the azure sky is truly delightful. Doubi glides through the air in a sprawling posture. It is well known that flight is the dream of humanity, while we can currently only ascend with the aid of aircraft. To soar through the skies independently is a dream that humanity has long pursued. Well then, enough of this playful indulgence. After relishing the sensation of flight, Doubi prepares to descend. What is happening? Suddenly, Doubi realizes that the chi he sensed is rapidly diminishing. The situation below appears rather dire. Doubi is acutely aware of the implications that accompany the vanishing of a person's presence. Unless one deliberately conceals their aura, the only means by which it can dissipate is through death. He decided to descend and assess the circumstances, and in an instant, Doubi found himself upon the ground below. This place is shrouded in scattered stones, with only a few areas having escaped devastation. Upon witnessing the site transformed into a desolate ruin, Doubi could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Who could have perpetrated such destruction? Observing the scene of utter devastation, Doubi felt a pang of sympathy for the suffering souls affected. How many lives must be lost? Yet, there are still survivors. Upon sensing the surrounding aura, Doubi discovered the presence of another living soul. Following the direction of the sensed life force, he hastily made his way there. The process of rescuing is omitted. It turned out that he had entered the world of Naruto during the era of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After saving a minor character, a villager who would have perished from the aftermath of the Ten Tails' destructive attack on Konoha, Doubi learned of the current situation from his lips. The Ninja World War, you say? I shall venture forth. Doubi was quite eager to participate in this chapter of Naruto's saga. Although, he mused, it would merely involve defeating weaker foes. Hey, is the battlefield over there? He inquired, pointing towards a specific direction. What? That place is perilous. You mustn't go there. You could be killed. The villager, realizing Doubi's intentions, urgently cautioned him against acting impulsively. "Fear not, I am quite formidable," Doubi reassured him with a wave of his hand. "Take care of yourself, farewell." With that, he soared into the sky. The villagers stood transfixed, watching Doubi ascend, momentarily rendered speechless by the spectacle. Whoosh! The air crackled with sonic booms. A potent energy was under siege. That must be the Ten-Tails. While flying, Doubi continued to sense the auras, gauging the positions of his adversaries. However, it seemed that his presence was unnecessary here, which vexed him slightly. According to the storyline, aside from the initial onslaught of the Ten-Tails resulting in numerous casualties, only Obito and Madara would meet their demise later. Doubi had just detected two auras collaborating to contend against a singular, formidable presence. It is not difficult to deduce that the plot has reached the point where Obito becomes the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, with Naruto and Sasuke joining forces to confront him. The question arises, if they are unable to defeat him, it would seem reasonable for him to intervene. However, according to the storyline, Obito was annihilated by the full force of Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo. It was initially a happy ending, devoid of the need for interference, though many lives were lost in the process. Chapter 32, Just Passing Through, Part 2. It was initially a happy ending, devoid of the need for interference, though many lives were lost in the process. But should he merely stand by and watch them fight? He suspected he would be unable to resist the urge to intervene. A dilemma indeed. Doubi found himself at an impasse. Many fanfiction narratives tend to wantonly disrupt the original plot, such as in the case of an Uncle-esque comprehensive crossover, where the protagonists continuously overpower the boss from start to finish. Thus, the narrative has become utterly chaotic, straying far from the original text. Altering the storyline may be effortless, yet one must also bear the consequences that ensue. For instance, if you save a character destined to perish, it may trigger a series of repercussions that escalate the plot's complexity significantly. In the end, the toll may be even greater. This exemplifies the butterfly effect. Every action, no matter how minor, has the potential to incite a tempest elsewhere. Doubt lingers within Doubi, who does not wish to see others suffer as a result of his interference. What am I doing? Did I not agree to fight when Yukong requested it? This, too, constitutes a change in the narrative. Suddenly, Doubi finds himself in a quandary. Should he merely stand by, paralyzed by the fear of the unknown, and watch as lives are lost? No, Doubi feels he cannot allow that. However, for now, it may be prudent to refrain from intervening. He resolves that, at this moment, Naruto and his companions are in a favorable position, not yet facing utter devastation at the hands of Madara. They do not require his assistance just yet. Standing by, watching the live-action adaptation of Naruto, Doubi believes he can maintain his composure. Why resist to such an extent? At this juncture, Madara, now the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails, is filled with confidence. In his view, once he eliminates those who hinder him, his dream world will come to fruition. After Rin's death, this world has lost its meaning for him, since it holds no significance. The destruction of it all is inconsequential. Having become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails, he has achieved what even the Sage of Six Paths once accomplished. The God Tree is on the verge of blooming, and infinite Tsukuyomi is soon to descend. You stand no chance. Surrender. With this thought, Madara proclaims, "Surrender? No. Sasuke, and I will thwart your plans." Naruto immediately retorts upon hearing Madara's declaration. "Humph. Go ahead and try." Sasuke shares a similar sentiment. "Humph." Observing this, Madara refrains from further comment. Though prolonging the confrontation would be to his advantage, he is reluctant to continue debating with Naruto, knowing that Naruto's words can be quite persuasive. Inwardly, Madara ponders Naruto's inquiry to Kurama, reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths, indicating that he has indeed become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails. Kurama quickly responds to Naruto. The Sage of Six Paths? Naruto is somewhat puzzled. Yes, but he likely has not yet fully mastered this power, and the Ten-Tails is not in its complete form. There is still a chance of victory, Kurama explains. Madara has assumed the appearance of the Sage of Six Paths. If this continues, he might seize the initiative. At this moment, Madara seems to sense something. Upon closer inspection, Madara is adorned in the long robe of the Sage of Six Paths. With a Rinnegan in his left eye and a Sharingan in his right, 8 orbs of chakra floating behind him, 1 orb resting on the back of his left hand, and a six-path staff in his right hand. At first glance, it truly resembles the attire of the Sage of the Six Paths. This is also the emblem of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. With a mere thought, Obito's 8 black truth-seeking balls began to transform. Chapter 33, The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Wow, is he about to become an octopus? At that moment, the spectator Doubi couldn't help but exclaim. Surrounding Obito, The truth-seeking balls had morphed into the shape of enormous hands. He has grasped them. At this instant, Naruto, within the colossal golden Kaibai, and Sasuke, sheltered by Susanoo, seized the moment to launch an attack on Obito simultaneously. Bang! Yet only the sound of metallic clashing resonated. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that at the moment Obito faced their onslaught, the truth-seeking balls had formed a layer of black defense to deflect the assault. It is time to sleep. After fending off Naruto and Sasuke's attacks, Obito uttered these words. Allow me to guide you into the realm of dreams. Naruto could not help but voice his surprise at this. Time is of the essence. There is no time left. No sooner had he spoken than the two truth-seeking balls that had mitigated the attack unfurled, ensnaring Naruto's Kaibai and Sasuke's Susanoo. As the truth-seeking balls entwined them, they also relentlessly exerted pressure. The Kaibai cried out under the intensifying force. They struggled to break free, but for the moment, they found themselves unable to resist. Why has Obito launched a further attack? Indeed, he is still holding back, Doubi remarked, observing the scene. Obito has merely captured them thus far, yet has yet to continue his offensive. It gives the impression that he is deep in thought. Suddenly, Madara maintained his grip on Naruto and Sasuke, plummeting from a great height to the ground. The impact was thunderous, as Naruto, Kurama, and Sasuke's Susanoo were violently slammed to the earth. What happened? Some ninjas below remarked upon hearing the sound. As he finished speaking, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the point where Naruto and Sasuke fell. Many from the allied ninja forces were caught off guard and hurled through the air by the shockwave, their screams echoing in despair. That was quite a destructive display, Doubi commented, surveying the devastation wrought by Madara's strike. Yet, astonishingly, no one perished. Truly a stroke of luck, he added after sensing the lingering auras. Indeed, these ninjas are remarkably resilient. Unless it is a plot-induced demise, they are unlikely to perish easily. What is going on? Why, unaffected by the shockwave, gazed in astonishment at the scene. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata shared similar sentiments of surprise. However, Hinata seemed to notice something as she looked towards the direction of their fall, a vast, bottomless pit. The shockwave had wreaked considerable havoc upon the ground. This exemplifies the destructive power of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke had been forced back to their normal states by Madara's recent onslaught. Madara stood quietly, observing Naruto and Sasuke sprawled on the ground. Yet, this blow was insufficient to incapacitate Naruto. After considerable effort, he managed to rise once more. Although he had been forced out of his connection with Kurama, he retained his sage mode, which enabled him to muster the strength to stand again. Why do you rise? Madara inquired, observing Naruto's determination. What do you fight for? For your comrades? Or for this world? Madara seemed to be questioning Naruto's motives. Naruto, however, did not respond. Merely panting heavily. Listen, Madara continued, someday, your comrades will betray you, and in this world, love will transform into hatred. You must understand this truth. He paused momentarily. Once, those in your village and even Sasuke turned against you, and the love you shared with Jiraiya has also given rise to resentment, he stated, noting the shift in Naruto's gaze. You are like me, the accumulated pain over time will inevitably alter you. Now, you shall endure even greater suffering. Do you still dare to assert that you will remain unchanged? Perhaps in the future, your comrades will betray you once more. Meanwhile, Sasuke began to rise as well. Why does Madara ramble on so? Does he not know that villains often meet their end through excessive dialogue? At this moment, Do is somewhat annoyed. If it were him, he would have already roared at Obito, demanding that he summarize his incessant chatter in 20 words or less. Is this a battlefield? I see Sasuke has risen from the ground. Is all this idle chatter merely an opportunity for the protagonists to regain their strength? The alliance may once again ignite the flames of war, and you remain uncertain of your ability to defeat me. Yet, it appears that Obito is intent on continuing this meaningless dialogue. Fighting for such a world has lost all significance. In mere moments, it shall all come to an end. Why do you fight with such fervor? At this point, Obito's eyes widened. After a few seconds of silence, as I spoke, Naruto stood up completely. My own ninja way. I speak and act in accordance with my principles. This is my ninja way. As Naruto uttered these words, both Sasuke and Shikamaru stood tall as well. See, I told you to cease your prattle. Doubi found this scene somewhat amusing. What is this called? Self-destruction? I had advised you to rest. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Obito's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, Naruto transformed once again into the Kyuubi's connected mode. Finish him off, Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke approached Naruto's side. Oh, as Naruto spoke, Sasuke activated his Susanoo once more. Ah, the armored Susanoo is about to make its appearance. Observing the formidable stance of Naruto and Sasuke, it became evident what they intended to do. The armored Susanoo takes the form of a complete Susanoo enveloping the Nine Tails. It combines the defensive capabilities of Susanoo with the foundational strength of the Nine Tails, amplifying its destructive power. Its combat prowess surpasses that of an ordinary complete Susanoo. This technique was first employed by Uchiha Madara, later utilized by Naruto and Sasuke in unison. One must rely on oneself to dream and realize those dreams. As Naruto uttered these words, Kurama and Susanoo began their fusion. The appearance of Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo bore resemblance to the one Madara wielded during their climactic battle in the Valley of the End. However, unlike Madara's, this form lacked an extra pair of arms behind it. Instead, the long sword was directly held in Kurama's grasp, distinct from the blade of a complete Susanoo. While the mask had changed slightly, adopting a purple hue. Additionally, a regular pentagonal crystal adorned the forehead of their Susanoo, encasing both Naruto and Sasuke within. This sight seemed to evoke a realization in the first Hokage. Did Madara experience a similar sensation when he utilized this technique? Sasuke, standing beside Naruto, remarked on the matter. Obito also adopted a more serious demeanor, recognizing that he could no longer indulge in casual slaughter before this formidable Susanoo. Meanwhile, in Kamui's dimension, Kakashi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left eye. This was the connection to Naruto and Sasuke. As the pain subsided, Kakashi beheld Naruto and Sasuke within the Susanoo. The resonance of their eyes revealed what Obito had seen, now visible to Kakashi as well. At that moment, Obito soared into the sky, and the God Tree's chakra began to morph as he ascended. Gradually, the chakra transformed into a structure reminiscent of DNA. At this juncture, any further action would prove futile. What can be discerned through the opening above? As he spoke, Obito appeared somewhat agitated. It is the moon. The moment to enter the dreamlike world of the moon is drawing ever closer. The moon's dream can fill the vast, hellish void within me. This moment has finally arrived. This sword is the divine blade of the Sage of Six Paths, the Spear of the Marsh. You stand no chance of victory. Chapter 34. The Shattered Spear. Indeed, words abound. The opponent will not lose their fighting spirit due to your rhetoric. Doubi felt that Obito's words were rife with flaws. This is a blade imbued with the sage's indomitable will, the very weapon that forged this world. Obito continued. Hey, everyone, what do you think of the current situation? Inuzuka Kiba inquired of his companions. Tintin, too, shared this sentiment with Lee. Yes, let us go, Lee, Tintin declared. That fellow is calling us. Shikamaru sensed it as well. Yes, Ino nodded in agreement. My will surpasses yours. No matter how you struggle, it is in vain. The power of the sage will halt your efforts. Obito persisted in his speech. Sasuke, let us concentrate our strike. Perhaps we can create a minuscule opportunity. Do not let it slip away, Naruto advised Sasuke at his side. Understood, Sasuke replied with a nod. The tail of their Susanoo began to quiver, gathering chakra into a Rasengan at its tip. And I shall use this sword to erase this world, Obito proclaimed. Roar. The armored Susanoo let out a thunderous roar. What? When Obito witnessed the ninjas leaping onto the tail of the armored Susanoo, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. As the saying goes, unity is strength. Doubi realized that the moment for Obito to be overwhelmed was imminent upon witnessing this scene. As the ninjas ascended onto the tail, they simultaneously entered its interior, arriving before the spiraling sphere that was gathering power. Is this akin to launching a missile? Doubi couldn't help but remark. Furthermore, as the ninjas entered the tail, they donned golden-tailed beast cloaks akin to Naruto's. What is this? They were all taken aback. The spiraling sphere is entrusted to everyone. We must shatter his shield, Naruto declared. Is this it? After hearing this phrase repeatedly, Tion began to manipulate the spiraling sphere. Can I really do this? Lee felt a twinge of self-doubt. As he was only proficient in taijutsu, no problem. Naruto encouraged him fervently. Through the collective efforts of the group, 9 spiraling spheres successfully converged and surged towards the shield composed of the truth-seeking orbs. Go for it, everyone. Sakura thought fervently below. Boom. The spiraling sphere collided with the shield, yet the shield remained unyielding. However, Naruto had never intended to break the shield with just that single strike. Hiya! They shouted in unison, Naruto and Sasuke launching their attacks in perfect synchrony. Meanwhile, the armored Susanoo swung its blade ferociously towards the shield, still being bombarded by the spiraling spheres. With a resounding thud, the blade pierced through the shield of truth-seeking orbs, hurtling towards Obito. Seeing this, Obito swung his swamp spear to clash directly against the long blade of the armored Susanoo. The long blade of the armored Susanoo versus the swamp spear. Clang. The collision of their attacks produced a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. What is this? As Obito clashed with the armored Susanoo using the swamp spear, a vivid image emerged in his mind. He found himself standing before Rin's grave with Kakashi, reminiscing. Tears streaming down his face. As he turned, he noticed many comrades standing beside him. He had become the new Hokage, and his likeness was carved into Hokage rock. Bang! In reality, the long blade of the armored Susanoo continued to break through the swamp spear. The swamp spear was relentlessly being dismantled by the long blade. Why does such a vision appear in my mind? Obito felt engulfed in confusion. Boom! The long blade completely shattered the swamp spear. And as the armored Susanoo broke through the spear, it delivered a fierce slash against Obito. A gash appeared on Obito's body. Whoosh! The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts erupted from the gash, forming the shapes of their respective beast heads. Chapter 34. The Broken Spear, Part 2. A gash appeared on Obito's body, as the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts leaked from the breach. It took on the forms of their respective heads. Just as I had anticipated, the chakra you obtained from the beast resonated, forcibly extracting their chakra from him with a single strike. Within Naruto's mental realm, Kurama remarked upon witnessing the chakra of Obito seeping out. Indeed, Naruto responded from below Kurama. Had it not been for the favor of the tailed beasts granting him their chakra, this technique would have been unattainable. Kurama recalled how the tailed beasts had recently shared a portion of their chakra with Naruto. Naruto, you truly are something. Now's the time. In the real world. Naruto recognized this and alerted everyone. Meanwhile, the nine tails of the Susanoo transformed into the shapes of seven-tailed beast heads, each grasping their corresponding forms. You understand what comes next, don't you, Naruto? As always, it's tug-of-war. Keep pulling, extract the chakra from the tailed beasts. However, the chakras of Gyuki and Shikaku were still lacking. Crack. Two tails were unable to pull, resorting instead to striking the opposing side to calm it down. TCH. Can't we pull them without the chakra of the one tail and eight tails? Kurama remarked. I originally coexisted with the one tail. I'll take care of it. Gaara stepped forward to assist. Gaara. Naruto exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Gaara released sand to ensnare Shikaku's chakra. Come here, Shikaku, he thought within. Tug-of-war was about to commence, according to the storyline. Obito would soon receive a dose of Naruto's inspirational words, leading him to be swayed and seek to resurrect Naruto and his father Minato, attempting to atone for his past mistakes, only to be possessed by Kaguya and inadvertently revive Madara. Yes, that should be how it unfolds. Meanwhile, Tobirama, observing from the sidelines, remained vigilant, acutely aware that any deviation from the plot could lead to failure. At long last, a weakness was revealed. Hand over your chakra, Eight Tails. Kurabi advanced, releasing octopus tentacles that ensnared Gyuki's chakra. Come on, Kurabi. Naruto encouraged. Give it your all. Don't lose. Gyuki cheered for Kurabi. Hey, Kurama chuckled upon witnessing this. At that moment, Obito realized he could feel his chakra being pulled away. Pull harder. Naruto's voice rang out. If we succeed, that fool's power will be reduced to nothing but the empty shell of the Ten Tails, and the great tree will never bloom. Kurama reminded Naruto. Obito sensed the chakra slipping from him. If this continued, the chakra of the tailed beast would be lost. Naturally, he would not resign himself to such a fate. Obito attempted to resist, while simultaneously trying to control the energy of the great tree. The third Hokage halted upon witnessing the great tree cease its blossoming and its assault upon them. This signified that the individual had lost control over the tree. Just as the third Hokage contemplated this, Shikamaru's voice resonated. Everyone, as I mentioned earlier, even the slightest power can wield great influence depending on its application. The moment has arrived. This power can shape the world. It was revealed that Ino was employing a jutsu to convey her inner voice, aiding Shikamaru in relaying the message. Naruto appeared somewhat pensive, as visions of Obito flooded his mind amidst the chakra tug-of-war. Like himself, Obito aspired to become Hokage, shared the experience of being an orphan, and harbored a secret affection for a girl. He, too, grappled with disdain and sought the approval of his companions. How strikingly similar this is to him. Then, he witnessed the demise of Rin, the girl whom Obito cherished. Embracing her lifeless body, he gazed at the blood-red moon in the sky, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair towards this world. This transcends mere verbal description. It is an exchange of souls. Naruto is acutely aware of the profound anguish that Obito is experiencing in that moment. Overcome by empathy, tears stream down Naruto's face. Now, as your chakra intertwines with his innermost thoughts seep into your consciousness, but do not be deceived. Kurama sensed Naruto's transformation and cautioned him, warning against underestimating the formidable power of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, who stands on equal footing with the Sage of Six Paths. With this declaration, the tailed beast chakra, which had been forcibly drawn away, began to gravitate back toward Obito. Witnessing this, Naruto could not help but exclaim. Sasuke raised a hand, and a large purple hand emerged from the armored Susanoo to seize the tailed beast chakra. Feeling Sasuke's support, Naruto turned to him with gratitude. "All right, Naruto, keep pulling," was Sasuke's succinct reply. Simultaneously, the 12 young ninjas leaped onto the tail of the Susanoo, joining the tug-of-war for chakra. "Look at that," Naruto exclaimed. "And that's not all," Shikamaru added. Above them, more ninjas rushed in to lend their assistance. "What?" Obito was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Everyone, grasp my chakra." At that moment, Minato, having activated Kurama's mode, arrived to help. He extended a massive chakra hand to grasp one of the Susanoo's tails. As he linked with the Susanoo, countless chakra tendrils emerged behind him, reaching out to the assembled ninjas. That's it. After a brief moment of astonishment, they sprang into action, seizing the chakra tendrils. "All right, everyone, on the count of 3. Pull together," Naruto called from within the Susanoo. 1, 2, 3, let us pull." At this juncture, Tobirama observed the unfolding scene, feeling somewhat idle despite the impressive display of Naruto's live-action prowess. However, he could not simply lounge about indefinitely. "My hands are itching," Tobirama remarked with a hint of resignation. Yet, he pondered the possibility of a swift conclusion to the battle. What if one punch ended it all? He decided it best to remain a spectator for now. Beginning to understand the sentiments of Saitama, who anticipates a formidable opponent only to find their demise with a single strike, leaving an inescapable sense of disappointment. 1, 2. Naruto began to call out. The real drama begins. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a smile graced Tobirama's face. The assembled group began to exert their strength. And at that moment, Obito noticed the surrounding scene transform into a celestial blue starry sky. Opposite him stood Naruto. At the outset, Naruto stood alone, but gradually, a multitude of companions emerged behind him. Obito instinctively glanced over his shoulder, only to find an empty void. He fell into a moment of silence before turning his gaze back. At that instant, he was startled to discover that the position once occupied by Naruto had now transformed into his own. Moreover, he envisioned himself as Hokage, with Naruto by his side. Obito found it hard to believe. Am I truly filled with regret? At this moment, Naruto began to speak. You once stated, I am no one. I do not wish to become anyone, did you not? Cease your words. Do not intrude upon my heart. Obito seemed to sense something. Yet, deep down, you are much like me, desiring to become Hokage, are you not? At this, Naruto revealed a smile. Obito fell silent. Under different circumstances, perhaps I too might have pursued your shadow, for I yearn to be Hokage, Naruto continued. That is a past, and an innocent self I have completely cast aside. A notion that Obito chose to deny. Then why do I still see it? Naruto responded. In the face of all this, what purpose does concealing oneself serve? You were once a friend to Kakashi-sensei, a subordinate to my father, a member of the Uchiha clan like Sasuke, and a senior with the same dream as mine. Also a ninja of Konohagakure. Chapter 35, Heart, Part 2. You are indeed a senior with the same dream as mine, also a ninja of Konohagakure. What do you truly mean? What do you wish to do with me? Obito grew agitated by Naruto's words. To him, these were merely remnants of a past he had chosen to abandon. But why? Why do these memories continue to resurface? I mean, you are Uchiha Obito. I have proclaimed that I shall tear away your mask. At this, Naruto extended his finger, pointing at Obito. Uchiha Obito? The tone in which Obito uttered this name suggested it was not a reference to himself. At this juncture, what significance does this name, and this person hold? Now, I have merged with the Ten Tails, transcending to a state of enlightenment. In other words, I am no longer human, but a leader guiding humanity into the next phase. I am the second sage of six paths, possessing the same will and body as the original. Wrong. At this moment, Naruto interrupted Obito. You are Uchiha Obito. Just now, our chakras were intertwined. I glimpsed your past. We share similar histories and the same aspiration of becoming Hokage. Indeed, we are quite alike. As he said this, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Obito remained silent. We are both unaware of who our parents are, having lost those most dear to us, which is why you threatened me, stating, your greatest fear is solitude. Initially, you two sought the acknowledgement and praise of others. It was this desire that led you to establish the goal of becoming Hokage. Was it not? Since you are akin to me, look at who you are now. You stand opposed to all ninjas, proclaiming some distorted philosophy for the world. Acting whimsically without restraint. No one, not even the one you hold dearest, will recognize this dream you now pursue. The one who once shared the same dream as I has completely strayed from the path of Hokage. Once, you were remarkably similar to me. It is precisely because of our striking resemblance that I yearn to witness your despair towards this world. At that moment, Obito abruptly interrupted Naruto's words. No. I wish to experience it once more. The path I tread is not erroneous. With this declaration, Obito began to move. The battle between us evokes memories of my former self, which is why I sought to test you. Naruto momentarily faltered. When did you, so akin to me, ever experience despair? Until you cast aside all your past memories. It is precisely because you mirror me that I am enraged. You have merely abandoned everything and chosen to flee. Naruto exclaimed with fervor. No, my actions are indistinguishable from those of the Hokage. In fact, I believe I have surpassed them, for true peace can indeed be realized, Obito retorted. Are you serious? Is that truly how you feel? Naruto's eyes widened. Obito closed his eyes, reminiscing about his past with Rin. Yes, that is indeed my belief, Obito replied as he opened his eyes. Naruto's gaze sharpened. No one would deliberately choose a treacherous path when the future is unclear. It is merely a matter of stepping over the corpses of comrades, if a brighter, shorter path exists, anyone would choose it. Yes, the Hokage's objective should undoubtedly be world peace, Obito continued. Upon hearing Obito's response, Naruto clenched his fists. What are you saying? What I seek to understand is not the easy path, but how to navigate the arduous journey. Do you believe both paths lead to the same destination? Obito inquired. Who initially told you this was a treacherous road? Ultimately, one must tread it to truly know, Naruto asserted as he approached Obito. A Hokage is one who must endure pain and lead others. Thus, a Hokage would never step over the bodies of comrades. At this moment, Naruto stood directly before Obito. For one destined to become Hokage, there are no shortcuts, and for those who ascend to that position, there is no retreat. Would you not agree? Naruto challenged Obito. Obito remained silent. Chapter 36. An unexpected arrival. It seems I have entered a state of philosophical reflection. However, I regret that I cannot perceive the depths of their emotional exchange. The chakra tug-of-war has calmed, and a comparison with the unfolding narrative reveals the circumstances at play. It seems it is time for me to make my entrance, but what reason should I provide? I pondered. I recall that Saitama-sensei faced a similar situation. How greatly do you admire him? I've got it. I shall claim to be a nearby resident. With that thought, it was time to stir up some trouble. Meanwhile, in the realm of inner thoughts, Naruto's emotional dialogue with Obito reached its conclusion. I cannot cross over to your side. At that moment, Obito grasped Naruto's neck. I do not regret the path I have walked. Tobi faced Naruto and declared, I have seen everything. Naruto, with his neck in Tobi's grip and struggling to breathe, managed to utter these words. Tobi paused momentarily, taken aback. At this juncture, Naruto, having finished his statement, struck Tobi with a punch that sent him flying. Why should one even imagine ascending to the position of Hokage? I have told you to come over, you fool. Tobi suddenly observed a shift in the scene before him, as Naruto seized his hand. Do not underestimate, Naruto stated as he pulled Tobi closer. The strength of everyone. With this proclamation, the gathered allies extracted the tailed beast chakra from Tobi. Success! They cheered in unison. The tailed beast chakra separated, reverting into the 7 tailed beasts. Stripped of the tailed beast chakra, Tobi emerged from the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki state, plummeting to the ground below. Have I lost? Tobi murmured, realizing that he had not only been defeated physically, but had also succumbed mentally. Rin gazed at the crimson moon above, while Tobi, bewildered, extended his hand and spoke. It seemed the narrative of defeating Tobi had reached its conclusion. Doubi, observing the unfolding events, couldn't help but feel a twinge of reflection. If one day he were to lose someone dear, would he also transform into this? Although he had yet to encounter someone truly significant. Perhaps contemplating such matters was not suited for him after all. After a moment of thought, Doubi offered a resigned smile. To truly understand a person, it is best to have shared similar experiences, as this enables a profound comprehension of their suffering. Ultimately, much of the anguish depicted in Naruto stems from love's evolution. All of this was merely a tool employed by Kagaya's son, Black Zetsu, to resurrect his mother. As he stated, he manipulated everyone, exploiting human emotions and all resources to orchestrate this grand drama. Yet, he likely did not foresee that his mother would be sealed by Naruto and Sasuke. But that is a discussion for another time. Wait, Sasuke. Naruto's voice suddenly rang out. It seems Sasuke is ready to deliver a finishing blow. Doubi watched as Sasuke, armed with a blade, charged forward with Naruto in pursuit, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Well, it appears to be just like that, Doubi remarked as he noticed Minato and Kakashi approaching Tobi's side. The intricate details of the plot beyond this point remain a mystery. Alas, anime can be quite the tease. Filled with so many reminiscences, Doubi struggled to recall the specific events. Giant Raisin Shuriken. In that moment, Sage Mode Naruto was gathering energy for his ultimate technique. Continue. Make it even larger. They are all putting in considerable effort towards their respective goals. After witnessing this scene, Doubi mused, I must also strive harder. As Doubi pondered these thoughts, he swiftly flew to the location where Madara resided. In a manner akin to the unfolding of a dramatic narrative, Madara extracted the Nine Tails from Naruto, leaving him on the brink of death. Sasuke, too, suffered grievous injuries at Madara's hands and found himself in a similar perilous state. Ultimately, Madara achieved his ambition of becoming the complete Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. In Chapter 36, The Unexpected Arrival of a Person, Part 2, Madara, now fully transformed into the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, sported white hair swept back, adorned with a forehead protector-like ornament. He was clad in a flowing white robe paired with black trousers and boots, his collar revealing 6 dark, crimson tomo, accentuated by a deep red hue. 9 orbs of the truth-seeking balls floated behind him, and in his hand, he wielded the 6 Paths staff. Is this the power of the 6 Paths? Madara mused as he reveled in his newfound strength. Now, I only need to reclaim my left eye. Determined, Madara resolved to retrieve his missing eye, knowing that only with both eyes would his full power be restored. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. This place is quite lively, Doubi remarked, observing the surrounding ninjas clad in the crimson garb of the Nine Tails. Madara's aura has intensified considerably. It seems he has indeed become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Henceforth, he can be referred to as 6 Paths Madara. Doubi sensed Madara's presence acutely. Next, Madara would seek to reclaim his left eye, and with that thought, Guy decided to rush to his aid. It would be unfortunate for him to be left incapacitated, so Doubi thought, I shall confront 6 Paths Madara in your stead. With determination, Doubi's figure vanished from the spot. In a turn of events reminiscent of a scripted tale, Guy arrived just in time to shield Kakashi from Madara's onslaught. Guy activated the 7th gate, the Shock Gate, to battle Madara, yet he proved to be no match for Madara, who swiftly overpowered him. At that moment, Guy resolved to open the 8th gate. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed. What transpired? This unexpected occurrence momentarily halted Guy's actions. It seemed as though something was approaching. Madara, too, appeared to sense an impending presence. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps approached from a distance. There are people here. Could someone explain the situation? A newcomer exclaimed with a hint of astonishment. There's no chakra fluctuation, just an ordinary civilian? Madara began to observe the approaching figure, feeling no threat whatsoever emanating from him. What is going on? Kakashi and the others were taken aback. How could a civilian arrive here? Was it not stated that this area would witness war and that civilians should evacuate? Do you know what is happening here? The newcomer complained. It's the middle of the night, and with all this noise, how can anyone sleep? What was the situation with this individual? Madara Uchiha found himself in a state of perplexity. If he were merely an ordinary person, he would have been utterly terrified by his current appearance. Yet the individual before him remained completely unaffected. Kakashi, can you utilize Kamui to transport that person away? Minato discreetly inquired of Kakashi. I'm afraid that's not feasible. The chakra was nearly depleted when I transported Obito just now, and if I were to attempt the transfer alone, Minato would undoubtedly grasp the implication without needing to hear the remainder, Kakashi replied. Shall we simply allow him to walk to his demise? Minato questioned, his heart heavy with reluctance. It seems this individual has instilled a sense of trepidation within you, Madara remarked, observing how they refrained from launching an attack upon the man's arrival. Good sir, may I inquire about the peculiar white horns adorning your head? The man expressed an apparent curiosity towards Madara's unusual protrusions. What concern is it of yours? Madara responded, instinctively sensing that this man was no ordinary foe. Not much. It was merely a question born out of curiosity, the man replied candidly. Madara acknowledged with a brief response, redirecting his focus towards Might Guy. There is no alternative. I must unlock the 8th gate, Guy resolved with determination. Chapter 37, The Noisy Night That Drives One to Baldness. Young man, you must vacate this area at once. That individual is exceedingly dangerous. He is Uchiha Madara. Guy warned the man. Uchiha Madara? Oh, so it was your doing, the man remarked. His gaze towards Madara growing increasingly hostile. And what of it? Madara boldly admitted. Who are you, and what brings you here? I reside nearby, and was compelled to emerge due to the raucous commotion, hoping to advise you against creating such a disturbance, the man stated. A hint of exasperation in his tone. However, upon stepping outside, I discovered my house had been blown to smithereens, he added, anger seeping into his voice. Apologize immediately, or I shall deliver a beating, the man threatened. Beat me? Madara was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the audacity of the individual before him. Is this a death wish? Kakashi remarked, observing the man's demeanor. You see, sleep is vital for a person. The noise at this hour is enough to drive one to madness, the man declared, clenching his fists tightly. Step by step, he approached Madara with determination. I never anticipated you would dare to provoke me, Madara chuckled, standing directly in front of Madara. The man boldly challenged, what seems to be the problem? Madara merely gestured, summoning a truth-seeking orb that surged towards the man. Trouble. Kakashi, momentarily bewildered by Doubi's actions, failed to react in time to utilize Kimui to save him. The other ninjas were equally helpless. Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, was rendered incapable as both his hands were lost. The rest could not respond in time. Boom. As the truth-seeking orb approached Doubi, it erupted in a blinding white light, culminating in an explosion. I initially believed you possessed some skill, only to discover that the 6 paths of Edo had been engulfed by the blast, prompting a derisive remark. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, it revealed Doubi, unscathed. What? The 6 paths of Edo stood momentarily stunned upon witnessing Doubi's intact condition. In the next instant, Doubi delivered a punch that sent him flying. Boom. The force of the blow propelled the 6 paths of Edo a considerable distance, crashing him into the ground and creating a gaping, bottomless crater. I now have a clearer understanding of your strength, Doubi mused as he retracted his fist. You must be formidable, but not as powerful as he is. Doubi uttered words that left those around him perplexed. Who are you, exactly? The 6 paths of Edo, having emerged from the pit, appeared quite disheveled, his body coated in dust and a prominent protrusion on his forehead broken, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You're quite impressive to still be standing, Doubi remarked. Incredible, Kai exclaimed, witnessing the aftermath of Doubi's punch. What manner of person are you? The 6 paths of Edo felt as though his body had been shattered upon receiving Doubi's blow. Did I not mention? I reside nearby. My name is Doubi, he replied, yawning casually. Damn it. The 6 paths of Edo felt an inexplicable urge to eliminate Doubi upon seeing him in such a relaxed state. Wheel of Judgment. Yet, aware that he was no match for Doubi in direct confrontation, he activated his ocular technique. What is this? At the moment of activation, Doubi turned his gaze toward a particular direction and spoke. Subsequently, he made a defensive gesture. Bang. A sound of impact resonated through the air. Chapter 37, The Noisy Night Drives One to Baldness, Part 2, Bang. Another sound of impact echoed. However, after blocking the attack, Doubi threw a punch forward, albeit missing entirely. Is it truly ineffective? Doubi pondered privately after his failed strike, realizing that only by harnessing the power of the 6 paths could he strike at the shadowy Edo. This fellow discerned my wheel of judgment. The 6 paths of Edo was taken aback, astonished that Doubi, lacking the Rinnegan and the 6 paths techniques, could perceive his wheel of judgment. It appears that even chakra can sense the wheel of judgment. It seems my hypothesis holds true. Yet, D clearly understood what had just transpired. While observing the battle, he began to contemplate how to counter Madara's, which was akin to an assault from another realm, beyond his perception. However, at that moment, D recalled Naruto in the Sage of 6 Paths mode. Although he did not possess the same Sharingan as Sasuke, he was still capable of sensing Madara's shadowy presence. This suggests that those endowed with the ability to perceive can also sense the presence of the shadowy figure. However, this perceptive ability must be quite formidable, as evidenced by Naruto, who, despite being connected to the Nine Tails and entering Sage mode, could not detect the shadowy figure. While Doubi was uncertain if his own chakra sensing was strong enough, he approached the situation with a mindset of experimentation. The outcome, as we are already aware, was less than successful. Nevertheless, Doubi feigned a semblance of surprise. Who are you? What is your purpose? The expression in the eyes of the Six Paths Madara was filled with astonishment. He had ascended to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, the closest to the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, before him stood a man devoid of any chakra fluctuations who had managed to send him flying with a single punch. Were you even listening to me? Doubi exclaimed in exasperation. I have already stated thrice that I am a resident of this vicinity. Was this, perhaps, the legendary notion that significant matters must be repeated thrice? Doubi pondered silently. Well, if you prefer not to disclose your thoughts, that is of no concern to me. As Six Paths Madara spoke, he ascended into the sky. Earth Explosion Star. He swiftly performed hand seals, concentrating his chakra into a highly condensed black sphere that began to float into the air. The sphere then commenced to split apart, scattering in all directions. Boom. Countless stones and soil were drawn upwards by the black spheres. Wow, impressive, Doubi remarked, gazing upwards at the scene of the black spheres incessantly attracting objects. Looks like it's going to rain. Once the black spheres had transformed into massive orbs of rock and soil, Madara uttered this statement. Boom. Following his words, the spheres began to plummet toward Doubi. Oh, that is quite a number, Doubi observed calmly, watching the meteor shower-like spectacle. Kamui. At that moment, Kakashi, having regained some of his chakra, invoked Kamui once more. However, he could only transport 2 of the spheres away. Multiple regular punches. Not to worry, for Doubi was still present. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the spheres were obliterated by Doubi's barrage of punches. Where did he go? However, after Doubi dispatched the spheres, Six Paths Madara had vanished. Has he fled? Doubi sensed the atmosphere around him and discovered that Madara had indeed escaped. Why did he run away so cowardly? Doubi was somewhat bewildered. Why had Madara not chosen to engage him further? The 38th chapter, Rebound. His objective must be Kakashi, for after all, Obito, possessing his left eye, was still within the Kamui dimension. After some contemplation, Doubi decided to remain by Kakashi's side. As long as the Six Paths Obito intended to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, he must first gather both of his eyes. Otherwise, all discussions would be futile. Meanwhile, Obito, who possessed Kakashi's left eye, was currently ensconced within the Kamui space. To enter, one would need to seize Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan and utilize Kamui to gain access. Thus, Doubi concluded that simply guarding Kakashi was sufficient, as he was not concerned about the appearance of the Six Paths Obito. With this thought in mind, Doubi directed his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi, on his end, remained somewhat vigilant. After all, they were still uncertain whether Doubi was an ally or an adversary. Greetings, Doubi offered amiably. Are you truly a resident here? Guy, with his straightforward nature, posed the question directly. Ah, indeed. By the way, what is the situation here? Is that fellow named Obito involved in some sort of demolition? Doubi inquired. Oh, so much has transpired outside. He learned after conversing for a while with Kakashi, Minato, Guy, and the others. Naturally, he had also begun to bond with them. As without the capacity to incite animosity, Doubi presented a rather congenial demeanor. It turns out that not only is he demolishing, but he also intends to put everyone to sleep, Doubi remarked thoughtfully. Kakashi suddenly perceived that this individual appeared rather oblivious. His current demeanor bore no resemblance to the one who had just fiercely contended with the Six Paths Obito. Very well. I shall assist you in launching that horned fellow away, Doubi suddenly expressed, filled with excitement as a thought crossed his mind. Kakashi was somewhat speechless. Had he not witnessed Doubi's earlier confrontation with the Six Paths Obito, he might have suspected that this person was somewhat unhinged. Haha, indeed. This is the essence of youth. However, the green-clad guy seemed to wholeheartedly agree with Doubi's sentiments. We do not even know where Obito is at this moment, Minato interjected. Right, haha, I completely forgot, Doubi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and everyone fell to the ground. However, I can sense that the horned fellow is still nearby, Doubi stated. Oh, is that so? Can you discern his exact location? Minato inquired upon hearing this. Doubi appeared to be in a trance, closing his eyes momentarily. Strange, he remarked after reopening his eyes. What is it? Guy asked, puzzled by Doubi's demeanor. Obito is accompanied by someone. Doubi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke. Accompanied by someone? Minato and Kakashi began to ponder this revelation. Moreover, they are approaching us at great speed, Doubi added. What? The crowd immediately became vigilant. Surrender your resistance, relinquish my left eye, and enter the realm of dreams. Does that not sound appealing? Within moments, the figure of 6 paths of Beto materialized before them. Isn't that absurd? You wish for us to slumber for eternity. To languish in illusions, this is akin to advocating for euthanasia. Doubi found Abito's demeanor increasingly irksome. With a scoff, 6 paths of Beto responded to Doubi's retort. Are you not aware? This world is devoid of hope, a pitch-black hell. Rather than enduring life in such a torment, would it not be preferable to ascend to the paradise of dreams? A realm free of strife and suffering. Abito's fervor was palpable as he expressed his conviction. Oh, and what of it? Doubi, however, remained entirely disinterested, his gaze resembling that of a lifeless fish as he regarded Abito. Such a world is but an illusion. Even if you were to succeed, what then? This fabricated existence is merely a realm of death, indistinguishable from annihilating humanity for the sake of world peace. As he spoke, Doubi gestured toward the sky. Doubi felt a profound sense of incredulity towards Abito's actions. Why resort to such extreme measures for the sake of peace? Though he recognized that Abito was not inherently malevolent, Doubi struggled to comprehend his motives. The notion that such a terrifying idea could arise from the altered inscriptions left by the Sage of 6 Paths was beyond his understanding. I can hardly be bothered to argue with you. You will never comprehend, Abito seemed to concede, though he appeared disinclined to continue the fruitless debate. Oh, but the one buried beneath the earth, might you emerge now? Doubi's unexpected proclamation caught everyone off guard, as they had sensed nothing amiss moments prior. Ah, discovered. Alas, there is no avoiding it. A rather jarring voice emerged from below, accompanied by the sound of earth being displaced. A figure emerged from the ground, resembling an albino, with skin as pale as death and eyes that gleamed with an eerie crimson hue. His shoulder-length hair was a striking shade of blood red. I had hoped to observe a bit longer, but it seems now is the time to begin. The man expressed a hint of regret at being prematurely revealed. Ribo, since it has come to this, you shall deal with this little brat while I reclaim my left eye. Abito appeared unfazed by the emergence of the individual known as Ribo, as if they were well acquainted. Very well, do as you wish. It seems that Ribo is somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. How peculiar, as Doubi has begun to observe Ribo's aura, yet he perceives it to be unstable. From the very outset, Ribo's energy fluctuates erratically, a phenomenon that piques Doubi's curiosity. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid of me? Ribo taunts, noticing that Doubi merely stands there instead of launching an attack. Forget it, let's just fight, Doubi muses, uncertain of what it signifies, but decides to engage nonetheless. However, Ribo appears to be growing impatient and initiates an assault on Doubi. With a swift motion, Ribo propels himself forward, arriving before Doubi in an instant. The next moment, Ribo throws a punch, but it does not connect with Doubi. Instead, it strikes the ground behind him. The force of the blow sends shockwaves across the earth, which cannot withstand the power and fractures instantly, creating spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. Impressive, Doubi remarks from a distance of 10 meters, observing the spectacle. Is that all you have to say? Ribo responds, seemingly displeased with Doubi's comment. Is there a problem? Doubi inquires. You are quite an intriguing individual. Ribo remarks upon hearing Doubi's response. Oh, perhaps, Doubi replies, glancing back towards Kakashi's direction, only to find it empty. Where has everyone gone? He wonders, momentarily taken aback. Are you still concerned about others? You should focus on your own well-being first. Ribo raises his right hand, and in an instant, a gray-red energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball forms within his palm. Within seconds, this small energy orb expands to several times its original size. With a resounding hum, Ribo hurls the now basketball-sized energy sphere toward Doubi. Oh, that's rather large, Doubi observes, deciding to remain in place to withstand the impact. He spreads his arms in a defensive posture. Unexpectedly, Doubi's stance does not impede the energy sphere. It seems to disregard his efforts and crashes down upon him, pinning him to the ground. With a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere detonates, unleashing tremendous destruction upon the landscape. Well, surely a mere attack of this magnitude won't be your end. Ribo stands atop undamaged ground, gazing at the vast crater before him. Hello. A voice suddenly calls from behind Ribo. What? Upon hearing that sound, Ribo was taken aback. Instinctively, he made a grave error by turning his head. Suddenly, a fist appeared within his line of sight. Boom. Strangely enough, it was not Ribo who was propelled away, but rather Doubi. However, Doubi swiftly regained his balance in midair and landed back on the ground. Puzzled, he reflected on the recent exchange. He was certain that he had struck Ribbo. Yet it was he who had been sent flying. It was as if his attack had been deflected. Your speed is quite impressive. At this moment, Nichiho spoke, indicating that he had just evaded the attack at the moment of the explosion. However, regardless of how swift your movements or how immense your strength may be, they shall prove utterly ineffective against me. As he uttered these words, Nichiho's gaze towards Doubi was filled with disdain. Thus, the outcome of your battle with me will inevitably be defeat. Nichiho spoke this with utmost confidence. Yet, Doubi merely replied, "Oh, and so what?" His countenance remained nonchalant. Nichiho was momentarily taken aback by Doubi's words, but he quickly regained his composure and let out a cold laugh. "It seems you are one who does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. If you desire death, I shall oblige." Nichiho's tone was slightly agitated, evidently incensed by Doubi's demeanor. In the very next moment, Nichiho lunged towards Doubi, delivering a straight punch. Doubi effortlessly evaded the attack. "It appears you lack any formidable offensive capabilities," Doubi remarked after dodging Nichiho's strike. "Is that so?" Nichiho chuckled, stating, "If you wish to die a most unsightly death, I can accommodate you." "Hee, then let us see." Doubi's expression brightened, seemingly intrigued by Nichiho's earlier provocation. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Naruto, now in the Six Paths mode, and Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, commenced their battle against the Six Paths Madara. "When did you arrive?" In the midst of this, Kakashi, with Doubi's attention drawn by Nichiho, had his Manjiki Sharingan taken by Madara. Nevertheless, under Naruto's Yang release power, a regular eye was crafted and restored to Kakashi's eye socket. However, this signified that he could no longer partake in the battle, leaving him with the sole task of cheering for Naruto and Sasuke. As for Madara, after engaging with Naruto and Sasuke, his strategy was revealed and, having lost this advantage, he unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi to draw their attention, while he took to the skies to initiate the infinite illusion. Suddenly, the night sky transformed, radiating as bright as day. In this world, those illuminated by the white light have transformed their eyes into the Rinnegan, subsequently losing consciousness and entering the realm of dreams. Countless branches extend from the divine tree, binding those individuals with released strips of cloth, suspending them as if they were zonzi. If this act by the divine tree is not halted, these individuals will inevitably become white Zetsu. The fate of those who become white Zetsu is well known. Meanwhile, Doubi, engaged in battle with Nichihaku, has also observed this phenomenon. "Ah, this is the infinite Tsukuyomi," Doubi mused, lifting his gaze. "However, it seems to have no effect on me. Is it dependent on the user's strength?" Doubi noted that he had not fallen into the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, prompting such thoughts. Nevertheless, his attention shifted back to Nichihaku, who appeared unharmed and showed no signs of being ensnared by the illusion. "Infinite Tsukuyomi? It seems that Madara has achieved his goal." Nichihaku also took note of the changes in the sky. It appears your companions have failed. Yet, do not grieve, for you shall soon be reunited with them." Nichihaku smugly declared to Doubi. It is worth noting that during their previous battle, although Nichihaku had maintained an undefeated position due to his ability to reflect attacks, he was unable to inflict harm upon Doubi. But now, the situation has changed. The completion of the infinite Tsukuyomi signifies the imminent resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki. With her assistance, he is confident that Doubi will prove no match for them. "You are mistaken. I shall bring you down and seek them out," Doubi retorted unexpectedly. Nichihaku's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Ha, ha, ha, good, good, good." His repeated affirmations revealed his emotions spiraling out of control. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to suppress the violent emotions that surged within him in Doubi's presence. His singular thought was to rip Doubi's mouth apart and dismember him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Doubi questioned, sensing Nichihaku's gaze, reminiscent of a vengeful adversary. At that moment, if a gaze could kill, Doubi would have perished countless times at Nichihaku's hands, provided he possessed the capability to harm him. You should revel in this moment. Next year on this day will be your memorial. Yet Nichihaku restrained himself from unleashing his fury. "Oh, but it seems that by the time you uttered those words, it had already struck midnight." Doubi offered a friendly reminder to Nichihaku. "You." Nichihaku felt a surge of anger, realizing that his previous statement had been turned against him by Doubi. From a certain perspective, it was akin to him striking himself. Infuriating. Infuriating. Rebo felt as though he was on the verge of being consumed by the raging fire of his own fury. It was the first time in many years that he had experienced such intense anger. All of this turmoil stemmed from Doubi. What was wrong with him? Had I said something excessively harsh? It seemed as if he were afflicted by a heart ailment. Observing Rebo's distressed state, Doubi could not help but comment. Chapter 40. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although Doubi's voice was not loud when he uttered this remark, it still reached Rebo's ears. Oomph, ha ha ha. At this moment, Rebo was caught in a phase of laughter born from extreme rage. Doubi's unintentional comments had successfully drawn forth a torrent of animosity from him. If Naruto's verbal prowess could transform foes into friends, then Doubi's words served as a veritable spark for igniting hatred among adversaries. It could be said that if Doubi had chimed in during Naruto's persuasive discourse, the effectiveness of that rhetoric would have been entirely nullified. This can be described as an individual's innate talent, and one of Doubi's peculiar gifts is the ability to incite animosity. Curiously, those who are provoked by him tend to subconsciously disregard his prowess, perceiving him as an ordinary person, and thus, they launch their assaults without hesitation. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Nichibo possesses a commendable level of restraint. Although he has been agitated by Doubi, he has yet to retaliate. Is this a sign of madness? Yet, Doubi cannot help but make a sarcastic remark, for the sound of Nichibo's laughter possesses an almost bewitching quality. Humph. Remember, the next time we meet, it will be your demise. However, following this bout of maniacal laughter, Nichibo appears to regain some clarity as he burrows into the ground. Is he akin to Tuxing's son? This phrase seems rather cliché. Typically, villains who utter such words find themselves failing yet again upon their next encounter with their intended victims. Doubi finds himself somewhat at a loss for words regarding Nichibo's declaration. Nonetheless, although Nichibo has fled, Doubi remains acutely aware of his presence, and it is evident that Nichibo cannot have ventured far, most likely to the domain of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Oh, but no, it is more accurate to refer to her as Tsutsuki Kagaya now. With this thought, Doubi hastens in pursuit of Nichibo's aura. For the moment, it would be prudent to regroup with Kakashi and the others, as Tsutsuki Kagaya possesses the ability to traverse dimensions. Any delay might hinder their ability to join the fray. Our dear Madara finds himself in a rather tragic predicament, led astray by Black Zetsu, living in a delusion. After laboriously achieving the infinite Tsukuyomi, he is informed by Black Zetsu that he is merely a tool for resurrecting his mother, Kagaya. Furthermore, he himself has been consumed by Kagaya's consciousness. The progenitor of chakra, Tsutsuki Kagaya, has thus been revived. Such immense chakra, Madara, is utterly incomparable. At this moment, Sasuke, sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from Kagaya, cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. This fellow Sasuke is indeed the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, and both he and Naruto remain vigilant. Upon receiving power from the sage, they were briefed about his mother. My mother, Tsutsuki Kagaya, came from afar to retrieve the fruit of the divine tree, which is the very tree you have witnessed in this war. The chakra fruit it bears was consumed by Kagaya, granting her the power to pacify this land. My mother is formidable, stronger than anyone. Such a commendation from the creator of the ninja lineage underscores Kagaya's extraordinary prowess. Should she be resurrected, use this sealing technique to confine her. This process may prove arduous, but do not worry, for that individual named Doubi will assist you. Additionally, the Sage of Six Paths imparted these words to them. Is that Doubi not yet arrived? Naruto muses. Just moments ago, during the battle with Six Paths Madara, he had sensed no other presence with formidable chakra. Let us not concern ourselves with this unknown reinforcement that may emerge at any time. Naruto, first use that technique to seal her. Sasuke spoke. Very well. Naruto, too, shifted his focus to Kagaya Otsutsuki. What is your purpose? At that moment, Kakashi addressed Kagaya, stating, it is not the ninja clan, but the true essence of a ninja. I have nothing to say to someone who knows nothing of chakra's significance and merely toys with it. This land, this precious field of mine, must not suffer further harm. Let us conclude this battle. Kagaya replied, What do you mean? Naruto, sensing confusion, interjected. Chapter 40. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Part 2. What do you mean? Naruto repeated. Still perplexed. Right here, she continued. As she spoke, an unexpected interruption occurred. Doubi arrived just in time. Suddenly, without any forewarning, the surroundings transformed into a realm of magma and lava. They found themselves hovering above the molten flow. I shall eliminate you here, Kagaya declared, her tone eerily calm. as if she were not on the verge of committing murder. Suddenly, the force of gravity pulled Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura downward, while Doubi soared above them. Except for Naruto, who could float in the air thanks to the Six Paths chakra, the others lacked the ability to remain airborne without utilizing ninjutsu. Although Naruto had yet to realize his capacity for flight, Doubi managed to catch Sakura and Kakashi. As for the unconscious Obito, Doubi noted that Kakashi had already pinned his hand to the rocky wall with a kunai. Doubi felt a pang of sympathy for Obito, who, despite being in a state of unconsciousness, was still subjected to such indignities. Summoning technique. Our Sasuke reacted swiftly, forming hand seals to summon a ninja hawk. The hawk promptly caught Sasuke. He glanced at Kakashi and Sakura, both being held by Doubi, and was momentarily taken aback. "Hello," Doubi greeted Sasuke. However, Sasuke ignored him, indicating that Doubi was not their enemy. Sasuke rode the ninja hawk, ascending above Naruto, who was grasped by the hawk's talons. "Obito, my apologies for using such a rough method," Kakashi remarked, looking at Obito, who remained pinned against the rock wall, his gaze filled with remorse. Meanwhile, Obito continued to lie unconscious. Suddenly, Sakura's forehead protector slipped from her head, plunging into the lava, which consumed it in less than a second. It is indeed not an illusion. Could it be that she has summoned another dimension? Kakashi pondered upon witnessing Sakura's protector being devoured by the lava. "By the way, thank you, Doubi," Kakashi expressed his gratitude. "Had it not been for you, we might have fallen." "Oh, no need for thanks," Doubi replied. Doubi, while speaking, carefully placed them in a safe area devoid of lava. Kaguya noticed Doubi's recent actions, yet her primary focus remained on Naruto and Sasuke. After all, these two possessed the chakra she yearned to reclaim. Moreover, they were capable of sealing her away. This compelled her to divert her attention towards this matter, inadvertently neglecting Doubi. Who is this woman? Why does she possess such long hair? Two horns have sprouted from her head as well. Even amidst the tense atmosphere, Doubi still uttered trivial remarks. Is this truly the moment to pose such inquiries? Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for rescuing Kakashi-sensei and the others. Upon hearing Doubi's words, Naruto found himself momentarily bewildered. "Oh, but could you kindly respond to my question?" Doubi gestured towards Kaguya ahead. Chapter 41. Space. That individual, Kaguya, is the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. At this juncture, Sasuke interjected, suggesting that we should first confront the enemy. He had already discerned that Doubi was the reinforcement referred to by the sage. Although at first glance, he appeared equally unreliable as Naruto. Oh, Doubi opted not to prolong the conversation. Kaguya Tsutsuki had been hovering in the air, lost in thought. "Naruto, let me clarify. If either one of us perishes, this world shall meet its end. Only the power of Yang from the sage in your hands and the power of Yin in mine can seal this being before us. Should we falter, humanity will face extinction. We cannot afford to die," Sasuke conveyed to Naruto. "During infinite Tsukuyomi, Kakashi and Sakura merely happened to be by your side, nothing more. Do you grasp my meaning?" Sasuke continued. Doubi, upon hearing this, remained unresponsive, as this was a matter concerning Team 7. He was merely an outsider. "I understand," Naruto replied. Sakura, having heard Sasuke's words, felt her spirits dim. "I comprehend your intent, yet my body tends to act of its own accord at such moments. Just like that time on the bridge," Naruto remarked with a smile. Sasuke offered no reply, seemingly reflecting on their mission in the Land of Waves alongside Naruto and Sakura. At that time, he had not yet defected nor sought power through darkness. When Naruto was about to be struck by 1,000 needles, he instinctively shielded him from the attack. However, those moments now belong to the past. "It doesn't matter. You should understand my sentiment, Sasuke." Naruto approached Sasuke's side. Sasuke remained silent. Watching anime, this would be the part where memories are played back, which had been quite frustrating to witness. However, now he need not endure that hardship. Meanwhile, Doubi pondered this matter. At that moment, Kaguya's hair fanned out, launching towards them. Upon witnessing the situation, Sasuke immediately employed Susanoo for defense. However, a few strands still struck the ninja hawk. Once hit, the hawk appeared to lose all strength and began to plummet. "This is troublesome. It's the Byakugan. The hawk has been sealed. Only Susanoo can save it," Sasuke thought. Yet, as he prepared to summon Susanoo, he discovered he could not channel his chakra. Turning his gaze to his arm, he noticed a strand of hair embedded within it. Kaguya had sealed Sasuke's chakra with her hair, rendering him incapable of utilizing Susanoo. Nevertheless, Sasuke was not alone. Several massive hands of chakra extended from Naruto, grasping Sasuke firmly. Huh, Naruto? Sasuke looked up at Naruto, who was hovering in the air. Naruto seemed equally astonished by his ability to fly, but soon a smile graced his face. Shadow Clone Jutsu. After pulling Sasuke up, Naruto swiftly formed a hand seal. With a puff of smoke, another Naruto emerged. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura are in your hands, Naruto instructed his clone. Understood. The shadow clone nodded and proceeded to protect them. This is chakra from the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya remarked, her expression resembling that of a child who has just acquired a new toy. Regardless, any chakra belongs to me. Upon seeing Naruto soaring in the air, Kaguya declared. At that moment, Sasuke yanked the hair from his arm and, alongside Naruto, faced Kaguya. Deep Butsu also redirected his attention toward Kaguya, for she was the progenitor of chakra, the ultimate antagonist of the Hokage. As Kaguya began to speak once more, she swiftly charged toward Naruto and Sasuke. Concentrate the chakra into one. The moment her words fell, Kaguya stood before Naruto and Sasuke. In Chapter 41, Space Part 2. Kaguya commanded, concentrate the chakra into one. Instantly, she appeared right in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Butsu, witnessing this, was eager to engage her in combat. However, he could not allow her to be hindered. Nib appeared before Butsu at some point, blocking his path. Oh, Butsu, realizing this, chose to leave Kaguya to Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they were the protagonists of this world and would not perish so easily. Magnetism. At that moment, Kaguya launched an attack on Naruto. Sensing the imminent danger, Naruto responded swiftly, unleashing his chakra hands to counter the assault. The powerful chakra collided fiercely, and Naruto found himself straining under the pressure. Although he possessed an immense amount of chakra, it paled in comparison to Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra. Meanwhile, Kaguya appeared to experience no strain whatsoever, continually intensifying her assault on Naruto. Boom, 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 boom. The azure and golden chakra fists clashed incessantly, their strikes escalating in speed to the point of creating sonic booms. Naruto let out a powerful shout as he intensified his attacks. Kaguya's onslaught was formidable. In a mere instant, she unleashed thousands of strikes upon Naruto. In response to Naruto's augmented force, Kaguya merely escalated her own power. Gradually, Naruto began to falter under the weight of Kaguya's relentless assault. Ultimately, Kaguya breached Naruto's defenses, her azure fist striking him with such force that he was propelled through the air. This technique, known as the 80 Gods Void Strike, represented the most primal form of the Hyuga clan's palm technique. It involved gathering chakra within the palm and releasing countless fists into the air, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Even in his Sage of Six Paths mode, Naruto was sent flying by this move. However, his earlier defenses proved effective. Although he was launched away, he sustained minimal damage. Sasuke, now's your chance, Naruto called out while tumbling through the air. Promptly, Sasuke summoned his mature Susanoo, launching a purple arrow towards Kaguya. As the arrow drew near, Sasuke activated his Sharingan's ability to switch places with it, appearing right beside Kaguya. He then summoned his complete Susanoo, wielding two purple chakra blades, and delivered a powerful slash at Kaguya. In response, Kaguya, enveloped in azure chakra, merely raised a hand, seemingly intending to deflect the attack with a single gesture. Upon contact with her hand, the chakra blades melted away as if they were ice cream. The ordeal was far from over. One could scarcely fathom what Kaguya had done, as she not only dismantled Susanoo but also ignited a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The detonation unleashed a tremendous roar, shrouding the surroundings in a thick veil of smoke. Sasuke plummeted from the haze, his Susanoo having been shattered by Kaguya's assault. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing his companion in peril. Damn it, I can't stop now. Naruto struggled to stabilize himself in a bid to rescue Sasuke. Yet he found himself unable to counteract the force that had hurled him away. A blade strapped to Sasuke's waist fell, instantly succumbing to the molten lava below. However, our Sasuke was not one to succumb so easily. In an instant, his form vanished. With a resounding clap, Sasuke reappeared in midair, colliding with Naruto, who was tumbling through the sky. The collision allowed Naruto to stabilize his body in midair. Subsequently, as Sasuke began to descend, he grasped Naruto's foot. Realizing Sasuke was beneath him, Naruto reacted, but even his Susanoo was of no use, as Sasuke remarked. Naruto fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the overwhelming power of Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra, which indeed exceeded their expectations. Chapter 42, Breaking the Rebound. Seizing the moment, They aimed to rescue Obito while Naruto and the others engaged in battle. Meanwhile, the Shadow Clones initiated a rescue operation for Obito, who was hanging on the rocky wall. Could Doubi inflict indirect damage as well? At that moment, Doubi soared through the air. I've stated before that any attack against me is futile, he declared, a smirk of pride on his face. However, he pondered the limits of the rebounding attack, considering that such a power could not be wielded without restrictions. Just moments ago, Doubi had attempted to throw Ribbo into the lava, hoping for an attack from the molten rock. Yet, upon contact with Ribbo, the lava instinctively receded. Let us try a barrage of regular punches, Doubi thought, preparing to execute his plan. Just then, Sasuke unexpectedly unleashed Amaterasu upon Ribbo. Ribbo seemed taken aback, not anticipating that while facing Kaguya, Sasuke would also target him. Caught off guard, he failed to react in time and was struck by the black flames. However, the black flames seemed to inflict no damage, as Ribbo remained unharmed. Amaterasu possesses an immortal burn effect, realizing the flames had affected him. Sasuke quickly utilized Kaguya's ability to extinguish the black flames. Chakra attacks are ineffective against me, Ribbo stated. With this revelation, Doubi's mind began to shift toward a different strategy. Let us give it a try. Consider it an experiment. With that thought, Doubi raised his hand in Ribbo's direction. Still not giving up? Ribbo chuckled at Doubi's actions, finding it humorous that, after so many attempts, Doubi still intended to attack him, viewing it as a waste of effort. Yet, in the next instant, he was sent flying. Boom. Ribbo was struck as if by a hammer, soaring through the air and embedding himself into the rocky wall. It seems feasible, Doubi nodded in satisfaction at the outcome. The recent move was called the energy burst. The principle was simple, to release internal energy outward to propel the opponent away. It appeared he could not rebound energy-based attacks. The previous strike had profoundly confirmed this fact. Ribbo could only reflect physical and chakra attacks. However, he was powerless against energy attacks originating from another realm, such as that of Dragon Ball. How is this possible? Ribbo rose to his feet. Aside from the rocky wall, it seemed he was surrounded by lava. How did he manage to stand? To his astonishment, Doubi realized that this creature could indeed fly. Upon witnessing Ribbo hovering in the air, he could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it said that one must possess the 6 paths chakra to achieve flight in this realm? Although, one could also soar through the skies using dust release." Much like the Tsuchikage. Yet, Doubi's curiosity lingered only momentarily. He did not dwell on the thought. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Ribbo appeared unable to accept the reality of having been propelled away by Doubi's explosive wave. Impossible? In this world, nothing is beyond possibility. Doubi chuckled lightly in response. I refuse to believe it. At that instant, Ribbo charged towards Doubi like a madman. Is his mental state truly so fragile? Is he unraveling so easily? Doubi muttered, observing Ribbo's grotesque expression. In truth, it was not Ribbo's frailty of spirit that was at play, but rather the formidable nature of Doubi's infuriating abilities. Furthermore, the capacity for counterattacks was Ribbo's greatest asset. Stripped of it, he was merely an ordinary elite ninja. The cumulative effect of these factors had led Ribbo to exhibit signs of psychological imbalance. However, while contemplating this, Doubi deftly sidestepped Ribbo's assault. In that fleeting moment, a yellow energy sphere materialized in Doubi's left hand. The energy sphere, no larger than a ping-pong ball, emanated an aura of lethality. He propelled this energy sphere towards Nichib with the same finesse as Naruto executing his Rasengan. Chapter 42, Breaking the Rebound, Part 2. He struck Nichib in the abdomen with the energy sphere. Boom. Upon contact with Nichib, the energy sphere erupted, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The smoke generated by the blast quickly dissipated, leaving only Doubi suspended in the air, alongside Kaguya, Naruto, and Sasuke. Doubi, having just taken a life, remained momentarily silent. This marks the 3rd individual he has slain. Yet, Doubi feels no burden in his heart. Eliminating such a menace is, in fact, a service to humanity. Now, let us turn our attention to Naruto and the others. With this thought, Doubi glanced in Naruto's direction. What is this? He was taken aback to see that Naruto and Sasuke were ensnared by a dark substance, rendering them immobile. What have I just missed? Doubi pondered, perplexed. He recalled that Kaguya intended to absorb Naruto and Sasuke's chakra. Why, then, have they been captured yet remain suspended in the air, doing nothing? One cannot blame Doubi, for he lacks the ability to perceive chakra and thus remains oblivious to the fact that Naruto and Sasuke's chakra is being siphoned away. Given more time, Naruto could indeed extricate himself from the predicament. However, Doubi cannot afford to wait that long. The entity known as Kuroji incessantly babbles, and as Doubi speaks, he clenches his fists in determination. Unaware of the reasons behind their disregard for him, Doubi resolves that, since he is present, he will not permit Kuroji to continue his incessant chatter. The lectures of Kurizetsu, much like those of his instructor, induce a sense of drowsiness. Come, let us return to the embrace of the omnipotent mother. At this moment, Kurizetsu's monologue seemed to be nearing its conclusion. How exasperating. Suddenly, an impatient voice emerged beside Kaguya and Kurizetsu. Then, with a resounding impact, Doubi delivered a direct punch squarely to Kaguya's face. The force of that punch was immense, sending Kaguya flying through the air. Consequently, Black Zetsu was compelled to sever his connection with Naruto and Sasuke. Are you all right? After knocking Kaguya away, Tobirama glanced back to assess Naruto and Sasuke's condition. I'm fine. I can still fight. Naruto appeared quite spirited, even if Tobirama had not intervened. He believed he could free himself from Black Zetsu's grasp. Humph, Sasuke retorted to Tobirama. Tobirama felt a hint of awkwardness, yet he dismissed it. He was well aware of Sasuke's temperament. The history of ninjas does not only belong to you, he emphasized. As a mother, shouldn't you take pride in seeing your child stand independently? At that moment, Naruto resumed his verbal sparring with his adversary. Your rebellious phase is quite prolonged. I assent it. Your mother is the progenitor of chakra, and whatever you little ones do is futile. After Kaguya regained her composure, Black Zetsu responded to Naruto's taunts with a tone laced with disdain, seemingly indifferent to Tobirama's earlier success in sending Kaguya flying. Indeed, we may be children. But what does that make you, hiding behind your mother? A perpetual child who cannot grow up or stand on their own. At that moment, Tobirama couldn't help but mock Black Zetsu. You. Those words seemed to strike a nerve with Black Zetsu. Unlike Kaguya's other descendants, he had not inherited their mother's power. Although he claimed to be Kaguya's child, he was merely a fragment of her will. What's wrong? Is the little brat feeling defiant? Tobirama noticed Black Zetsu's already dark expression darken further, eliciting a chuckle from him. While watching the Naruto anime, Tobirama had found Black Zetsu rather irritating. After all, he was merely a child relying on his mother, yet he had the audacity to ridicule Obito as a failure. To Tobirama, he was even less than a failure. Now, facing him directly, he felt compelled to provoke him with words. Chapter 43, The Space of Transition. Humph. Anyway, you will soon meet your demise. In the end, Black Zetsu managed to utter those words. Humph, just a little brat who wanted to even admit it. Tobirama sneered at Black Zetsu's reaction. Stop wasting time with him. We need to find an opportunity to launch the sealing technique. Sasuke, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, we are in the midst of battle. Do not provoke the enemy further. Oh, Tobirama replied, choosing to cease his banter. Indeed, there was only that one technique left, the jutsu. Where do you need me to assist? Tobirama inquired. Just hold her off. Can you manage that? Naruto asked Tobirama. Moments earlier, he and Sasuke had faced Kaguya directly and had been easily suppressed. He was uncertain whether Tobirama possessed the requisite strength. He sensed no chakra fluctuations emanating from Tobirama, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. He might have believed Tobirama to be an ordinary person. Oh, is that all? Doubi nodded slightly. Come closer. I have an idea, he said, prompting both Doubi and Sasuke to comply. Although they were unaware of the intentions behind their actions, Heiju interjected with disdain, your efforts are utterly futile. Mother can absorb any technique. Well, how could one know without trying? Doubi mused, genuinely curious. Did Heiju truly not witness the moment when he sent Ryubo flying? Otherwise, it seemed implausible for him to utter such words, unless he had lost his wits. Meanwhile, at the location of Naruto's shadow clones, Sakura gazed gravely towards Kaguya's direction. What do you think? Kakashi suddenly inquired of Sakura. It appears we are at a standoff, she replied. Is that so? Kakashi began to ponder the situation. To forcibly draw us into this realm, which is devoid of illusion, her power is on an entirely different level. His gaze shifted towards Kaguya, who hovered in the air. God, how do you intend to confront such an adversary, Naruto? Sakura asked. Though this may be the final battle, we must exert our utmost effort. Naruto declared as he pressed his right hand, imbued with the power of yang release, against the unconscious Obito. After all, this is how we have proceeded thus far. Under the influence of Naruto's yang release, Obito finally stirred from his unconscious state. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke expressed his astonishment upon hearing Naruto's plan. Are you serious? Will this technique truly be effective against the progenitor of this chakra? Are you certain? Although Doubi has long been aware of Naruto's forbidden technique, employing it under these circumstances is undeniably a perilous endeavor. Furthermore, the nature of this technique is exceedingly embarrassing, and Doubi fears that witnessing it may leave lasting psychological scars. How can one know without attempting? Besides, I have secretly practiced this technique for even longer than I have trained with the Rasengan. It is certainly worth a try, Naruto asserted. Is this technique intended to make Kagaya nosebleed? Doubi mused internally. Speaking of which, Naruto's technique is quite renowned. Konohamaru has mastered it. And Naruto's son Boruto is also capable of wielding it. This technique seems to have previously incapacitated Iruka, the lecherous sage Jiraiya, and who else, I wonder? Now, it appears that another individual is about to fall victim to this move. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke finally resolved to give it a try. After all, Naruto is the embodiment of unpredictability. Very well, I shall divert her attention. At this, Doubi concurred. Then I shall prepare my left eye's technique. Shortly after Sasuke uttered these words, he declared, now, oh, Amaterasu. Sasuke once again invoked this technique, endowed with the unquenchable flames of Amaterasu. The black flames enveloped Kagaya. Yet she seemed entirely unfazed. Chapter 43, The Shifting Space, Part 2. The black flames continued to blaze around Kagaya, but she appeared to be impervious to their effects. She is moving, Sakura exclaimed upon witnessing Sasuke's assault. Gradually, the black flames dissipated, absorbed into Kagaya's being. However, Sasuke's intention in executing this technique was merely to capture Kagaya's attention, not to inflict any damage. At that moment, Naruto charged towards Kagaya. Observing this, Kagaya unleashed a barrage of shuriken towards him. Yet, Doubi suddenly materialized in front of the projectiles, deftly intercepting each one with swift motions of his hands. With great urgency, Naruto formed hand seals and shouted, Piu. A cloud of smoke erupted. Kagaya, utilizing her Byakugan, attempted to pierce through the obscurity of the smoke. Now, behold my technique. Reverse harem jutsu. With Naruto's proclamation, numerous half-naked handsome men appeared surrounding Kagaya. Doubi, in disbelief, felt no stirrings within his heart, even managing a chuckle. Kagaya stood bewildered in the face of this spectacle. Meanwhile, Sakura found herself unexpectedly shedding tears of blood. A bead of sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead. A silent testament to his incredulity. The allure of seductive ninjutsu grows more potent against formidable foes. Naruto thought with a hint of pride. What an idiot. How could he employ such a technique at a time like this? As for me, it's one thing, but against a deity-like adversary, this move is utterly futile. Sakura felt a surge of annoyance. She had just bled from her nose. The handsome men advanced towards Kagaya, who appeared momentarily frozen, offering no resistance. Piu. The handsome figures dispelled their transformations in shadow clones, dissolving into a wisp of smoke. In that fleeting moment, Naruto reached Kagaya and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. Kagaya was sent flying. It actually worked, Sakura thought, her world spiraling into madness. She promptly collapsed to the ground. Hinata Kakashi chuckled, equally speechless. Has Kagaya never encountered handsome men before? Regardless of being the progenitor of chakra, she must not have witnessed such a technique. Naruto reflected. This is the history of ninjas. Damn it, he exclaimed to Kagaya, addressing the black zetsu that resided upon her. This is the very essence of a ninja's legacy. They must be unable to rest in peace. Sasuke, somewhat at a loss for words, recognized that although he could conclude this battle in an instant, he chose to maintain the general narrative of the story and thus refrained from engaging earnestly, opting instead for casual assaults. Little did he anticipate that as the battle prolonged, this moment would arise. The unexpected revelation, could Naruto's lecherous jutsu indeed save the world? Kakashi pondered this notion, recalling the words of the perverted sage Jiraiya, who had once said, I believe Naruto is the child of prophecy. According to Konoha's ninja way, it must be a case of generational inheritance. He resembles me more than Minato. There is something endearing about him. Jiraiya had smiled as he spoke those words. Did you see that, Jiraiya-sensei? Kakashi murmured. Kagaya, being the progenitor of chakra, quickly regained her composure after being struck and prepared to rise. Now's your chance, Naruto, Sasuke urged, prompting Naruto to respond as he faced Sasuke, who extended his left hand imbued with in release. Naruto reacted in kind, meeting Sasuke with his right hand. Sasuke activated the ability of his Sharingan to switch the spatial positions, placing Kagaya between himself and Naruto. As it appears, Kagaya is on the verge of being sealed by Naruto and Sasuke using the Six Paths, Heavenly Star technique. Yet, could it truly be so simple? In an instant, The surroundings transformed dramatically. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to make contact with her, Kaguya once again shifted the space. Chapter 44. The separation. They've all been encased in ice. Doubi observed as Naruto, Sasuke, and Kaguya found themselves trapped within a colossal ice block. It's so cold. What on earth is happening? Naruto pondered in astonishment. Ice. Sasuke shifted his gaze to comprehend their current environment. In stark contrast to the previous locale filled with intense heat and flowing lava, this space was engulfed in a chilling cold. Everywhere was adorned with solid ice. Reminiscent of a winter wonderland. It has changed. Naruto's shadow clone also noted the shift in their surroundings. Has this place moved again? Kakashi remarked, recognizing the magnitude of the transformation. Whose technique has caused this? Naruto? Sakura inquired of Naruto's shadow clone. I suspect this is. Naruto replied, uncertain. It feels akin to when we were teleported to the lava world. I believe this is predominantly the enemy's ability, Kakashi deduced, to instantaneously alter the world. And for that world to be genuinely existent, it was akin to an illusion, Kakashi mused. Now it's an icy realm. What is the principle behind this? Sakura expressed her bewilderment. Suddenly, a black rift appeared beside Kaguya, into which she seamlessly entered. The rift sealed itself behind her, vanishing from sight. It's gone. Naruto, trapped within the ice, exclaimed in surprise. This ability, can she manipulate space? Sasuke remarked, equally astonished. Ah, is this related to spatial abilities? Doubi commented, yet still found it lacking compared to Goku's instantaneous movement. After all, Goku executes teleportation with remarkable finesse, arriving wherever he desires. He has even developed the instantaneous movement Kamehameha. Imagine witnessing your opponent charging a distant attack with utter disdain, believing it could never reach you. Then, suddenly, your adversary appears right before you and unleashes a charge Kamehameha. You would likely be unable to react in time and be engulfed by the wave of energy. Outside the ice block, another black rift emerged, from which Kaguya soared forth. She then directed her gaze towards Naruto and Sasuke, who remained ensnared within the icy prison. This is bad, Naruto thought to himself. At present, they are unable to extricate themselves from the icy confines. Naruto has been employing the Rinnegan to shatter the ice layer. Yet progress is slow. Kaguya's technique appears to be called Yomi's Hell, presumably a form of spatial displacement. As he contemplates this, Doubi begins to assault the ice block. With a clenched fist, Doubi delivers a powerful blow to the ice, instantly reducing it to fragments that scatter through the air. Thanks. Naruto and Sasuke successfully emerge from the icy prison. I apologize, my color jutsu failed. Naruto expresses contritely to Sasuke and Doubi as they land back on solid ground. I never intended to employ such a technique to defeat her. This time, it was my strategy, and Naruto, I need your assistance, Sasuke remarks, momentarily hesitating to mention Doubi's name, realizing he was unaware of it and opting for a different reference. Doubi acknowledges with a nod. Mother, they are quite formidable. Black Zetsu, having emerged from Kaguya's sleeve, comments, why not separate them and deal with them one by one? Black Zetsu suggests. Kaguya raises her left hand and once more tears open a dark spatial rift. It seems she intends to pull Sasuke away first and then confront Naruto. Doubi, observing Kaguya's actions, silently contemplates this. Chapter 44. Divided. Part 2. It appears she will take Sasuke first and then address Naruto, Doubi reflects. However, is the plot truly reliable? Unbeknownst to him, a black fissure has formed beneath his feet. He has landed. Suddenly, he finds himself falling. What are you doing? Doubi exclaims, realizing too late that he has plunged into the abyss. Why is it not following conventional logic? Doubi muses, somewhat disheartened. He is then cast into another realm. What? Naruto and Sasuke are momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a rift appears behind Sasuke, and a hand emerges from it, seizing him by the nape. Our Sasuke follows in Doubi's footsteps, hurled into a desolate expanse. Sasuke crashes to the ground, momentarily stunned by the impact. As he regains his composure and surveys his surroundings, he discovers himself in a barren desert. Sasuke. In the icy realm, Naruto struggles to hold the spatial rift open with both hands, striving to prevent its closure. Given their proximity, he was able to reach the rift in an attempt to stop it. Sasuke, hearing Naruto's call, immediately notices the rift has yet to close. He dashes towards it, but alas, despite Naruto's earnest efforts to keep the rift open, it seals shut before Sasuke can reach it. Damn it. Upon witnessing this, Naruto expressed his frustration, declaring that they could not seal his mother. First, they needed to drain all of his chakra before dealing with that arrogant brat. Black Zetsu, with a hint of smugness, remarked that now Naruto would have to confront Kagaya alone. What kind of bizarre place is this? Doubi, feeling rather powerless, floated aimlessly in the air. During his descent, he had noticed below him a verdant lake bubbling ominously. Sensing something amiss about this lake, he employed his flight technique to ascend. Is this the acid space? Doubi pondered. He began to fly around in this realm, searching for an exit. Yet, no matter how much he flew, he found himself surrounded by the same acrid lake. Regretting his earlier recklessness, Doubi lamented that he might miss out on the confrontation with Kagaya. Although he knew Obito would eventually use Kamui to open a portal, he had no idea where that would be. If only he had asked Goku to teach him instant transmission, he thought, feeling increasingly frustrated. Naruto's chakra fluctuated, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Doubi decided to sense Naruto's presence. Even after being transported to this space, he could still perceive their energies. Sasuke was darting about, but Doubi noticed Naruto's chakra was weakening. It seemed to be diminishing as it collided with Kagaya's. This does not bode well. Doubi realized something was amiss. He recalled that in the original story, after Naruto was momentarily frozen by Kagaya, he did not sustain any further harm. After all, Naruto possessed the shadow clone technique, and neither Byakugan nor Sharingan could discern the difference between the real body and its clones. As long as Kagaya refrained from launching a large-scale destructive attack, Naruto's immense chakra should allow him to withstand the battle for hours. Yet now, it appeared that Naruto was being relentlessly pummeled by Kagaya. Could it be that the plot is spiraling out of control? Doubi thought, unable to remain still. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to take a risk. I hope my intuition is correct, he mused as he concentrated on locating Naruto's energy. Chapter 45, Breaking the Space. Is this the place? After numerous comparisons, Doubi confirmed his approximate location. I hope I don't end up in a spatial vortex or something, he thought, clenching his fists. Kagaya's domain was born from the Rinne Sharingan, known as the Realm of Heaven. This realm belongs to Kagaya, and it can be said that everything here is under her dominion. Doubi is aware that there are 5 realms in total, one of which, the Universal Realm, serves to connect the 4 others. Currently, Doubi finds himself in a space filled with sulfuric acid. He remains oblivious to whether the other realms, aside from the Universal Realm, are interconnected. Should they not be linked, Doubi risks falling into a chaotic temporal vortex. Although he would likely remain unharmed, he could be thrust into another world or forever adrift in the turmoil. Strangely, Doubi discovers that he does not feel fear. Has his emotional state dulled to such an extent? He cannot even sense the essence of dread. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. Doubi adjusts the expression on his face with newfound seriousness. As he utters these words, his fist begins to move forward with determination. Just a serious punch. Before the words fully escape his lips, his fist is thrust outward. In that moment, the surroundings seem to lose all color. Silence envelopes the space, and only the sight of a web-like fracture spreading from his fist remains. Almost instantaneously, the fissure extends throughout the entire realm. Kagaya, who had been controlling the icy world to assault Naruto, suddenly halts her actions. What is happening in my realm? As she senses the damage to her territory, her brows furrow in concern. With Kagaya's bewilderment, the icy world ceases its attack on Naruto, who seizes the opportunity to rest. Kagaya realizes, to her astonishment, that one of the worlds belonging to her has just collapsed. Could it be that Black Zetsu, upon hearing his mother's words, contemplated a possibility? That Doubi had the power to annihilate that realm. How could that be? How could anyone possess such strength? Dismissing the thought, Black Zetsu questions the likelihood that anyone could surpass his mother's power. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. At that moment, Naruto swiftly forms hand seals, summoning thousands of shadow clones while Kagaya's attention is diverted. Kagaya notices Naruto's actions. The whirlpool Naruto and the multitude of clones begin to unleash a barrage of taijutsu attacks upon her. In the midst of this, in a pitch-black darkness, Doubi soars through the air. Before him lie 4 square realms radiating with white light. So this is what lies outside Kagaya's space. But how do I enter? After surveying the 4 realms, Doubi muses. Originally, there should have been 5, but one has been shattered by Doubi. Well, I suppose I shall attempt to charge right in. Unable to conceive a more elaborate strategy, Doubi ultimately decides on a straightforward and forceful approach, simply rushing headlong into the unknown. Doubi, upon realizing the situation, immediately took action. He aimed at the location of Naruto's chakra and propelled himself forward, launching himself like a cannonball. Have you not found him? Naruto, seeing Sasuke and Sakura return with Obito, felt a surge of joy, only to be informed that they had not located Doubi. Indeed, we have scoured every dimension and still found no trace of him, Obito replied. Somewhat helpless. Let us continue searching later. Our immediate concern is Kaguya, Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at her. Very well, Naruto decided, prioritizing the sealing of Kaguya. Mother. Since they have gathered once more, we can no longer afford to conserve chakra, Black Zetsu observed. I understand, Kaguya replied, preparing to shift into the gravitational space. However, a crimson object suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground. Boom. The impact sent tremors through the earth, creating a deep indentation where it landed. Back again. The figure announced. You. Black Zetsu gasped in astonishment, struggling to articulate his disbelief upon recognizing the face. This is impossible. You shouldn't be able to traverse dimensions. His voice trembled with shock. I blew that place apart. My apologies for demolishing your belongings, Doubi said sheepishly, scratching his head. What? Sakura exclaimed, her surprise having rendered her almost numb. Wow, you've become quite formidable, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Your priorities seem misplaced. Sasuke couldn't help but retort at Naruto's enthusiasm. Is that a problem? Naruto replied innocently. Indeed, you have obliterated my space, Kaguya said, her tone surprisingly calm upon hearing Doubi's words. Oh, what is it? Doubi inquired. At that moment, Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan opened wide, and the world shifted once more. Everyone except Doubi, including Kaguya herself, was crushed to the ground by the overwhelming gravity of the space. Hey, what is wrong with you all? Doubi, the only one still standing, stomped on the ground, creating a large hole with a gentle kick. Oh, it's gravity, Doubi realized, turning his gaze towards Kaguya. This is bad, mother. In the realm of immense gravity. Black Zetsu was taken aback to see Doubi standing firmly on the ground and hurriedly alerted Kaguya. However, Kaguya, undeterred by Black Zetsu's warning, prepared to shift dimensions. Just as she was about to transition, Doubi suddenly appeared before her and delivered a powerful punch to her face. Such a fierce attack. The force sent Kaguya hurtling away. How is this possible? You are unaffected by the intense gravity. Black Zetsu exclaimed in astonishment. Intense gravity? I feel nothing, Doubi replied, playfully bouncing on the spot. How infuriating. Black Zetsu felt a surge of irritation. What's wrong? Are you angry? Then come and fight me, let us have a solo match. Doubi seemed intrigued by this challenge, making a provocative gesture towards Black Zetsu. You insolent fool. Black Zetsu was genuinely enraged by Doubi's audacity, momentarily forgetting Doubi's formidable strength. My mother could eliminate you in an instant. After uttering those words, Black Zetsu realized the irrationality of his statement. Who was the one that had just been sent flying? He then come. I'll be right here. Come and kill me, Doubi replied with a smile. The audacity to provoke an opponent left Kakashi feeling as though his worldview was collapsing. Not long ago, Kaguya had seemed godlike in her power. Yet this individual had just sent her flying. The ocular prowess was restored. At this moment, Sasuke had regained the ability of his eternal Meijiki Sharingan. There was no other choice. Kaguya understood that ordinary attacks would not suffice against Doubi. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, Doubi was now regarded by her as an enemy to be dealt with utmost seriousness. Chapter 46, Complete Susanoo. The Rinne Sharingan on Kaguya's forehead activated once more as she transformed the space into a universal realm. Oh, another change? Doubi remarked upon witnessing the alteration in his surroundings. I've been here before. Sakura quickly recognized the environment as the same one she had visited with Obito. Has the world changed again? Kakashi noted upon observing the transformation. The universal realm connects 5 different dimensions, and unlike other spaces, its environment is relatively normal, lacking the capacity to inflict harm on enemies. However, this also means that the chakra consumed to transition here is minimal. I will annihilate you here, Kaguya proclaimed, floating ominously above Doubi. Oh, then come and try. Doubi retorted with a light chuckle. He was genuinely curious about what other powers Kaguya had yet to unleash. After all, in the original narrative, Kaguya was sealed after utilizing the Shinjutsu, Keisokud, which was said to possess the power to annihilate worlds. Yet, that technique had failed to reach its target. Prepare yourself. At this moment, Naruto initiated his assault. Surrounding him were 8 shadow clones, each wielding a spiraling shuriken infused with the diverse attributes of tailed beast chakra. Let us go. Everyone, proclaimed Naruto. Oh, ready. came the enthusiastic replies from the tailed beasts. Kagaya, upon witnessing this, activated her Byakugan Senjutsu, super-tailed beast Raisin Shuriken. With this declaration, both the shadow clones and Naruto himself hurled their spiraling shurikens towards Kagaya. Observing this, Kagaya contemplated creating a spatial rift to evade the attack. Although this strike may not inflict significant harm upon her, it is imbued with the chakra of nine-tailed beasts, causing her own chakra to destabilize upon impact. However, one individual does not intend to allow her to escape. In an instant, Doubi appeared above Kagaya as if teleporting. Hello. After uttering these words, Doubi delivered a swift chop to Kagaya below. Doubi's sudden appearance left Kagaya utterly unprepared, resulting in her being struck downwards. The action of tearing open the spatial rift also ceased. All right, exclaimed Naruto. The 9 spiraling shurikens collided with Kagaya, who was plummeting downwards. Boom. The explosion from the 9 spiraling shurikens enveloped Kagaya in a cloud of smoke. Well done, Naruto, Sakura exclaimed, her joy evident. Though she was momentarily at a loss for words regarding Doubi's name. His name is Doubi, Kakashi interjected, unable to contain his amusement. Oh, splendid work, Doubi, Sakura said. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Doubi? Naruto echoed, surprised by the name. What is its name? The homophonic nature is quite peculiar, isn't it? Doubi, having observed Naruto's reaction, inquired. Ah, I apologize, it was unintentional, Naruto hastily replied upon hearing this. It's quite all right. It is not of great significance, Doubi responded nonchalantly. By the way, are you a ninja? I cannot sense any chakra fluctuations from you. Naruto curiously posed this question to Doubi. Huh, a ninja? I am not, Doubi replied. How can someone so formidable not be a ninja? Naruto expressed his astonishment. How could one possess such immense strength without being a ninja? He previously assumed that Doubi was a martial arts ninja akin to Guy or Lee. I truly am not a ninja, Doubi said with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 46, Complete Body Susanoo, Part 2. I truly am not a ninja, Doubi reiterated with a sigh. Enough chatter, focus on the enemy. Sasuke admonished as he noticed Doubi and Naruto engaging in conversation at such a critical moment. Oh. The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing Kagaya's form. White substances began to emanate from Kagaya's body, swiftly transforming into the heads of various tailed beasts. Mom, what is happening? Black Zetsu sensed Kagaya's chakra becoming unstable. Kagaya did not respond to Black Zetsu, for in the next instant, the white substance enveloped her and Black Zetsu. The white material continued to expand. Ultimately, it coalesced into a colossal entity resembling a wolf, rabbit, raccoon, and badger. On its forehead, Kagaya's Rinne's Sharingan was prominently displayed. With a thunderous roar, it made its grand entrance. Oh, it's rather large, Doubi remarked with great intrigue. What a behemoth! Is it a wolf? A rabbit? A raccoon? Or a badger? Naruto pondered, utterly bewildered by its appearance. What shall we call this entity? Should we refer to it as the Great Rabbit Kagaya or something else entirely? Regardless of the name, it facilitates our approach and makes sealing it considerably easier. In response, Sasuke suggested that we should seal it first and discuss later. This was not a humanoid form, nor was it a transformation of the 10 tails driven by maternal will. Rather, it was a response from the tailed beasts to Naruto's previous strike, which had nearly severed their connection and destabilized them. Black Zetsu mused internally. The creature resembling a great rabbit, now transformed from Kagaya, continued to roar incessantly. How noisy. Aren't you tired of bellowing like that? Doubi remarked, rubbing his ears. As the relentless roar caused discomfort, it is worth noting that his hearing was exceptionally acute. Numerous hands extended from the body of the rabbit-like Kagaya, targeting Doubi, Naruto, and Sasuke. Doubi swiftly evaded in midair, but a pair of hands reached out for Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, a shadow clone of Naruto surged forth, colliding with Naruto and Sasuke to push them out of harm's way. The shadow clone was subsequently captured by the hands. Strangely, instead of dissipating into smoke, it melded directly into the white hand. If that white hand seizes you, you will be absorbed in an instant, and at an alarming speed, Naruto exclaimed. The information perceived by the disappearing shadow clone would also be transmitted back to him, allowing him to sense the rapidity of the absorption. I understand, Sasuke replied. The white hands wreaked havoc, with several pairs fixating on Sakura. Despite her desperate attempts to evade, the sheer number of white hands was overwhelming. Sasuke, use your ocular technique to help Sakura escape, Naruto urged. Without needing Naruto's reminder, Sasuke had already prepared to employ his space-time transfer technique. Just then, a pair of azure hands swooped in, rescuing Sakura before the white hands could ensnare her. Yes, we did it, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Susanoo? Whose is it? Sasuke queried, somewhat astonished. Huh, isn't it yours? Naruto responded, taken aback by Sasuke's words. Naruto, Sasuke's Susanoo is purple, after all. Doubi, meanwhile, had witnessed the complete form of Susanoo in a vibrant blue hue. Thank you, Obito, Kakashi said to Obito from within the Susanoo. At that moment, Obito found himself at the center of Susanoo's head. I believe that since Kakashi could activate Susanoo using the chakra and ocular power left by Obito, Obito himself should be able to do so as well. Our Toby has finally manifested as Susanoo, Doubi chuckled. Due to his earlier actions, Obito had not perished, thus allowing the spectacle of his Susanoo to unfold. However, shouldn't he be in a weakened state? How could he summon the complete form? Moreover, it is rather regrettable that Kakashi cannot manifest the complete Susanoo. Oh, it's Obito. Thank you. Naruto subsequently observed the practitioner of the Azure complete body Susanoo, and with a sense of joy, he exclaimed. Chapter 47, Collision. Sasuke too had witnessed the fact that Obito's first manifestation of Susanoo was the complete form, which left him somewhat astonished. Roar. At that moment, the enormous rabbit emitted a deafening roar, and with that sound, several large white hands extended from its body, reaching out towards the Azure Susanoo. In response, the Azure Susanoo spread its arms wide, instantly conjuring several gigantic shuriken in its hands. Following this, the Azure Susanoo hurled the shuriken towards the approaching white hands. Baiyu, Baiyu. At the moment the shuriken struck the white hands, a distortion in space-time ensued, severing the two white appendages in an instant. The Kamui Shuriken. This technique, which fuses Kamui into the shuriken, allows the user to transfer the enemy to the Kamui dimension upon impact. Roar. The colossal rabbit, temporarily dubbed as such, bellowed in rage after having two of its hands severed. However, as it roared, Doubi appeared above its head. Shut up. Doubi, slightly vexed by the deafening roar that caused his ears to ache, said in irritation. Yet, his voice was quickly drowned out by the bellowing. Go to hell. In response, Doubi clenched his fist and aimed a punch directly at the rabbit's head. Wait, its body cannot be touched. Naruto attempted to warn Doubi, realizing the impending strike. However, before he could finish his sentence, Doubi's fist had already collided with the rabbit. A tremendous force erupted instantaneously. The rabbit was sent plummeting from the air, crashing into the ground. What did you just say? After executing this action, Doubi turned to Naruto, inquiring. Nothing much, Naruto replied, acknowledging that his previous comment was somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, it seemed that the blow had not inflicted significant harm upon the rabbit. A roar, reminiscent of a wild beast, emanated from the massive crater in the ground. How many times are you going to shout? Is your throat not sore? Doubi remarked, somewhat speechless. He truly could not comprehend the need for such roaring. Although it was indeed impressive, was it not exhausting? However, the colossal rabbit clearly did not understand Doubi's words. And even if it could, it would likely disregard them. With a ferocious roar, the nine-tailed beast's heads on its body all turned towards Doubi. What does it intend to do? Is it trying to glare me to death? As he perceived 21 large eyes fixed upon him, Doubi could not help but inwardly ponder the implications. However, in the next moment, he comprehended their intent. The heads of the nine-tailed beasts opened wide, and then, almost instantaneously, 9 black orbs, each approximately 20 meters in diameter, coalesced into tailed beast balls. Be careful, Naruto instinctively warned upon witnessing this. Oh, are we unveiling our ultimate techniques? Very well. In that case, I shall confront the 9-tailed beast balls. Doubi felt no trepidation. Instead, he was filled with eager anticipation. He assumed a stance, bringing his hands together in a blossom-like formation, resting them at his waist. With the utterance of the word turtle, a blue energy sphere materialized in Doubi's hand. Simultaneously, the large rabbit began to amalgamate the 9-tailed beast balls. The blue energy sphere in Doubi's grasp expanded and compressed relentlessly. Gradually, the azure orb stabilized. At that moment, it reached the size of a basketball. Hiss. Meanwhile, the large rabbit fused the 9-tailed beast balls into a singular entity, which grew to an imposing 100 meters in size. Such a colossal tailed beast ball. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. Now is not the time for awe. Sasuke interjected. The enemy's movements were far too swift. They had scarcely begun to devise a counter when the tailed beast balls were already formed. However, there was still Doubi. Doubi bellowed, launching the blue energy sphere from his hand. Chapter 47, Clash, Part 2, Huh. Doubi shouted as he propelled the blue energy sphere forth. The azure orb surged through the air like a comet, trailing a long tail of light towards the large rabbit. Roar. The large rabbit, in turn, unleashed the tailed beast ball. One side bore the formidable presence of the Tin-Tail's tailed beast ball, while the other was Doubi's Kamehameha. The two energy spheres, one grand and the other diminutive, collided with tremendous force. Their strikes clashed, generating a colossal gust. The ground below was ravaged by the turbulent winds, sending countless fragments of stone swirling through the air, colliding with one another. Should we intervene? Naruto inquired, witnessing the confrontation. No time for idle chatter, Sasuke retorted, activating his complete Susanoo. Naruto, hurry. Oh. Realizing the urgency, Naruto summoned Kurama to synchronize with Sasuke's Susanoo, forming a formidable armored Susanoo. Though its appearance remained unchanged, its strength far surpassed that of before. Tail Beast Ball. Naruto swiftly conjured one. At a touch of power, Sasuke infused the Tailed Beast Ball with enhanced energy. And it's not over yet. Surrounding Naruto were 8 shadow clones, each infusing the chakra of the 8 tailed beasts into the Tailed Beast Ball of Kurama. Let us go. Naruto launched it forth, unleashing a cascade of 9-colored energy ripples. This technique is known as the Might of the Divine, Super Enhanced Tailed Beast Orb. It is said to possess greater power than both the 6-path super large tailed beast Raisin Shuriken and Indra's Arrow. Meanwhile, Doubi is intentionally holding back. Indeed, he is allowing the battle to unfold. The energy intensity has been subdued to nearly an equilibrium. Observing the stalemate between his Kamehameha and the tailed beast orb, Doubi nods in satisfaction. He expresses his desire to experience the thrill that Goku and his companions feel during their clashes. Just imagine the exhilarating collision of fervent spirits. For instance, Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, utilizing a one-handed Kamehameha against Cell's two-handed version, or the titanic confrontation between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus. However, just as Doubi plans to engage Kaguya in a similar exchange, Naruto and Sasuke unleash their Might of the Divine, Super Enhanced Tailed Beast Orb. In an instant, the tide of battle shifts as the tailed beast orb from the giant rabbit is forcefully repelled. Our unfortunate giant rabbit endures a triple onslaught of damage. Boom. This attack's power surpasses that of a hydrogen bomb. A colossal mushroom cloud rises from the ground. The explosion generates a tempest within the cloud, crackling with lightning. Hey, what are you doing? Doubi exclaims, somewhat vexed. He had deliberately held back to savor the sensation of an exchange, yet his allies surged forward to provide unexpected assistance. Doubi genuinely feels that his teammates are excessively fierce. Their essay saying, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a teammate akin to a pig. Yet, Doubi's teammates are impressively formidable, having unintentionally stolen the opportunity for a clash. What's wrong? Naruto queries, perplexed by Doubi's reaction. Hadn't they just been aiding him? Why is he now directing ire towards them? Sighing, Doubi resigns himself to the situation. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly interjects, the battle is not yet over. Kaguya is still alive. Oh, such tenacity of life? Doubi muses, casting his gaze towards the mushroom cloud. She is the progenitor of chakra possessing an immortal essence. Such an assault could never vanquish her, only seal her away, Sasuke elucidates. Chapter 48. The Sealing Indeed. Doubi can sense the vigorous life force emanating from Kaguya, who is transformed into the giant rabbit. She has endured his casually unleashed Kamehameha, along with Naruto's and Sasuke's Might of the Divine Tailed Beast Orb, as well as her own Tin-Tail's Tailed Beast Orb. Truly, her immortality is not mere bravado. Doubi ponders whether a more serious approach might suffice to defeat her. After all, her immortality is rooted in the Divine Tree. If the force of the attack could obliterate the Divine Tree, it might be capable of slaying Kaguya. By the way, how do you plan to seal her? Doubi inquires of Naruto and Sasuke, feigning ignorance despite his knowledge of the sealing process. Simply put, Sasuke and I must simultaneously touch her, they respond. Naruto remarked. Doubi, feigning a semblance of confusion, responded, but in her current state, if you were to touch her. As we all witness the fate of Naruto's shadow clone, any contact would result in the absorption of chakra. Of course, Doubi himself could touch her without issue. Perhaps it was due to the absence of chakra in Doubi, rendering him immune to the absorption of that white substance. Reflecting on this, Doubi felt he had been rather reckless. Had he struck her, his hand might have been absorbed, leading to an awkward predicament. Fortunately, all remained well. Yet the battle was far from concluded. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the form of the great rabbit emerged. Its body, composed of that white substance, was covered in dust, yet it bore no visible wounds. Oh, this creature still seems quite vigorous. Doubi observed this scene and felt a surge of elation. What is there to be excited about? Sasuke remarked with a hint of exasperation at Doubi's reaction. Was the attack ineffective? In contrast, Naruto's response seemed more measured, tinged with surprise. Perhaps this creature is immortal. Coupled with the fact that she is the progenitor of chakra, Doubi speculated uncertainly. Do my words lack credibility? Silence. Sasuke retorted impatiently. Oh, very well. Doubi chose to refrain from further chatter. Internally, Sasuke found himself lamenting how Doubi was just as verbose as Naruto. At that moment, countless white hands extended from the great rabbit's body once more. Are we back to this routine? Doubi glanced at the Azure Susanoo beside him. Hey, over there. Could you lend a hand? Sever those malevolent hands. Malevolent hands? Obito, within the Azure Susanoo, was momentarily taken aback by the term, yet he complied. Baiyu. The Kamui shurikens began to sever the white hands extending from the great rabbit. By the way, wouldn't Obito's complete Susanoo blind him? I recall that only the eternal Manjiki Sharingan could withstand it. Could it be due to the power of the Sage of Six Paths? That seems plausible. The sage was unharmed when he activated his complete Susanoo. At this point, Doubi's thoughts began to drift. Hiss. The great rabbit's hands were continuously severed by the Kamui shurikens, causing it to writhe in pain. However, these white hands did not reach for them. Instead, they plunged into the ground. Obito paused for a moment as he observed the great rabbit inserting its hands into the earth. Streams of blue, formless chakra were drawn from the ground into the great rabbit's body. It's absorbing everyone's chakra. Naruto was the first to react, issuing a warning. Obito. Seeing this, Obito hurriedly employed the Kamui shurikens to sever the hands that were siphoning chakra. Alas, it was too late. Roar. The great rabbit bellowed as its mouth widened increasingly. Chapter 48, Ceiling Part 2, Roar. The great rabbit roared, its mouth widening ever more. Its entire body began to swell, transforming into a massive orb of flesh. Ultimately, the orb burst, revealing an enormous black sphere within. The end of the pursuit jade, or perhaps the expanding pursuit jade. Amidst the scattering white substance, Kagaya's form emerged. Oh, such a large black sphere, Naruto? Is this what S on your back? Can you really make it this big? Doubi remarked upon seeing the end of the pursuit jade. This is considerably larger than what S on my back. Naruto replied. This sphere can directly extract chakra from the ninjas trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. It is my mother's special domain. The tailed beasts have stabilized, and my mother has even utilized the pursuit jade, merging all elemental natures, wind, fire, earth, lightning, water, yin, and yang, into the end of the pursuit jade. A new space has unfolded, and you shall pay for it with your lives. At that moment, Black Zetsu also emerged alongside Kagaya, reveling in his triumph within. The size difference is staggering, and it's still growing, Sasuke exclaimed. That is too large. We cannot transfer it with Kamui. Even if we temporarily evade it in the time-space dimension, if it grows too large, we may never return, Obito cautioned. To halt its advance, Sasuke shifted his gaze from the end of the pursuit jade to Kagaya. We must immediately seal its original form. The rabbit lady, Naruto stated, pointing a finger at Kagaya. Exactly, Sakura affirmed from within the Azure Susanoo. Hey, let us do this, Doubi declared while cracking his knuckles. Wait a moment. Let us gather and communicate our action plan, Kakashi interjected. Do I have to join too? Doubi asked, pointing to himself, as he was not originally part of Team 7. Come on over, Kakashi replied after a moment's thought. Now, he felt he could contribute only in a commanding capacity. This is our original Team 7's final mission together. We will save the world, Kakashi proclaimed. Save the world? I suddenly feel quite grand. Doubi inwardly scoffed at the remark. Sasuke huffed in response. Oh, Naruto exclaimed. Understood. Sakura said. I am immortal, and if either of them dies, they cannot seal me, Kagaya mused, casting her gaze towards Naruto and Sasuke. She understood that although Doubi was troublesome, she must first eliminate one of them. Otherwise, even if she survived, she would be resealed. Which one to choose? As she spoke, Kagaya activated her Byakugan. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clones flew in front of Naruto and Sasuke, shielding them completely. Oh, you think you can kill me? You're quite bold, Kagaya taunted. Doubi chuckled at this. I shall fight you, you scoundrel, Naruto declared, pushing aside a shadow clone and peering out. No. Let us launch a combined assault. She is fearful of being sealed and distracted. Take me along first, then leap. As Sasuke finished speaking, he was lifted into the sky by the Tao orb beneath his feet. Doubi followed suit, soaring into the air as well. Upon witnessing this, Kaguya sprouted bone spikes from her back, preparing to unleash her symbiotic bone kill. Tobirama, observing the scene, also ascended into the sky. Kaguya, spotting such a substantial target as Susanoo, unleashed 3 symbiotic bone kills directly towards it. So swift, Tobirama realized, just as the symbiotic bone kills approached him. At that moment, Doubi suddenly appeared before Susanoo, seizing the 3 symbiotic bone kills. What is this? Doubi curiously examined the 3 bones in his grasp, then squeezed them. The symbiotic bone kills crumbled into powder within his hands. What on earth? Doubi scattered the powder, bewildered by its fragility. Chapter 49. 6 Paths of Earth Explosion Star What? Korezetsu was momentarily taken aback. The symbiotic bone kills were caught just like that, and they were crushed into dust. What on earth is happening? Mother should have enhanced her abilities after absorbing the chakra of those ninjas. No, it was merely a single move. The attack of the Tin-Tail's truth-seeking orb was something he could never withstand. Black Zetsu inwardly reassured himself. Thank you. Obito expressed his gratitude to Doubi. Will Kakashi manage? He subsequently inquired of Kakashi, who stood nearby. Kakashi nodded, and from his left hand emanated a surge of dark lightning. He then leaped from the Susanoo. Upon witnessing this, Kaguya unleashed her bone of symbiosis aimed at Kakashi. However, Kakashi displayed not a trace of alarm. He merely charged toward Kaguya. The bone of symbiosis struck Kakashi's body, yet it seemed to collide with a non-existent entity, passing right through him without inflicting any harm. What? Black Zetsu stared in disbelief. Doubi was one thing, but how could the bone of symbiosis be ineffective against Kakashi as well? Kaguya was equally taken aback. Thank you. Obito's ability is indeed remarkable. Kakashi silently expressed his gratitude. It was Obito's Kamui that had transferred away the portion of Kakashi's body that was supposed to receive the attack, only to return after the assault had concluded. This is also the reason why Kakashi possesses Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, infused with Obito's chakra. Otherwise, it would not be possible to utilize it in such a manner against others. Thus, this technique can indeed revive. Kakashi, with a thunderous roar, charged towards the bone spikes protruding from Kaguya's back. Kamui Raikiri. He descended upon Kaguya, severing the bone spikes with his Kamui Raikiri, simultaneously wounding Kaguya's right shoulder. Struck. Kaguya momentarily lost her ability to fly and began to plummet. Mother. Black Zetsu felt a surge of anxiety at this sight. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke appeared on either side of Kaguya. In response, Kaguya raised her left hand, from which a parasitic bone emerged, aimed at the charging Naruto. She neglected Sasuke on her right and instead launched the parasitic bone towards Naruto. He was directly hit, causing his shadow clone to dissipate. Simultaneously, Sasuke on the right transformed into Naruto. Indeed, both were reincarnations of Ashura. Had the transformation already occurred at that time? Kaguya mused silently. Although the Byakugan and Rinnegan could not discern shadow clones, she could still perceive the essence of yin and yang. And the one on the right was indeed the true body. Kaguya contemplated. Black Zetsu assisted Kaguya in controlling her injured left hand to target Naruto with the parasitic bone. Just as Naruto was about to be struck, he was not alone. Kamui. Inside the Azure Susanoo, Obito activated Kamui, redirecting the parasitic bone away. At that moment, Sasuke, positioned behind Naruto's shadow clones, seized the opportunity to utilize the ocular technique of the Manjiki Sharingan to swap places with the collapsing Naruto clone. Thus, both Sasuke and Naruto found themselves on either side of Kaguya. This is bad, Kaguya thought, glancing at the advancing Naruto and Sasuke. I must escape to the ice and snow space. But no, the reincarnate of Indra would employ Amaterasu. Upon seeing the Manjiki Sharingan in Sasuke's possession, Kaguya immediately dismissed that notion. This won't do. With that thought, Kaguya steadied herself and soared into the sky. However, someone was already awaiting her above. Sakura leaped down from the Azure Susanoo, landing directly above Kaguya's head. I'm here too. As a fellow woman, do not underestimate me. Sakura thought resolutely. She then delivered a powerful punch to Kaguya's head. Boom. Kaguya, unable to evade in time, was struck directly and began to fall once more. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi watched them, reminiscing about the first encounter with the students of Team 7. Chapter 49, The 6 Paths of Divine Explosive Stars, Part 2, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi gazed at them, inevitably recalling their initial meeting with the students of Team 7. How should I put it? My first impression of you all was one of dislike. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite thing is instant noodles. And what I dislike most is waiting those 3 minutes for them to cook. Dreams transcend the bounds of the Naruto universe, seeking the acknowledgement of the entire village. I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I detest, yet few that I cherish. Moreover, I do not wish for my aspirations to remain mere fantasies. They are my ambitions. I am determined to revive the Uchiha clan and to eliminate a certain man. As for you, Sakura, do you wish to share your future dreams? What a disarrayed collection of thoughts, not to mention the lack of teamwork. However, at that time, we were quite similar, weren't we? Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. Returning to the present, Kakashi gazed at the scene before him and smiled, remarking how splendid it is to witness you all now. Now is the time, declared Sasuke. Perish, exclaimed Sakura. Here it comes. Naruto shouted as he slammed his hand, marked with the Young seal, against Kaguya. I am fond of this, the hands of Naruto and Sasuke, and the fist of Sakura, all striking Kaguya simultaneously. 6 paths. Heavenly obstruction. At the moment of contact. The sealing technique left by the Sage of 6 Paths for Naruto and Sasuke was activated. Ah, it's over. Doubi yawned while observing the spectacle. Next. Sasuke might have another bout with Naruto, resulting in both of them losing a hand. If I am to remain in this world for a while longer, perhaps I shall indulge in Ichiraka ramen. Alas, I seem to lack the currency of this realm, which brought a tinge of gloom to Doubi's thoughts. As the progenitor of chakra, I find it disheartening to once again disperse my chakra to Kaguya. As he reflected on this, the moon eye upon her forehead began to slowly close. Beholding the scene before her, Kaguya saw in Naruto and Sasuke the reflections of her sons, H-Ri and H-Mura. Why? Naruto and Sasuke withdrew their hands. Beyond the dimensional space, the Sage of 6 Paths noticed the return of the Yang and Ein seals upon his hands. Have we succeeded? He mused, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his hands together. Next, it is time to bring you all back, he contemplated. The earth of the dimension began to ascend, as if drawn by an unseen gravitational force above. As the final quest for the divine tree crumbled, pieces began to fall away. Ah, Kaguya screamed, as white matter emanated from her, ultimately transforming into the 10 tails. Subsequently, the 10 tails began to split, giving birth to the 9-tailed beasts that descended upon the ground. Finally released, remarked the 4 tails, Son Goku, as he landed. Kurama, your Jinchuriki possesses considerable skill, praised Son Goku. Humph. Kurama huffed in a moment of pride before raising his gaze toward the 10 tails, now buried beneath a multitude of rubble, or rather, the outer path's demonic statue. A large rabbit, composed of white matter, struggled before ultimately expelling a figure, our unfortunate Madara. Madara plummeted from the heavens, crashing down to the earth. The external demon statue struggled incessantly, emitting a roar of anguish. Yet, stones continuously cascaded upon it, ultimately enveloping it to form an enormous spherical mass. How infuriating! Black Zetsu was drawn into this fate as well, reduced to a state of bitter protest. His meticulously crafted plan, spanning millennia, had culminated in failure. I seem to hear the lament of a defeated hound, remarked DB, casting his gaze upon the ever-expanding 6 Paths, Earth Explosion Star in the sky. Chapter 50, Tailed Beasts, the 6 Paths. Earth Explosion Star far surpassed the ordinary Earth Explosion Star in its potency, ascending higher with Kaguya and Black Zetsu. The reality of the situation began to sink in for DB. He turned his attention toward Naruto and Sasuke, pondering the implications of Sasuke's potential mischief. DB recalled that upon their return to the real world, Sasuke had inexplicably succumbed to a bout of adolescent rebellion. Vowing to eliminate the current 5 Kage and even contemplating the destruction of Naruto and the tailed beasts. Everyone, Naruto exclaimed as he leaped toward Kakashi and the others. The sealing has concluded. Joy abounds, he proclaimed with a smile. Indeed, Sakura chimed in, equally elated. I can't wait to take a bath and cleanse myself of sweat and grime, to feel refreshed. As she spoke, she stretched languidly, only to suddenly remember something. Wait, what do we do now? This space is so formidable. In an instant, Sakura transformed into a member of the Hyuga clan. Oh no, I forgot. This is terrible. Naruto too found himself transformed into a Hyuga. Sasuke observed in silence, his thoughts lingering on the absurdity of it all. We've done everything we could. But it seems rather foolish, the 4 tails, Son Goku, remarked with a hint of exasperation. Even Kurama found himself sweating at the forehead. In the real world, the previous 5 Kage, excluding the current one ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi, gathered before a summoning seal. The Sage of Six Paths performed the summoning technique. Boom, boom, we're back, Doubi exclaimed, realizing he had returned to the reality of the Hokage's world in the blink of an eye. Alongside him, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, and the nine-tailed beasts had also been summoned. Welcome back, Naruto, Minato greeted with a smile upon seeing him. Father, Naruto responded. Hashirama's gaze shifted to the newly summoned Madara, curiosity piqued. Naruto, who is he? Sakura inquired, eyeing the Sage of Six Paths seated in meditation. Great-granduncle Sage, Naruto, still a bit bewildered, addressed the Sage of Six Paths. Yes, you have returned. The former five Kage united their forces through the summoning technique. And I called forth the past generations to aid us, the Sage of Six Paths elucidated. Naruto, Sasuke, Doubi, and everyone, you have saved the world, he proclaimed. Eh? How do you know my name? Doubi asked, taken aback. Because it was I who summoned you here, the sage replied. The Sage of the Six Paths spoke with a smile. Huh. Doubi was momentarily taken aback by these words. Ah, so it was you. No wonder. Doubi fell into a somewhat frenzied state. Oh, I see, the Nine-Tails remarked, feeling somewhat speechless at the revelation. Haha, my apologies. If I caused you any inconvenience, I will do my utmost to compensate you, the Sage of the Six Paths reflected, realizing that suddenly pulling someone in as a fighter was somewhat inappropriate. Oh. Doubi's tone was tinged with skepticism as he spoke. Cough, cough. The Sage of the Six Paths cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Naruto. You just mentioned the Sage's great-grandfather. Sakura observed the Sage of the Six Paths, her initial surprise morphing into doubt about his reliability. Could it be that you are the legendary Kakashi? At that moment, Kakashi, although somewhat uncertain, had already begun to piece it together. I am Otsutsuki Kagaya. Known as the Sage of the Six Paths, he stated. I assumed as much. You still seem to be floating, Sakura remarked. At this point, she was too numb to be surprised. The energy for astonishment had long since been exhausted. The Sage of the Six Paths caught a glimpse of Obito, who was equally astonished. Subsequently, the five Kage expressed their sentiments. Indeed, whether summoning the previous five Kage or bringing us back along with the tailed beast from that realm. It seems only you could accomplish such miracles, Kakashi noted. You are Hatake Kakashi, are you not? The Sage of the Six Paths inquired. Yes, Kakashi responded, initially taken aback before realizing the sage knew his name. However, he quickly accepted this, for after all, he was the Sage of the Six Paths. And knowing his name was hardly surprising. It was you who led them to seal my mother. That feat is truly miraculous, the sage remarked. Indeed. The recent plan was proposed by Kakashi, he acknowledged. Oh, I hardly contributed. It was their efforts and those of many companions that made it possible, Kakashi humbly replied, glancing at Obito as he mentioned his former friends. Obito nodded in agreement. Now persuaded by Naruto's words, Obito merely wished to atone for his past mistakes. He cared little for what fate awaited him after the war. For him, death would be a welcome escape, allowing him to reunite with Rin in another world. Obito, although you initiated this war, without your involvement, the sealing of my mother may not have succeeded, the Sage of the Six Paths addressed him. I am merely a sinner. I am fully aware of that, Obito replied. The Sage of Six Paths, observing the situation, chose to remain silent. Kakashi, it is you who has guided them. In your moment of uncertainty, you have steadfastly upheld your role as both Naruto's teacher and as a friend to Obito. Had you faltered, your mother's plan might have come to fruition, the sage remarked. Upon the conclusion of the sage's words, Naruto directed his gaze towards Kurama. Hey, Kurama, Naruto called out, waving his hand as he dashed towards the tailed beast. Has it been lonely being apart from me for so long? I missed you so much, he exclaimed with a smile as he reached Kurama. Kurama, upon hearing this, became animated. Why are you shouting so loudly? I am not lonely. My other half has been right inside you. Meanwhile, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, chuckled at the scene. Ha ha ha. Is that Kurama acting a bit Sundra? Doubi interjected, somewhat inopportunely. The other 8 tailed beasts erupted in laughter at Doubi's comment. Ha 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 ha. I am not Sundra, Kurama protested, visibly agitated as he flailed about, seemingly eager to prove his point. However, the more animated he became, the less coherent he appeared. Ha, the Sage of Six Paths observed with amusement. Even Kurama seemed flustered and shy. The sage chuckled, well aware of Kurama's personality. He recalled a time when Kurama had shed tears upon hearing that his days were numbered. How has he become so reticent now? I yearn for that adorable, endearing Kurama, he mused. Yet this aligns perfectly with my ideals. For even the tailed beasts cannot help but desire to assist the ninja who has emerged. The sage expressed his contentment. After all these years, a true friendship has finally emerged, one in which the tailed beasts can engage in playful banter and mutual understanding. Indeed, it was Naruto who brought about this awakening in Obito, Kakashi remarked. Is that so, Obito? The sage of 6 paths inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Naruto is my benefactor, Obito wholeheartedly concurred with Kakashi's statement. At that moment, Sasuke noticed Madara lying motionless nearby and rushed forward, intent on delivering a final blow. Why are you so eager to finish him off lately? He thought. Yet, the sage of 6 paths raised a hand to halt him. Hashirama approached Madara, who had once been a Jinchuriki, but now, devoid of the tailed beasts and the outer path-esque golem, was beyond salvation. He sought to exploit the tailed beasts. And now he bears the consequences, the sage explained to Sasuke. Chapter 51, Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto, this is the final moment for your predecessors. Observe closely. The sage of 6 paths stated. He hoped that the current reincarnations of Ashura and Indra would diverge from their predecessors' fates, and thus, it was beneficial for them to witness the past. Hashirama squatted beside Madara. Hashirama, Madara, sensing his presence, spoke weakly, clearly nearing death. Yes, both you and I have sought what eludes us. It is not so effortlessly attained. There are limits to what we can achieve in our lifetimes. Thus we must entrust our hopes to the next generation to fulfill our dreams, Hashirama replied. You remain so naive, Madara scoffed. You were always eternally optimistic. But perhaps that is the right approach. At that moment, Madara spoke without resentment, only acceptance. My dream is shattered, yet yours continues to thrive. In our haste back then, it mattered not if we could not achieve it. What was truly crucial was nurturing those willing to follow in our footsteps and inherit our aspirations. Yet I cannot do that, for I despise having anyone stand behind me. You once told me that as ninjas, we could perish at any moment. If there were a way for us both to survive, it would require both sides to be honest with one another, raising our cups in brotherhood. Hashirama paused momentarily. However, we are both dead now. We can share a drink as comrades. Comrades? Madara's breath grew even fainter at this. Very well, then he responded, his voice barely audible. Only Hashirama understanding his words. Subsequently, Madara closed his eyes. Hashirama remained silent, although they had not reconciled in life. They had now returned to being the good brothers and comrades they once were. The onlookers simply watched in quiet reverence. Time had come. The jutsu of the 5 Kage and the Edo Tensei must now be lifted. After a moment of silence, the sage of 6 paths declared. Upon hearing those words, Naruto swiftly turned his gaze towards his father, Minato. He then lifted his eyes to the Nine Tails. Go ahead. The Nine Tails nodded in affirmation. Witnessing this, Naruto leaped towards Minato. The poignant farewell between father and son unfolded before Doubi, who observed their emotional parting, noticing Naruto's tears. Though merely an outsider with somewhat muted emotions, he refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to silently watch. As he beheld Naruto, he couldn't help but reflect on his own life. Like Naruto, he had been an orphan since childhood, unaware of his parents' identities. While Naruto ultimately reunited with his family, what of him? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts. After much contemplation, Doubi chose to relinquish these musings. With the conclusion of the Edo Tensei, the resurrected souls returned to the Pure Land. At that moment, the sun emerged, casting its radiant beams upon the earth. All of this seems to signify the conclusion of everything and the dawn of a new beginning. At last, we are free. I shall return to the water curtain cave. Haha. The four-tailed son Wukong exclaimed with a hint of joy. I have resolved to seclude myself in the forest. Can we also return to our homeland? It feels like a dream. 8 Tails, what about you? The 9 Tails inquired of the 8 Tails Bull Demon. Me? The 8 Tails Bull Demon pondered for a moment and replied. I think I shall head back over there. I have grown quite fond of that annoying fellow's rapping. What about you? The Bull Demon directed his gaze at the 9 Tails. Huh. The 9 Tails paused, momentarily taken aback. Now, Naruto's body already harbors the 9 Tails, rendering his presence unnecessary. Naruto shall not perish. Chapter 51. Naruto and Sasuke Part 2. Naruto's body now contains the 9 Tails, and he no longer requires his assistance. Naruto will not meet his end. He is entirely capable of living freely in his homeland. Yet, why does he feel a twinge of reluctance? Each day, he watches this little imp persist through foolishness, never yielding in the face of adversity. It seems that remaining within him is no longer a tormenting experience. What do you intend to do? The bull demon continued to inquire. As the Ninetales spoke, his gaze instinctively drifted toward Naruto. All of your chakras have partially entered Naruto's body, making him akin to your assembly hall, should there be matters to discuss. You may utilize the chakra remaining within Naruto to converse. At this juncture, Sage of the Six Paths paused. Ninetales. You should stay within Naruto's body and manage the assembly hall, the Sage of the Six Paths declared. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales was momentarily taken aback. This no longer seems a painful affair, the Sage of the Six Paths remarked. The Ninetales lowered his head in response. Very well, since the old man has said so. Observing the Ninetales' demeanor, the other tailed beasts erupted into laughter. What is so amusing? The Ninetales inquired, perplexed by their mirth. You remain as unguarded as ever, Ninetales. The Five-Tails Moo King chuckled. Heh. Seeing this, Naruto also smiled. At last, the Ninja World War has come to an end, Sakura said joyfully. Next is Kakashi. He added, Doubi, I sincerely apologize for suddenly pulling you into this. What compensation do you desire? At this moment, the Sage of the Six Paths turned his attention toward Doubi. Oh, compensation? Doubi scratched his head upon hearing this. It seems he has suffered no loss aside from missing out on training with Ryukong. Ultimately, Doubi asked, could you perhaps treat me to something? Certainly, The Sage of the Six Paths initially agreed, then paused in astonishment. What? Food? After all this time, I am famished. Shouldn't we be indulging in a grand feast at this moment? Doubi, while patting his belly, suggested, how about I recommend a delightful place? Our Chiraka ramen in Konoha is truly the most exquisite cuisine. Sure, once I am freed from this infinite Tsukuyomi, I shall go, Doubi replied. Are you certain about this? Sage of Six Paths observed Doubi's politeness, feeling somewhat guilty. Indeed, this is the compensation I seek. Doubi nodded affirmatively. The Sage of Six Paths, having heard this, chose to remain silent and then turned his gaze towards Naruto and Sasuke, the current reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. Naruto and Sasuke. I previously inquired about your conclusions following the battle with my mother, Kaguya. Have your answers remained unchanged? The sage asked. My answer remains steadfast. Although it may seem disloyal to my great-uncle after battling Kaguya, I genuinely believe my mother, Kushina Izumaki, is truly remarkable, Naruto stated, pausing for a moment. Kaguya appears devoid of any heart. Indeed, Kaguya was once revered as a goddess among the people. While it is unclear what transformed her into the malevolent figure she is now, it seems that the moment she consumed the chakra fruit, something irrevocably altered within her. The sage remarked, regardless, you are unlike your mother. Even with the chakra of all tailed beasts, you will not become like her. Now, what remains is to dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi, the sage continued. What exactly must we do? Do we require your assistance? Kurama inquired. No need for your intervention. As long as Naruto, who possesses the chakra of all tailed beasts, and Sasuke, who wields the Rinnegan, form the seal of reconciliation together, the technique can be entirely dispelled. Chapter 52. Ichiraka Ramen. Who would have thought it would be so simple? Kurama expressed his surprise. I once conducted thorough research to dispel my mother's infinite Tsukuyomi. So I am confident in this process. Now Sasuke, what of you? The sage looked towards Sasuke. Yes, but first, I intend to eliminate the current 5 Kage within this infinite Tsukuyomi, Sasuke declared sharply. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback. Naruto's gaze sharpened, and the atmosphere grew tense. Doubi, however, was not surprised by this revelation. Sasuke seems to be having a moment of delusion. What did you just say? What are your intentions towards the Kage? Sasuke? Kakashi asked, bewildered. And as for the tailed beasts, I will impose my will upon you and ultimately extinguish your lives, Sasuke asserted. Upon hearing this, Kurama exploded in protest. What did you say? He raised his paw, ready to strike Sasuke. However, Sasuke, with a mere glance through his Sharingan, ensnared Kurama in an illusion, altering the beast's eyes to resemble the Sharingan's Tomo pattern. Upon witnessing this, Naruto couldn't help but be taken aback. Yet, this was not the end. The eyes of the other tailed beasts had also transformed into the Tomo of the Rinnegan, and they too succumbed to Sasuke's illusion. Kurama. Naruto cast a worried glance at the 9 tails. The tailed beasts fell under the spell with just a fleeting glance. Naruto, it seems this is how it must be. I can only leave the rest to you, the Sage of Six Paths said with a hint of resignation. The reason for entrusting Naruto with this task was his concern that Sasuke might be killed by Doubi. He was acutely aware of the disparity between them. Moreover, while Naruto would hold back against Sasuke, Doubi was merely a stranger to Sasuke, at best an incidental figure. Fear not, I have little interest in such conflicts. Doubi seemed to have sensed the sage's unease. Let Naruto handle Sasuke. This way, we may finally conclude the fate of the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. This fate was indeed a source of frustration, an archetypal tale of siblings caught in a cycle of love and enmity. I cannot linger in this world for long. My time here is drawing to a close, the Sage of Six Paths remarked. While I feel somewhat guilty towards you, Sage, rest assured. We shall not become your sons. I am not Ashura, and Sasuke is not Indra. Naruto declared resolutely. Sasuke, is this truly your dream now? Are you still fixated on revenge? Kakashi inquired of Sasuke. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She did not wish to find herself opposing him once more. Yet at times, reality is unforgiving. Indeed, there was a time when my heart was solely set on destruction, driven by the desire for vengeance. However, now my aspirations have shifted. I aim to dismantle the darkness and reconstruct a village devoid of it, revitalizing the ninja world. Sasuke proclaimed. Ahem. Kurama attempted to break free from the illusion, but found his efforts in vain. My stance is one of revolution. As he spoke, a fierce expression overtook Sasuke's countenance. Revolution? Whose life do you intend to take? Doubi interjected at that moment. The antiquated system of ninjas is the target of my revolution, Sasuke replied. The Sage of Six Paths fell silent, recalling the events that had transpired in Sasuke's mental realm moments ago. At that time, Sasuke's answer had indeed been this, revolution. Sakura also remembered the words Sasuke had spoken upon his arrival on the battlefield. The current state was created by the previous 5 Kages. Thus, I shall become Hokage and transform the village. At that moment, Sasuke clasped his hands together, exclaiming, Shinra Tensei. As he issued this command, the earth began to tremble, and countless fragments of stone, soil, and trees enveloped the 9-tailed beasts, forming 9 colossal spheres. Naruto, please. Kurama implored as he was entirely encased. I will save you all. Just hold on a little longer. Upon seeing that they were ensnared by the planetary devastation, Naruto resolutely declared. The sphere ascended into the sky after trapping the tailed beasts. Having experienced this battle, I have adapted to the abilities and methods of the Rinnegan. And those who obstructed me are no more, Sasuke remarked, gazing at the planetary devastation above. Chapter 52, Ichiraku Ramen, Part 2. After enduring this conflict, I have become accustomed to the Rinnegan's powers in their application, and the nuisances have been eliminated, Sasuke stated while observing the celestial phenomenon. At that moment, Naruto leaped down, landing in front of Sasuke. Except for you, Naruto, Sasuke said, fixing his gaze upon him. He understood that the ongoing battle would not hinder their confrontation. Thus Naruto became his primary target to eliminate, not for any particular reason, but simply because Naruto is his dearest friend. The affairs of the world are seldom satisfactory. I once entrusted power to one side, only to witness Indra and Ashura turn upon each other, and the outcome of entrusting both sides is now the same. The Sage of Six Paths lamented. Naruto took a deep breath. No, I shall put an end to the conflict between brothers, he declared. Release the tailed beasts. They have only just attained their freedom. I have forged a friendship with them and can comprehend that they will not commit further evils. Naruto still wished to persuade Sasuke. Sasuke, it seems you still do not grasp the situation. You are now the Jinchuriki of all the tailed beasts. And I intend to eliminate all the tailed beast chakra within you in the future, Sasuke stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Sakura was taken aback upon hearing this. To eliminate all the tailed beast chakra meant that Naruto would. That is to say, you will die, Naruto. It is inevitable. According to the sage's teachings, releasing the infinite Tsukuyomi does not require the power of the tailed beasts within you. I can utilize the captured tailed beasts to ensure their survival until that time. Sasuke explained. You should understand that I will not allow you to proceed with that plan, Naruto replied. Let us start with you. Then, Sasuke retorted before turning to leave. To another location, you should know where. As he spoke, he prepared to head to the Valley of the End. Wait a moment, Sasuke. Kakashi attempted to intervene, but his body, having expended the majority of its strength in the recent battle, succumbed and collapsed to the ground. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, Obito hastily assisted him to his feet. Sasuke, disregarding Kakashi's voice, continued to forge ahead. As Obito gazed at Sasuke, a pang of guilt washed over him. He realized that Sasuke's current state was significantly tied to his own actions. However, he found himself powerless to intervene, having just unleashed the full might of his Susanoo. His chakra rapidly depleting. Confronting Sasuke now would only lead to his own demise. Sakura, witnessing this, was unable to contain her tears. She harbored feelings for Sasuke, but had always felt incapable of aiding him. Unlike Naruto, she lacked the strength to stand as his rival. She felt utterly helpless. Sakura poured out her heart to Sasuke, only for him to cast a genjutsu upon her, rendering her unconscious. "Hey, that's a bit much," Dijutsu remarked. Unable to bear the sight. "At least she genuinely cares for you, striving to assist you to the best of her ability, even if you do not reciprocate her feelings. Such treatment is unwarranted, don't you think?" Naruto felt a surge of anger. "At this rate, she'll follow us, and that will complicate matters," Sasuke retorted. "Sakura has always wanted to help you," Kakashi interjected. "Do you expect me to indulge her in a romantic game? I have no reason to like her." "Nor does she have a reason to like me," Sasuke countered. "It is sufficient to have a reason to dislike someone. Moreover, Sakura's intention was never to possess you. She merely sought to aid you. This girl, whom you nearly killed, continues to think of you and weeps for you because she loves you and suffers for it," Kakashi asserted. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke was reminded of his childhood experiences, a time when he had family who cared for and loved him. Yet now, all of that was but a distant memory. These are merely unnecessary remnants of the past. Chapter 53, A Visit to Ichiraku Ramen. Perhaps it is the shackles imposed by the failures of yesteryears. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke vanished from his spot in an instant. Kakashi, witnessing his disciple's departure, could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. We had made plans. At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly declared, in the past, "Sakura and I promised that I would bring Sasuke back. Sensei, you are aware of my ninja way, right? I am going." With that, Naruto followed suit. "Well then, I entrust this to you," Kakashi remarked, watching Naruto's retreating figure. "Your relationship is indeed quite intricate. What exactly does Sasuke intend to do?" I distinctly sensed that his previous words were not entirely sincere. Doubi observed as Naruto and Sasuke departed, releasing his thoughts. Love is a complex entity. Once, I had two sons whom I cherished dearly, and they held me in great esteem. However, I entrusted everything to the younger brother. As the elder began to harbor hatred towards both me and his sibling, love transformed into animosity. The reason Sasuke has become what he is today is solely due to the loss of that love, much like Madara. The Sage of Six Paths spoke. "Are you suggesting that Sasuke and Madara will ultimately share the same fate?" Kakashi inquired. "Heh, is that truly the case?" Doubi chuckled at that moment. "Indeed, it is not so. In my pursuit to create a better future, I have learned from the past. This time, I have entrusted equal power to both of them. The past exists not to suggest that the future is immutable, but rather to serve the future," the Sage of Six Paths asserted. Kakashi then asked the sage, "Why do you believe there is potential within Naruto?" Naruto Uzumaki, he saved the Nine Tails, who was filled with hatred, and forged a friendship with it. Let us place our hopes in him. This time, I anticipate animosity transforming into love. No, I expect him to reclaim that love. Sasuke is different from Kagaya. He understands what love is, just like Naruto, the Sage of Six Paths responded. Well then, let us await the conclusion of their battle. I am looking forward to Naruto taking me to Ichiraku Ramen. Doubi nodded in agreement. Kakashi smiled at this. Indeed, what remains now is to believe that Naruto can bring Sasuke back. Naruto and Sasuke engaged in their final confrontation, one driven by the resolve to save a friend, the other determined to kill a friend. The clash was intensely fierce, culminating in one utilizing the Rasengan and the other employing Chidori, a decisive battle to determine their fates. In this encounter, neither emerged victorious. Both fell to the ground, having lost a hand. Ultimately, Sasuke was moved by Naruto's convictions and chose to concede, acknowledging Naruto's perspective. In the end, peace was restored between Naruto and Sasuke. "You two certainly fought with great intensity," remarked Doubi as he approached their side. Both Naruto and Sasuke lay on the ground, their dominant hands severed, blood continuously oozing from their wounds. Doubi noticed the pool of blood between them. "Ah, it's all right," Naruto responded nonchalantly. The ability to summon back his comrade with a single hand was worth the toll. At that moment, Sakura and Kakashi hurried over. Upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke in such a state, Sakura rushed to administer aid. A green glow flickered in Sakura's hands, and as she worked, the bleeding wounds of Naruto and Sasuke began to mend. "Thank you, Sakura," Naruto said with a smile. At this juncture, Sasuke wished to speak. "Hold on, let me focus." Sakura interjected. I'm sorry, Sasuke, she added. Why do you apologize? He inquired. For my past actions. Upon hearing this, tears welled in Sakura's eyes. How could you say that? You foolish boy. At last, you've returned, Kakashi remarked with a smile, observing the reunion of Team 7. I wonder if this will work. Doubi mused as he rummaged through his pockets. Found it. Thankfully, it didn't fall out, Doubi exclaimed, retrieving a green bean. Here, please consume it, he said, breaking the bean in half and offering pieces to Naruto and Sasuke. Is this a bean? Naruto asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Ah. This is a Senza bean. Consuming it allows for rapid healing of both internal and external injuries. It should aid in the restoration of your hands, Doubi explained. The miraculous bean was bestowed upon him by Wukong, who claimed it would restore vitality in times of dire need. Consequently, despite having sustained minimal injuries, Doubi chose to share the bean with Naruto and Sasuke. Surprised, Naruto promptly consumed it, placing his faith in Doubi's sincerity. In that very instant, as the bean took effect, Naruto experienced a remarkable revival. Astonishingly, his severed right hand reformed as if it had never been lost. Sakura, witnessing this extraordinary event, stood in utter disbelief. The effectiveness of this miraculous bean is truly astonishing, isn't it? It's your turn, Sasuke, Doubi remarked, glancing at a somewhat surprised Sasuke. Oh, thank you, Sasuke replied. Much like Naruto, Sasuke instantly regained his vitality upon consuming the bean. Hurry up and dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi. I still wish to indulge in that Ichiraka ramen, Doubi said after stretching lazily. Having gone so long without a meal, he was indeed feeling rather famished. Upon witnessing this, Naruto immediately joined Sasuke in forming the hand seals to dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke also released the god of the earth, freeing the tailed beasts. Thus, the fourth great ninja war had come to a definitive conclusion, and the infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted. At that moment, Doubi found himself seated at Ichiraka ramen, gazing curiously at the delicious noodles before him. The exquisite flavor of Ichiraka ramen had been endlessly celebrated by fans of the Hokage, and it was rumored that its master, Tochi, was none other than the ultimate hidden antagonist, Tsutsuki Ichiraku. Doubi, however, did not dive into the ramen immediately. Instead, he fixated on Tochi's skilled preparation. Doubi, why aren't you eating? Naruto, noticing Doubi's lack of action, expressed his bewilderment. Oh, it's nothing. Doubi waved his hand dismissively. I can't sense any formidable aura. Could it be that Tochi is truly just an ordinary person? Doubi pondered, feeling a hint of confusion. Could it be that all those rumors were mere exaggerations? Never mind. I shall focus on the ramen for now. He cast aside his thoughts and directed all his attention to the noodles, for he was indeed quite hungry. With Naruto treating him, he felt no need for restraint, wondering if Naruto's wallet might feel the strain. 10 minutes later, Tochi observed in astonishment as Doubi voraciously devoured his meal, the bowls stacking precariously high. Meanwhile, Naruto had ceased eating, merely glancing at his pitiful frog wallet. Haha. Don't worry, Naruto. This time it's on the house, Tochi said, though a pang of regret tugged at his heart. How could Naruto's friend possess such an insatiable appetite? It exceeded even that of Hinata and Shikamaru. If this continued, he would soon run out of ingredients. Finally, when the stack of bowls reached its limit, Doubi paused his consumption, taking a deep breath. Phew. Thank you for the treat, Naruto. I've had just about enough to feel 4/10 full. Doubi smiled at Naruto. What? Only 4/10? Naruto exclaimed in shock. How much can you eat, brother? Are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Chapter 54. After the end, Doubi and Naruto departed from the somewhat pale-faced Shouda. Doubi now felt that Naruto was truly a good person, willing to invite him for ramen, a kindness his classmates had never extended to him before, not even 3 months prior. However, Naruto felt a twinge of sorrow. From Shouda's complexion, it was evident that he could no longer visit Uncle Ichiraku for ramen. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets about bringing Doubi to this place. Without Doubi's assistance, they might not have been able to seal Kagaya. And it was Doubi who helped restore the strength of his and Sasuke's hands. Treating him to a bowl of ramen was a trivial matter. Naruto, how is Sasuke doing now? Doubi suddenly inquired as they strolled. Naruto paused at the mention of Sasuke. What's wrong? Has something happened to him? He asked, his expression revealing concern. Doubi, sensing Naruto's reaction, was puzzled. He recalled that Sasuke had acknowledged Naruto's desire to reintegrate into Konoha. It's nothing. I just prefer not to speak of him right now, Naruto replied quietly. At present, Sasuke was confined within Konoha's prison, although escaping his constraints would be effortless for him. He chose not to do so. Naruto had previously suggested to Konoha's higher-ups that they refrain from detaining Sasuke, arguing that his release from the infinite Tsukuyomi sufficed to atone for his past misdeeds. Yet, Sasuke willingly accepted their captivity. Naruto did not wish to dwell on the image of Sasuke in confinement. Oh, I see. Doubi recalled this matter as well. By the way, I heard from Kakashi-sensei that your home was demolished, right? At that moment, Naruto seemed to remember this issue. Yes, I wonder when it will be rebuilt. Why do you ask? Doubi responded. Then come stay with us in Konoha. We are currently in the process of reconstruction, and if you wish to join, it would not be a problem. Naruto proposed. Is that so? Doubi mused, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Living in Konoha? Perhaps it was a splendid option. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Konoha had indeed become quite peaceful, offering a warmth unmatched by other places. Although it harbored its own shadows, it was still far better than many other locales. Furthermore, Kakashi was set to assume the mantle of the sixth Hokage, followed by Naruto, who aimed to foster understanding among people through the bonds of companionship to achieve peace. It seemed like a promising prospect, provided he would not be whisked away by a time-space portal. It appears that the Sage of Six Paths has summoned him here. Wait, if the Sage can bring him here, then he should also be able to send him back. Goodness, was I foolish just now? Upon realizing this, Doubi felt a wave of despair wash over him. What's wrong? Naruto inquired, noticing Doubi's pallor. Oh, it's nothing. Haha, Doubi replied with a forced smile. Moving to Konoha? Huh? Well, I do enjoy traveling, so I might not stay for too long. Traveling, you say? However, you are always welcome here whenever you desire. Naruto said with a grin. Ah, I appreciate your hospitality. By the way, do you have any hotels here? Huh? What? Naruto responded, utterly bewildered. Time flies swiftly. And before long, a week had passed. Doubi had temporarily settled in, enjoying a rather leisurely existence. Naturally, he did not neglect his training in Ki. Although the King of Worlds had imparted knowledge and techniques regarding Ki, mastering them was not something that could be accomplished in a short span. While Doubi was capable of executing the Kamehameha, the instant transmission, and basic energy spheres, he still needed to refine his control over Ki. For instance, he was unable to unleash the energy sword that Vegeta could conjure. Doubi found that particular technique quite appealing. The thought of suddenly thrusting it forward to pierce an enemy was exhilarating. With a smile, he envisioned himself taunting the writhing foe. Oh, you seem to be in considerable pain. Doesn't that feel refreshing? Well, perhaps that was slightly off. Thus, throughout the week, Doubi diligently practiced honing his control over Ki. At this moment, gratitude is owed to the King of the Worlds, for he imparted the methods of energy cultivation to Doubi. Thus, Doubi spent his mornings honing his control over energy and his evenings indulging in ramen before retiring for the night. In this manner, a week slipped by. Doubi made significant strides in mastering energy control. Although he still could not unleash the energy sword, he had at least become adept at executing techniques such as cutting. Of course, he still struggled with more advanced maneuvers like the energy circle slice. Nevertheless, his energy's potency was sufficient for his needs. Recently, peace had truly prevailed, Doubi mused. Life in the Hidden Leaf village was rather pleasant. There was food to eat, and a bed to return to at night. Moreover, it was rare that anyone approached him with trouble. Such a tranquil life is indeed a rare treasure. Yes, it is quite peaceful. A somewhat aged voice resonated from behind Doubi. Ah, indeed? Huh? What? It was only after Doubi instinctively responded that he realized he was not alone. Who approaches? State your name. Doubi abruptly turned to the figure before him and exclaimed, I am Otsutsuki Yui, and it is good to see you again, Doubi. The elderly man replied, Huh? The Sage of Six Paths? Doubi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He circled around the Sage of Six Paths, even reaching out to touch the space beneath him, confirming it was no illusion. This was indeed reality. Doubi murmured to himself in astonishment. The Sage of Six Paths appeared somewhat speechless at Doubi's actions and fell silent. My apologies, I was rude. I feared someone might employ transformation techniques to deceive me. Doubi expressed his regret to the sage. It's quite all right, the Sage of Six Paths replied, unconcerned. May I inquire, Sage of Six Paths, what brings you to my presence? Doubi asked, slightly puzzled. Surely, the sage does not possess knowledge of my desire to return? Well, I have come to take you back. I wonder if you are willing, the Sage of Six Paths stated. Ah, truly? Doubi internally scoffed at this revelation. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to confirm, back? To my original place? Yes, indeed, The sage nodded. Then that is splendid. I am willing to return, Doubi declared. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding how the Sage of Six Paths had transported him from the world's passage. Very well, the Sage of Six Paths remarked, taking out his celestial staff and gently tapping it against Doubi's forehead. In an instant, Doubi vanished. Huh, what just transpired? Doubi exclaimed as he found himself once again in a forested environment. The absence of Naruto's presence indicated that he had indeed departed from the world of Hokage. Doubi pondered. The presence of Goku can be sensed on King Kai's planet. It appears I have returned to the Dragon Ball world. Doubi subsequently felt Goku's energy. He had initially intended to observe how the Sage of Six Paths facilitated interdimensional travel, yet he found himself abruptly displaced. Doubi contemplated this with a sense of bewilderment. The ability to traverse time and space was essential for him, especially since he had been drawn into a black hole and emerged from it, often finding himself within the corridors of different worlds. Such a confrontation seems excessively passive, leaving one utterly oblivious to where one might find oneself in the next moment. Chapter 55, Leisure Time. Well, perhaps I shall borrow a Dragon Ball to give it a try. With this thought, Doubi cast aside his previous notion. When it comes to abilities related to time and space, he may not possess exceptional talent. However, if it involves utilizing the Dragon Balls for wishes, that would pose no issue. It is essential to recognize that the Dragon Balls are a unique advantage within the Dragon Ball universe. Although the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls on Earth are limited, there also exist the Namekian Dragon Balls and the Super Dragon Balls. Of course, Doubi has no intention of seeking the Super Dragon Balls, as they are scattered across the vast expanses of the 6th and 7th universes. Even with a Super Dragon Ball radar, the endeavor would be quite cumbersome. Moreover, the size of the Super Dragon Balls is akin to that of a planet, and it is possible that life has already emerged upon them. To take one Super Dragon Ball could potentially mean the annihilation of life on an entire planet. Such acts of obliterating others' planets are beyond the capabilities of Doubi. He cannot annihilate celestial bodies with the same nonchalance as the god of destruction. Moreover, the Super Dragon Ball radar is not yet available. Well, these matters can be set aside for now. It is best to head towards Goku. However, it seems that only the deceased can visit King Kai's planet. Doubi found himself at a loss upon realizing this. Wishing he possessed Goku's ability to instantaneously traverse to any location at will. If Wukong is willing this time, he should approach him to learn. Never mind. I shall simply stand here. Wukong should sense my aura and teleport over. I will wait here. Having resolved this, Doubi found a shaded spot and lay down. Before long, Doubi began to breathe evenly. It appeared he had fallen asleep. Shortly thereafter, with a sound of teleportation, Wukong materialized beside Doubi. At that moment, Wukong was clad in a martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for Wu. Hello, it has been a while since we last met, Doubi, he exclaimed. However, upon noticing Doubi's lack of response, Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. Is he truly asleep? As Wukong stepped closer, he observed that Doubi's eyes were firmly shut. Yet, Doubi's sleeping posture is quite disheveled. Wukong chuckled, finding amusement in Doubi's unrefined slumber on the ground. It seems that the more powerful the individual, the worse their sleeping habits. Hey, Doubi, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside, Wukong called out. Yet, Doubi remained entirely unresponsive, continuing his slumber. Feeling somewhat helpless, Wukong raised his left hand and conjured a small sphere of energy. Cautiously, he delivered the energy orb onto Doubi's face. Boom. The energy orb struck Doubi's face with a loud explosion. In that instant, as the energy orb detonated, Doubi's eyes flew open, only to be met with the unwelcome sensation of dust invading his eyes. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, feeling a stinging discomfort in his eyes. This realization brought him to full consciousness. However, the sensation of having his face covered in dust was quite unpleasant. Haha, Doubi, are you all right? I had to resort to this since you wouldn't wake up when I called you, Wukong chuckled, unperturbed. Doubi wiped the dust from his face, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. He sighed as he looked at the grinning Wukong. It's fine, haha. He found it difficult to reprimand his childhood idol. After all, Wukong was inherently carefree. So what brings you here? Doubi inquired after yawning. Wukong's sudden visit surely had a purpose, perhaps to spar or something similar. Speaking of sparring, Wukong's aura had indeed grown significantly stronger than before. I would like to ask for your assistance in training with me, if that is all right, Wukong said with a smile. Doubi thought to himself, as anticipated. Oh, that works perfectly. I can continue learning from you as well. Yay. Wukong exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Doubi's response. He then placed his hand on Doubi's shoulder, instantly teleporting them to the position of King Kai. Long time no see. Lord Kai, Doubi greeted the slightly bewildered North Kai with a smile. Why is it you again? The North Kai asked, a bit dazed. Haha. I brought him along because I requested to train with him, Wukong replied with a grin. You two are going to train? The North Kai suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Wukong nodded. All right, let us begin, Doubi. Oh, let us go? Doubi responded. Wait, hold on. The North Kai seemed to realize something and attempted to intervene. But then, with a powerful shout, Wukong was enveloped in a silvery aura and charged towards Doubi. In response, Doubi also rushed forward, albeit without unleashing an aura. Boom, boom. The two collided, creating a massive shockwave that erupted from the point of their clash. The ground of King Kai's planet began to crumble under the force of the shockwave. Ah, goodness! The North Kai exclaimed in despair. Why must they fight here? Is it just because of the tenfold gravity? Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that Goku has caused the North Kai considerable distress on more than one occasion. The earliest instance occurred when he teleported with the nearly self-destructing cell, resulting in the North Kai's bewildered demise. To this day, he is yet to be resurrected. Subsequently, during Goku's training here, he also brought along a fierce combatant, unleashing a devastating Kamehameha wave. If we include today's incident, that marks yet another calamity. The Kaioken has suffered extensive ravages repeatedly. The North Kai has certainly endured a series of misfortunes. Ever since he became acquainted with Goku, his realm has been beset by disasters. Yet, the North Kai finds himself unable to refuse Goku. Whenever he beholds Goku's innocent smile, the thought of rejection simply does not arise. This unassuming nature was, after all, the reason why the North Realm King had once guided Wukong. Perhaps it is a debt I owe him from a previous life, he mused, finding solace in this thought. At that moment, Doubi inadvertently revealed a flaw during their intense duel. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong delivered a decisive kick that sent Doubi flying. Following this, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Doubi. However, Doubi quickly regained his composure midair and retaliated with his own Kamehameha to counter Wukong's attack. The two energy blasts collided spectacularly, ultimately nullifying each other. Haha, Doubi, you remain as formidable as ever, Wukong remarked with a smile, choosing not to press his assault further. Oh, it's nothing much. My reflexes in battle still need improvement, Doubi replied, scratching his head. Earlier, he had deliberately suppressed his strength while sparring with Wukong, yet despite having a greater mental fortitude, he still exposed a vulnerability during the fight. There is little that can be done. Past experiences in combat have primarily been gleaned from skirmishes with ruffians, while dealing with those of lesser strength is manageable. Facing opponents of equal caliber may lead to significant setbacks. Although he is yet to encounter such adversaries, it is evident that numerous vulnerabilities were recently exposed. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. How shall we address this? Doubi inquired. Through increased combat experience, one develops an innate sense for battle, which can also be cultivated through rigorous training. Goku replied. What must be done? Doubi pressed further, seeking Goku's expertise. Renowned as a master of combat, Goku surely possessed a wealth of knowledge on the subject. With a chuckle, Goku turned his gaze towards King Kai. Why do you stare at me? King Kai, taken aback by Goku's attention, asked, bewildered. I require your assistance. My lord, Goku responded with a smile. Huh? King Kai's confusion was palpable. You mean that device which automatically engages in combat? Goku clarified. You wish to employ it? King Kai finally grasped Goku's intent. Doubi will utilize this for specialized training. Oh, just ensure it remains intact. In a distant corner of the universe, a planet erupted, splitting asunder and radiating vibrant colors across the cosmos. Above this cataclysmic scene, two figures hovered, gazing down upon the dying planet. Both appeared remarkably peculiar, unmistakably not of earthly origin. Notably, one resembled a feline creature, deep in contemplation, with elongated purple ears and a gaunt visage. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a cadaver emerging from a coffin. His eye bags were slightly pronounced, and he donned an outfit reminiscent of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. My lord Beerus, did you not just declare the food to be exquisite? A silver-haired man, akin to a servant, remarked from behind him. The man possessed a tall and slender physique, reminiscent of Beerus, yet somewhat leaner. In his hand, he held an elongated staff, adorned with a vibrant yellow hue at both ends and a deep blue center. His attire featured a light blue belt and a black armor embellished with 3 diamond shapes, 2 white and 1 orange, corresponding to Beerus's own garb. Around his neck rested a large, pale halo, exuding an air of peculiarity. The recent meal had been laden with excessive fat, detrimental to one's health. In response, Beerus remarked while performing a toothpicking gesture. "We should depart, Whis." "Indeed," Whis replied. With a gentle tap of his staff in the void, a cascade of multicolored light enveloped them, propelling them away at great speed. The destruction of planets and the maintenance of cosmic balance are the duties of a god of destruction. The very planet they had just visited had been obliterated by Beerus with a mere finger. Why did Beerus choose to destroy this planet? There was no reason. For deities of such caliber, the concepts of destruction and creation are but fleeting thoughts. When they desire to wreak havoc, they do so without mercy. The dichotomy of good and evil holds little significance for them. Compared to other gods of destruction, Beerus is relatively merciful, despite his capricious nature. He often indulges in long slumbers, during which he refrains from planetary annihilation. However, he had awakened now, seeking a formidable opponent, the god of Super Saiyans, whom he had envisioned in a prophetic dream. How many planets would be destroyed in his quest for the god of Super Saiyans? One can only hope that fewer souls would dare provoke Beerus. Back on King Kai's planet, Doubi held a bowl of water in both hands while deftly evading numerous attacks. The assailants were countless tiny black rods, seemingly endowed with sentience, as they relentlessly targeted the bowl of water Doubi held aloft. Nevertheless, regardless of the rod's cunning assaults, Doubi consistently managed to dodge them, and not a single drop of water was spilled during his evasive maneuvers. "Stop," King Kai suddenly commanded. At his words, the black rods came to an immediate halt, cascading to the ground. "Well done, Doubi. You have made remarkable progress," Goku exclaimed as he approached. "It's just SOSO," Doubi replied, scratching his head, embodying humility. "This is quite impressive. Achieving such results in just a few days of training is commendable. The North Kai's way. For reasons unknown, Doubi's training has yielded remarkable results in this area. In just one day, he completed a series of reaction drills, progressing from the simplest to the most challenging. From here on, it is essential for him to discover his own rhythm. Only through frequent battles can he minimize the gaps in his physical responses, Goku remarked. "Thank you for taking care of me, Goku, and you too, Lord Kai." Doubi nodded appreciatively. His interactions with them brought him immense joy. Although they were merely acquaintances, their genuine kindness touched him deeply. Traditionally, one had to amuse the North Kai with corny jokes to receive martial arts instruction. However, Doubi was not required to perform any such antics, yet the North Kai still imparted his teachings. Doubi silently awarded the North Kai a good person card in his heart. Ahem, none of this matters much. After all, you are Goku's friend. The North Kai coughed lightly before speaking. "Higi, that's nothing at all. Besides, Lord Kai has 2 special techniques," Goku chimed in, unintentionally undermining the North Kai's authority. Doubi was taken aback. He was well aware that the North Kai had not taught him the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb. Why, then, did Goku bring this up? Was it a deliberate jab? Haha, that's because Doubi never expressed a desire to learn my ultimate techniques, so I refrained from teaching them, the North Kai said, a touch of embarrassment evident as he patted his head. "Ah, yes," Doubi nodded, providing a graceful exit for the North Kai. "Oh, I see. I was wondering why Lord Kai didn't teach Doubi the Spirit Bomb," Goku exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Doubi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had no aversion to learning the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, both practical skills he wished to acquire. However, during the training of past warriors such as Tien, Piccolo, and Kairatsu, the North Kai had never instructed them in these techniques either, despite their friendship with Goku. Given that Doubi was a newcomer, he felt immensely grateful that the North Kai was willing to teach him about energy control and evasion techniques. "Well, Lord Kai, if Doubi wishes to learn, could you perhaps teach him these 2 techniques?" Goku pondered aloud after a moment's thought. "Huh? That's entirely up to you." The North Kai initially hesitated but eventually acquiesced. Knowing Goku's nature, even if he had firmly refused, it was likely that Goku would clandestinely pass on the techniques to Doubi. Moreover, these techniques were not easily mastered. They had taken the North Kai years to develop. Even Goku had taken several weeks to learn them, and that talent is indeed exceptional. Even if Doubi has learned the technique, it matters not. During the days spent in his company, he has discerned that Doubi possesses an inherently kind nature, and he would undoubtedly refrain from employing his powers for malevolent purposes. It seems that the Spirit Bomb can only be utilized by those with a pure heart. suggesting that those capable of mastering such a technique are generally not ill-intentioned, barring exceptions like Cell. Thank you, Lord King Kai. Goku expressed with delight upon receiving the acknowledgement from the North Kai. Chapter 57. King Kai Fist, are you willing to learn, Doubi? The King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb are both exceptionally formidable techniques, Goku proposed to Doubi. After a moment of contemplation, Doubi replied, well, I suppose. But I'm uncertain if I can master them. Excellent. Let us begin with the King Kai Fist. Goku proclaimed. The King Kai Fist? What is that? Doubi feigned ignorance regarding the technique. The King Kai Fist is a technique that amplifies one's battle power several times, even to dozens of times within a short span, and can be further enhanced through training, but it places a considerable burden on the body. If employed recklessly, it can cause excruciating pain, Goku explained. I understand, Doubi nodded. The King Kai Fist, while enhancing the user's overall capabilities, also imposes a strain on the body. This was evident from Goku's agonized expression when he unleashed a threefold King Kai Fist against Vegeta. Even someone as resilient as Goku exhibited such torment. Doubi wondered if he could endure such suffering. This technique has significant adverse effects on the body, and if pushed beyond one's physical limits, it may lead to collapse. However, it appears that a higher physical strength can mitigate the pain to a minimum. In fact, Goku later showcased a 20-fold King Kai Fist without displaying the same anguish he experienced during the initial threefold attempt. Thus, it is clear that enhanced physical strength can minimize, or even eliminate, the damage inflicted by the King Kai Fist. What must I do? Doubi inquired of Goku. Allow me to demonstrate, Goku responded, taking a deep breath. He then uttered the words, King Kai Fist. With that, a surge of crimson energy erupted from Goku's form. This is a one-fold King Kai Fist, he stated, addressing Doubi, who was watching intently. I'm sorry, but I didn't see anything, Doubi admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Haha, that's perfectly normal, Goku chuckled. I'll explain the principles of the King Kai Fist to you, but be cautious. If mishandled, it could lead to disastrous consequences for your body, he said, his expression turning serious. I understand, Doubi replied, adopting a more earnest demeanor. The instructional process for the King Kai Fist is omitted, as I cannot articulate its principles clearly. King Kai Fist. As Doubi's body began to emanate a crimson aura, the hue of his aura was notably deep, resembling the color of blood. It seemed he had succeeded. After observing the red energy enveloping him, Doubi remarked, How come yours is redder than mine? Goku, scrutinizing the aura erupting from Doubi, inquired with curiosity. Oh, is that so? Doubi, realizing this peculiarity, curiously touched the crimson aura surrounding him, though he felt nothing tangible. Well, it appears to be merely a change in color. There should be no issues, concluded the North Kai after observing Doubi. Is that so? Doubi gazed at his hands, which radiated a red aura, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, by employing the Kaioken technique at a single times multiplier, he had indeed achieved a one-fold enhancement. Yet, he felt no strain on his body from the technique. If he were to describe his sensation after utilizing the Kaioken, it would be a warmth, akin to the comforting heat one experiences near a fire. However, it is prudent to refrain from recklessly increasing the multiplier of the Kaioken. Exceeding your body's limits could lead to catastrophic failure, the North Kai earnestly advised Doubi. I will not act recklessly, Doubi nodded, signaling his understanding. Let us call it a day. You should also rest, the North Kai said as he retreated to his quarters. Doubi slowly retracted the crimson aura. Upon withdrawing from the Kaioken, he experienced a stark contrast in temperature, much like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering day. Chapter 57, Kaioken, Part 2. Withdrawing from the Kaioken, he felt an abrupt shift in temperature, reminiscent of stepping into an air-conditioned room during a heat wave. Fortunately, there was no pain. I wonder how many times I can endure the Kaioken, Doubi mused. He had only employed a single times multiplier, which was well within his physical limits. It appeared that his remarkable physical strength rendered any negative effects of the Kaioken almost non-existent. Nevertheless, Doubi intended to heed the North Kai's counsel and avoid high multipliers unless absolutely necessary, though at present, there was no need for such escalation. Reclining on the bed provided by the North Kai, Doubi's thoughts drifted aimlessly before he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Goku, upon lying down, instantly fell asleep. Before long, the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of their even breathing. A scion on the Kaioken? On Beerus's planet. Beerus expressed surprise upon learning of a scion's presence on the Kaioken. Indeed, the scion known as Son Goku is currently on the North Kai's planet. Weiss glanced at the crystal orb atop his staff as he spoke. This orb possessed the extraordinary ability to detect entities within the vast cosmos, uncovering both past events and the locations of individuals. That Sun Wukong, is he the Scion who defeated Frieza? Beerus inquired. Indeed. It appears that the Scions have recently undergone a remarkable evolution, acquiring the ability to transform into what is known as a Super Saiyan, Weiss replied. As he spoke, the orb illuminated a scene depicting Wukong's first transformation into a Super Saiyan during his battle with Frieza. There is a significant distinction between a Super Saiyan and a Super Saiyan God, Beerus remarked. Shall we proceed? Of course. The journey will take approximately 26 minutes and 44 seconds, Weiss informed him. Ah, such a lengthy endeavor. That's nearly enough time to watch an episode of an animated series. What a bother. Very well, let us endure the journey, Beerus replied, tilting his head. Indeed. Weiss acknowledged. Beerus positioned himself behind Weiss, resting a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, they vanished amidst a cascade of vibrant light. I shall seek you out. The one referred to as Super Saiyan God, Beerus declared within the radiant glow. Oh dear, what is happening? Lord Beerus's presence is drawing nearer. The North Kai felt increasingly uneasy, aware that Lord Beerus's energy was approaching their location. It was evident that his destination was here, where the battle-crazed Wukong resided. The North Kai was uncertain whether Wukong would inadvertently provoke Lord Beerus, yet he could not shake his worries. With Wukong's carefree and reckless demeanor, he could only imagine the consequences of an encounter with Lord Beerus. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The most pressing concern is that Goku is highly likely to challenge Lord Beerus. If that happens, it would spell disaster. Alas, the thought leaves the North Kai feeling somewhat powerless. Lord Kai, what seems to be troubling you today? Goku, dressed in athletic wear, inquired upon noticing the North Kai's unusual demeanor. Startled by the sudden voice appearing beside him, the North Kai jumped in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Goku. Goku, I see you haven't left yet. Why didn't you attend your friend Bulma's party? The North Kai attempted to redirect the conversation. I'm not really adept at parties. Goku scratched his head in response. If you don't go, your friend might just ignore you. The North Kai sought to further divert Goku from this location. What party? At that moment, Doubi approached with curiosity. Ah, Doubi, Lord Kai seems a bit off today. It appears he is hiding something from us, Goku remarked. Oh, Lord Kai, what is the matter? Doubi expressed his intrigue. The North Kai began to feel overwhelmed, exclaiming, something feels very peculiar. My mind is not right. But Beerus the gorilla and Greg the grasshopper mirrored his actions, both expressing a similar sense of disarray. Indeed, something is amiss, Doubi observed. Well, let's set that aside for now. Goku, let us practice, Doubi suggested, recognizing it unwise to press the North Kai further. All right, Goku nodded in agreement. How strange. What brings Lord Beerus here? The North Kai pondered while applying paint to the wall with a brush. At that moment, Goku prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave, bringing his hands together before exclaiming, huh. With that powerful shout, a brilliant blue energy wave surged forth from his hands. The Kamehameha shot past the North Kai, creating a gust of wind that nearly lifted him off his feet. Grasping a tree branch, the North Kai barely managed to stabilize himself against the force of the blast. The Kamehameha ascended into the sky, then made a sweeping turn, redirecting itself back towards Goku. He extended his hands to catch the energy wave, the immense force causing a tingling sensation in his palms, yet he held firm. In an instant, Goku made the Kamehameha vanish from his hands. After catching his breath, Goku chuckled. This training method is quite effective. Well, let me give it a try. Doubi decided to attempt his own Kamehameha. Stop, you little rascal. At least warn me before you unleash your energy. The North Kai shouted from the tree, aghast. One Kamehameha is already too much. Do we really need another? However, the branch could not bear the weight of the North King and his two pets. With a crack, the branch snapped. Wow. The North King and his companions plummeted from the tree. Subsequently, the North King's abode collapsed under the impact of the Kamehameha wave. Goku. It seems you may have caused some trouble, Doubi remarked, somewhat speechless. Really? Goku chuckled awkwardly. You should go. Doubi gestured towards the North King. All right. Goku nodded and made his way towards the North King. You need to consider our livelihood. The North King complained to Goku. I apologize, but I wish to train and become stronger. Goku scratched his head in response. I truly cannot deal with you, the North King said, rising to brush off the dust with a hint of helplessness. That's precisely why you shouldn't meet Lord Beerus, the North King murmured. Who is Lord Beerus? Goku inquired, puzzled by the statement. Ah, goodness, I feel so foolish, utterly ridiculous. The North King lamented, realizing he had let slip something he shouldn't have. No wonder I always felt you were hiding something from me. It seemed odd. Is that fellow even human? Goku laughed. Heh, Lord Kai, why not share with us? Doubi chimed in at that moment. The North King pondered for a moment, seemingly torn about whether to divulge the information. Finally, he sighed, he is not human. He is a deity, much like a Kai. He is currently heading this way. Oh, if he is a deity, what is the issue? Goku asked. That deity can be quite capricious, and it's rather terrifying, the North King replied. Chapter 58, God of Destruction, Part 2. That deity can be quite capricious, and it's rather terrifying. Can deities truly be frightening? Goku questioned, finding it hard to comprehend, as none of the gods he had previously encountered could be described as such. Earth's gods, the North King, the Supreme Kai, none of them could be deemed terrifying to any extent. To what extent are they truly terrifying? Doubi asked. He governs the annihilation of the universe. If he is even slightly displeased, he will obliterate planets and living beings, the North King stated with a grave expression. However, Goku, in his usual carefree manner, responded, well, what about when he takes his dog for a walk and neglects to pick up after it? Yes, that's about right. The North King reflected, realizing the analogy was quite fitting. What about when he urinates while soaking in a hot spring? Goku continued to inquire. Yes, those count as well. Every time he awakens, until he next falls asleep, he is in a constant state of destruction. The North King exclaimed with growing fervor. So, he is a villain then? Goku asked. Indeed, one cannot simply destroy everything at the slightest inconvenience. That is akin to childish behavior, the North King replied. In the realm of the North Kai. The elder shook his head and remarked, it cannot be said in such a manner. Lord Beerus is a deity. The equilibrium of the universe necessitates not only the god of creation but also the god of destruction. Does that imply he is formidable? Goku inquired with a hint of curiosity. Far beyond mere prowess. He possesses the ability to obliterate everything in existence, and none can hope to impede him. The North Kai responded. Ah, such power. Doubi scratched his head, awestruck. That truly is something to anticipate. Goku exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. For him, the prospect of encountering beings more powerful than himself was nothing short of thrilling. Goku, allow me to advise you, do not engage in any foolish actions. Do you understand? The North Kai's tone was grave. Having spent time with Doubi, he recognized that Doubi was not particularly combative and would refrain from any rash behavior in the presence of Lord Beerus. However, Goku was a different story. With his aggressive nature, he would undoubtedly challenge Beerus at the first opportunity. Rest assured, even I only take action against those who commit malevolent deeds, Goku replied nonchalantly. Doubi's mouth twitched at this response. Is there truly a distinction between fighting and sparring? He pondered, perplexed. Suddenly, the North Kai's expression shifted dramatically. With astonishing speed, he placed his hands on Doubi and Goku, propelling them into his abode. Subsequently, he positioned his somewhat rotund figure at the entrance, blocking the way. Ouch! Goku, caught off guard by the sudden shove, fell to the ground, while Doubi managed to maintain his balance. What are you doing? Goku asked, recovering from the pain. The North Kai, for reasons unknown, descended into a frenzied state, running about erratically before finally pausing to catch his breath. Ah, truly. He began to express his grievances, but was interrupted by a sudden sound of dissent. Goodness! The North Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the unexpected arrival of two figures, or should it be said, two deities? Lord Beerus, he uttered with a tremor in his voice. In the presence of the god of destruction, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It is worth noting that his Kai's planet was not always as diminutive as it was now. The last time they had played hide and seek, he had lost to Beerus. It has transformed into this form. This is the result of misadvising Beerus. Chapter 59. The God of Destruction, Beerus. Is that really the God of Destruction? Goku, who was hiding in King Kai's small house, inquired curiously of Beerus. Beerus appeared to be a gaunt purple cat dressed in Egyptian attire. I cannot sense his energy. Indeed, the aura of a deity eludes my perception. Concluded Doubi after attempting to gauge Beerus's presence. It was as if Beerus's energy did not exist at all, completely imperceptible to him. Humph. Beerus let out a scoff as he observed King Kai's expression. That fellow is indeed the god of destruction, Beerus. He certainly looks formidable, yet his aura remains undetectable. Stirring an excitement that is hard to contain, Goku remarked, feeling a surge of exhilaration. King Kai warned, if he is truly the god of destruction, fighting him would obliterate this place. We cannot afford for King Kai to perish a second time. Goku seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The North Kai is already in a precarious state. Another death would lead to utter annihilation. Keep your voices down, otherwise we will be discovered. Chirped the cricket to Doubi and Goku. Well, considering Lord Beerus is the god of destruction, with our pitiful hiding skills, we have likely been detected already, Doubi shrugged. Like Goku, he referred to Beerus as Lord Beerus merely as a formality, for even in addressing Beerus, Goku displayed little reverence. It is merely a title. There is no need to dwell on it. Lord Beerus, we are honored by your esteemed presence on my planet, King Kai said respectfully. Long time no see, North Kai. Beerus replied as he emerged from behind Whis. Huh, that is Beerus? Goku seemed bewildered as he saw Beerus step forward. You did not think the one standing before him was Beerus, did you? Doubi chuckled at the misunderstanding. Haha. I mistook him because I had no idea what Beerus looked like, Goku laughed. You too, do not stick your heads out. The cricket floated over and pushed their heads back. Is this even effective? We have surely been discovered, Doubi mumbled. Indeed, Goku appeared to want to say something, but his head was pressed back down. Beerus remarked, how many years has it been? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. King Kai counted on his fingers. It has been 327 years. Whis, seemingly aware that letting King Kai count year by year would test Beerus's patience, interjected. Yes, indeed, it has been 327 years, King Kai nodded. Is that so? In the small abode of the North Kai, Goku and Doubi lay on the ground, observing the unfolding scene outside. The Kaioshin appeared visibly apprehensive. Was this Beerus truly as formidable as rumored? Goku inquired with curiosity. It might be better not to know. Doubi replied with a hint of resignation. They were all acutely aware of Beerus's terrifying reputation, yet only Goku, the Na'vi newcomer, remained unperturbed. Your planet is quite diminutive, Beerus remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. My sincerest apologies. I hope this tiny place does not offend you. I neglected to invite you. Might you grace us with your presence for a meal? The North Kai responded with a beaming smile. A meal? Is it palatable? Beerus's interest was piqued upon hearing this. As the god of destruction, he was also an Epicurean. Each time he awakened from slumber, he sought out delectable treats. For the food of the gods was notoriously unpalatable. Without a doubt, it is exceptionally delicious. The North Kai assured him. When did the Kaioshin prepare a meal without my knowledge? Goku wondered aloud, perplexed. Perhaps the Kaioshin has something prepared, Doubi suggested. Is it truly delectable? If it is as dreadful as last time, I shall reduce this planet to the size of that very house, Beerus declared. That would surely be tragic. Doubi thought to himself upon hearing this. Chapter 59, The God of Destruction, Beerus, Part 2. Indeed, that would be tragic, Doubi mused silently. The North Kai's planet was already so small. A further reduction would be quite poignant. But Beerus, quick, prepare. The North Kai was thoroughly alarmed by Beerus's words. However, having just enjoyed a boxed meal, he thought it prudent to let it slide. Speaking of which, my boxed meal upon this. Whis seemed to recall something and retrieved a boxed meal from his staff. The biscuits should be fine, right? The North Kai said as he stood to fetch the biscuits. I said no need, so there is no need. If you continue to prattle, I may just annihilate this planet, Beerus said with a serious expression. At this, the North Kai froze in place as if struck by lightning. He swiftly returned to his previous position. I beg your pardon. Please, show mercy, he implored, bowing repeatedly to Beerus. I can always eat next time, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Beerus silently retreated to the background. The North Kai, feeling anxious, rubbed his hands together and said, Forgive my boldness, Lord Beerus, but what brings you to my humble abode this time? Well, I have a matter concerning the Saiyans here. Beerus responded. Eh? The North Kai was taken aback upon hearing this. Oh no, Goku exclaimed, clutching his head. I knew we would be discovered. Doubi expressed a sense of helplessness. I truly apologize, the North Kai said as he turned towards his small dwelling. Goku, come out quickly. Doubi, you too. Step outside to meet Lord Beerus, the North Kai urged. Are we really being summoned? Goku inquired upon hearing this. You must be courteous. The cricket beside them reminded. That goes without saying, Goku replied. His spirits lifted as he stepped outside. Well, I shall join as well. Doubi followed Goku out. Hi, I'm Goku. Goku greeted Beerus as he emerged. Smack. Just as Goku finished speaking, the North Kai delivered a sharp rap to Goku's head. Ouch. That hurt, Goku complained, cradling his head with his hands. At your age, can't you even greet properly? The North Kai remarked, exasperated. Doubi, witnessing this, felt equally perplexed. How should he greet? Let me try this. Hello, Lord Beerus, Doubi said, while saluting. Smack. Doubi received a similar rap on his head from the North Kai. Why did you hit me? Doubi asked, feeling bemused rather than pained. Is there something wrong with my greeting? This isn't a school setting where one bows before a teacher. The North Kai was truly at his wit's end. Both Goku and Doubi behaved similarly. Is that so? Doubi scratched his head upon hearing this. Well, good morning. Goku then greeted again. He stepped forward. I am the humble son Goku. Oh, is that how it's done? Doubi realized as he followed suit. I am the humble Doubi. Doubi said with sincerity. Chapter 60. Goku versus God of Destruction. Beerus, good morning. Goku, Doubi. Beerus responded politely to their greetings. Goku, I have something to inquire of you. The super something or other. Beerus intended to say Super Saiyan God, but suddenly found himself at a loss for the term. It is Super Saiyan God, was quietly reminded Beerus at that moment. By the way, do you know of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus scratched his head while asking. Super Saiyan God. I only know about Super Saiyans. I've never heard of any gods, Goku pondered earnestly. At that moment, the North Kai shot a glance at Goku, subtly indicating that he should be more mindful of his demeanor while speaking. I have not heard of such things, Goku replied, adopting a serious expression. Is that so? Beerus felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Nonetheless, he redirected his gaze towards Goku. I have heard that you defeated Frieza. Is that true? As he spoke, Beerus approached Goku. I have never heard of any Super Saiyan God, remarked the North Kai. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a flicker of disillusionment again. Yet, he maintained his focus on Goku. I have heard that you defeated Frieza. Is that true? Beerus reiterated, stepping closer to Goku. Indeed, that was my doing, Goku affirmed. At that moment, Beerus lightly tapped Goku with his finger and proceeded to perform a series of physical examinations. Given your current state, it seems rather unlikely, Beerus remarked, cradling his chin. Are you a Saiyan capable of transforming? And indeed, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ah yes, Goku can indeed transform and ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan, he noted. North Kai's path. It appears you are oblivious to that deity, Beerus said, falling into deep contemplation. Lord Beerus, let us return. It seems that dream was merely a dream. It cannot predict the future. How could anyone possibly contend with Lord Beerus? Whis interjected. Well, it seems you are indeed stronger than Beerus. Are you implying you are not human? After a moment of reflection, Beerus replied, however, I am not the only one who claims this. The Oracle Fish has spoken as well. Perhaps we should consult Prince Vegeta, as we are not far from Earth. Beerus was reluctant to abandon the pursuit of this formidable foe, the Super Saiyan God. Earth? The North Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Are we truly going there? It will take 3 minutes to arrive, was stated. From the tone of your voice, it seems you are quite reluctant for me to go. Is it too much trouble? Beerus raised an eyebrow. Not at all. How could that be? Whis replied. The North Kai stepped forward, concerned. You aren't planning to destroy Earth, are you? His worry was palpable, for the obliteration of planets was a commonplace occurrence for Beerus. Just don't provoke my displeasure, Beerus warned. Indeed, indeed. The North Kai shuddered at the remark. Whis, let us depart, Beerus commanded, turning to Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied. At that moment, Lord Beerus. Goku suddenly called out to Beerus, expressing his curiosity about the rumored might of the deity. Is it true that you possess immense power? May I witness it for myself? Goku inquired. Goku. The North Kai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel anxious. Haha, indeed, replied Beerus with a chuckle. Goku's nature is so innocent. Upon encountering a formidable opponent, he simply cannot suppress his desire to engage in battle. Do you wish to test my strength? How shall we proceed? Beerus asked, not in the least bit angered, but rather intrigued by Goku's boldness. Could we perhaps have a slight spar? Goku suggested. Goku, you must not be disrespectful. The North Kai felt an ominous foreboding. One must understand that given Beerus's temperament, should Goku challenge him, the very cosmos might face annihilation as a consequence. My apologies for any offense caused. I shall ensure he is properly reprimanded. The North Kai quickly apologized to Beerus. I have lived for several billion years. Wow. That's quite a long time. It's hard to tell, Beerus mused. Such an amusing line is a first for me. Perhaps you are a bit overconfident. Or maybe you are simply a fool. I am a fool, Just quite foolish. The North Kai attempted to avert the impending confrontation. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my power, Beerus declared. Splendid. Goku exclaimed, delighted by this response, though he quickly realized the gravity of the situation and bowed to Beerus. Thank you. Goku, do not act foolishly. Compared to the opponents you have faced thus far, Lord Beerus is in an entirely different league, with merely a breath. He could send you hurtling to the farthest reaches of the universe. You have no comprehension of his power. The North Kai said nervously. Fear not. Trust that Lord Beerus will exercise restraint, Doubi reassured the North Kai. At this moment, Goku was indeed an opponent that Beerus could easily vanquish with a mere finger. Doubi himself was uncertain about the outcome of a clash between himself and Beerus. After all, the latter was the god of destruction in the Dragon Ball universe, possessing the ability to obliterate the cosmos in an instant. The Omni King is even more formidable, capable of erasing 12 universes with a mere thought. Though Goku's power had increased slightly compared to the original narrative, it was still insufficient. The disparity between them was immense, akin to a dimensional chasm. In terms of energy intensity and realm of existence, the current Goku was vastly inferior to Beerus. However, that was merely the present. Who could say what the future might hold? Goku remained unfazed and began his warm-up exercises, exclaiming, "That's precisely why I wish to spar. I am so looking forward to it." Oh, how do you change your attire so quickly? As Doubi witnessed Goku instantaneously change into his training attire, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Just moments ago, Goku was clad in a blue tracksuit. How could he transform into his training uniform in less than a second? Was Goku's speed in changing clothes truly that remarkable? Would they engage in combat or not? It seemed that Beerus was growing somewhat impatient, hence his remark, "Of course, we shall fight." Upon hearing this, Goku swiftly concluded his warm-up exercises and approached Beerus. Oh, is that so? To fight in such a manner would be somewhat disrespectful to Lord Beerus. With that, a surge of energy erupted from Goku. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his entire being enveloped in a golden aura akin to flames. Oh, seeing this, Beerus expressed a hint of curiosity. This is the Super Saiyan, Goku explained. He then dissipated the golden aura surrounding him, yet retained the appearance of a Super Saiyan, continuously emanating energy, which was an unnecessary expenditure of stamina. Is this how you defeated Frieza? It seems you've grown slightly stronger, remarked Beerus. The Super Saiyan form was indeed 50 times more powerful in its base state, a detail not lost on Beerus. In this form, Goku could easily conclude a battle with a single blow against Frieza at full strength. However, this enhancement was still far from sufficient for him. It appears he is not jesting, thought North Kai, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead upon hearing Beerus's words. Chapter 61. Super Saiyan 3. Perhaps we should wait while enjoying some boxed lunch. Whis had appeared beside Beerus atop North Kai's dwelling, seemingly preparing to indulge in his meal to pass the time. Then I shall not hold back. Lord Beerus need not show any mercy, for I will exert my full strength, declared Goku, his gaze sharpening. As you wish, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Goku assumed his stance and directly lunged at Beerus, delivering a punch. However, he struck nothing but air as Beerus had effortlessly evaded his attack and positioned himself behind Goku. Noticing this, Goku quickly spun around and launched another assault towards Beerus. Yet once again, Beerus effortlessly sidestepped the attack. With a powerful roar, Wukong unleashed a surge of golden energy that enveloped his body like a blazing inferno. He charged once more towards Beerus, delivering a punch with such velocity that it created an afterimage effect. His fist struck the ground where Beerus had previously stood, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the thunderous sound of impact echoed and debris scattered, the dust gradually cleared to reveal Wukong's form, while Beerus had already moved to a distance of 3 meters away. It seemed there was no time for a meal, as Whis observed this with a hint of resignation. Wukong muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on Beerus, realizing that despite unleashing his full power in Super Saiyan form, he was still unable to reach him. Just before Wukong's attack, Lord Beerus had already evaded the strike. Doubi, who was watching from the sidelines, understood perfectly what had transpired. Although he could not sense Beerus's aura, he could still see his movements with the naked eye. I told you long ago. Why don't you stop? The North Kai said anxiously. Beerus, seemingly bored, even began to yawn, expressing disappointment in his tone. Is this all there is? I was rather looking forward to it. But the outcome is truly dull. Don't speak too soon. I shall show you something even more formidable. Wukong retorted defiantly. With a mighty shout, He transformed the golden energy into a jet-like form rather than a flame, his hair standing more erect as lightning crackled around him. "This is Super Saiyan 2, Wukong declared. "Oh, it seems you have surpassed your limits. You certainly know how to change things up. Is this related to Super Saiyan God?" Beerus inquired, now intrigued. "This is Super Saiyan 2, Whis observed, noting that Wukong's energy in this state was double that of before. However, he glanced at the meal in his hands and ultimately chose not to indulge. Wukong, undeterred, continued to escalate his energy. "The strongest," he proclaimed, as the golden aura and blue arcs of electricity around him intensified. Super Saiyan 3. Upon uttering this declaration, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His hair grew long, cascading down to his waist, and his eyebrows vanished entirely. The previously sporadic arcs of electricity stabilized, entwining themselves around Wukong's golden aura. This is Super Saiyan 3, currently the most formidable state of Goku. In this state, the combat power is fourfold that of Super Saiyan 2. Compared to Super Saiyan 2, both strength and speed have seen a remarkable enhancement, with combat abilities experiencing a significant leap. Although the combat power of Super Saiyan 3 is formidable, its drawbacks include substantial physical and energy consumption. Chapter 61, Super Saiyan 3, Part 2. Despite the formidable combat power of Super Saiyan 3, its significant drawback remains the immense toll it takes on stamina and energy. However, at present, Goku has fully acclimatized to this expenditure. Compared to the Buu saga, his endurance has vastly improved. "Goku," the North Kai exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this transformation. "Super Saiyan 3? Indeed. There has been a marked elevation in power compared to Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. It appears you are not merely a fool," Beerus remarked. "Super Saiyan 3? Then I shall dine," Whis declared, decisively opening his lunchbox to begin his meal. "Lord Beerus, we agreed that you would now make your move, correct?" Goku inquired. "No, you have yet to demonstrate your power," Beerus replied, and then ascended into the sky. "What?" Goku pondered Beerus's words with some confusion, yet he followed him into the air. As the battle neared its conclusion, Doubi recognized that Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 signaled the impending end of their confrontation. He wondered whether Goku could withstand Beerus's onslaught, for to a god of destruction, the might of Super Saiyan 3 seemed minuscule. "Allow me to show you the power of Super Saiyan 3, Goku proclaimed. With that, he charged towards Beerus and unleashed a powerful punch. Beerus, however, effortlessly evaded the strike. Yet Goku was not finished. He spun midair and launched another punch at Beerus. Bang! This blow landed squarely on Beerus's palm. With a single hand, Beerus absorbed the impact, then nonchalantly swung his arm, sending Goku hurtling away. Before crashing to the ground, Goku managed to brace himself with one hand, mitigating the force of the fall. Undeterred, Goku surged toward Beerus once more, delivering a flurry of punches. In response, Beerus simply raised one hand, casually intercepting each of Goku's strikes with an air of leisure. Incredible! He dares to challenge Lord Beerus in such a manner. The North Kai, who had taken refuge in a small hut, marveled at Goku's audacity. Meanwhile, Whis continued to savor the meat from his lunchbox, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding battle. Tap, tap, tap. On this side, Wukong continued to unleash a relentless barrage of punches towards Beerus. Calm and composed, Beerus absorbed each strike with ease. Their exchanges wreaked havoc on the surface of King Kai's planet, with the shockwaves generated by Wukong's punches stripping away layers of ground. Are they still fighting? This is absurd, thought Doubi, watching the spectacle unfold. Wukong, are you intent on dismantling King Kai's planet? I wonder how long it will take for North Kai to restore it. He added with a hint of sarcasm. Realizing the futility of his attacks, Wukong decisively halted his movements and unleashed a close-range Kamehameha. As the cerulean energy wave surged towards him, Beerus made no effort to defend himself. He simply observed the approaching Kamehameha. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Beerus, erupting in a brilliant display of blue light and thunderous sound. The explosion generated a substantial cloud of dust, enveloping Beerus entirely. Utterly ineffective. For Lord Beerus, this must be nothing more than a trivial annoyance, Doubi mused as he glanced at Beerus's position. Had he been in Beerus's place, he too could have easily withstood the attack without sustaining any harm. It was clear that Beerus had deliberately chosen not to evade, perhaps wishing to personally gauge Wukong's strength. Chapter 62. Overwhelming power. At that moment, Wukong scrutinized the scene obscured by the smoke. As the haze began to dissipate, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There stood Beerus, relaxed and unscathed, as though he had not just endured an explosion. He brushed off the dust that had settled on his shoulders, amusement dancing in his eyes. Impressive that you managed to endure it all, Wukong thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Once more, Wukong charged at Beerus, but halfway through, he unexpectedly retreated to his original position. What just happened? Did I just step back? He pondered, surprised by his own instinctive withdrawal. Doubi contemplated this phenomenon, recognizing it as the body's natural instinct honed through countless battles, enabling an automatic response to danger. I don't possess such a reflex, he mused, recalling how he had been struck repeatedly in previous skirmishes. You do possess some skill, Beerus remarked, offering Wukong a note of praise. Wukong was momentarily taken aback by the compliment. In fact, I was just about to strike you. Had you remained still, you would have been defeated. You cannot sense divine energy, yet manage to evade my attack. It seems you are a true prodigy in combat. Perhaps you are harboring even greater power, such as that of a Super Saiyan God. As Beerus spoke, Goku was momentarily taken aback, astounded that anyone would dare to mock him. He was acutely aware that he lacked the power of a Super Saiyan God. Beerus's previous remark was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Typically, Goku would dismiss such words without a second thought, but in his Super Saiyan 3 form, his demeanor shifted to something more intense. With a surge of golden energy enveloping him, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, Goku suddenly appeared before Beerus, launching a sweeping kick. Yet, Beerus effortlessly evaded the attack with a graceful movement. Goku, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of strikes, all of which were deftly sidestepped by Beerus. Perplexed, Goku pondered why his attacks consistently missed their mark. Moments earlier, Beerus had not evaded but rather absorbed his strike with a single hand. Now, however, he seemed to evade Goku's every attempt. Was it possible that Beerus had intentionally allowed the earlier hit? It appeared that Beerus discerned Goku's thoughts, for he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Instantly, Goku felt a surge of indignation at being underestimated. He clasped his hands together and unleashed a Kamehameha wave toward Beerus. Just as the energy blast was about to collide with him, Beerus vanished. The Kamehameha surged forward, striking the ground where Beerus had once stood, creating a massive crater on King Kai's planet. What a pity, Beerus's voice echoed from behind Goku. Startled, Goku swiftly turned around, creating distance between himself and Beerus. However, the encounter was proving to be rather intriguing. As Beerus continued speaking, he floated effortlessly toward Goku. As a token of gratitude, I wish to impart a lesson to you, he said, drawing nearer. At this moment, Wukong sought to withdraw, yet for reasons unknown, before the golden gaze of Beerus, his body felt as though it were ensnared, rendering him utterly motionless. The god of destruction is indeed formidable, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. He then lifted his left hand, extending a single finger to tap lightly upon Wukong's head. This seemingly trivial gesture sent Wukong hurtling through the air. In an instant, Beerus appeared at the spot where Wukong had been propelled. Chapter 62. Overwhelming Power, Part 2. Following this, Beerus, resembling a being of instantaneous movement, materialized at the location where Wukong had landed. He gently patted Wukong's shoulder. This simple touch made Wukong feel as if his body were disassembling, instantly reverting him to a state of normalcy. The force of that single tap caused Wukong to crash violently onto the surface of King Kai's planet, leaving behind a sizable indentation in the shape of a person. Seeing this, Doubi hurried over to assess Wukong's condition. Fortunately, Beerus had not struck with lethal intent. His previous action was neither too harsh nor too gentle, effectively incapacitating Wukong without taking his life. Wukong. North Kai rushed over to check on him. Whis, let us depart, Beerus announced as he descended from the air. Very well, Whis replied, retrieving his staff from the void. Would you kindly assist me in cleaning this up? Whis inquired, lifting the takeout box in his hand. Upon hearing this, Beerus approached Whis and took the box from him. Thank you, Whis expressed his gratitude. Until we meet again, North Kai, Beerus remarked, placing a hand on Whis's back. Your efforts are appreciated. The North Kai chuckled wryly. A spectrum of radiant colors enveloped Whis, whisking him and Beerus away into the heavens. At that moment, Goku emitted a painful groan. So, you are still alive. It is fortunate that Lord Beerus showed mercy, the North Kai mused as he observed Goku's fallen form, feeling a flicker of relief that Beerus had spared him. However, he quickly realized the urgency of notifying Vegeta on Earth, urging him to caution everyone to avoid provoking Beerus, lest the planet face dire consequences. As the North Kai spoke with Vegeta, Doubi began rummaging through Goku's pouch of senza beans. Eventually, he unearthed the cloth bag containing the beans from Goku's attire. Carefully, Doubi pried open Goku's mouth and inserted a senza bean. Although Goku was immobile, his mind remained alert, and he immediately recognized the substance in his mouth as a senza bean, swallowing it instinctively. Instantly, Goku was revitalized. What an eye-opener to encounter such a formidable adversary, he remarked, revealing no hint of regret despite his defeat. You lucky brat, escaping death is quite the fortune, the North Kai retorted somewhat irritably. There's no choice. To grow stronger, I must fuse with Vegeta. Even then, victory seems elusive, Goku murmured. Goku, are you still intent on fighting? The North Kai, upon hearing Goku's words, felt a surge of excitement. You still wish to battle? Could training enable you to attain that Super Saiyan God form you mentioned? Goku began to ponder aloud. I can no longer shield you, the North Kai said, turning away in exasperation. Lord Kai, we must swiftly inform the people on Earth. Goku suddenly recognized the potential threat of Beerus annihilating the planet. I have already alerted Vegeta, as he is the most likely to incite trouble. Are you certain? Have you forgotten about Majin Buu? The North Kai replied. Hearing this, Doubi's lips twitched. Really? I seem to recall that it was Majin Buu who ultimately provoked Beerus. Vegeta might be in trouble. I must return to Earth at once, Goku declared, placing his finger to his forehead, preparing to teleport. No. The North Kai interjected sharply, halting Goku. You absolutely cannot attend the party. What gives? Just a moment ago, you seemed to encourage me to go. Goku paused, scratching his head in confusion. You yourself stated that you did not wish to attend. Nevertheless, the miraculous power of the senza beans had restored him completely. Wukong remarked, well, Wukong, even if you go now, what can you possibly accomplish? Doubi interjected. Haha, I'm not quite sure myself. Wukong scratched his head in response. Then why bother going at all? Doubi replied, somewhat exasperated. I just feel a bit uneasy, Wukong answered. Sighing deeply, the North Kai observed the exchange. Are you all right? Your Majesty? Wukong inquired, noticing the North Kai's sigh. Given the circumstances, how could I be fine? I'm so worried that I might age prematurely, the North Kai lamented. Wukong lowered his gaze towards the North Kai and said, as for longevity, haven't you already passed on? Doubi erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Wukong's words struck a nerve. The North Kai instantly sported a symbol of exasperation atop his head. Fine, I suppose I must go after all, he conceded. At last, you understand my plight. Wukong settled into a meditative position. The annihilation of the universe is no trivial matter. I shall endure it. That's the spirit. You must uphold your word, the North Kai encouraged. After sitting in silence for a moment, Wukong cradled his head, questioning, can I truly endure this? I lack confidence. Oh dear, the North Kai and his companions broke into a cold sweat. You all carry on, Doubi said, feeling somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis arrived on Earth, where they temporarily joined Bulma's birthday celebration. Everything seemed idyllic until a dispute arose over a pudding, leading to a battle to prevent the planet's destruction. Beerus, a notorious food enthusiast, was so fixated on the dessert that he threatened to obliterate Earth over it. Indeed, a calamity sparked by a mere pudding. The Z fighters charged into battle against Beerus, only to be swiftly dispatched. In the end, Beerus offered them a chance. If Oolong could win a game of rock, paper, scissors, he would spare the planet. Unfortunately, Oolong lost. Consequently, the god of destruction, Beerus, gathered a swirling orb of purple energy poised to annihilate Earth. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. Wait. Wukong's call broke through. Beerus paused. Turning towards the sound, there stood Wukong atop the lookout tower. Wukong, Kakarot, father. The gathering erupted with relief upon seeing Wukong return. As if they had found their anchor amid the chaos, their previously frantic hearts began to settle. Wukong would surely have a solution, as he always did. Descending from the tower step by step, Wukong finally joined the others. You finally arrived, Piccolo exhaled, relieved. You always show up just when it's almost too late. Chi-Chi remarked. Happy birthday, Bulma. Wukong turned to Bulma and said, it's not the time for such discussions. Bulma replied with a hint of helplessness. Oh dear. I completely forgot to prepare a gift. Wukong expressed his apologies. I'm quite sorry about that. By the way, how old are you? Bulma, slightly irritated, retorted. At a time like this, you still ask about my age. Please don't be upset, Wukong said with an apologetic smile. Chapter 63. The Super Saiyan God, Part 2. Please don't be upset, Wukong reiterated with a grin. Beerus looked at Wukong with a hint of exasperation. What are you doing here again? Have you uncovered the true nature of the Super Saiyan God? Not quite yet, so please refrain from destroying this planet, Wukong replied. That is not an option, as I won the game of rock, paper, scissors, Beerus stated. Lord Beerus, are you truly deciding the fate of Earth based on this matter? Wukong inquired with puzzlement. Are you planning to fight me again? Beerus asked. Hearing this, Wukong scratched his head. That poses a dilemma, to be honest. It seems impossible to defeat Lord Beerus. Well, let me take a chance and give it a try, shall I? What are you attempting? Beerus questioned. You mentioned the Super Saiyan God. Perhaps I could find him. Just give me a little time, just a bit, all right? Wukong gestured with his hands. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a flicker of interest. He glanced back at Whis, and ultimately dissipated the energy sphere in his hand. Just a little, indeed, Beerus agreed. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Wukong beamed. Kakarot, what do you intend to do? Vegeta asked Wukong. I wish to leverage the power of the dragon, Wukong explained. Doubi informed me about the Super Saiyan God. The dragon must know. Doubi? Who is he? Your friend? Is he the one from before? Vegeta pondered, recalling a powerful aura that had clashed with Wukong recently. However, by the time he arrived, the battle had already concluded. Subsequently, Wukong had gone to King Kai's planet, leaving him with no opportunity to inquire further. Yes, that SM, Wukong smiled. In the sky, Whis asked Beerus, Lord Beerus. Did you not abandon the search for the Super Saiyan God? I merely slept for 39 years to meet the Super Saiyan God, Beerus replied. That is true. However, this truly is the last time. If it fails again, it will not just be Earth at stake. I shall obliterate the entire solar system. As he spoke, Beerus and Whis descended onto the luxurious cruise ship below. Wukong and his companions gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, and with a flash of golden light, the dragon emerged. As the dragon appeared, the sky darkened ominously. Any wish I can grant you, the dragon proclaimed in a deep voice. Then I shall ask, do you know the Super Saiyan God? Is there a way to summon him? Goku inquired. A trivial matter, the dragon responded. Splendid. Goku rejoiced at such a reply. This meant that the Earth would be spared from Lord Beerus's destruction. What? Lord Beerus? To Goku's surprise, the dragon immediately displayed signs of panic upon hearing Beerus's name. The dragon scanned the surroundings and eventually spotted Beerus, who was leisurely reclining in a chair, sipping juice. Hey, Beerus noticed the dragon's gaze. Upon hearing Beerus speak, the dragon grew somewhat flustered. My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus, for addressing you from such a lofty position. I didn't expect your esteemed presence on Earth. No need for pleasantries. Summon the Super Saiyan God at once. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Well, that may prove a bit challenging, the dragon replied nervously. Huh. The group was taken aback by the dragon's response. What? Piccolo echoed in astonishment. What is going on? No way. What did you say? Beerus rose from his chair. And Master Beerus, the Super Saiyan God is a legendary figure among the Saiyans and currently does not exist. However, I can inform you of how to bring him into being. The dragon stated anxiously. Beerus pondered for a moment. According to the sacred text of Namek, if 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts unite and channel their energy into another righteous Saiyan, he will transform into the god of the Saiyans, thus becoming the Super Saiyan God. The dragon continued. Chapter 64. The dimension of the divine, just as in the original tale, Doubi was observing from a distance. Do not inquire how he arrived. While on King Kai's planet, Doubi had instantaneously teleported alongside Goku. As for why he did not emerge with Goku, Doubi expressed his desire to witness the authentic unfolding of events. Had he joined Goku, he might have disrupted the delightful happy ending. Moreover, he was eager to observe the battle between 2 gods. The clash between the Super Saiyan God, the master of combat, and the god of destruction, Beerus. Although somewhat diluted by Beerus's leniency, constituted a battle of divine caliber, a rare spectacle indeed. Meanwhile, Goku began to tally the participants, himself, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, 5 in total. At that moment, Bulma remarked, Vegeta, aren't you the prince of the Saiyans? How could you not know this? Vegeta, rendered speechless, replied, now that I have relayed the information, may I take my leave? The dragon cautiously inquired. However, Beerus did not respond immediately. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Goku, who was counting. Lord Beerus, it is with a heavy heart that I express my desire to meet you once more. Ahem, I bid you farewell. The dragon proclaimed before transforming into 7 golden beams of light and ascending into the sky. dispersing in all directions. The dragon has fled, Krillin remarked, somewhat resigned. Indeed. Gohan agreed. Let us commence. After uttering these words, Beerus reclined back into his chair. What did the dragon say? I seem to have not grasped it fully. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Gohan approached Goku and explained. He mentioned that 5 righteous Saiyans must unite to channel their energy into another Saiyan, who seems destined to become the god of Saiyans. Is that individual the Super Saiyan God? Goku appeared to comprehend. Yes, that should be the case, Gohan nodded. Then let us give it a try, Goku declared. Subsequently, the 4 of them transformed into Super Saiyans, encircling Goku in the center. However, it seemed inadequate due to the absence of one. Was elucidated that to become the Super Saiyan God, 6 individuals were required, as 5 must channel their energy into one. Yet, with only 5 Saiyans present, it was impossible. Witnessing this, Beerus felt disappointment once more and raised his hand, prepared to annihilate the earth. At that moment, Beerus was informed by Videl that she was pregnant, and that the child would also be of Saiyan lineage, which should suffice. Thus, they gathered 6 individuals. The 5 ignited their auras, surrounding Goku in the center. Initially, there was no response, but gradually, the auras of the 5 began to transform into a pure golden hue. The golden hue flowed like liquid, first emerging from their bodies and then enveloping them entirely. Goku too began to radiate this golden aura, which, unlike the fiery essence emitted by a Super Saiyan, exuded a profound and weighty power. As this liquid-like golden energy manifested, Goku unwittingly transformed into a Super Saiyan. In the depths of his being, it felt as though a mystical force lifted Goku's body, allowing him to float gracefully in the air. Oh, it is divine. Beerus sensed the unique aura of a deity emanating from within. A golden beam of light shot skyward, appearing to stretch infinitely into the heavens. Wow, that looks incredibly powerful, Doubi exclaimed, gazing up in awe at the soaring golden pillar. The golden pillar of light encompasses not merely immense energy, but also the profound essence of a higher realm. Though Do does not fully comprehend its nature, he can still sense the enchanting mystery of this state. His body aches slightly as Wukong quietly contemplates the transformations occurring within him. At this moment, the power within him seems to be transcending, surging against his physical form. Hold on, you may very well ascend to divinity. If not, I can take your place, Kakarot, Vegeta remarks. Wukong remains silent, as if he has sensed something extraordinary. Suddenly, blue energy bursts forth from the golden liquid, emanating from the 5 individuals and ultimately converging upon Wukong. In an instant, a wave of blue light, more intense than before, envelopes him entirely. Chapter 64, The Dimension of the Divine, Part 2. At once, a more potent blue light erupts, shrouding Wukong in its brilliance. Centered around Wukong, ripples of blue begin to radiate outward. This is different. It's unlike anything we've seen before, Piccolo observes. It seems something significant is about to happen, Beerus remarks, gazing at the blue waves. Indeed, Lord Beerus, it feels distinct from the mere aura we encountered moments ago, Whis adds. As the blue ripples and golden liquid continue to expand, they vanish in an instant. Then, a colossal blue pillar of light ascends, rising skyward from Wukong's core. Within this azure column, Wukong's aura fluctuates, ultimately transforming into a vibrant crimson hue. At last, the true red aura envelopes Wukong, and then, oh, Beerus exclaims. Observing Wukong amidst the fiery red aura, momentarily recalling the figure he beheld in his prophetic dreams, which now coincides with Wukong. As the crimson aura dissipates, Wukong descends from the sky. Vegeta, gazing at Wukong's silhouette, feels an unfamiliar sensation. Wukong's presence seems to have entirely vanished. Slowly, Wukong turns to face them. His hair has transformed into a flame-like purplish red, while his eyes take on a defined appearance, with black sclera and crimson irises. Additionally, his physique appears somewhat slender compared to usual. Applause resounds from behind Wukong. Beerus and Whis have flown to his rear, seemingly pleased with the long-awaited outcome. It seems our patience has borne fruit, Beerus declares. Lord Beerus, Wukong turns to face him, and Beerus smiles at the sight. I'm growing increasingly excited. Wukong too displays a grin of exhilaration. This is a smile imbued with the spirit of battle. After such a lengthy build-up, the time for combat has finally arrived. Observing these events, Doubi could not help but feel a surge of excitement. How could witnessing a clash between deities not exhilarate him? This was the essence of the Super Saiyan God. Goku gazed at his hands, murmuring to himself, At that moment, he felt an inexhaustible force coursing through him, an unending wellspring of energy. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, this surge represented a monumental leap, akin to a transcendental elevation. Furthermore, unlike Super Saiyan 3, sustaining this state neither depleted his stamina nor hindered the healing of his wounds. Of course, these sensations were to be experienced by Goku in the throes of battle. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, for Goku, engaging in combat was the most effective way to acclimate. The energy was truly astounding. Indeed, you must be eager to engage, right? Beerus remarked, stepping closer to Goku. To be candid, I share your enthusiasm. Let us commence, Beerus declared. Very well, Goku nodded, and then he soared into the sky. Beerus followed suit, ascending alongside him. The two continued to rise until they hovered nearly 100 meters above the ground. Allow me to witness the power of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus said with palpable excitement. Goku did not respond verbally, but his combat stance conveyed his readiness. With a fierce shout, Goku unleashed his strength. Darting forward like a crimson flash, Beerus deftly sidestepped. Yet, Goku seemed to struggle with controlling his power, propelling himself several meters away before he could halt. Wow, Goku exclaimed, feeling somewhat unsteady in the air, flailing his limbs before finally stabilizing himself. Astonishingly, it felt as if his body were weightless, as delicate as paper. Chapter 65. The power of the Super Saiyan God. Surprised, are you? Beerus chuckled. It is no exaggeration, Lord Beerus. It surpasses my expectations. Goku replied, glancing back. This is hardly a cause for alarm. You should be capable of unleashing even greater power, Beerus stated. Very well then, let me attempt the Kamehameha, Goku exclaimed excitedly. He clasped his hands together, and a blue energy sphere materialized in his palms. With his words, the Kamehameha grew increasingly larger. This time, the Kamehameha technique exhibits a remarkable divergence from its predecessors. Not only does it surpass them significantly in terms of energy levels, but golden electric sparks also manifest around the energy sphere. This is the electric spark generated by a powerful collision of intense energy. Kamehameha, here it comes, exclaimed Goku as he unleashed this signature technique towards Beerus. Beerus merely gazed calmly as the Kamehameha wave approached him, only to pass through his form as if he were nothing more than a fleeting shadow, a mere afterimage created by his incredible speed. After traversing the illusion of Beerus, the Kamehameha wave sliced through the surface of the sea below. The waters receded dramatically in its wake, leaving behind a vast expanse of emptiness. Ultimately, the Kamehameha erupted, transforming into a towering pillar of blue light. The area enveloped by this azure beacon instantaneously vaporized all surrounding seawater, resulting in a bottomless pit. The surrounding waters surged into this abyss, yet it remained unfilled for an extended period. This is quite interesting, Beerus remarked, observing the aftermath of the Kamehameha. Indeed, it possesses unimaginable power. Huh, what's this? Goku, initially awestruck, suddenly glanced downward. Goku, don't forget about us, called Piccolo from below. My apologies, but this energy is truly astonishing. Goku scratched his head in amazement. Uncle Piccolo, the power of a Super Saiyan God should extend far beyond this. Gohan stepped beside Piccolo. Gohan, is that truly the case? Piccolo responded in disbelief. Such immense energy is merely a fraction? I have a strong feeling about this, Gohan nodded. Vegeta lifted his gaze towards the sky. Goku has grown significantly stronger. His movements are incomparable to before. Wow, I just got knocked into space. Ah, such a distance. One wonders if one can discern the clash as Goku gazes skyward towards the divine. As the battle between Goku and Beerus escalates, the scope of their conflict expands exponentially. Initially confined to the high altitudes above Earth, they have now soared into the cosmos. Under the relentless onslaught of Beerus, Goku gradually acclimates to the formidable power of the Super Saiyan God, continuously evolving and growing stronger amidst the fray. The universe trembles with the collision of their immense energies. While the upper atmosphere of Earth is shrouded in blinding crimson light and devastating violet hues. As Goku engages in combat, his fervent fighting spirit ignites with increasing intensity. In this moment, he casts aside all distractions, pouring his very essence into the struggle. Beerus, too, is elated. Although Goku has only compelled him to unleash 60% of his strength, the Saiyans' indomitable will and spirit have profoundly moved him. He feels assured that he has not erred in his choice. Before him stands son Goku, who, even if not yet his equal, will undoubtedly evolve into a worthy adversary capable of drawing forth his full power in future encounters. At this level, finding an opponent who can match his full strength is a rare occurrence. Whis is far too formidable. Engaging with him is merely an exercise in self-torment. The gods of destruction are also unable to engage in battle, which leaves Beerus largely isolated and devoid of worthy rivals. Yet now, before him, Goku stirs a sense of exhilaration within his heart. Oh, how thrilling it is to behold. Even I feel the urge to join in the fray, Goku muses, lifting his gaze towards the heavens. It has been stated that the battle between Goku and Beerus has transcended the boundaries of Earth, venturing into the vacuum of space. Chapter 65, The Power of the Super Saiyan God, Part 2. It has been reiterated that the confrontation between Goku and Beerus has surpassed the limits of Earth, now entering the airless expanse of the cosmos. The vast distance renders it nearly impossible to witness the battle on Earth with the naked eye. Fortunately, Doubi possesses an extraordinary visual range. Even in the cosmos, he can perceive the events as long as he pays close attention. However, prolonged observation may lead to discomfort in his neck. One wonders whether Vegeta feels the same strain from such a vantage point. At that moment, Whis suddenly appeared beside Doubi. Oh, how delightful. Huh? Doubi instinctively responded, only to quickly realize his error. Wait. Whis, from where did you come? He nearly called out Whis's name but hesitated. Recalling he had never interacted with Whis before, thus how could he know his name? He promptly corrected himself. Well, I noticed you standing there, gazing up at the sky. That must be quite exhausting. I thought I might lend a hand, Whis remarked with a smile. Oh, Doubi nodded appreciatively. Thank you. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis projected an image of Goku and Beerus battling in the cosmos onto the crystal orb. Ah, the details are exquisite, and the image is stable, Whis observed, clearly pleased. Wow, that's impressive, Doubi exclaimed, admiring the scene conjured by Whis. Just a small effort, Whis replied modestly. Doubi's gaze returned to the projection, where Goku was currently transforming from the state of Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan, straining to withstand the searing energy blasts unleashed by Beerus. Come on, Goku. You can do it. Defeat him. Doubi cheered, despite knowing Goku could not hear him. You seem quite confident in Goku, Whis remarked, observing Doubi's calm demeanor with amusement. After all, he is Son Goku. He won't falter against such an attack, Doubi asserted with a nod. However, Whis's gaze shifted back to the projection, where it appeared Goku was struggling against the force of the energy blasts plummeting from the sky. Yet, suddenly, an indescribable surge of power flooded back into Goku's body. In an instant, a fiery crimson aura ignited around him, as he transformed back into Super Saiyan God. With a fierce roar, Goku unleashed a powerful punch against the searing energy blast. With a single strike, he shattered the searing energy sphere. The explosion's shockwave was neutralized by the power of the Super Saiyan God. Behold, I told you so. Doubi, witnessing this scene, chuckled. Goku, you say? Upon observing this, Whis began to ponder. In the vastness of space, only vibrant specks of light remained. Gasping, Goku floated helplessly in the cosmos, having reverted to his normal state. His martial arts uniform tattered, leaving only the blue attire beneath. What did you just do? Beerus inquired, astonished. I have no idea, Goku replied with a wry smile. You don't know? You're quite amusing, Beerus laughed in response. He then raised his left hand, gathering purple energy within it. He, faced with imminent death. Goku felt no fear, only a stubborn unwillingness to cease fighting. Beerus let out a soft grunt, dispersing the energy in his hand. What is the matter? Not going to make a move? Goku smiled at this. Because I want you to concede, Beerus stated. Haha, I concede. Lord Beerus is truly formidable. I cannot keep up at all. Goku paused for a moment before graciously admitting his defeat. A loss is a loss. Goku would not make excuses for himself. Chapter 66. The 12 universes though you have lost, you are still quite strong. You are among the top 3 opponents I have faced, Beerus remarked. Third? Who are the first 2? Goku inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Beerus did not answer but instead directed his gaze downward. There, Whis had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, enjoying a snack, with Doubi beside him, sharing in the feast. Oh, noticing Beerus's gaze, Whis swiftly concealed his food behind him. That attendant named Whis is my master, Beerus explained. Master? Then who is the strongest in the universe? Goku exclaimed, surprised by this revelation. The strongest? Let me tell you, there are 12 universes. This is the 7th universe. I am the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Did you not sense this before? There are others in this world who are even stronger, Beerus chuckled. Is that so? Well, I'm quite pleased to hear that. Ha ha. Goku laughed, ultimately lacking the strength to continue flying, and began to descend. Beerus quickly caught him, bringing him down as well. The battle has concluded, Doubi stated. Indeed, Whis nodded, once again conjuring a staff from the void with his left hand. Shall we descend together? Whis suggested. Yes, I would appreciate your assistance, Doubi replied, placing a hand on Whis' shoulder. Together, they transformed into a cascade of colorful light, arriving almost instantaneously aboard the cruise ship. Greetings. The crowd, astonished by the sudden appearance of Whis and Doubi, waved their hands in disbelief. Who is this person? Clin remarked, noticing Doubi's bewilderment. Where did this person emerge from? I am completely unfamiliar with him. Seeing him alongside Whis, could they be allied? Ah, Goku performed admirably just now. The confrontation left Krillin utterly bewildered. Heh, thank you. Goku replied with a smile. What do you intend to do, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired of Beerus. Well, as per our agreement, I stated that as long as Son Goku emerged victorious, I would refrain from destroying the Earth, but as Beerus spoke, a purple energy sphere coalesced in his hand. Goku, witnessing Beerus preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon the Earth, wished to intervene, but found himself devoid of strength. The others could only watch anxiously as Beerus released the energy sphere. Boom. The sphere struck the mountaintop by the sea, obliterating a portion of the rocky terrain. And then, there was nothing further. Lord Beerus, the Earth you have destroyed is remarkably small, remarked Whis. Well, perhaps the recent battle drained quite a bit of my energy. I suppose I shall wait until next time to completely annihilate the Earth. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Lord Beerus, why can't Goku discern your true intentions? It's evident that you do not wish to destroy the Earth. I wonder, once Lord Beerus passes, would you consider becoming the next god of destruction? Whis suggested to Goku. Hey, Beerus, upon hearing this, became somewhat irate, that is exceedingly inauspicious. Goku chuckled and replied, I truly am not worthy of such a title. He had no interest in being the god of destruction. All he desired was to grow stronger. What a pity, Whis remarked. Mrs. Vegeta, Beerus addressed. Huh? Me? Bulma. Suddenly called upon, appeared confused. I sincerely apologize for the commotion. More importantly, I must quickly apologize for striking you. My apologies. Beerus lowered his head. Haha. Goku laughed at the scene. Chapter 66, The 12 Universes, Part 2, haha. Goku chuckled. Hey, are you foolish? Oolong remarked upon witnessing the moment. If possible, please invite me to the gathering again, Beerus said. Then you must promise not to cause any trouble, Bulma replied. Understood. Next time, I must have a taste of that dessert called pudding. I will prepare an abundance of pudding for you, but do not complain if it is unpalatable. If it is indeed distasteful, I may just destroy the Earth. Beerus warned. Then we can battle once more, Lord Beerus, Goku exclaimed. Well then, farewell. Beerus nodded slightly before moving behind Whis. Subsequently, the two transformed into a radiant stream of colors, departing at a velocity akin to that of light. Though I mention light speed, should reality contradict me, please do not scold me. Once they had departed, Goku asked, would you like another Senzu bean? Doubi, while speaking, took out a magical bean. Haha, no need for that. Don't waste a magical bean on me, Goku said, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, Goku was merely fatigued and would gradually recover. There was no necessity to squander such precious beans. Goku, this fellow is, my friend, Doubi explained. And after Goku's clarification, they began to grasp Doubi's character. Oh, if you were so formidable, why were you hiding and merely watching the spectacle? Oolong inquired. Haha. I merely wished to observe Lord Beerus' fighting style, but it turned out like this, Doubi replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Upon reflection, it seemed he had indeed done nothing but watch, raising suspicions of merely coasting through the entire affair. I was too engrossed in the excitement to intervene. By the way, Goku, you mentioned Doubi was training with you on King Kai's planet. How did he arrive here? Piccolo asked Goku. He came with me, Goku responded, puzzled by Piccolo's question. You must have used instant transmission to bring him here, and then, like him, hid to observe, Piccolo deduced. Haha, Goku chuckled sheepishly. Really? You? Of all people, hiding to watch while everyone else was in danger. Oolong exclaimed, leaping onto Goku and playfully tugging at his spiky hair. Apologies. Like Doubi, I too wanted to observe Lord Beerus' combat style, but I didn't glean anything. Goku defended himself. Haha, let us not dwell on that, shall we? After all, Everything turned out fine in the end. Doubi chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, indeed, Goku agreed. Well then, let us reconvene my birthday party tonight. Doubi, will you join us? Bulma suggested with a sigh. Oh, I can join too. Thank you. Doubi initially looked surprised before nodding enthusiastically. Hee, speaking of the party, I'm getting hungry. Let us get started, Goku said, patting his stomach. Bulma's 38th birthday party, despite its myriad of challenges, ultimately took place successfully. It is worth noting that the food reserves were completely consumed by Doubi, Goku, Vegeta, Goten, Gohan, and Trunks. All 6 of them devoured it in a single sitting. It should be noted that this food was measured in tons. This day could be described as the most indulgent day that Doubi has ever experienced. Indeed, only a wealthy individual like Bulma could possibly accommodate the tremendous appetite of a Saiyan. I often wonder how Chi-Chi manages to satisfy the appetites of 3 Saiyans. Especially considering their household is relatively modest, could it be that Mr. Satan provides them with sponsorship? Haha, Doubi, your appetite is truly remarkable. I might just mistake you for a Saiyan. After the party concluded, Goku remarked to Doubi. Haha, unfortunately, I am not a Saiyan. Doubi chuckled lightly in response. Chapter 67. Regarding instant transmission, Doubi himself is uncertain about the extent of his appetite, as he has never truly allowed himself to eat to his heart's content. Nor does he know where his limits lie. Even during his visits to Ichiraka Ramen, he never experienced the sensation of being completely full, to the point of being unable to eat another bite. However, today, after indulging in an extravagant feast with Goku and the others, Doubi realized he seemed to possess an insatiable void within him. Just when he thought he was nearing fullness, another wave of hunger would arise from within. It was utterly limitless. Doubi began to suspect whether his stomach contained some sort of interdimensional space. Even Goku, a renowned glutton, could not help but express his astonishment at Doubi's capacity. By the way, Goku, could you teach me that instant transmission technique? Doubi suddenly inquired. Instant transmission? Sure. But it's quite challenging. It took me a long time to master it, Goku replied. I understand, but I still wish to give it a try. Doubi nodded affirmatively. This skill is undeniably practical, particularly for traversing distances. With merely a moment's perception of one's aura, one can reach any location, no matter how far. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exist 3 forms of instant transmission. The first is the technique learned by Goku from the Arlean people, which relies on sensing one's aura for relocation. The second is Jebit's method, which allows for instantaneous travel without the need to sense an aura. One can go wherever one desires. The third is the instant transmission utilized by Metal Kula, which is based on data from a chip. This technique cannot be learned unless one transforms into a robotic entity, a transformation that few would willingly undertake. Goku's instant transmission, however, is not a combat technique, but rather a unique ability. It allows for movement from one place to another without following any specific path or consuming any time. Yet, to employ this technique, one must be able to sense the aura of individuals at the target destination. Thus, it cannot be utilized in deserted areas. Instant transmission can also carry others. And while it is not essential to place one's fingers on the forehead to execute it, doing so can aid in focusing one's mind. Even without this gesture, one can still perform instant transmission. In the original narrative, Goku spent a year mastering this technique, and Doubi was uncertain if he could learn it. But he felt compelled to try. Very well, let me explain the principle, Goku stated earnestly. His explanation was straightforward and comprehensible, leaving no room for ambiguity in Doubi's mind. These are the primary methods of practicing instant transmission, Goku concluded. Oh, I see. Doubi scratched his head, realizing the complexity involved in this technique. Indeed. Even Gohan and the others could not master it. Goku chuckled. Well, I shall give it a try, Doubi said as he pressed his 2 fingers to his forehead to concentrate. Sensing the aura around him, he noticed a faint presence among the trees ahead. Let us attempt instant transmission. With a sudden sound, Doubi vanished from his original spot. Huh, did it work? Goku was momentarily stunned to see Doubi disappear in an instant. Is this truly success? What then was the purpose of all that time he spent learning? Oh my. Meanwhile, the situation for Doubi was rather awkward. One of his hands had completely penetrated a tree. Just moments ago, he had teleported over, but a minor issue occurred during the movement. As his body reformed, he had inadvertently shifted slightly forward, resulting in his hand appearing inside the tree. Fortunately, his physical strength was considerable, so he encountered no serious problems. Doubi exerted a gentle force and withdrew his hand from the tree. He hadn't anticipated that practicing teleportation could carry such risks. As he spoke, he shook off the wood shavings from his hand. Perhaps it would be wise to attempt returning, but with greater caution this time. After contemplating, Doubi employed teleportation once more. With a whoosh, he reappeared beside Goku. Oh, he succeeded. Doubi landed successfully on the ground this time. Wow, you're amazing. It took me a year to master that skill, Goku exclaimed, astonished yet genuinely pleased for Doubi. Chapter 67, on teleportation, Part 2, wow. You're incredible. It took me a year to learn that. Goku expressed his surprise while feeling joy for Doubi. Doubi scratched his head, laughing. Well, that's thanks to your excellent teaching. He found it curious that even someone as gifted as Goku took a year to learn the technique, while he had grasped it so swiftly. Could it be that his constant traversing through the dimensional pathways had granted him an affinity for skills like teleportation? After pondering for a while, without reaching a conclusion, Doubi decided to let the matter rest, content that he had acquired a useful skill he had desired to learn. By the way, Goku. Doubi seemed to recall something and turned to him. What is it? What does it feel like to become a Super Saiyan God? It feels like stepping into an entirely new world, but ultimately, it's not my own power, Goku replied. Indeed, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Goku possessed immense strength. However, this power was not solely his own. The energy of the Super Saiyan God was a culmination of 5 individual strengths, rather than something Goku had generated alone. That said, during the recent battle, Goku had absorbed that level of power, converting it into his own. Vegeta mentioned that he aims to surpass the Super Saiyan God through his own strength. Goku stated solemnly, I cannot remain stagnant. I must continue to train, to grow stronger. To become as powerful as Lord Beerus, Goku declared. Hee, hearing you say that makes me feel excited too, Doubi replied with a smile. Doubi, once I'm ready, could we spar and train together again? I wish to grow stronger, Goku asked eagerly. Absolutely, bring it on. Doubi Dao. Yoshi. The next day, at Goku's home, morning. Why can't I train on King Kai's planet? Goku exclaimed, dropping his chopsticks in surprise. Absolutely not. You're going to be a grandfather. You can't have a granddaughter with a brawling grandpa. You must set a good example. Chi-Chi insisted resolutely. Goku was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. In matters of family, Goku was utterly submissive to his wife. He hardly ever contradicted her. Yet, he yearned to become stronger, especially after encountering Doubi and Beerus. This desire had intensified. In any case, hurry up and get to work, Chi-Chi commanded. All right then, Goku replied helplessly as he trudged out with the tractor. For Goku, being unable to train was indeed a source of anguish. Meanwhile, on Doubi's side, after Vegeta had coaxed Whis into training by offering instant noodles, it seemed Whis was intentionally accommodating. Doubi seized a chance to entice Whis to train him with pizza at Bulma's house. Thus, our poor Goku was left at home farming, completely unaware of what was transpiring. Let us allow our Goku to tend to the fields for a while. I believe he will catch up soon enough. In the realm of destruction, on Beerus's planet. Whis, do I really have to wear this? Doubi asked, staring at the yellow apron in his hands, feeling somewhat exasperated. Yes. It is a matter of etiquette, Whis responded with an innocent smile. Fine, Doubi conceded, seeing Vegeta already donned in one and thus quietly tied on the apron. Chapter 68, the domain of the gods first. You must assist Lord Beerus in changing the bedsheets, Whis instructed Doubi. Change the bedsheets? Doubi was momentarily taken aback by this task. I must be off now. Vegeta will explain what to do next, Whis smiled before disappearing into thin air. This left Doubi and Vegeta alone, the atmosphere thick with silence. Hello? After a moment of contemplation, Doubi greeted Vegeta. Follow me, and don't slow me down. Vegeta retorted before turning away. Doubi felt a bit awkward but followed Vegeta into Beerus's sleeping quarters. Wow, it's enormous, Doubi exclaimed upon entering. Beerus's sleeping area was indeed vast, roughly the size of a football field. Lord Beerus is sleeping, so keep your voice down, Vegeta reminded. Oh, understood, Doubi replied, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. As they ventured further in, they beheld a colossal serpent-like statue standing tall. In the serpent's mouth rested a massive hourglass, encircled by a halo of white light, creating a most peculiar sight. In the air, numerous clocks floated, moving languidly. Oh, how remarkable! Doubi couldn't help but marvel upon seeing these sculptures. What are these floating clocks? Doubi inquired of Vegeta. They are alarm clocks. Do not touch them, they might explode. Vegeta replied. Subsequently, Doubi and Vegeta flew over to the bed where Beerus lay. There, Beerus was sprawled on a crimson bed, sound asleep in a most alluring pose. How do we change the sheets? Doubi whispered to Vegeta. We need to change not only the sheets, but also the blanket, Vegeta replied. Oh, what exactly should we do? Doubi wondered, aware of his clumsiness. He feared that his efforts would surely awaken Beerus. Above all, do not disturb Lord Beerus. He is particularly irritable upon waking. Vegeta stated solemnly, likely recalling the time he suffered the wrath of an awakened Beerus. I understand, Doubi nodded, though he was uncertain if Beerus's wrath would harm him. After all, no one wishes to be abruptly startled, do they? Suddenly, Beerus flipped over. Doubi and Vegeta, believing Beerus was about to awaken, immediately braced themselves. However, Beerus merely turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Vegeta released a sigh of relief. He had previously been caught off guard by an awakened Beerus and had been knocked unconscious. The memory still caused him to be somewhat jumpy. How are we to change this? Doubi quietly asked Vegeta, noticing Beerus had settled once more. We must wait for the right moment, Vegeta said. His eyes fixed intently on Beerus's every movement. Doubi fell silent, joining Vegeta in watching Beerus. As moments passed, Doubi's patience was tested. He thought to himself that while this was merely household chores, it also offered some training benefits. While performing these tasks, they were also subjected to Beerus's overwhelming aura as a destroyer, which inadvertently strengthened their bodies. However, Doubi did not feel this pressure, while Vegeta, having been there for a while, had likely already acclimated. Nevertheless, that sleeping posture, Doubi initially found it unremarkable, but as time passed, it became quite amusing. At that moment, Beerus's tail twitched. Doubi sensed something was amiss. Chapter 68, The Domain of the Gods, Part 2. Doubi felt something was amiss upon witnessing the scene. In the next moment, Beerus's tail lashed out at Doubi. However, Doubi reacted instantly, sidestepping the strike. Wow, that was close, he exclaimed, taken aback by Beerus's sudden aggression. It appeared he had not yet awakened. Meanwhile, Vegeta experienced another moment of panic. How could Lord Beerus attack, even while asleep? And with such astonishing speed, Doubi remarked. There's no choice. His sleeping posture is quite troublesome. It's precisely because he is asleep that his attacks lack precision. You must strike during the moment he turns over. Vegeta explained to Doubi. Yet, before he could finish, the unfolding events interrupted him. Suddenly, Beerus flipped again, delivering a kick to Vegeta's face, sending him flying. Unfortunately, he crashed onto an explosive alarm clock. The clock, upon impact, began to emit a brilliant yellow light. This is bad, Doubi exclaimed, swiftly teleporting to the alarm clock and then vanishing with it. He reappeared on a small path where Whis happened to be strolling. Whis, I require your assistance, Doubi said before teleporting away. Whis momentarily paused, perplexed by the request. Then, with a resounding explosion, the alarm clock detonated. As the smoke cleared, Whis emerged unscathed but covered in dust. He smiled and remarked, You possess quite the skill. Is Lord Beerus truly asleep? Doubi questioned, recalling the numerous surprise attacks Beerus had launched at him and Vegeta just moments prior. Fortunately, they had not sustained further attacks. But how would they change the sheets? Forget it. I'll take the initiative, Doubi declared, approaching Beerus. Hey, Vegeta exclaimed, alarmed by Doubi's reckless behavior. Doubi flew in front of Beerus and carefully extended his hands to gently lift him. Just then, Beerus unexpectedly grasped Doubi's foot and applied a crosslock. What is happening? Doubi was bewildered. How could he be locked in a crosslock while asleep? Don't shout. Just lift Lord Beerus, Vegeta urged. Oh, Doubi replied, obediently silencing himself as he cautiously used his levitation technique to elevate Beerus into the air. Well done, Doubi, Vegeta praised him, seizing the opportunity to swiftly change Beerus's sheets and blanket. How do I get out of this? Doubi thought to himself, still ensnared in Beerus's crosslock, feeling utterly perplexed. Wait a moment, I'll free you shortly. Vegeta, while speaking, unexpectedly produced a skewer adorned with small dried fish. Here you go, Lord Beerus, this is dried fish. Delectable dried fish, he coaxed, bringing the skewer closer to Beerus. The deity sniffed the air, gradually loosening his grip on Doubi, before opening his mouth to consume the fish. Freed from his bonds, Doubi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vegeta. No need for thanks. Just make sure you can endure the consequences later, Vegeta huffed. Haha, rest assured. I won't falter, Doubi chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 69. The routine of training. By the way, what comes next? Training cannot be limited to this, Doubi remarked after his forced laughter. Although he recognized that they were merely performing household chores, feigning ignorance was necessary at this moment. Training? Who said this was training? It's merely household work. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Oh, household chores? Doubi pretended to be surprised. After toiling for quite some time, both Doubi and Vegeta found themselves engaged in domestic tasks. However, aside from the precarious task of changing Beerus's bedsheets, the rest of the chores were relatively mundane. Doubi adapted quickly, having been self-reliant since childhood. Tidying up at home was hardly a challenge. Of course, in addition to household chores, they also had to tackle the task of weeding. Nevertheless, thanks to the efforts of Doubi and Vegeta, the weeds had been entirely cleared. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Doubi sighed in relief. Phew, finally done with the weeding. At that moment, Whis appeared beside them. Well done, it's quite tidy. Now, shall we begin training? Upon hearing this, Doubi immediately rose to his feet. All the labor had culminated in this moment. Before we proceed, Doubi, please change your attire, Whis instructed. Huh? Why? Doubi asked in confusion, glancing at his clothes which were now covered in dust and riddled with holes. Ah, they've become quite tattered, haven't they? I hadn't noticed before, Doubi chuckled, scratching his head. Try this training outfit, Whis said, lightly tapping his staff on the ground, conjuring an orange training uniform that appeared in his hands. Oh, this resembles Goku's, Doubi observed. It was specifically designed based on Goku's training attire. I had prepared a set for you both, but Vegeta opted for a gift from his beloved Bulma. Whis remarked, casting a glance at Vegeta. Oomph, Vegeta grunted, turning his head away. Vegeta remains unchanged, Doubi noted, stifling a smile at the scene. Thank you. By the way, when will Goku arrive? Doubi began to don his training attire as he spoke. Rest assured, he will arrive shortly, Whis replied. Doubi acknowledged, continuing to change his outfit. Speaking of which, Whis' ensemble was quite complete, including shoes, a belt, and wrist guards. Ah, this feels rather comfortable, Doubi remarked as he fastened the blue belt around his waist, donned deep blue wrist guards, and slipped into blue Velcro boots. Whis smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. Oh, is this a weight? Doubi inquired, gazing at the two square black objects with circular rings on top. Yes. Insert your hands and then lift it, Whis instructed with a slight nod. Doubi stepped forward and reached inside. Huh? He attempted to lift it, but to his surprise, he could not budge it. Using brute strength alone won't suffice. You need a bit of technique, Vegeta commented, observing Doubi's struggle. He too placed his hands inside and exerted force, yet awkwardly found himself unable to lift it as well. What? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback upon realizing he could not lift the weight either. Vegeta, this weight is double what you previously lifted, Whis explained. Vegeta chose silence and began to focus quietly. Doubi decided to pause and observe Vegeta's actions. Still can't lift it? Whis inquired. I've managed to lift it, Vegeta said, straining slightly. Oh, so that's how it is, Doubi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and he exerted a little effort to lift the weight as well. Now, run a lap around this planet, Whis instructed. Oh, Doubi responded and then dashed outside. Chapter 69, A Daily Routine of Training, Part 2, Run. Yes, indeed, it was running. Vegeta was momentarily stunned to see Doubi sprinting out. What nonsense is this? I can barely move under this weight, yet Doubi is running. If you don't run, the path will vanish, Whis calmly reminded Vegeta, though he too was somewhat surprised by Doubi's ability to run. Vegeta regained his composure and laboriously began to advance step by step. Behind him, the path was continuously disappearing. If he stepped into the void, he would fall into another dimension and never return. Did I perhaps underestimate the difficulty for Doubi? Whis wondered, observing Doubi far ahead of Vegeta. Strange. Why does this feel so light to me? As Doubi silently pondered, he instinctively applied the technique he had just observed from Vegeta regarding weightlifting. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted the burden. Could it be that the weight was merely too light to offer any substantial training benefits? Doubi mused inwardly. At that moment, the ground behind him began to vanish at an accelerated pace. I must concentrate. Doubi resolved to focus and commenced circling the planet with unwavering dedication. To his surprise, he found himself exerting considerable effort. Witnessing this, Whis smiled knowingly. Just then, with a shrill cry, the prophetic fish tumbled from the sky, landing before Whis. It's coming, it announced after its descent. Is that so? Very well, Whis replied, gently tapping his staff upon the ground. A wave of green energy rippled outward from the point of impact. Suddenly, Doubi and Vegeta found themselves standing before Beerus. Lord Beerus? Vegeta froze upon recognizing the figure ahead. A sense of foreboding washed over Doubi. He perceived Beerus, dazed, reclining on his bed, mumbling in his sleep, "So inedible, I refuse to eat such things." As he spoke, a purple energy sphere, radiating a destructive aura, manifested in Beerus's mouth and was launched toward Doubi and Vegeta. Wow! The suddenness of the event left Doubi with no time to react, raising his hands defensively. The energy sphere struck them with tremendous force. With a resounding explosion, Doubi and Vegeta were hurled against the wall, which could not withstand the impact and crumbled into countless fragments. Coughing amidst the smoke of the explosion, Doubi pushed away the debris and rose. That was frightening. Vegeta? Huh? Vegeta? Doubi intended to converse with Vegeta, only to find him incapacitated on the ground. To still be able to move after Lord Beerus' attack. "Today's training ends here," Whis declared. "I can't shake the feeling that you're intentionally retaliating," Doubi remarked, his lips twitching. "It seems tomorrow's challenge should be intensified," Whis noted as he observed Doubi carrying Vegeta. Time passed. "Vegeta, so your daily training is this perilous?" Doubi lay in a starfish position on the bed in their sleeping quarters. "Humph, this is nothing," Vegeta replied, seemingly indifferent to Doubi, perhaps somewhat shaken by Doubi's exceeding capabilities. "I'm eagerly anticipating tomorrow's training," Doubi stated, pulling the covers over himself. "Remember, rise at 6 tomorrow, otherwise, I shall awaken you." Vegeta, with a swift kick, sent his bed sprawling to the opposite side of the bedroom, exclaiming, "Humph." The only response to his outburst was the steady sound of Doubi's breathing, deep in slumber. With a dismissive scoff, Vegeta noted how Doubi had fallen asleep almost instantly. He exited the bedroom and commenced his weight training outdoors. "I absolutely cannot remain behind others," Vegeta resolved inwardly. Chapter 70, The Resurrection of Frieza. Following yesterday's rigorous training, Whis dedicated himself to a tailored regimen for Doubi. Whis quickly identified the deficiencies in Doubi's combat techniques. Although his strength was adequate, he lacked the knowledge on how to wield it effectively. Consequently, the daily training evolved into Vegeta's weight training, while Doubi was instructed by Whis in the art of battle. During this period, Whis would intermittently launch surprise attacks on Doubi, honing his body's instinctive responses to danger. As a result of Whis's relentless assaults, Doubi developed an acute sensitivity to threats, entering a heightened state of alert at the slightest approach of Whis. In an astonishing display of skill, Whis employed a method that allowed him to strike at Doubi's body from a distance, further conditioning Doubi's natural reflexes to peril. During this time, Goku also arrived at the training grounds, infusing the atmosphere with a renewed sense of vigor. With Goku's presence, Vegeta was invigorated, redoubling his efforts in training. It is worth mentioning that Goku and Doubi were now clad in matching attire. On one particular day, shortly after Goku's arrival, Whis summoned the trio together. "Today's training will be somewhat different. I shall serve as your opponent," Whis announced. Goku, brimming with excitement, responded, "Can we really spar with you?" Vegeta, taken aback, remarked. "For the first time?" Goku, surprised, added, "You mean you haven't sparred with Whis at all since you arrived?" Doubi interjected, "Whis has only attacked us unexpectedly. This will be our first actual spar." It became evident that Whis intended to engage in combat training with the trio once their progress reached a comparable level. Goku pondered aloud, "Is it because our skills aren't sufficient yet?" Vegeta, irked, retorted, "Who asked for your input?" Goku was correct, as Whis affirmed, "Indeed." Vegeta scoffed at this. However, Whis continued, "Even if the three of you were to join forces, you might still find it challenging to prevail against me." Oh, X2 understood clearly that Whis, as an angel, possessed the power to incapacitate Beerus with a mere slap. Having endured Whis's attacks, he was acutely aware of Whis's formidable strength. X2 contemplated the outcome of a confrontation with Whis. While he might prevail in sheer power, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. "Would you like to test that?" Whis inquired, observing Goku and his companions with a smile. Vegeta responded with enthusiasm, "Of course. Let's go." Goku and Vegeta promptly charged at Whis. X2 remained stationary, merely watching their futile attempts. He understood that intervening at this moment would only serve as a hindrance. As Goku and Vegeta attacked Whis, they frequently collided with each other, inadvertently obstructing one another. "Can't you coordinate your efforts?" X2 remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer. Their strikes failed to connect with Whis, resembling nothing more than flailing at empty air. "Stop." Whis gestured for Goku and Vegeta to cease their assaults. "Your speed is utterly insufficient. You react only after contemplating your actions, a flaw particularly evident in you, Vegeta. This creates limitations. The delay from sensory perception to brain processing to neural transmission to your body is excessively time-consuming. Goku chuckled. Vegeta has that issue. Vegeta bristled at Goku's comment. Mind your own business. It's merely because you're the fool here. Whis added, if every part of your body could independently assess and act, you would be far more capable. Even Lord Beerus is not perfect. Overcoming this limitation would allow one to evade any danger. Can you do that, Whis? Goku asked. Whis smirked. What a question. Suddenly, X2 erupted in laughter. What is so amusing, X2? Goku inquired, puzzled by the outburst. X2, suppressing his laughter, replied, Whis. You've stepped in something unpleasant. Whis looked down, realizing he had indeed stepped in a pile of excrement. Embarrassed, he quickly wiped his shoe, chuckling, If only shoes could make independent judgments. Goku and Vegeta exchanged incredulous glances. To alleviate the awkwardness, Whis cleared his throat. Ahem. Now, X2. I want you to attack me alone. Let me see how much you have improved recently. Oh, splendid. X2 exclaimed, not hesitating to rush toward Whis. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe aboard Frieza's remnants, on Sorb's ship, a report was made. Commander, we are now less than a light year away from Earth. A soldier clad in combat attire respectfully addressed the diminutive man seated at a high position. We, the Frieza force, have been suppressed for far too long. Indeed. It has been an interminable duration. Without Lord Frieza's command, we are but a scattered assembly, Saul declared with a menacing expression. In the years since Frieza's demise, the Frieza force has ceased to be the formidable battalion it once was, now relentlessly pursued by the Galactic Patrol. Upon encountering these enforcers of the cosmos, they flee like mice confronted by a cat. The notion of resistance is laughable. There are scarcely any warriors left among them, and they have grown disrespectful towards themselves. They heed only the words of Lord Frieza, disregarding all others, including their own commander. Chapter 70, The Resurrection of Frieza Part 2. The idea of resistance is utterly preposterous. Very few can be considered warriors, and their lack of respect for themselves is palpable. They listen only to Lord Frieza, and even the Chief of Staff is no exception. Moreover, following the demise of Frieza and the Ginyu Force, their elite combat capabilities have been severely diminished. Tagma, prepare a spacecraft for 2. We are heading to Earth. Salb remarked with a chilling smile, as long as Lord Frieza is resurrected, the entire universe will belong to the Frieza force. What a farcical notion. Yes, Lord Salb, Tagma replied before departing to arrange for the spacecraft. Once Tagma had prepared the vessel, he inquired, Lord Salb, will you be accompanying me? Salb responded with a sinister grin. Of course, especially for the resurrection of Lord Frieza. Doubi paused his movements to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow, realizing he could not land a single hit. With a rueful smile, Doubi lamented how he had launched countless attacks at Whis. Yet no matter how swiftly he struck, Whis effortlessly evaded each assault just before impact. This gave Doubi the sensation of striking a fist against cotton. The speed was sufficient, yet the body's reaction still relied on the brain's deliberation. One must allow the body to respond autonomously, or else the potential for speed enhancement remains limited, Whis imparted. Understood, Doubi nodded and once again assumed a stance. Charging towards Whis. Earth, is this the dragon? Solbay inquired of the 3 children before him. Indeed, my lord, came the reply. A sinister smile creeping upon Salbai's lips as he directed his voice towards the dragon. Dragon, resurrect King Frieza. Xiao Wu, watching the dragon suspended in midair, turned anxiously to Pilaf, saying, Pilaf, that is the Dragon Ball we toiled so hard to collect. Be quiet. Pilaf, even more anxious than Xiao Wu, lamented his powerlessness. The individual who seized their Dragon Balls was far too formidable, and with their frail bodies, how could they reclaim the Dragon Balls? Resurrect King Frieza. Solbay bellowed once more at the dragon. Upon hearing Salbai's wish, the dragon's countenance darkened. Noticing the dragon's grim expression, Salbai's heart sank, and he promptly asked, What is it? Can you not grant any wish? Of course, that wish can be fulfilled, the dragon replied coolly, but his physical form is shattered, even if resurrected. His soul would remain trapped within a broken body, utterly meaningless. This is troublesome indeed. Salbai's expression shifted drastically as he pondered. What shall we do now? My lord Solbay, we can utilize the most advanced regeneration device. Tagma whispered. Ah, I see. With that, it is certainly possible. Salbai's demeanor brightened. He then called out to the dragon. We do not mind this. Now, please resurrect King Frieza post-haste. The dragon cast a discontented glance at Solbay. I am dissatisfied with your attitude, but I cannot refuse. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from the dragon's eyes. Far in the depths of hell, Frieza abruptly froze. The cheerful sprites surrounding him sensed an anomaly and swiftly turned to investigate. Hey, where is he? He has vanished. Where could he have gone? The group of little sprites, initially overwhelmed with anxiety, soon regained their cheerful spirits, as though the absence of Frieza mattered not at all. Suddenly, a colossal sphere of light erupted in the sky above Earth, raining down countless fragments of flesh. Among these grotesque remnants was a single eye, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar surroundings. It pondered, where am I? What place is this? The people on Earth, who were previously enjoying a leisurely moment, were instantly taken aback. This scent is undeniably familiar, so much so that they cannot forget each other, even in their oblivion. The fragmented pieces of flesh began to writhe rapidly, striving to unite, and soon took the form of Frieza. He pushed himself up with both hands, yet the intricate lines covering his body prevented his flesh from coalescing completely. With a thud, the pieces fell to the ground once more, and a surge of excitement welled up within Frieza. This is the sensation of being alive. The one-eyed creature's eyes widened, startling the trio of Pilaf nearby. Solb approached the scattered chunks of meat, casually picking one up, a contented smile gracing his lips. Truly, King Frieza possesses an extraordinary vitality. With current technology, restoration is undoubtedly achievable. Solb chuckled, as the piece of meat in his grasp writhed incessantly. However, the sky had yet to fully darken. Gazing at the divine dragon above, Solb contemplated that having resurrected King Frieza, perhaps he could also restore the fallen warriors, or even reinstate King Frieza's physical form. Divine dragon, bring back Frieza's father, King Cold, Solb proclaimed. The divine dragon replied solemnly, his situation mirrors that of Frieza. Do you wish to resurrect him as well? Absolutely. Very well. A flash of brilliance emanated from the divine dragon, and once more, a pile of meat fragments appeared. Chapter 71. Entering the realm of the divine Tagmar. Gather the bodies of King Frieza and King Cold. We must return at once. Solb commanded Tagmar. Understood. Tagmar swiftly collected the meat fragments of Frieza and King Cold from the ground, placing them into the spaceship. As the two were about to board, Pilaf held a piece of meat in both hands, the very fragment belonging to the one-eyed creature. My lord, what do you think? Pilaf, visibly tense, feared for his life at Solb's whims. Solb took the meat fragment from Pilaf's hands, locking eyes with the one-eyed piece, an icy chill coursing down his spine, prompting him to hurriedly enter the spaceship with it. Xiaowu and Ashu approached Pilaf, worry etched on their faces as they watched the spaceship drift further into the sky. King Pilaf, what shall we do to return? Xiaowu inquired. If you ask me, who should I ask? Whoosh. A flurry of streaks shot across the sky as Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and others arrived. Noticing 3 small children below, they descended promptly, inquiring, Did you witness anything peculiar just now? Yamcha regarded the 3 children with gentle eyes, feeling as though he had encountered them before. Yet upon seeing their youthful countenances, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. This is undoubtedly not of my own kind. Indeed. No. We have seen nothing. The 3 of them pretended to be obedient and exclaimed, Is that so? Yamcha turned to Krillin and Piccolo, shook his head, and inquired, Are you certain you did not misinterpret that aura just now? Certainly not. After all, it belongs to the one who once took my life. I shall never forget his presence. Krillin replied with a tone filled with resentment. Then it is indeed peculiar. No, there were traces of a spaceship that had been here. It must have departed long before we arrived. We are a step too late, Piccolo said gravely. Tagoma piloted the spaceship towards the base in the cosmos. Yet his gaze frequently flickered back to the physical forms of Frieza and King Cold. I still harbor some concerns, Tagoma admitted. What troubles you? Sorbet asked. He spoke with a heavy tone. I fear that upon their resurrection, Frieza and King Cold might become tyrants. Sorbet crossed his arms thoughtfully. There is no alternative. We have no choice. After the demise of Frieza and King Cold, the army has descended into chaos. Only they can restore order. Do Frieza and King Cold truly possess such power? Tagoma remarked indifferently. Why would you think otherwise? Beep. He pressed a button, and the protective chamber behind him slowly opened, revealing a glint of malevolence in his eyes. The nefarious cosmic sovereigns, Frieza and King Cold, upon their rebirth, will undoubtedly pose no issues. We need not confront the Scions head-on. Our priority is the reconstruction of the army. Some progress has been made, yet it remains insufficient. Look. I even have time to sign on you, Whis said, shaking the marker in his hand. Doubi glanced down at his chest, now adorned with an additional signature. Finally, a signature. However, Doubi did not feel disheartened. Rather, he was somewhat elated. It is noteworthy that this training uniform, bearing Whis' signature, signifies the attire worn during training under him. Today's training concludes here. Let us dine together, Whis smiled. Heh, I'm quite hungry, Goku responded, patting his belly. A closer inspection of his training uniform revealed a signature from Whis on his chest as well. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, sporting the very same signature on his chest. The three of them had attacked Whis together, and as a result, all bore his signature. Mr. Vegeta, while you are a genius in battle, you have been outpaced by both Mr. Doubi and Mr. Goku. TCH, how direct of you. Vegeta did not deny it. Doubi was indeed stronger from the outset. Yet Goku consistently remained ahead of him, a fact that incensed Vegeta greatly. Do you know the reason? Whis inquired, approaching Vegeta. Who knows how that fool developed? Vegeta retorted, unleashing a barrage of criticism, even hitting Doubi in the process. This has nothing to do with being foolish, does it? Doubi, taken aback by the sudden insult, remarked, perhaps it's because you're too tense, unable to relax, which hinders your performance. Ahaha. Goku chuckled, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Doubi is not wrong, Vegeta. However, conversely, you have your own flaws, Goku, Whis interjected, shifting the focus to Goku. Huh? Goku paused, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Whis appeared before him and delivered a swift punch to his abdomen. Wow. Goku winced from the unexpected blow, doubling over in pain. Whis, what was that for? He cried, clutching his midsection. Excessive relaxation can also be problematic, including your overconfidence, Goku. No matter how powerful you are, once you let your guard down, your body remains vulnerable. Your overconfidence makes it easy for others to exploit your carelessness. Vegeta finally burst into laughter, casting a disdainful glance at Goku. Indeed. That hurt. You can't do that. Goku complained, cradling his side. What is going on? You're making a racket. A cool voice called out from behind them. Goku and Vegeta turned, startled, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, you're keeping me from sleeping. Beerus grumbled, visibly irritated. Ever since Doubi, Goku, and Vegeta arrived, the noise had been incessant, disrupting Beerus's rest. Moreover, the last time Whis brought pizza, he had only managed to eat a few slices, with the remainder devoured by the trio training in Whis' staff space. Consequently, Beerus had pursued them for several hours. After finally managing to doze off, he was once again roused by their commotion. This particularly displeased Beerus, who was already in a foul mood upon waking. At that moment, a small butterfly alighted beneath his nose. The dust from the butterfly's wings provoked an involuntary sneeze from Beerus. Chew. A purple energy sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball and exuding a sense of destruction, was expelled from his mouth, aimed directly at Goku and Vegeta. Instinctively, both Goku and Vegeta dodged to the sides, allowing the energy blast to pass between them. Boom. In the next instant, the energy sphere struck a small planet, resulting in a spectacular explosion that illuminated the sky like a vibrant firework. The force of the blast compelled the three combatants to raise their hands to shield themselves, forcing them to stagger backward. They exchanged wide-eyed glances at the planet, now reduced to dust in the heavens. Oh no, if that had hit us, it would have been catastrophic, Goku exclaimed. Both Doubi and Vegeta nodded in agreement. Whis, observing their reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Beerus hasn't had a nap in quite some time, and you have disturbed his slumber. He will surely be quite irate, and his temper can be rather severe, Whis remarked with a smile. He pointed to the two suns in the sky and added, when those two suns were destroyed, the darkness here increased significantly. It was quite perilous. Whis spoke as if it were a trivial matter. Beerus, languidly stretching his limbs, eventually leaped into the air, his tail coiling around a tree branch as he settled down to sleep in a seated position. How do we restore the sun? Goku queried, perplexed. After all, the sun still shone brightly in the sky, indicating it had been restored somehow. Can you create planets? He continued, bewildered. I lack that ability. I merely need to reset things. Whis replied with a serene smile, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Reset? Goku found himself struggling to grasp Whis' words. Whis elaborated for Goku's benefit. It simply involves reversing time slightly, just enough to intervene before he made a foolish mistake. Wow, that's incredible, Doubi exclaimed, though he was already aware of Whis' time-manipulating abilities. Unfortunately, it could only rewind time by 3 minutes, but even that was extraordinarily powerful. Who exactly are you? Vegeta asked in astonishment. Oh ho ho ho, how should I put this? With a smile, the being named Weiss remarked. Meanwhile, above the tranquil earth, a colossal warship, shaped like a disc, descended abruptly, coming to rest upon a desolate expanse. The hatch of the warship swung open, and an overwhelming throng of soldiers surged forth, densely packed like towering peaks. Gradually, a small spacecraft emerged from the warship, piloted by a diminutive figure adorned with horns. Had Goku and his companions been present, they would undoubtedly have gasped in recognition. Frieza. Across various realms, including the celestial domain and luxurious residences, the Dragon Ball warriors sensed this familiar aura. In a tutoring class, Gohan sprang to his feet and exclaimed to his instructor, I apologize, teacher, but I suddenly remembered an urgent matter that I must attend to. Let us conclude today's lesson here. I shall personally return to apologize. With that, Gohan dashed out of the building, enveloped in a surge of energy, and soared towards the source of the ominous presence he had sensed. In the celestial realm, Piccolo turned to Dandy and said, Dandy, an old friend has arrived. I shall go greet him. You remain here and do not follow. With that, Piccolo ascended into the skies. Gohan reached his utmost speed, and soon encountered several warriors who were also advancing fervently. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Master Roshi, riding on the flying Nimbus. Everyone, Gohan exclaimed in delight. And upon sensing a warm presence, he called out, Uncle Piccolo. Ah, Gohan, you have arrived. Piccolo replied, a smile gracing his lips. It seems our earlier misgivings have come to fruition. Gohan spoke gravely indeed. Meanwhile, Frieza sat in his spacecraft, a cruel smile curling at his lips as he pointed towards a bustling city below. With a flick of his finger, a massive surge of purple energy coalesced, and a destructive beam erupted from his fingertip, hurtling towards the vibrant metropolis. Boom. In an instant, the thriving city was reduced to mere ash. As Gohan and the others arrived, witnessing the blazing inferno, they were left in shock. North City has vanished. Frieza chuckled softly. That was merely a greeting. The end is far from nigh. He then directed another energy beam towards the east, obliterating East City into dust. Gohan glared furiously at the unfazed Frieza and bellowed, Frieza. Tien landed beside Gohan, attempting to calm him. Do not let anger consume you. Once we defeat Frieza, we can use the Dragon Balls to restore the devastated areas. Huh? Where's Kaiatsu? Yamcha asked, puzzled. I left Kaiatsu behind. After all, this situation is perilous. Tien Han remarked softly, Master Roshi, what brings you here? Gohan, observing the old turtle hermit with his hands behind his back, inquired with curiosity. Tien Han, equally astonished, added, Teacher, what a surprise to see you. My apologies, my apologies. I've come bearing some senzu beans. Master Roshi chuckled amiably. Krillin scanned the surroundings and asked, puzzled, haven't Goku and the others arrived yet? Tien Han shook his head, replying, not yet. Does that mean it's just the 6 of us? Master Roshi pondered aloud. He turned to Gohan, his expression turning serious as he asked, Gohan, have you been diligently training during this time? Haha, surely you've managed to transform into a Super Saiyan, he added, but Gohan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been preoccupied with work lately and had hardly trained at all. Chapter 72. Frieza's Revenge. Master Roshi seemed to have lost interest in further conversation. It appears everyone has gathered. Upon hearing Frieza's voice, the group turned with anger, and Krillin trembled slightly before quickly concealing his fear. After all, Frieza was the very foe who had killed him before, and a sense of dread still lingered in his heart. Frieza. Piccolo stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Frieza. So it's you, the scoundrel resurrected by the Dragon Balls. Frieza paid no heed to Piccolo's words, casually responding, is Goku not here yet? Humph. I don't need him. I can handle you on my own. Piccolo retorted coldly. Oh, the Namekian I once crushed dares to speak like this? How amusing. Frieza chuckled lightly, then turned his icy gaze towards Krillin. Weren't you the Earthling I killed? You've been resurrected as well. Where are Goku and the others? Frieza's tone was chilling. He is still training outside Earth, Krillin instinctively replied, his heart sinking at the realization that he still feared Frieza's power. Not on Earth. Then where is he? Frieza inquired coolly, for his purpose in coming here revolved around Goku and future Trunks. If they were not on Earth, his mission would be deemed a failure. Lord Frieza, look. Someone pointed towards the sky. At that moment, a small spacecraft slowly approached, resembling a UFO from a sci-fi movie. with 4 semi-spherical objects beneath it. Everyone gazed up at the sky, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Is that a spaceship? What era are we in that someone is still using such an antiquated vessel? Is this some sort of joke? Frieza could not help but utter a few sarcastic remarks. Soon after, a faint smile graced his lips as he gazed at the spaceship in the sky, exclaiming, "So, you've arrived in a spaceship, have you? I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Son Goku." The spaceship wobbled as it descended onto a desolate patch of land, drawing the focused attention of Frieza and his companions. With a click, the top of the spaceship opened, and a woman with blue hair emerged, her expression one of astonishment as she surveyed the group of extraterrestrials. "Oh my, it truly is Frieza!" exclaimed the newcomer, Bulma, as she covered her mouth in disbelief. "Be Bulma?" Krillin craned his neck, staring at Bulma as she descended from the spacecraft. He then shouted, "What are you doing in a place like this? Don't you realize how dangerous it is?" "But I couldn't reach Goku and Vegeta, so I had no choice but to come here first," Bulma retorted, hands on her hips. Indignantly, behind her, another peculiar alien creature emerged from the spaceship, resembling Ultraman in form, except for the absence of horns and a timer. "All right." She turned to face the Ultraman behind her, exclaiming in frustration, "Gak, you should come down and fight too." "Ugh, I merely came to inform you of Frieza's impending attack." Gak replied, visibly annoyed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he nervously glanced at Frieza, fearing the wrath of the cosmic tyrant. "What are you talking about? Aren't you supposed to be a proud member of the elite galactic patrol?" Bulma shouted in discontent. "I understand, but why must I bear all this burden?" Gak leapt down from the spaceship. Hee hee. Frieza let out a peculiar laugh, drawing everyone's attention. "You may continue your commotion for a while longer, but prepare yourselves for an assault," Frieza stated nonchalantly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing Frieza's command, Sword pointed at Piccolo and the others, bellowing, "Eliminate them." Instantly, Frieza's minions charged towards the 8 fighters, their numbers overwhelming, akin to a swarm of angry hornets. Those with a fear of crowds would surely be paralyzed by the sheer terror of the scene. "Here they come." Krillin assumed a battle stance and urged his comrades, "We must hold them off until Goku and the others arrive." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face. If Frieza's power were still akin to what he had exhibited on Namek, he would have easily dispatched his foes. However, now he sensed a power emanating from Frieza that was even more formidable than that of Goku and the others when they transformed into Super Saiyan Gods. It seemed that only Goku and his allies stood a chance against Frieza now. Yamcha and his companions let out a fierce battle cry as they charged forward, joining the fray alongside the fighters. Although they could not match the prowess of Goku and Vegeta, they were certainly not to be underestimated by these lesser foes. The trio exhibited remarkable synergy, swiftly dispatching dozens of combatants in mere moments. In Chapter 72, The Vengeance of Frieza Part 2, their coordination proved exceptional, allowing them to eliminate numerous adversaries in an instant. Master Roshi suddenly felt a surge of energy, causing his muscles to swell, rejuvenating his appearance significantly. With his cane in hand, he struck a combatant beneath the chin, rendering him unconscious. He then twirled the cane and thrust it into the ground with a resounding crack. Master Roshi leapt onto the head of his cane, positioning his hands at his waist while channeling an immense amount of energy. Kamehameha. A magnificent blue-white energy wave erupted from his palms, sweeping away a multitude of fighters in its wake. However, as he descended, preparing to show off, his cane shattered with a crack, disintegrating into dust that scattered upon the ground. "What?" Master Roshi gazed in astonishment at the empty air where his cane had been, his expression a portrait of disbelief. This cane has accompanied him for centuries, and it unexpectedly shattered today. Yamcha, Tien, Clinton immediately positioned himself back-to-back with the two, and the trio nodded in unison, their hands forming a blossom shape at their waists. Kamehameha. Together, they unleashed the Kamehameha wave, rotating in a circle. The 3 of them spun like tops, their combined Kamehameha transforming into a colossal vortex of energy. They charged towards the soldiers of Frieza's army, ensnaring them one by one within the swirling energy. King Frieza, help!" Cries of agony erupted, and the vortex persisted for what felt like an eternity before finally subsiding. In an instant, Frieza's subordinates suffered significant casualties. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Frieza observed the chaos with indifference, showing no concern for the fate of his minions. "Let me take the stage, King Frieza," said Zamasu. "Very well," Frieza nodded. "Frieza has been resurrected?" Goku, upon hearing this news, paused momentarily. Frieza? Who is that? Doubi feigned ignorance. Frieza is a villain, Goku replied. Oh, a villain, Doubi nodded. Then let us go defeat him. Vegeta, somewhat exasperated, interjected. Whis, can you take us to Earth? Goku asked Whis. Yes, but it will take 35 minutes, Whis replied. Well, by then it will be too late, Doubi remarked. I recall that you possess instant transmission, right? Beerus approached Goku and said, that won't work. The distance is too great, and if the energy is too faint. I want to be able to sense it, Goku responded. Then just have them increase their energy. That should allow you to sense them, Doubi suggested. Good idea. Goku then called out to the crystal ball, Bulma, have everyone raise their energy. Oh. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately relayed Goku's message. All right, everyone, maximize your battle power. Tien exclaimed as he unleashed his energy. The others promptly followed suit. They are calling for him. Frieza, noticing this, did not intervene, as it was Goku who remained his primary target. Chapter 73, Frieza's final form. All right. Goku sensed the energy of everyone on Earth. It's ready. Doubi felt it too. Vegeta, grab hold of me. Goku extended his hand towards Vegeta. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. Stop dawdling. Lord Beerus, I take my leave, Goku declared, and with a sound of instant transmission, he vanished from the spot. Then I shall take my leave as well. Farewell. After Doubi finished speaking, he instantly teleported to the other side. Goku and Vegeta appeared before the assembled crowd. Goku, Vegeta, you have finally arrived. Tianjin, Yamcha, and Krillin gazed at the two with palpable excitement. Upon seeing Vegeta, Frieza's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, Oh ho ho ho, so Mr. Vegeta is here as well. You truly have returned. Frieza, Goku replied, his demeanor grave as he fixed his gaze upon Frieza, who sat atop his flying vessel. Just then, with a sound of teleportation, Doubi materialized beside Goku and the others. Hee, I have arrived too, he chimed. Another one? Frieza glanced at Doubi, not recognizing him. However, it mattered little. At last, I have laid eyes on you, son Goku, Frieza remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Goku remained silent, his expression serious. Is this the Saiyan who once defeated Lord Frieza? Salb inquired, looking at Goku. Indeed, that loathsome face of son Goku's, I must say. Yours is the truly repugnant one. I shall never forget, Frieza retorted. I'll summon my troops immediately. Hearing this, Salb quickly retreated, aware of the overwhelming power disparity. Son Goku. For countless years I have awaited this moment of vengeance, Frieza declared, his excitement palpable. It is quite unexpected to see you alongside Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed in response. Goku. Is this Frieza? Doubi inquired, pointing at Frieza. Yes, he is indeed Frieza, Goku acknowledged with a slight nod. Didn't you mention he was killed? How has he returned? Doubi questioned. Vegeta promptly answered. He must have used the Dragon Balls, no doubt about it. Indeed, I have finally returned, escaping that wretched hell, Frieza proclaimed, his eyes glistening with bloodshot veins. Day after day, suspended among flowers in that accursed place, forced to witness dances and parades, you cannot fathom the agony I endured. As he spoke, the blood vessels in his eyes seemed nearly to engulf the entire orb. Oh, really? Doubi could only respond with a chuckle. That is not my concern. You came to Earth and were slain by Trunks. Goku replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it was Frieza's own folly that led him to Earth seeking revenge on Goku, only to meet the gun of future Trunks, who had traveled from the future. Frieza's fury toward Goku intensified with this recollection. You are the root of it all. Son Goku, I assure you, as long as you draw breath, I shall never know peace. Frieza, consumed by his profound hatred, rose from his spacecraft. Jinyu patted his chest and remarked, I can truly empathize with your sentiments. Upon hearing the name Jinyu, Goku immediately recalled the infamous Captain Jinyu from Namek, the very one who had usurped his body. The memory of that ordeal was indelibly etched in Goku's mind, given the significant disadvantage he had suffered. Is it truly you, Jinyu? Goku inquired. Vegeta, with a slight smirk, interjected, did you not transform into a frog? Jinyu, incensed by this remark, began to tremble with fury. Do you have any notion of the torment I have endured since then? Reduced to the form of a mere frog, he exclaimed, soaring into the presence of Goku, Vegeta, and the formidable trio. Do you comprehend the depths of my despair? Jinyu bellowed. Vegeta, maintaining his composure, replied with a faint smile, what a pity indeed. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Vegeta instantly materialized before Jinyu. This is not teleportation, it is merely the result of excessive speed, creating such an illusion. What are you saying? Jinyu exclaimed in a state of panic, realizing only now that he had failed to notice when Vegeta had approached him. Vegeta replied, "If you were still a frog, at least you wouldn't meet your demise." With that, a white energy sphere materialized in his hand. Wait, Vegeta. Jinyu could sense that if Vegeta unleashed this attack, he would surely perish, prompting him to urgently call out in an attempt to halt Vegeta. However, Vegeta paid him no heed, striking the energy sphere against Jinyu's abdomen with a speed that rendered him nearly invisible. Boom. Upon impact, the energy sphere erupted in a dazzling white light, engulfing Jinyu completely. In an instant, Jinyu was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. "Captain Jinyu," Sorbet exclaimed in alarm. "Vegeta, there was no need to kill him." Goku furrowed his brow at the scene. "Goku truly is kind-hearted," Dabura reflected. Vegeta replied coolly, "I merely eliminated an obstacle to battle." Frieza showed no concern over Jinyu's death, chuckling, "Ha ha ha. It seems Vegeta has grown considerably stronger." Vegeta turned to face Frieza. Frieza sneered, "Don't be in such a hurry. Once I finish with Goku, I shall eliminate you." Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, "Humph. I will slay you before Kakarot gets the chance." Frieza emitted a guttural sound from his throat, then flicked his tail, casting aside the flying apparatus beneath him. "Frieza, it appears your power has greatly increased," Goku remarked. Frieza did not conceal his aura, allowing Goku to directly perceive the chilling and fearsome energy emanating from him, at least several thousand times stronger than before. "You finally understand, after my resurrection. I trained tirelessly to compete with you. Even I have never exerted myself so rigorously in my life," Frieza said, pausing for effect. "Thanks to you, the strength I have gained far exceeds my own expectations." With that, Frieza soared several meters in front of Goku, landing on the ground. "Perhaps you have grown stronger. But do you not sense how much more powerful I have become?" Goku remarked, wiping his mouth with his hand. "It seems I must demonstrate my strength to you. Last time, I was somewhat careless, but this time, I shall transform into my final form." With that declaration, Frieza began his transformation. A torrent of purple energy erupted from Frieza, instantly transforming him into his ultimate form. Goku and the others were taken aback by the astonishing aura radiating from Frieza. "What?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished by the overwhelming aura radiating from Frieza. Yet, this was merely the beginning. "Hey, everyone run." Goku seemed to sense something amiss and shouted to his companions behind him. They immediately reacted, hastily retreating from the impending danger. As Frieza transformed, a violet energy emanated from him, coalescing into a spherical form that expanded outward before erupting violently. With a resounding boom, everything within a radius of several hundred meters around Frieza was instantaneously vaporized, including the soldiers who stood close by. Chapter 74. Golden Frieza, how could he not spare even his own men? Doubi frowned after the explosion subsided. "Indeed, he has eliminated all his subordinates," Goku remarked. Sharing a similar sentiment, Frieza was willing to sacrifice his own soldiers to demonstrate his power. He lifted his gaze towards Goku, declaring, "I apologize for the wait. My preparations for vengeance are now complete." Goku surveyed the devastation wrought by Frieza's aura and couldn't help but exclaim, "That is truly astonishing." He then stood alongside Doubi and Vegeta. "How have you trained?" Goku inquired curiously, surprised by Frieza's rapid and formidable advancement. Vegeta stirred slightly, eager to engage Frieza in combat. But Goku interjected, "Hey, Vegeta. Excuse me, let me take this one," Vegeta replied, momentarily taken aback. "What?" Vegeta was momentarily stunned. As Goku approached Frieza, he continued, "Did you not already defeat that Jinyu fellow?" "TCH," Vegeta grumbled, somewhat irritated. Goku chuckled. "Doubi, can you hold off for a moment? If I were to lose, I would gladly concede to you, all right?" "Very well," Doubi agreed with a hint of reluctance. A torrent of white energy erupted from Goku. "You were truly an exceptional fighter. If only you were not a complete villain, you would make for a remarkable opponent." Goku mused, his desire to battle former adversaries on equal footing evident. Doubi and Vegeta promptly leaped back, clearing a space for the impending duel between Goku and Frieza. "Is this how it will be?" Frieza queried, a look of confusion crossing his face, well aware of the formidable power that Goku, in his Saiyan form, possessed. "You won't transform into a Super Saiyan? Well, it matters not. It appears you have great confidence in your abilities." Frieza chuckled. Goku assumed a fighting stance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Of course." Frieza let out a disdainful huff, then replied, "Then my revenge shall commence." Whoosh. In an instant, The two transformed into streaks of light, intertwining with one another. Boom. A shockwave erupted, splitting the earth as a massive chasm appeared. Both warriors engaged in a tempestuous flurry of attacks, their high-speed movements creating a whirlwind of chaos. In this clash, they exchanged blows with each gaining the upper hand, yet Goku ultimately held a slight advantage. Crash. Goku delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's face, shattering his defenses. Cough, cough. Frieza was sent crashing into the ground, but with a cold snort, he soared back into the air, arms raised high, targeting Son Goku. Ha! In the next moment, a barrage of energy blasts erupted from his hands, relentlessly assaulting Goku. Boom, boom. The flames enveloped Goku, while Frieza stood aloft, observing the fiery display. Goku, hang in there, Krillin shouted, clenching his fists. However, as the flames dissipated, Frieza's expression shifted to one of shock. He discovered there was no trace of Goku in the air. Kamehameha, came Goku's icy voice from behind Frieza. A bead of sweat trickled down Frieza's face as he stiffly turned around. Goku, upon seeing Frieza's gaze, responded with a smile. Kamehameha. Boom. In the next instant, an explosive wave of energy surged forth from Goku's hands, targeting Frieza high above. Frieza instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, bracing for impact as the energy wave surged past him. Goku dissipated his energy and regarded Frieza with a calm demeanor, inquiring, "Is this truly your limit, Frieza?" Frieza clenched his teeth, then erupted into laughter. "Though many years have passed, I never anticipated you had grown so formidable. It seems my daring decision to evolve was indeed wise." "Oh? It appears you have concealed a trump card. Why not reveal it?" Goku replied with a grin. "Aren't you hiding something as well? Perhaps you should demonstrate first," Frieza countered. Goku chuckled. "Heh, you will lose your fighting spirit." Then, a faint smile graced the corners of Wukong's lips, and suddenly he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of azure light that erupted from his being. In that instant, the very earth quaked in response, as an immense force ascended into the skies. Although Frieza could not perceive energy in the conventional sense, he discerned from this cataclysmic power that Wukong's strength had transformed significantly since their encounter on Namek. His might had grown immeasurably formidable. As the blue radiance dissipated, Wukong was enveloped by a blaze of cerulean energy, which shimmered with a delicate golden aura that adorned the surface of his body. This is the form attained through the transformation into Super Saiyan on top of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. The full title is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. What does that mean? Frieza inquired. Explaining it is rather complicated. It refers to a Super Saiyan who possesses the energy of Super Saiyan God, Goku replied nonchalantly. A Super Saiyan who possesses the energy of Super Saiyan God? It sounds like a tongue twister. I nearly bit my tongue, Frieza said impatiently. Heh. If you find that name too lengthy, there is a shorter version. It's called Super Saiyan Blue, Goku chuckled. This abbreviation was proposed by Doubi, who found the original name excessively lengthy and cumbersome. Consequently, he introduced this name ahead of the storyline. The crowd gazed at Wukong in astonishment, completely unaware of his presence. Yet they could distinctly sense the cataclysmic energy pulsating within him, truly formidable. Without further ado, why don't you showcase the fruits of your training? Wukong suggested. All right then, Frieza replied. I shall earnestly display my true power. With that, Frieza spread his arms wide, as if welcoming the applause of the world, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, a vast explosion of golden radiance erupted from Frieza, enveloping him entirely, and the very sky was bathed in this resplendent hue. The brilliance of the radiance rendered the crowd unable to open their eyes. The entire sky was shrouded in ominous dark clouds, as lightning and tornadoes suddenly descended, ruthlessly ravaging the land. The surface of the sea became encrusted with frost, while the towering mountains split apart, and the ground trembled under the weight of this overwhelming force. In an instant, the golden light receded, converging entirely into Frieza's being. Frieza's form transformed, resplendent with a glimmering golden hue, emanating an aura of radiant gold. The golden aura emanating from this form is distinct from that of the Super Saiyan state. Its momentum and energy have ascended to a divine level. Oh, quite impressive indeed. It appears that this transformation is far more than merely a gilded exterior. Upon sensing the presence of golden Frieza, Doubi remarked, truly remarkable. Goku could not help but agree. Frieza's current strength was most palpable to him, as he bore the brunt of it. Vegeta could sense it as well. The energy radiating from Frieza in this state seemed to subtly surpass both himself and Goku. Is that really Frieza? Krillin gasped in astonishment at the overwhelming aura. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow, stating, the power is unfathomable. Even Master Roshi expressed his astonishment at the being who transcended logic. Frieza chuckled heartily, haha. It seems the audience is taken aback by my appearance. Goku replied, the one most astonished is I. Initially, I thought the golden hue rather mundane. Yet it is quite striking. A simple name would suffice. Let us call it Golden Frieza, shall we? Frieza wagged his finger playfully. Golden Frieza? Indeed, quite fitting, Goku concurred. I believe you realize that it is not merely the color that has intensified. Certainly, while I anticipated your transformation, I did not expect such strength. I feel my energy has surpassed yours. I would argue we are evenly matched. No, I am stronger. That is not the case. I maintain we are on par. There is no need to argue. A match will reveal the truth. Frieza waved dismissively. Very well, Goku replied. Chapter 75, Ultra Blue Goku vs. Golden Frieza. Frieza clenched his fists, seemingly attuned to the immense power coursing through him. Then, with a calm demeanor, he stated, Farewell, Son Goku. Huh? From this moment, I shall step into the realm of the unknown. Although this is not my intent, I may inadvertently end your life in an instant. Hence, I bid you farewell in advance. Your insincerity is infuriating, yet this time, it may indeed be possible, so I find myself rather eager. Humph. Frieza huffed in response. Goku assumed a fighting stance, and the two adversaries began to confront each other. Suddenly, Frieza unleashed a powerful shout, and his body ignited with golden energy, transforming into a radiant beam that charged toward Goku. Goku erupted with a cerulean brilliance, meeting him head-on. In an instant, the two clashed, sending ripples of transparent energy through the sky. Wow, impressive, Doubi exclaimed, gazing upward. Don't get lost in admiration. Help defend against the scattered attacks, Vegeta urged. As Goku and Frieza engaged in their fierce battle, the shockwaves radiated outward. Oh, right. As the battle raged on, Doubi soared into the sky, skillfully dispersing the energy projectiles. Meanwhile, Goku found himself struggling against Frieza, who was indeed correct in asserting that his power had surpassed Goku's. However, swiftly vanquishing Goku was far from feasible, leading to a stalemate in their combat. Die, Son Goku. Frieza roared, unleashing a golden beam of energy towards him. In response, Goku rapidly released the Kamehameha, countering Frieza's onslaught. The sky witnessed a spectacular collision of blue and gold beams. Initially, Goku found himself at a disadvantage, having hastily launched his attack. Yet, he was not one to concede so easily. Behold, he declared, as the Azure Kamehameha gradually began to push back the golden energy wave. Submit, Frieza bellowed, amplifying the intensity of his energy wave. In an instant, the very force that Goku had just pushed back surged forward once more. Not yet, Goku shouted defiantly, further enhancing the energy of his Kamehameha. Frieza, feeling the pressure, grew anxious. He had previously dominated in hand-to-hand combat, but now, during this clash of energy waves, he found himself unable to overpower Goku as before. The confrontation resembled a fierce wrestling match, with the momentum shifting back and forth. Frieza, I must admit, I never anticipated you would become this formidable, Goku remarked, even as he maintained the struggle. It's too late for you to realize that. Now, prepare to meet your end, Frieza retorted, intensifying the energy of his wave once more. Goku, undeterred, bolstered the output of his Kamehameha. The two forces collided, compressing against each other, miraculously avoiding an explosion and instead transforming into a dazzling display of scattered light. As fists and feet began to clash once more, the two warriors reveled in their exhilarating exchange. Wow, this is quite the spectacle, Doubi remarked, observing the ripples created by their battle in the sky. Why aren't they joining Goku? Bulma complained, noticing Vegeta and Doubi standing idly by, choosing to spectate rather than assist. Had Doubi heard her, he might have replied, Goku prefers not to have anyone interrupt his battles. This is a tradition of martial artists, a one-on-one, fair combat. Vegeta would not engage in such a manner. Nor would Doubi. I apologize for the wait. Unbeknownst to us, Whis and Beerus have already arrived. Chapter 75, Super Blue Goku vs. Golden Frieza, Part 2. I apologize for the delay. It appears Whis and Beerus have graced us with their presence. Lord Beerus and Whis, you truly have come? Everyone was taken aback. Where's the extravagant strawberry parfait? Whis inquired with a smile. We have traveled a great distance, and if it does not meet our expectations, I might just destroy the earth, Beerus threatened. I understand. Fortunately, I prepared an extra, Bulma replied as she went to fetch the extravagant strawberry parfait. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between Goku and Frieza raged on, causing tremendous commotion. However, Beerus and Whis remained unfazed, indulging in the extravagant strawberry parfait. They even had the leisure to eat amidst the chaos. Truly divine beings, existing on an entirely different plane from us. Beerus scooped up some parfait with his spoon and tasted it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Well, this exceeds my expectations. He then turned his gaze towards Whis. It was worth the journey, wasn't it, Whis? Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis responded with a smile. The two connoisseurs began to savor the parfait, seemingly indifferent to Goku's peril. Meanwhile, Goku was sent flying, crashing into the lake below, sending up countless splashes. Yet, he quickly soared back into the sky. Just then, Frieza charged at Goku again, prompting Goku to retreat a few meters. The two resumed their aerial clash, creating a spectacle of spiraling brilliance. I wonder if I can contain myself, Doubi thought, feeling an urge to join the fray as he observed Goku and Frieza's battle. Humph. Vegeta let out a soft snort, his sentiments echoing Doubi's, yet despite his intense desire, he would not interfere with Goku's fight. It seems Frieza has become significantly stronger, Beerus remarked, looking up at the sky. At that moment, Goku found himself ensnared by Frieza's tail, rendered unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza struck Goku mercilessly, who could only endure the onslaught in silence. Indeed, Goku is facing quite a challenge, was commented. No wonder he was resurrected specifically with the Dragon Balls, Beerus noted, taking another bite of parfait. Surely, he must have undergone training as well. After Frieza launched several attacks on Goku, he delivered a powerful punch to Goku's abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of bile. Following that, Frieza gripped his hands like a hammer and forcefully slammed Goku down from the sky. Goku crashed directly into the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Frieza followed Goku down, intending to capitalize on the moment to continue his assault. However, Goku quickly reacted, placing his hands on the ground and, leveraging the momentum, executed a swift kick that sent the descending Frieza flying away. The force of the kick left Frieza dazed, sending him hurtling through the air for several meters before he regained his composure. Gasping slightly, Goku took a moment to catch his breath. He had endured several strikes from Frieza, which had significantly drained his stamina. It seems I am at a disadvantage, he mused, yet I must admit, you are indeed formidable. It has taken me considerable time to reach this level of proficiency, Goku remarked. Indeed, while he had spent years honing his skills, Frieza had achieved this prowess in a mere 4 months. The terrifying speed of cultivation left Goku astonished. Had I not proclaimed earlier that my energy surpasses yours? Facing Goku's declaration, Frieza felt a sense of pride. Your performance is indeed valiant, yet even if you ascend to the realm of gods, you remain merely a scion, not exceptionally powerful. As Frieza spoke, he soared towards Goku. This time, I shall shatter you into pieces, just as you wish. Upon reaching Goku, Frieza revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 76, The 3v3 Standoff. After I eliminate you, I shall send Vegeta and your cherished friends to the underworld. You need not worry about solitude. As he uttered these words, Frieza cast his gaze towards the others. It was then that he noticed Beerus, who was indulging in food. He froze in disbelief. Beerus. Frieza's mouth agape, his eyes fixed on Beerus, his face contorted in panic, which startled Gak. Who was Frieza? He was once the illustrious emperor of the universe, a figure so formidable that even the universe's patrols would steer clear of him. The mere mention of the god of destruction from his lips is utterly convincing. I truly believe this time. He is indeed Lord Beerus, Gak whispered to Krillin. Indeed, I was equally astonished the first time I encountered Lord Beerus. Who would have imagined that the being most akin to a deity would not be a god, but rather the magnificent god of destruction, a revelation that is truly astonishing. Krillin murmured, but he soon felt the icy glare from Beerus behind him. He quickly fell silent. What is it, Frieza? To dare to address me by name? You possess quite the audacity, remarked Beerus with a cold smirk. Frieza was drenched in cold sweat, hastily bowing in midair before Beerus. I was unaware that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, had personally arrived on Earth. Frieza stammered, fully aware of his enhanced power, yet acutely cognizant of the chasm separating him from Beerus. Do not concern yourself. I have not come to annihilate you. You are free to battle Son Goku as you wish, but should you disturb my meal, I shall obliterate you, Beerus declared, casually devouring the strawberries in his hand. You wouldn't intervene, would you? Frieza asked nervously. No, I have stated that it is entirely up to you. The god of destruction does not take sides, Beerus replied, placing his hands on his hips. What? You want to assist? Bulma, who had been lurking nearby, was momentarily taken aback by his words. A contest is a contest. Since you are here, you might as well drive Frieza away, or we shall all meet our demise. Do not bother me. As long as there is delicious food, I shall come to your aid. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Bulma let out a sigh upon witnessing the scene. Subsequently, everyone gathered behind Beerus and Whis. Permit me to continue my vengeance, Frieza declared, turning back to face Goku. I shall reduce you to cosmic dust. Goku chuckled, assuming a combat stance once more. At that moment, a purple energy beam suddenly shot towards Goku, its speed so astonishing that nearly all present could scarcely react. Moreover, the beam was aimed directly at Goku's heart. Just as the beam seemed poised to strike him, it is vital to remember that nearly all were caught off guard. With a resounding clap, Doubi appeared behind Goku as if teleporting, swatting the beam away with his hand. Come forth, ambusher. I have long since detected your presence, Doubi remarked, brushing off his smoking hand. An ambush? I merely thought my brother's speed was rather sluggish. A voice reminiscent of Frieza's chimed in. Emerging was a figure somewhat akin to Frieza's final form, yet exuding a metallic aura. Beside him stood another individual resembling Frieza's second form, albeit with distinct differences. This being bore curved horns, a nose as prominent as Frieza's, a tail, and 6 toes. I require no assistance from you, Frieza retorted, evidently vexed. Alas, who could blame you for being so weak? A Saiyan monkey has taken you this long to subdue, the other individual scoffed. Today shall mark our day of retribution. The figure next to him, King Cold, interjected. Do you recognize these two? Goku seemed to recall one of them after a moment's thought. Guldo? I believed you had been obliterated. Son Goku, I am surprised you still remember me, Guldo smirked. Thanks to the power of the Dragon Balls, I was resurrected from the depths of space. Chapter 76, The 3v3 Scenario, Part 2. Oh, I can see you've grown stronger as well, Goku replied. Indeed, like my brother. I have returned with newfound strength, Guldo grinned. This fellow has also been revived. The situation grows increasingly dire. Wait, the individual beside him is brother, father. Son Goku is my target for vengeance. I do not wish for you to interfere, Frieza frowned. Guldo laughed. My apologies. It seems our targets for revenge overlap. Humph. It is I who shall slay Son Goku. Humph. Science. This time, our Frieza race shall eradicate you completely. Kurdish King. I said, do you perceive us as mere air? Doubi interjected, interrupting their dialogue. Doubi, leave Gula to me, Vegeta suddenly spoke. Hee, you truly are cunning, Vegeta. In that case, I shall target the tall one, Doubi chuckled. Vegeta advanced, soaring before Gula. Is that all you've got? Gula regarded Vegeta with a hint of disdain. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, and then, with a mighty shout, a radiant azure light erupted from him. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, I forgot to mention, I also possess the form of Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta remarked with a smile at the astonished Gula. Is that so? In this state, you indeed have the right to challenge me. However, it matters not. After I dispose of you, I shall eliminate Son Goku. Upon finishing his declaration, Gula unleashed a dark purple aura, charging at Vegeta. Oh, is that so? Vegeta replied with a cold smirk, rushing forward to meet him. It seems no one is in the way now, Frieza sneered, redirecting his attention to Goku. This time, I will end you. I've already told you, no more chatter, bring it on. After a brief exchange, the two resumed their fierce battle. You were Frieza's father? Doubi politely conversed with his opponent before engaging in combat. Indeed, what of it? Are you afraid? The Kurdish king displayed a contemptuous grin. No. Since you are his father, you should be stronger than him, Doubi paused. But I find it curious that you appear to be the weakest among the three. Is that so? You shall find out soon enough. The Kurdish king laughed heartily, then surged forth, enveloped in dark purple energy, charging at Doubi. Very well. Let me see for myself, Doubi replied, also rushing forward. Bang, 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 bang. As the two clashed, countless invisible ripples filled the air. Coupled with the seismic disturbances from Goku and Frieza, as well as Vegeta and Gula's combat, our Earth began to tremble. The scene seems to have grown quite lively, Whis observed, gazing at the 6 figures in the sky. The ground is shaking. At this rate, it seems the Earth may be destroyed, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. He then turned to Whis and said, Whis. I understand. Whis promptly comprehended Beerus's intent. He lifted his staff and gently tapped it against the ground, causing green ripples to swiftly expand from the point of impact. ultimately enveloping the entire planet. Consequently, the Earth ceased its trembling. Now, everything is in order. Chapter 77. The Triumvirate's ultimate technique. After an intense exchange of blows, Doubi seized upon a momentary lapse in King Kurd's defenses, delivering a powerful strike to his face that sent the king hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the rocks behind him. Coughing, King Kurd staggered to his feet, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Is that all you've got? Hurry up and show your true abilities," Doubi remarked, choosing not to pursue his opponent, but rather standing his ground to observe. "Very well, as you wish," King Kurd bellowed, his body beginning to radiate a grayish-white luminescence. "Ah, yet another transformation," Beerus commented leisurely. "Hee," Doubi replied, watching King Kurd as he transformed, refraining from interrupting, silently poised for action. As with Frieza's recent metamorphosis into his golden form, the world around them shifted in response. Once the grayish-white glow dissipated, King Kurd's new appearance was revealed. The two horns atop his head had vanished. His battle attire was nowhere to be seen, and his entire form now shimmered in a uniform grayish-white hue, enveloped in an aura of ethereal energy. "Now this is more like it," Doubi said, clenching his fists, a sense of anticipation building within him. "Humph, if you beg for mercy now, I might grant you a swift demise," King Kurd proclaimed, the transformation seemingly endowing him with newfound confidence. However, Doubi's response was an immediate punch to the face. "Enough talk," Doubi shouted. King Kurd raised his arm to block the blow. "Very well, I shall make your death a most unpleasant spectacle," he retorted, extending his empty left hand and launching a strike at Doubi. Doubi raised his other arm, successfully defending against the attack. Leaning slightly forward, he executed a sweeping kick toward King Kurd's legs, unbalancing him. Seizing the opportunity, Doubi struck King Kurd's arm, his fist emanating a brilliant blue light. Boom! In an instant, the energy erupted, resulting in a violent explosion that sent King Kurd flying. Doubi, seizing the momentum, pursued the trajectory of the king's flight. He positioned himself before King Kurd, who was still in midair, and, locking his hands into a hammer form, struck him downwards with tremendous force. "Take this," Doubi exclaimed, swinging his arms as he unleashed 3 energy projectiles toward the ground. "Don't get too cocky." The King of Kurd steadied himself and unleashed several dark red energy blasts towards Doubi. The energy projectiles from both sides collided mid-air, erupting in a dazzling explosion of colors. At this moment, Goku and Frieza were locked in an intense battle. Due to Doubi's influence, Goku's strength exceeded that of his original portrayal, allowing him to withstand Frieza's overwhelming energy without succumbing to it. Moreover, Frieza had yet to fully acclimate to his golden form, and as time progressed, his stamina began to wane. Gradually, Goku started to gain the upper hand. On the other front, Vegeta faced Gula, who possessed power rivaling that of Golden Frieza. However, Gula's familiarity with this strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's prowess. Consequently, Gula found himself in a predicament, brimming with power yet unable to unleash it to its full potential. Damn it! Damn it! Gula roared in frustration, refusing to accept defeat at the hands of a Saiyan monkey. Yet, his fury only exacerbated his injuries. After all, he was not a Saiyan whose anger could catalyze newfound strength. "This time, there shall be no resurrection," Vegeta bellowed as he unleashed his final flash towards Gula. Simultaneously, Goku directed his Super Kamehameha at Frieza. The battle seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Oh dear. It appears that Frieza and his allies are on the verge of being defeated by Goku, Whis observed. Humph, it was about time, especially that Doubi. Still playing around at this stage, Beerus remarked. Meanwhile, Doubi noted, "Oh, Goku and his companions are quite swift." Amidst the chaos of battle, Doubi found moments to observe Goku's fight. "I must also intensify my efforts," he declared, redirecting his attention to the beleaguered King of Kurd. The king's energy was nearly depleted, barely holding on. "Well, farewell," Doubi mused, gathering a Kamehameha in his hands, mirroring Goku's earlier actions. Wait. The King of Kurd realized Doubi's intentions and attempted to speak. But it was too late as Doubi unleashed the Kamehameha towards him. Damn it. This. Frieza desperately tried to fend off the onslaught of the Kamehameha. But his exhausted form was no match for Goku's power. Impossible, Gula exclaimed, launching his supernova in an attempt to counter Vegeta's final flash, only to be pierced through by it. Simultaneously, the King of Kurd was struck head-on by the Kamehameha. Boom, boom, boom. The assault from the 3 parties erupted simultaneously, with blue and golden rays illuminating the entire sky. The surrounding space began to tremble, manifesting countless fissures. The fabric of the Dragon Ball universe is remarkably resilient. Yet even it could not withstand the divine-level energy waves unleashed by the trio, ultimately fracturing under the pressure. "Ah, Lord Beerus, it seems the situation has escalated," was remarked, observing the ruptured space above with a smile. "I am well aware without your prompting." Beerus had ceased his meal, his full attention now fixated on the battle unfolding before him involving the 6 combatants. This could lead to complications. The destruction of cosmic space may invite dimensional breaches. Was cautioned. The space should hold for a while longer. Let them restore it after the battle concludes. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. After all, it was their mess, and they ought to assist in rectifying it. Once the explosion subsided, the battered forms of Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold emerged, barely able to stand due to their exhaustion. Goku, Vegeta, and Doubi descended from the sky, advancing towards them. "What should we do?" Doubi asked Goku. If it were solely up to him, he would eliminate the 3 immediately, eradicating any future threat. After all, none of them were virtuous, and their hearts were steeped in cruelty. However, with Goku present, he felt compelled to seek his counsel. "Leave now, do not commit further evil," Goku declared. Indeed, Goku remained as benevolent as ever. Doubi thought to himself with a wry smile. "Kakarot, are you truly going to let them go?" Vegeta questioned. "Well, if they commit evil again, we shall defeat them once more," Goku replied. "What?" Frieza, upon hearing Goku's words, was instantly reminded of the scene on Namek. "I shared a portion of my energy with you. You should survive the explosion of the planet, Frieza. Do not return to your wicked ways. I wish to never see your face again," the Golden Super Saiyan, Goku, had declared then. Now, the present Goku mirrored that very moment. "Son Goku," Cooler exclaimed, his eyes wide with humiliation, feeling the same indignation as Frieza. The mighty emperor of the universe, reduced to such disgrace by his adversary. What a farce. Die. In their fury, the two launched a planet-destroying attack on Earth. However, it proved ineffective. "Is it really necessary for you to act this way?" Doubi shrugged, glancing at the stunned Frieza and Cooler. Chapter 78, Demonization. Goku, seeing them in this state, "Can you still let them go?" In the midst of the confrontation, Wukong paused, grappling with the weight of his decision to eliminate the trio before him. Yet, had it not been for White's protective measures surrounding Earth, the planet would have met its demise. With a heavy heart, he finally nodded in reluctant agreement, uttering, "Very well. Farewell, and do not return to life." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta sprang into action, directing his right hand towards the 3 individuals, gathering a cerulean sphere of energy. "Wait," King Cold attempted to interject, but Vegeta afforded him no opportunity for discourse, declaring, "Farewell." With the characteristic sound of a key blast, the azure beam enveloped the trio entirely. At first glance, it appeared that all had concluded. However, a moment of perplexity struck Doubi. He sensed an anomaly. The essences of Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold, which should have vanished, not only persisted but seemed to swell with newfound vigor. What? Vegeta too discerned this unsettling transformation. This sensation, dispatching these Saiyan apes, is akin to child's play. Came Cooler's voice from the billowing smoke of the explosion. "Indeed. Let us continue our quest for vengeance," echoed Frieza's tone. You shall pay for your earlier transgressions," proclaimed King Cold. Wukong, taken aback, observed their increased strength with astonishment. "How intriguing," Doubi remarked, a hint of delight in his demeanor. After all, such an anticlimactic conclusion would have been far too mundane. As for the sudden surge in their power, that could be addressed later. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the forms of the trio. Their muscles had grotesquely swelled, rendering them more muscular than any bodybuilder. Strange dark red patterns appeared across their bodies, and their aura now emanated a foreboding essence of death. Oh, their power has indeed amplified, though the method is rather crude. Even Wukong and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms would find it challenging to contend with them, White observed. His keen insight quickly discerned the drawbacks of this augmentation. Although their strength had increased, such actions were merely siphoning their vitality, exhausting their physical potential. This approach is utterly inadvisable, akin to depleting a lake of its fish. King Kurd charged towards Doubi with astonishing speed, creating an afterimage even in the eyes of Wukong and Vegeta. Doubi attempted to strike King Kurd with a punch, but it missed entirely. "I am right here," came the voice of King Kurd from behind Doubi. In an instant, Doubi was sent flying by a kick from King Kurd. King Kurd laughed maniacally, swiftly appearing before Doubi. With a flick of his tail, he ensnared Doubi completely. Subsequently, he unleashed a frenzy of punches upon Doubi. Strangely, Doubi did not utter a single cry of pain amidst the assault. King Kurd seemed oblivious to this fact, having transformed. He appeared to plunge into a state of lost rationality. Ha ha, perish. After delivering a series of blows to Doubi, King Kurd grasped Doubi's face with one hand, which began to emanate a purple glow. Boom. A shock wave erupted from his hand, engulfing Doubi. Meanwhile, on Wukong's side, TSK, you look utterly disheveled now. Frieza remarked with a cruel smile at the fallen Wukong. The battle is far from over. Yet, Wukong refused to concede. Ho 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 ho, is that so? Frieza momentarily paused, then succumbed to deeper fury. Very well, dying so easily would be too merciful. With a sinister grin, Frieza bound Wukong with his tail, rendering him immobile. Let me enjoy this, Frieza declared, delivering a brutal elbow strike to Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Wukong involuntarily cried out in pain. Yes, just like that, continue to wail. Frieza had completely lost his sanity. Chapter 78, The Transformation, Part 2. Yes, just like that, continue to wail. Frieza had completely lost his sanity. On Vegeta's front, Saiyan Monkey. Weren't you just a bit too arrogant? Gula deliberately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, pressing Vegeta down to the ground with one hand, forcing him into intimate contact with Mother Earth. You scoundrel! Vegeta seethed with fury at Gula's treatment, yet found himself unable to break free. This is dire. Wukong and the others watched with great concern. The three seemed to have fallen into peril. How long does he intend to toy with them? Bills, however, remained unfazed. Oh, I reckon he just wishes to play. Whis remarked with a smile. Play. Krillin was taken aback by this statement. Are you suggesting that Doubi has yet to reveal his true abilities? Indeed, Whis nodded slightly. Have you not noticed? His body has not sustained any injuries thus far. They focused their gaze and indeed found it to be true. No matter how fiercely King Kurd attacked Doubi, Doubi did not emit a single cry of anguish. How dull. Why do you not scream? Cry out. It seemed that King Kurd had lost interest in continuing to torment Doubi. He released his hold on Doubi, allowing him to collapse to the ground. He raised his left hand, extending his index finger, from which a small, dark red energy orb crackling with lightning emerged. This technique was known as the Dark Death Bomb. The Dark Death Bomb expanded, pulsated, and compressed between King Kurd's fingers until it transformed into a massive energy sphere with a radius of 20 meters. Die! King Kurd bellowed, hurling the energy sphere towards Doubi. It appeared as though Doubi was about to be struck by the Dark Death Bomb. However, at the very moment the Dark Death Bomb was about to collide with him, Doubi raised his left hand. Pressing his hand against the Dark Death Bomb, he halted its advance, rendering it immobile. Sighing, Doubi expressed his disappointment, believing him to be a worthy opponent, and had even endured his attacks, only to find it truly disappointing. A look of disillusionment crossed his face as he spoke. What did you say? King Kurd was immediately incensed by these words. Just as Frieza had been enraged by Goku in the past, King Kurd was similarly provoked by Doubi's remarks. Do not let your pride overwhelm you, King Kurd roared, suddenly increasing the energy output of the Dark Death Bomb. Instantly, the Dark Death Bomb swelled as if it had consumed a power-enhancing pill. Yet, despite its expansion, it remained firmly pressed down by Doubi, unable to budge an inch. King Kurd attempted to detonate the Dark Death Bomb directly, but he was unable to do so. Aside from increasing the energy output, he had lost the ability to maintain control over the Dark Death Bomb. Well, never mind. I shall cease this game, Doubi suddenly declared. Then, with a gentle exertion of his left hand, he pushed the Dark Death Bomb forward. With that single push, the Dark Death Bomb was sent hurtling towards King Kurd. What? King Kurd stared in disbelief as his own Dark Death Bomb rushed towards him. However, the Dark Death Bomb would not be as dazed as he was. During his moment of shock, it reached him in an instant. King Kurd finally regained his senses, spreading his arms in an attempt to catch the Dark Death Bomb. Yet, he not only failed to halt its advance, but was also forced to retreat. Farewell, King Kurd. May you fare well in the underworld. Doubi then used his left hand to amplify the energy of the Dark Death Sphere. The Dark Death Sphere completely engulfed King Kurd. After absorbing King Kurd, the Dark Death Sphere suddenly contracted and then exploded. Ag! King Kurd let out a wretched scream before disintegrating into dust. Chapter 79, Super Blue Kaioken. See, I was not mistaken. Witnessing Doubi eliminate King Kurd, Whis remarked. However, Goku and Vegeta are indeed in a precarious situation, Beerus added. Doubi, Hurry and assist Goku and Vegeta. Bulma urged as she noticed Doubi was now free to act. But Doubi did not move. He simply stood there, silently observing Goku and Vegeta. Then he spoke. This is their battle. I cannot interfere. Doubi understood well that in a one-on-one confrontation, Goku and Vegeta would never allow anyone to disrupt their fight. If Doubi were to join in, it would become a two-on-one scenario. Thus, Doubi chose not to intervene. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in Goku and Vegeta. He believed they would undoubtedly prevail against Frieza and Cooler. After all, they are warriors driven by immense conviction, and in that regard, Frieza and Cooler could never match them. It is precisely for this reason that Goku and Vegeta can continuously surpass their own limits. Doubi anticipated that Goku and Vegeta would once again break through their boundaries in this battle. Hey, if this continues, they will lose their lives. Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Enough. It is futile. Even if he were willing, Goku and Vegeta would not accept his assistance, Beerus stated. Why is it like this? Bulma felt somewhat helpless. Now, we can only trust in them, was chuckled. Meanwhile, on Goku's side. Yeah, Goku seized an opportunity, grasping Frieza's tail and swinging him around before flinging him away. However, Frieza quickly stabilized himself in midair. Gasping for breath, Goku took a moment to recover his stamina. Then, he addressed Frieza. Your strength is indeed formidable with my current abilities. I am not your match. Are you conceding, Son Goku? A look of astonishment flickered across Frieza's face, only to vanish swiftly. Given his now significant power, it was understandable for an opponent to yield. No, Frieza, you are mistaken. When did I ever say I would concede? Goku clenched his fists, gazing at Frieza. His eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Our battle is far from over. Suddenly, Yukong let out a furious roar towards the heavens. The azure aura enveloping him swelling immensely. The transformation did not go unnoticed, and the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Among them, Vegeta exhibited the most pronounced reaction, as he was acutely aware of what this manifestation signified. It was the Kaioken. A flicker of resentment crossed Vegeta's face. His first defeat in life had been at the hands of Yukong's Kaioken, leaving him utterly powerless, akin to a mere human punching bag. In an instant, a torrent of crimson energy erupted around the blue aura, swirling like serrated edges. Beerus, taken aback, set down his spoon, astonished. Yukong, you possess such hidden abilities. He remarked to Whis. I just heard them refer to this technique as the Kaioken. Whis confirmed. Indeed, it appears to be a skill developed by the Kai. I never anticipated Yukong would master it. Truly an unexpected display of power. The Super Blue Kaioken? It was surprising that Yukong had already harnessed it. Dispo, too, felt a twinge of astonishment. He had once learned the Kaioken from Yukong and was thus well acquainted with the technique. However, he hadn't anticipated that Yukong would be able to wield it prior to the martial arts tournament against the Sixth Universe. Although it was merely a single-fold Kaioken, the amplification it provided was not to be underestimated. Yukong's hair shimmered with a subtle crimson hue, resembling purple locks. Frieza, let us continue. With a swift motion, Yukong charged towards Frieza, enveloped in a blazing sphere of energy. The very fabric of space quivered under the intensity of his fiery aura. Is this a joke? Krillin gasped. The scene reminiscent of their previous battles against the Saiyans. Go for it, Wukong, he shouted with fervor. Humph, is it that technique again? Frieza immediately recognized Wukong's maneuver. During their encounter on Namek, he had suffered at the hands of Wukong, who then possessed a battle power of merely 3 million while utilizing a 20-fold Kaioken. That memory was still vivid in his mind. However, this technique no longer holds any power over me. Frieza roared, his dark, lethal aura surging forth. In an instant, a blood-red energy sphere coalesced in Frieza's left hand, hurtling towards Wukong. Dragon Fist Explosion. A magnificent golden dragon coiled around Wukong, exuding an imposing presence. With its jaws agape, it lunged directly at Frieza. Die! Frieza let out a thunderous roar, transforming the crimson energy sphere in his grasp into a radiant blade of energy, which he fiercely cleaved towards the colossal dragon before him. The surrounding space began to buckle under the strain, fragments cascading downward. A multitude of spatial shards descended upon the earth, eroding the ground and creating a vast chasm. That Goku, even in battle, lacks any semblance of restraint. Whis could not help but lament. If this continues, this space is truly on the verge of complete collapse. Humph, I shall repair it shortly. Beerus scoffed. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, It appears you are the weakest among the three, Guara mocked Vegeta, who was pinned to the ground. Still reeling from the surprise of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken. What did you say? Vegeta's pride could not tolerate such an insult. The weakest of the three? What a jest. He is the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Do not underestimate me. I am Vegeta. As he proclaimed this, a celestial blue aura erupted around him, reminiscent of a starry sky. Harnessing this newfound power, Vegeta broke free from Guara's grasp. What? Guara seemed taken aback by Vegeta's sudden surge of strength, momentarily stunned. In a battle of this caliber, such hesitation could prove fatal. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a powerful punch that landed squarely on Guara's chin. The impact caused Guara to jerk his neck, emitting a series of strange sounds. The excruciating pain from the blow momentarily clouded Guara's vision. Despite his superior strength, he was still vulnerable. The strike to his trigeminal nerve resulted in a brief loss of balance, akin to the way a heavy punch in boxing can render an opponent unconscious. Vegeta had poured all his might into that punch, breaking through Guara's defenses in an instant. Taking advantage of Guara's disorientation and dizziness, Vegeta relentlessly continued his assault. In this instance, he gathered the azure energy within his palm and unleashed it upon Gula's neck. Boom. The explosive force of the energy erupted, propelling Gula backwards several meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Rapidly, Vegeta extended his arms, launching a relentless barrage of energy blasts at Gula. Chapter 80. Conclusion. Gula was rendered incapable of response, left vulnerable as Vegeta pelted him with a frenzied onslaught of energy projectiles. In that moment, the sky was ablaze with flames, obscuring the view of the unfolding chaos. After a vigorous assault of energy blasts, Vegeta opened his arms wide, and a sphere of golden energy coalesced instantaneously in his grasp. With a brilliant flash, he declared, and a 10-meter-long golden beam shot forth from his hands, ruthlessly aimed at Gula. Unlike them, though Gula's energy intensity reached divine levels, his aura remained uncontained, revealing his inability to conceal his power. This rendered him as conspicuous as a light bulb in the night. Even amidst the obscuring haze, Vegeta could precisely pinpoint his location. In contrast, Gula found himself unable to do the same, relegated to a passive stance, enduring the assault. Damn it, Gula cursed, then concentrated all his energy for defense. Boom. The ultimate flash struck Gula, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, the already shattered space was further obliterated. Something feels awry. Doubi gestured toward the sky, sensing a disquieting shift. He could feel the very fabric of space before him fracturing. This sensation differs greatly from when he previously shattered space with his fist. A premonition stirred within him. If this space continued to deteriorate, the universe itself would face obliteration. Contemplating this, Doubi cast a glance towards Whis. Whis. It seems this space is on the brink of collapse. Indeed, Whis replied with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending crisis. What should we do to mend it? I fear dire consequences if this persists, Doubi inquired earnestly. Restoring it is quite simple, Whis stated, waving his staff nonchalantly. However, he suddenly paused, directing his gaze at Beerus. The energy required to repair this space must come from you. After all, you are the ones who caused this mess, Beerus retorted grumpily. Haha, Doubi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. In the midst of the battle, he had already reined himself in, yet he never anticipated that the space would be so severely damaged. Although Goku and Vegeta had also played their part in this predicament, the destruction of space had left Earth in a state of disarray. If things continued down this path, Earth would soon meet its demise. We cannot allow this to persist. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Having spent so much time on Earth alongside Mr. Popo, he regarded it as his home. Yet today, it was being ravaged due to the conflict among four individuals. Indeed, it must be repaired, otherwise neither Lord Beerus nor I will be able to indulge in Earth's culinary delights. Whis remarked. Mr. Whis, do you have a solution? Bulma urgently asked. Everyone gazed at him with hopeful eyes, not only because Earth was their home, but also because their loved ones resided on this planet. They could not bear the thought of losing their family and friends. There is a method, but it requires Doubi's assistance, Whis replied nonchalantly. Very well, Doubi nodded. Is it just energy you need? I have plenty of that. What must I do? Release the energy within you in a form you are most proficient at. And remember to keep it stable, Whis instructed. Doubi extended his hand, gathering a yellow energy sphere, and asked, what next? Next, you must infuse your energy into it. Understood, Doubi declared, channeling his energy into the yellow sphere. Buzz. In an instant, the yellow energy sphere expanded dramatically before being compressed back down. Gradually, several strands of blue energy lightning entwined around it, colliding and sparking in a melodious display. "Ah, that will suffice," was stated, tapping the yellow energy sphere in Doubi's hand with his staff. Chapter 8. End. Part 2. "Ah, that will suffice." Weiss gently tapped the yellow energy sphere in Doubi's hand with his staff. The energy sphere was drawn into the staff, and then Weiss waved it towards the fractured space in the sky. A cascade of green light shimmered through the rifts, and the spatial tiers began to close at a visibly rapid pace. "Well, now there's no need for concern," Weiss remarked with a smile. "Impressive, Weiss. How did you manage that?" Doubi exclaimed, taken aback by the display. "Haha, would you like to learn? It takes years of practice to master." Weiss responded with a chuckle. "Years?" Doubi tilted his head in surprise. "For now, let's watch Goku and the others." After battling with Frieza for a while, Goku finally seized an opening and hurled him into the sky. He then clasped his hands together and unleashed the Kamehameha wave. "Such a technique is futile against me," Frieza bellowed, his body enveloped in a surge of ominous black energy. For a moment, the Kamehameha wave could not even approach Frieza's form. But that was not the end. Goku's might was far from exhausted. "Experience my full power, Frieza," Goku declared, his resolve solidifying as his gaze became unwavering. "Kaioken times 4. With that exclamation, a crimson aura erupted around Goku, and simultaneously, the Kamehameha wave expanded dramatically, breaking through Frieza's energy defenses. "Impossible. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe." Frieza roared defiantly. Making one last stand, Goku felt as though his body was being torn apart. The pain was excruciating, truly. This marked his inaugural activation of the Ultra Blue state while utilizing the Kaioken technique, and the searing sensation was truly unbearable. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his refusal to concede defeat. "Drink up," Goku bellowed, pouring forth all his strength. With this unwavering conviction, the Kamehameha engulfed Frieza. How infuriating! Amidst the soaring azure light, Frieza's form disintegrated. His soul returned once more to the underworld, re-entering that garden, gasping for breath after all that transpired. Goku's hair reverted to black, and the blue aura surrounding him dissipated. Then he collapsed in a state of relief. "So tired," Goku murmured. "What a chaotic affair." Observing Goku in such a state, Doubi chuckled softly and approached his side. "Here, a Senzu bean." Doubi placed the bean into Goku's mouth. In an instant, Goku was rejuvenated, springing to his feet with a fish-like leap from the ground. "Thank you, Doubi." "No need for thanks. I imagine Vegeta will soon require one as well," Doubi remarked while casting his gaze skyward. Meanwhile, the battle on Vegeta's front was nearing its conclusion. Thanks to Vegeta's relentless efforts, Gula's wounds accumulated. Gradually, the side effects of his demonic enhancements became increasingly apparent. Gula was losing considerable stamina, ultimately rendering him incapable of contending with Vegeta any longer. Farewell. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. "Aya!" Gula screamed in agony before vanishing within the wave. Thus, the Frieza family met their demise together upon the earth. Finally, it is over. Indeed. Shall we throw a party to celebrate? Sounds great. I'm rather famished too, haha. The group returned to their ordinary routines. Chapter 81. Zampa. After defeating Frieza, Gula, and King Cold, Doubi, Goku, and Vegeta resumed their training on the God of Destruction's planet, Beerus. With the elevation of Goku and Vegeta's power levels, a new training option emerged, sparring with Whis. Consequently, each day, one could witness Goku and Vegeta in their Ultra Blue forms engaging in vigorous combat with Whis, though they rarely landed a hit on him. Doubi had been assigned a target by Whis to strike him 100 times daily, note, without the use of energy-based attacks, only hand-to-hand combat. This indeed poses a considerable challenge for Doubi. Confronted by Weiss, who possesses the realm of ultimate freedom, striking him proves to be an arduous task. While he can match Weiss in speed, his body lacks the ability to react instinctively. The essence of ultimate freedom, how does one truly attain such a state? After a day of practice, Doubi contemplated this as he lay in bed. This realm is utterly elusive to him. He has no inkling of how to instinctively evade danger. According to Weiss, even a deity of destruction struggles to master such a technique. Although he has undergone Weiss's training in this regard, he remains somewhat bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed. How does one enable the body to respond as the mind does? This perplexity weighs heavily on him, prompting him to seek clarification from Weiss. Yet, Weiss merely chuckles, asserting that this understanding must come from within, as each individual's mastery of the ultimate instinct is unique. In this respect, Do feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even familiarizing himself with the original narrative offers no solace. In the original tale, Goku inadvertently activated the ultimate instinct after being struck by a spirit bomb while in an unconscious state. Could it be that he must subject himself to a spirit bomb to see if it would yield the same results? Alas, such a notion is undoubtedly futile. At that moment, Goku was utterly exhausted, his body pushed to its limits. It was only when the energy resisting within him collided with the energy of the spirit bomb that he miraculously transcended his latent potential. The method for comprehending the ultimate essence of freedom, which boasts a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000, is unlikely to yield results for him even after being bombarded by energy blasts hundreds of times. But there is no need to rush. It is not something that can be conjured in a moment. Nevertheless, Doubi has chosen to cast this concern aside. If he cannot master it, then perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. He has already acquired much knowledge and does not need to be overly greedy. As for the ultimate essence of freedom, he will leave it to fate. With these thoughts, Doubi swiftly cleared his mind and succumbed to a deep slumber. The flavor of this black tea is exquisite. Whis held a steaming cup of black tea, savoring each sip. Beside him, Goku and Vegeta, clad in bulky gravity suits, were performing push-ups with a single finger. 49,995, 49,996, 50,000. They counted as they continued their arduous exercise. The effectiveness of these gravity suits surpassed that of Bulma's latest gravity chamber, rendering their bodies exceedingly heavy. How vexing. Vegeta still found time to converse amidst the struggle. Indeed, you two have acclimated well to your attire, Whis remarked while observing Goku and his companions. He then turned his attention to Doubi, who was honing his reflexes to danger. Noting his considerable progress, yet still far from mastering the ultimate essence of freedom, Whis mused to himself. Suddenly, sensing something unusual, Whis glanced skyward. A beam of violet light descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground and resulting in a tremendous explosion. The explosive sound resonated loudly. What on earth is happening? Doubi immediately sensed the presence of two deities, which he deduced to be Kappa and Beerus. However, the magnitude of the noise prompted him to glance towards Beerus's chamber. Realizing that Beerus would undoubtedly be awakened, he thought to himself that it was time to prepare for a hasty retreat. Chapter 81, Kappa Part 2, Indeed. Beerus would surely be roused, thus, a quick escape was imperative. This was truly vexing, as they always seemed to arrive unannounced. Whis remarked with a hint of exasperation. Is someone approaching? The recent explosion triggered by the radiant light descending to the ground caused Goku and Vegeta to cease their training. With a resounding bang, a large hole was blasted into the wall of the chamber. What? Goku and Vegeta exclaimed simultaneously, turning their heads. As anticipated, Doubi was already preparing to flee. I've told you countless times, do not disturb me during my nap. Beerus roared in fury, having been rudely awakened from his slumber. He instinctively assumed the three below were responsible, as they had been the source of noise lately. Could they possibly think it was us? Doubi pondered, feeling misunderstood. Enough chatter. Lord Beerus is about to unleash his wrath. Run, he warned, taking off at once. Huh? Goku and Vegeta found themselves momentarily bewildered. Above, Beerus pressed his palms together, summoning an energy sphere radiating a destructive purple aura. Ouch! Goku and Vegeta recognized Beerus's intent, coupled with Doubi's earlier warning, and swiftly realized the impending danger. They attempted to vacate the attack's radius, but unfortunately, their heavy gravity suits impeded their movements. Wait, Goku called out, hoping to dissuade Beerus. But the energy blast had already careened dangerously close to them. In a splendid display, they were hurled away by the explosion. However, this minor detonation posed little threat to Goku and Vegeta, who quickly rose to their feet. It's not over yet, Goku remarked, gazing at the multitude of energy blasts filling the sky. This time, it can be said that Beerus's accumulated irritation towards Goku, Vegeta, and Doubi reached a boiling point. Goku and Vegeta began a frantic escape. It was quite astonishing how suddenly the noise escalated. Whis calmly activated a green protective shield, isolating them from the external explosions and clamor. Quick, hide. Otherwise, you may lose your lives, Goku suggested amidst the rain of explosions. They were currently clad in heavy gravity suits, making movement rather cumbersome. Meanwhile, Doubi had already taken refuge long before them. That sly fellow, Goku and Vegeta thought in unison. On another side, Kappa and Vados had just landed. Kampa's appearance could be likened to a plump version of Lord Beerus, complete with a round face. You could have landed closer and more gracefully, Vados remarked, resembling Whis with her ponytail. The protagonist should make a grand entrance, Kampa replied, gesturing towards the blazing palace of Beerus with a thumbs-down signal. Look at their panic, Beerus, tremble in anticipation of my arrival. He then erupted into a lewd chuckle. Ah! Moments later, panting heavily, Kampa stood there drenched in sweat. You're too fat, Vados commented. Shut up, Kampa retorted, slightly irked. Let's hurry. How long will this dawdling take? Finally, Kampa, dripping with perspiration, arrived at the grand entrance of Beerus's palace. He produced a large bucket of an unknown beverage and began to drink heartily. You should control your intake of desserts, Vados advised. After walking so far, the calories should balance out perfectly, Kampa replied. Vados glanced at the crystal ball atop her staff. That's not true. Skipping dinner and tomorrow's breakfast is what would equal 0. Don't infuriate me, Kampa sulked at her remark but soon regained his spirits, dismissing such trivialities. With that, he cracked his knuckles. Knocking should be a lively affair, right? As he spoke, a purple energy sphere, radiating a sense of destruction, formed in his hand. Watch this, he declared, preparing to hurl the energy sphere. However, at that moment, bang, the door was suddenly blasted open from the inside. Kampa was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, while Vados enveloped herself in a purple defensive shield, swiftly departing from the scene. Soon, 2 dark figures surged out from within the door, prompting Kampa to lift his upper body in surprise. The 2 shadowy figures brushed past him, leaving him bewildered. What on earth is happening? Exclaimed Xiangpa, utterly perplexed. Just then, another dark silhouette rushed forth from within. In that moment, Kampa reacted promptly, swiftly evading the shadow that loomed before him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the figure soaring in the air was none other than Beerus. Hey, seeing Beerus, Kampa felt a surge of irritation. He had intended to make a grand entrance, only to find that Beerus had unceremoniously overshadowed him. However, it appeared that Beerus was oblivious to his presence, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Goku. Duplicity. Where are you, Vegeta? Ah, Beerus. Over here. Upon hearing the voice, Beerus instinctively hurled an energy blast in that direction. Kampa was taken aback by the sudden attack and hurriedly dodged. Ouch! What was that for? He exclaimed, as flames erupted around him. Hey, what are you playing at? Seizing a momentary gap in the barrage of energy blasts, Kampa shouted at Beerus. As his voice reverberated, a shockwave surged forth, disturbing the surrounding environment. Whose technique is that? Duplicity, who had taken refuge behind a rock, inquired. I have no idea. Is it a new move from Lord Beerus? Goku, hiding alongside Duplicity, speculated. After a deep breath, Kampa calmed himself. Just then, Beerus noticed him and ceased his onslaught. At that moment, Whis appeared through spatial movement. Is this how you welcome me? Kampa crossed his arms, his tone laced with displeasure. Beerus, seemingly failing to recognize him, asked. Who are you? Kampa was taken aback. Lord Kampa, your napkin. Vados, noticing the confusion, offered a napkin to Kampa. Quickly wiping his face, Kampa declared, It's me, Kampa. Oh, it's Kampa. What's the matter? Beerus replied nonchalantly. What do you mean, what's the matter? Suddenly launching energy blasts is incredibly dangerous. I nearly lost my life. Well, perhaps you were just too weak. Beerus descended before him, retorting, It would be better if you had lost your life. Fuming, Kampa shot back. How infuriating. You scoundrel. At this exchange, Vados and Whis exchanged glances and sighed. Such was the nature of the sibling rivalry between Beerus and Kampa. How rude to treat a guest this way. You are not a guest. I completely failed to notice your arrival. Chapter 82. The Martial Arts Tournament between the 7th and 6th Universes, Part 2. I completely failed to notice your arrival. Despite being known for instilling fear, he still insisted on maintaining a faade of strength. Indeed, that's Kampa, a true portly figure, Duplicity inwardly remarked upon witnessing the scene. So, how about it? Isn't my prowess superior? You must be envious, yearning for such power. Xiangpa chuckled. As depicted in the original narrative, Xiangpa engaged in a culinary contest with Beerus, only to be utterly defeated and subsequently ridiculed. Xiangpa instructed Beerus to search for Earth in the 6th universe, only to discover that humanity had long since perished there. Consequently, Xiangpa proposed a martial arts competition to Beerus, suggesting 5 participants to compete in a manner akin to the martial arts tournament. The first chosen would enter the arena, and upon defeating the opposing member, would have the opportunity to challenge the next, ultimately achieving victory by conquering all members. Beerus, however, expressed disinterest, questioning the benefit of such an endeavor. In response, Xiangpa mentioned the Super Dragon Balls, wagering 6 of them. Only 6? Beerus inquired. Without all 7, it holds no significance. Bulma can locate them. She should be able to. Goku interjected at that moment. Oh, is that so? Beerus asked. Yes. Bulma should have developed a radar to find the Super Dragon Balls, Vegeta added. However, he silently hoped that nothing catastrophic would occur. What's the matter? Do you wish to compete? Beerus inquired of Goku. Absolutely. The prospect of battling masters from other universes excites me. Goku exclaimed joyfully. What about you, Doubi and Vegeta? Beerus turned to them. I'm indifferent. I'm willing to fight, Doubi replied. I am eager to participate, Vegeta reflected for a moment, recognizing the importance of practical experience. And agreed. Very well then. With the consent of the 3, Beerus pondered. All right, I shall compete with you. He had no particular desires to fulfill. But since Goku and the others were enthusiastic, seizing the opportunity to triumph over Xiangpa once more seemed advantageous. Fantastic. Goku cheered. The opportunity to contend with formidable opponents was the most exhilarating prospect for him. Where shall the competition take place? Xiangpa contemplated. What about the nameless star floating in neutral space? It would be fair to both parties. Lord Xiangpa, there is only a small sun nearby. Otherwise, it is devoid of anything, including an atmosphere, Batos reminded. You were the one who suggested it first. Do as you see fit, Beerus replied. Understood. How simple it is. I will also establish the rules for the competition, Xiangpa declared. At that moment, Goku soared towards them, suggesting, let us make it like the World Martial Arts Tournament. World Martial Arts Tournament? Beerus echoed, somewhat perplexed. Losing means surrendering or falling out of the arena, and killing is against the rules, Goku explained. Weapons and stimulants are prohibited. And there should also be a simple written examination. Even low-intelligence creatures who do not comprehend the rules cannot be allowed, Vegeta added. It would be best to appoint a fair judge, Doubi suggested. Hige, Goku chuckled. Indeed, that is not a bad idea. What do you think? Beerus, how do you feel? Goku inquired. Very well, indeed, replied Kappa after a moment's contemplation. How about we commence the competition a week from the 8th solar calendar, at 19 o'clock? With those words, Kappa turned to leave. According to your calendar, that would be 5 days hence, Whis elucidated. Splendid, Goku exclaimed with delight. Kappa, you are the one who proposed the contest. Don't you dare flee, Beerus added. How could I? You must adhere to our agreement as well, Beerus, Kappa retorted, reminding him. Ah, I recall now. Kappa appeared to have an epiphany and tossed an egg toward Goku. Clad in a gravity suit, Goku found himself somewhat clumsy as he caught the egg. Hey, Kappa chuckled at the sight. This is a gift for you. Handle it with care. Thank you, Lord Kappa, Goku grinned. Chapter 83. The competition begins. Kappa and Vados transformed into a radiant stream of colors and swiftly departed. Unbeknownst to Kappa, he had just tested Goku, who was wearing a super gravity suit. During the competition, Goku would undoubtedly astonish him. On the training grounds beneath the palace, things had become quite amusing. This is too entertaining, Goku remarked, removing his super gravity suit and carelessly discarding it on the ground. The earth began to sink under the immense weight of the suit. The competition is merely a necessary phase, Vegeta stated, also shedding his gravity suit. My ultimate goal is to become the strongest. One day, I shall triumph over Beerus, Whis, Kappa, and Vados. Heh, Vegeta is quite ambitious, Doubi chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed, we cannot always be defeated. The competition is 5 against 5, right? Who else will Lord Beerus select? Goku inquired. It matters not whom I choose. I alone shall vanquish everyone from Universe 6, Vegeta declared. You cannot claim all the glory for yourself. Goku scratched his head. Let us finalize this. I shall take the lead. Hey, are you not robbing us of our opponents? Doubi protested, clearly displeased. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intent. What? I absolutely refuse to agree. Vegeta suddenly realized the implications. I care not, Goku replied. Hands on his hips, grinning. Hey, you 3, if you do not depart soon, I shall leave you here, Beerus warned. Yes, understood. We are coming now. Vegeta promptly flew off. Haha, Goku chuckled at the scene. Whis, bearing Beerus and Doubi, transformed into a streak of light as they soared toward Earth. What? Bulma was taken aback upon hearing Goku recount the events. It has transformed into this so quickly? Vegeta remarked. Haha, Bulma, you should manage it, right? Goku chuckled while scratching his head. Bulma sighed with a hint of exasperation. Well, I suppose if we amplify the frequency of the dragon radar, it should suffice. Hee. I'm counting on you. Doubi smiled in response. Following this, the time was dedicated to various preparations for the tournament. Goku and Vegeta retreated to the hyperbolic time chamber for 3 years of rigorous training, while Doubi continued his studies under Whis, focusing on the Ultra Instinct technique. 3 days swiftly passed. Haha, Goku, Vegeta, your faces. Doubi exclaimed, bursting into laughter as Goku and Vegeta emerged, their faces adorned with unkempt beards, resembling disheveled cavemen. Don't laugh. Vegeta retorted in annoyance. Haha, we should shave. It feels odd, and it might obstruct our vision when we transform into Super Saiyans, Goku replied with a grin. Doubi envisioned that scene and couldn't help but laugh again. All right, enough laughter, Whis interjected. Once you are prepared, we shall depart. Oh, very well. The tedious segments were omitted. Why are there only 4 of you left? Beerus observed the quartet in front of him. Haha. You fell asleep and didn't complete the written exam, Doubi chuckled. Indeed, once he dozes off, no amount of calling will rouse him, Goku agreed. That's precisely why I opposed his participation in the tournament, Vegeta stated. But Vegeta, you were the one who proposed the written exam, Goku reminded him. TCH. Vegeta thought to himself that he had indeed set a trap for himself. How could such battle maniacs dedicate themselves to studying properly? Fortunately, they managed to pass the written test. For Doubi, who had endured the rigors of academic life, those questions were exceedingly simple, and scoring full marks was a mere formality. Thus, before the tournament even commenced, the situation became a 4 versus 5 scenario. Well, you all must win on behalf of Bu, Beerus declared. The group nodded in agreement. Let me determine the order, Doubi. You will go last, while the others will decide through rock, paper, scissors, Beerus instructed. Huh, I go last. Does that mean I won't appear until the end? Doubi's eyes widened. Isn't the ace always introduced last? Beerus shrugged. Fine, Doubi sighed. You're the boss. It's your decision. 1, 2, 3. The remaining 3, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, determined the sequence through rock, paper, scissors. Goku would go first, followed by Piccolo, and Vegeta would take the 3rd spot. All right, I'm up. Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, stepped onto the arena. Come on, let's do this. The first match commenced, Wukong versus Bardamo. Bardamo appeared to be a large, yellow bear-like figure. Although his strength was rather unimpressive, he possessed a unique ability to transfer any attacks directed at him into an alternate dimension. Unfortunately for him, Wukong quickly discerned his lack of training and feeble power. Without hesitation, he dragged Bardamo to the edge of the platform and executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying out of the ring. Thus, the representative of the 6th universe, Bardamo, was eliminated. Out of bounds. Out of the game. The referee declared with impartial authority. How could this happen? Kappa exclaimed, bewildered. Isn't that fighter named Sun Wukong supposed to be weak? Why is he performing so differently now? Frustrated, Kappa shouted at Wukong. Hey, why are you pretending to be so weak on purpose? Wukong, perplexed, replied, At that time, I was wearing that heavy outfit made by Whis. I wasn't pretending at all. I don't care. You just used that giant beam-like technique. And that flying thing. This match should be restarted. Kappa, in his exasperation, forgot basic reasoning. That was just a display of physical ability. It's not a foul, the referee interjected. Hey, Kappa, are you unable to accept defeat and trying to be sneaky? Beerus taunted. What? Kappa, upon hearing Beerus's provocation, felt his temper flare. All right, Lord Kappa. There's no need to win everything. We still have 4 other contestants, Bottas reminded him. With a sigh, Bardamo returned to his resting seat, disheartened. Following Wukong's victory, the next match was announced. Wukong would face Frost. The referee declared solemnly. Frost, resembling a blue-skinned version of Frieza's first form, stood up and made his way to the arena. Frost, he looks quite similar to that Frieza, said Doubi. He must be the Frieza of the 6th universe, was commented. I can see that the 7th and 6th universes are counterparts, Vegeta added. Indeed, but I wonder if his personality is akin to Frieza's, Doubi mused while observing the battlefield. He recalled that in the narrative, Frost had resorted to using a paralyzing needle to cheat, incapacitating Wukong and forcing him out of the match. Honestly, this part left me somewhat speechless. Given Wukong's physical resilience, how could such a tiny needle penetrate his body? In Chapter 84, Frost, setting aside the issue of cheating during the match, his demeanor was rather ostentatious. Although he presented himself as courteous and gentlemanly, he was, in fact, a duplicitous scoundrel, willing to employ any means necessary to secure victory. Upon entering the arena, Frost extended a handshake to Wukong, expressing, "Let us give it our all in this battle." Bulma regarded him as exceedingly gentlemanly. Frost initially employed his first form to gauge Goku's strength, intending to gradually transform while testing the waters, but Goku saw through his ruse. Goku informed Frost that he had once battled a being identical to him from Universe 7, subtly implying that he had emerged victorious. He urged Frost to swiftly assume his final form, warning that if he continued to rely solely on his first form, he might be defeated before he could exert his full power. Frost verbally acquiesced, transforming into a fearsome assault form, yet in reality, it was merely Frieza's third form. Vegeta suspected that Frost was attempting to deceive everyone. In his assault form, Frost posed a significant challenge to Goku in his normal state. However, Goku deduced that Frost was concealing immense power and encouraged him to transform into his ultimate form, while simultaneously transitioning into a Super Saiyan himself. Frost ultimately complied with Goku's suggestion, adopting the familiar final form, yet he was no match for Goku in his Super Saiyan state. Just as Goku believed victory was assured, Frost struck Goku's hand with a seemingly simple punch, leaving Goku dazed. Seizing the moment, Frost delivered a kick that sent Goku sprawling out of the ring, claiming victory. "Did you see that, Vegeta?" Doubi remarked to Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta replied, puzzled. "That guy just cheated," Doubi asserted. Even if he was unaware of the storyline, he had just witnessed the gleam of white light in Frost's hand, where he had used a poison needle to prick Goku. Is that so? Vegeta's gaze toward Frost in the audience turned hostile. Initially, he had felt no fondness for Frost, given his resemblance to Frieza. Now, learning of such a despicable act in pursuit of victory, he reflected that such behavior was unbecoming of someone who claimed to fight for peace. Thus, he concluded that Frost, the so-called recipient of the universe's peace prize, was nothing more than a hypocritical fraud. This guy plays dirty. Beerus, upon hearing this, was incensed. To defy the rules in front of a god of destruction, was he courting death? "Champ, your contestant just cheated." "What? How could that be? Are you just sore about losing?" "Referee, is there a replay?" Doubi inquired of the official. "Yes," the referee replied, pulling up the footage. The scene rewound to the moment Frost had thrown that punch at Goku. The footage zoomed in on Frost's arm, revealing a glimmering, protruding object. A poison needle. What? Champ was taken aback by the revelation. "The evidence is irrefutable," Beerus declared. "Contestant Frost has violated the rules and is disqualified," the referee announced. "Why? Frost, how could you do such a thing?" Gaby found it somewhat difficult to accept. Frost chuckled. The match was exceedingly tedious, and he merely wished for it to conclude swiftly. The sudden shift in attitude exhibited by Zampa towards Frost left much to be desired in terms of clarity. The assailants of those planets were all Frost's subordinates, as Bardos remarked. Initiating a war and then quelling it oneself could indeed be considered a novel marketing strategy, Frost mused. "This fellow is engaging in antics akin to those of Frieza," Beerus noted. "To mask his transgressions, he has completely assumed the role of a benevolent figure," Whis added. Vegeta scoffed at this. Even across different universes, Frieza could never be regarded as a good person. Chapter 84, Frost, Part 2, Vegeta scoffed again. Even across different universes, Frieza could never be regarded as a good person. The audience from Universe 7 echoed their disapproval with boos. "What is happening? Why choose such a character?" Zampa questioned Bardos. "You made no directive to consider the conduct of the contestants. I aim to spare myself trouble by seeking someone with a solid chance of victory." "Which is precisely what Lord Zampa desired," Bardos replied coolly. Zampa was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. This fellow, Goku, regarded Frost with irritation for having misjudged him earlier. There was no choice but to prepare diligently for the next match. Frost waved dismissively and turned to leave. "This guy has humiliated me. I must obliterate him." Zampa exclaimed furiously. "Wait, there is no need to destroy him or expel him. It is now my turn, and I shall personally defeat such scum," Vegeta declared. However, the referee indicated that Goku's failure ruling had already been annulled, and he would still be next. "Referee, I have decided to switch to the position behind Vegeta," Goku stated. "What? Excuse me?" The referee paused, taken aback by this declaration. "Is that not permissible?" Goku inquired. "Very well." The referee hesitated, considering Frost's recent foul, and relaxed his stance. "Wait, if I do not destroy him, I will feel unsettled. Do not make decisions on your own," Zampa protested. canceling the expulsion, allowing the opponent to switch players. Poses no detriment to our side. Do you wish to lose to Lord Beerus? Bardos replied. Zampa pondered for a moment, then shouted down to Frost. Frost, if you can win one match, I shall consider the matter of my embarrassment settled. Should you win another, I may even contemplate funding you. You can win, can't you? Humph. Frost smirked slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. How distasteful. That is a laugh that belittles everything, Beerus remarked. Just like Lord Beerus, Whis quipped. Make sure to handle him properly and provide me with an explanation. Do you understand? Beerus addressed Vegeta. Vegeta glanced back as a form of acknowledgement before leaping down to the arena below. It's all up to you now, Vegeta, Goku called from the rest area. You truly are confident. Let us see if you regret it later, Frost remarked. Your voice is quite unpleasant, Vegeta retorted. What did you say? Frost was momentarily taken aback by the response. Vegeta's lips curled into a sly smile at this. Haha, Frost is surely doomed, Doubi remarked, reveling in Vegeta's expression. Without resorting to underhanded tactics, you believe I am incapable of achieving anything, don't you? Frost challenged. Vegeta remained silent, standing resolutely in place. No worries. I am indeed that kind of person. Deceitful strategies are my greatest weapons, though I could express it differently, Frost continued, raising his arm to reveal a poison needle. Vegeta noticed the purple liquid seeping from the puncture in Frost's arm. Until now, I have concealed my most formidable weapon during our battles. And I intend to unleash this poison needle without hesitation or shame during our duel, Frost declared. Are you planning to use it again? What do you take the sacred rules for? You will truly be disqualified this time, the referee exclaimed, visibly angered. Frost paid no heed to the referee's fury. Continuing unabashedly, despite what everyone around says, what do you propose? No need for disqualification, Vegeta replied coolly. How can that be? The referee protested immediately. If that scoundrel is merely disqualified, it would be too lenient. Vegeta shouted. That is awesome. Trunks cheered. Honestly, Bulma sighed in response. If you dare interfere with me, I'll deal with you too, Vegeta warned. The referee was taken aback by this and cast a pleading glance towards the gods of destruction above. Do as you wish. Compa responded indifferently. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. It appeared that permission had been granted. Very well, for this match only. The use of weapons and poisoning shall not be deemed a foul. However, since it has been established that murder is indeed a foul, how should we adjudicate should an accidental death occur? Frost inquired. Hee, Doubi chuckled, merely wanting to laugh. Where does your confidence stem from? Are you perhaps overly inflated with self-importance? Come now, everyone, welcome to my domain. What follows will be my killing show, Frost proclaimed as he charged towards Vegeta. You despicable fiend. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, materializing before him and delivering a powerful blow to his face. In that moment, Frost was sent flying out of the arena. With a resounding crash, he collided with the outer barrier, creating a gaping hole, before plummeting heavily to the ground. Fear not. I have shown restraint. I do not intend to stoop to his level of villainy, Vegeta declared, dissipating the golden aura that enveloped him and returning to his normal state. The referee appeared somewhat apprehensive, given that Frost had just been hurled so far by Vegeta. Despite his irritation at Frost's earlier demeanor, the referee dutifully checked to ensure Frost was still alive. The victor is Vegeta, the referee announced, a foregone conclusion. In response, Beerus languidly stifled a yawn. Frost, despite his arrogance, lacked the strength to match it, resulting in his immediate defeat at Vegeta's hands. No one paid any heed to the fallen Frost. Such scum evoked no sympathy. Next, it was Vegeta's turn to face Magetta, a metallic being from the 66950 galaxy, towering in size. He bore a searing power core on his chest, with smoke wafting from his head. However, he possessed a fragile heart. A few disparaging words could sap his combat spirit. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, who merely regarded him as a hulking mass of metal, the match commenced. Vegeta launched an aggressive assault in his normal form. But the immense weight of Magetta rendered his attacks largely ineffective. Consequently, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan, soaring into the air and employing his princely tactics, gleefully hurling energy spheres at his opponent. Magetta retaliated with molten saliva, successfully countering the attack. Yet, Vegeta swiftly unleashed his ultimate move, the Final Flash. The impact sent Magetta teetering to the edge of the arena, carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. However, Vegeta's relentless onslaught was far from over. He charged forward, delivering a fierce punch to Magetta's face. This punch was intercepted by Vegeta's mechanical arm. However, Vegeta uttered a remark. "You worthless scrap." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta instantly lost his fighting spirit. Thus, with that single blow from Vegeta, he was sent flying. Chapter 85. The Battle, Part 2. With that, Vegeta achieved an uninterrupted series of victories. "Ah, how could I have lost again?" Champa exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. "This time, it can be said that it is a consecutive defeat. It is my turn to take the stage." At this moment, Gabe stood up. As in the original story, Gabe was subsequently the penultimate fighter of Universe 6. Facing off against Vegeta, in their normal states, they were nearly evenly matched, but Gabe, having never experienced extreme fury, was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Enraged, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, mercilessly overpowering and humiliating Gabe, even threatening to obliterate the planet Salad. Gabe, completely incensed by Vegeta, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan and began his counterattack. Ultimately, Gabe discovered that everything Vegeta had done was to awaken his potential. Vegeta then transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, dispatching Gabe with a single blow, afterward encouraging Gabe to continually strive for strength, earning Gabe's admiration. "So it was a lesson after all. How dull," remarked Beerus nonchalantly. "Boring." Champa agreed with Beerus's sentiment. "Humph." After uttering similar remarks, Beerus and Champa turned their heads away. "You have only one fighter left. My team is assured victory," Beerus declared triumphantly. "Humph, it doesn't matter. Even if he is the only one left, he can eliminate all your fighters," Champa retorted. "Oh, you seem quite confident," Beerus said, a hint of surprise at Champa's unwavering assurance. "You'll find out soon enough," Champa replied, glancing at the figure of Hit nearby. "Oh, it seems an intriguing match is on the horizon," Beerus commented. Hit approached the arena below to confront Vegeta, his eyes firmly shut, seemingly in a state of contemplation. "That person appears to be Hit," Beerus observed. "He is said to be the top assassin of Universe 6. His targets have never escaped, earning him the moniker of the perfect assassin," Whis explained. "Wow, that guy is incredibly formidable," exclaimed Goku upon hearing this. "Oh, it seems the upcoming match will be quite entertaining." Beerus chuckled, raising his hand to unleash an energy beam, striking the bell to signal the start of the match. With the sound of the bell, Hit opened his eyes. Vegeta, not underestimating this final opponent, immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. In response, Hit assumed a stance, preparing for his instant transmission technique. The two faced each other, neither launching an immediate attack. "No openings," Vegeta mused. He was unaware of Hit's true capabilities. Recklessly attacking at this moment would be disadvantageous. However, Super Saiyan Blue was a form that consumed stamina, and engaging in a prolonged battle with Hit would not be in his favor. Just then, Hit made his move. How swift! Vegeta felt Hit's speed was like that of a phantom, but this speed was still manageable. Just as he thought this, his body suddenly came under attack. Suddenly, Hitler appeared before him, striking him across the face. The force of this strike propelled Vegeta several steps backward. He was somewhat taken aback, as he had completely failed to perceive Hit's movement. Is this the time skip technique? In the stands, Doubi narrowed his eyes slightly. The time skip, Hit's signature skill, allows him to leap forward in time by 0.1 seconds, during which he can mercilessly torment his opponent at will. This is not a time for a stationary opponent, but rather a moment to accumulate one's own time and accelerate it. Gaining even a mere 0.1 seconds over an adversary can enable one to accomplish a multitude of actions. Chapter 86. Instantaneous Technique. Hehe. Perhaps Hit will prove to be a worthy adversary. Upon this realization, Doubi felt a flicker of excitement. Vegeta wiped the remnants of the recent blow from his face and resumed his stance. "Surrender now," Hit suddenly interjected. "Huh? The battle has only just begun. Do not revel too soon." Vegeta felt a surge of irritation upon hearing Hit's words. In an instant, he erupted with a celestial blue aura and charged at Hit. However, the moment he swung his fist, he discovered he had struck nothing but air. The previous sensation returned. Hit reappeared before Vegeta, launching a counterattack. Vegeta was forced back a few paces. "Damn it, what is happening?" Vegeta sensed the looming danger in this predicament. His opponent was attacking with precision, yet he felt not a thing. Moreover, every strike was aimed at the vital points of his body. Though the force behind them was relatively light, the cumulative effect could become dire. "Why can't I perceive his attacks?" Vegeta pondered in confusion. Hit's assaults seemed akin to teleportation, appearing out of thin air, Doubi remarked. "Teleportation?" Goku tilted his head at Doubi's comment. If it were truly teleportation, We all could do that, yet none of us can execute it in such a manner. Indeed, that is true, Doubi nodded. Meanwhile, Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of relentless strikes, unable to retaliate. Ultimately, Hit delivered a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen, resulting in his defeat. Vegeta, Dad. Bulma and Trunks rushed over. Give Vegeta a Senzu bean. Goku handed over the pouch of Senzu beans. That hit is quite formidable, Doubi remarked. Goku nodded in agreement. Now it is your turn. Do you have a strategy to counter him? Doubi inquired. Haha, I'm not quite sure yet. I'll go consult Gak. Goku scratched his head and then instantaneously teleported to Gak's location. Instantaneous technique. I wonder if the parameters here are consistent with those in the manga, Doubi mused. In the Dragon Ball Super manga, the instantaneous technique does not hold much effectiveness against powerful opponents. This technique proves ineffective against opponents with a significant disparity in strength. For instance, Jiren completely disregarded this move and effortlessly overpowered Hit. Doubi remains uncertain of his own capabilities. Nevertheless, he resolves to adapt to the situation. Focusing on how Goku will respond, Doubi sets aside these thoughts and gazes at the arena below. After inquiring about the existence of the time skip from King Cold, Goku devises a counter-strategy. He determines to predict Hit's actions 0.1 seconds ahead and respond accordingly. Aren't you going to transform? Hit observes Goku, who, unlike Vegeta, chooses to engage him in his base form, causing a flicker of confusion. That transformation consumes too much energy. I'll save it for later. Goku replies with a grin. You've divulged all this unfavorable information about yourself. It seems you are still quite young, Hit remarks coolly, and indeed. He possesses the credentials to call Goku young. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually quite old myself. I've surpassed 1,000 years, Goku declares. 1,000 years? Doesn't that make you a venerable elder? I must start over. Goku pauses momentarily and then bows to Hit, saying, I look forward to your guidance. Hit is taken aback by Goku's reaction. All right then, I shall make my move. Goku chuckles, assuming a fighting stance and charging toward Hit. After enduring several of Hit's strikes, Goku begins to adapt to the rhythm of the time skip, successfully blocking Hit's attacks. Despite Goku's successful defense, Hit's strength remains formidable, making it a challenge even for Goku in his Super Saiyan form. In contrast to Hit's nearly effortless time skip, Goku's rapid movements drain considerable energy, causing his speed to wane. Consequently, Goku transforms into Super Saiyan God, countering the time skip and gaining the upper hand. In his Super Saiyan God state, Goku's power is distinct. Although this form lacks the explosive strength of Super Saiyan Blue, it possesses a unique advantage: regeneration. The Super Saiyan God can continuously heal physical injuries and restore stamina during battle. Conversely, Super Saiyan Blue, as a product of the energy amplification from Super Saiyan God, forfeits this regenerative ability in exchange for greater power. While the strength of Super Saiyan God may not rival that of Super Saiyan Blue, it is more than sufficient to contend with Hit at present. Goku, maintain this momentum and defeat him decisively. Beerus shouts. Hit, do not succumb so easily. Xiangpa, unwilling to be outdone, shouted. In his Super Saiyan God form, Goku's energy intensity had already surpassed Hit, diminishing the effectiveness of the latter's time-skip technique. What? Xiangpa exclaimed, his eyes widening. How is it that Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, was unable to detect the time skip? Piccolo inquired. The Super Saiyan Blue form is quite taxing on one's stamina. Vegeta, unaware of the time skip's existence, was unable to respond accordingly, and moreover, he had not even unleashed a tenth of his power, was explained with a smile. So that is the case. Below, Hit grasped the situation upon hearing this. I can sense that this is not your full strength. Unleash your true power. Goku refrained from launching further attacks and instead encouraged Hit to give his all. Hit, being an assassin, primarily employed lethal techniques, and the tournament's rule against killing opponents restricted his performance. Very well. However, if I do not employ some lethal techniques, the likelihood of my defeat is high. Just then, two figures radiating a dark aura burst onto the stage. What is happening? Doubi paused, taken aback by the intrusion. Aren't these the eliminated contestants, Kaba and Frost? You have been eliminated. Please leave the arena. The referee shouted upon recognizing them. However, the two ignored the referee and initiated an attack on Goku. What is going on? Goku wondered but quickly prepared to defend himself. Hey, how can your contestants disregard the rules? Wasn't it stated that only one person can enter at a time? Eliminated contestants cannot re-enter. Beerus fumed. Huh, what are you doing? Xiangpa was equally perplexed by the situation. Never mind, Lord Beerus, Doubi interjected suddenly. How can we simply overlook this? Beerus replied, bewildered by Doubi's statement. Let Piccolo and me join the battle. It would make it a 3-on-3 match, which seems fair, doesn't it? After saying this, Doubi confidently walked towards the arena. Oh, indeed, Piccolo nodded, shedding his weighted cloak and following suit. Beerus was momentarily stunned. Haha, very well, it seems we are headed for a full-scale melee. Xiangpa chuckled at the prospect. Chapter 87, The Chaotic Martial Arts Tournament. Hey, Goku, we're here. Doubi greeted Goku. Well, this means it's 3 against 3, Goku replied. All right, Piccolo, you handle Frost, and I will take on Kaba, Doubi declared. Although he was eager to face Hit, Goku had already engaged him, and he could not usurp Goku's opponent. Understood. Piccolo nodded slightly and advanced towards the raging Frost. Meanwhile, Doubi faced off against the Super Saiyan turned violent Gabe. Remarkably, Goku observed that their reactions resembled those of Frieza and his cohort from their previous encounter. As Doubi deftly evaded Gabe's attacks, he remarked to Goku, indeed, it is strikingly similar. Goku agreed with a nod, yet suggested, let us focus on the battle at hand before pondering this matter further. Right you are, Doubi replied, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gabe sprawling. The dark gray aura surrounding Gabe bore an uncanny resemblance to their last confrontation, noted Beerus from above. It seems as though someone is attempting to meddle in these battles, was commented. Oh, how intriguing. I am eager to discover which fool dares to disrupt our tournament. Beerus stated, his eyes glinting with a menacing fury. To orchestrate chaos beneath his very gaze, and not just once. One would be mistaken to believe he would overlook such insolence. Once this match concludes, he would unearth the mastermind behind the disturbance and obliterate them. Meanwhile, Doubi found himself bored, evading Gabe's attacks with little excitement. The vast disparity in their strengths rendered the fight devoid of enjoyment. Thus, he decided to use Gabe as a target for honing his Ultra Instinct evasion technique. This technique allows the body to act autonomously, reacting at the speed of thought to evade danger. During this process, the mind and body operate separately, enabling instinctive responses without cerebral deliberation. Hence, Doubi could afford to entertain such errant thoughts. However, his mastery of the Ultra Instinct evasion was still in its infancy. Similar to Beerus's imperfect execution of the technique, Doubi's self-evading movements exhibited minor flaws. For instance, he struggled to evade the overwhelming onslaught of energy blasts. Nevertheless, these imperfections were of little consequence. Well, perhaps it's best to move on, Doubi mused, glancing toward Piccolo, who seemed to be gaining the upper hand against Frost. My apologies, Doubi announced before gliding gracefully toward Gabe. Gabe retaliated with a barrage of energy blasts, but Doubi's body instinctively dodged them, causing the blast to explode harmlessly behind him. Soon, he stood before Gabe and delivered a light punch to his abdomen. In that instant, an immense power surged forth, causing the fabric of Gabe's battle attire to rupture at the point of contact. This surge of power brought forth a formidable force, propelling Gabe directly out of the ring. Rest assured, I know my limits, Doubi remarked, observing the referee inspecting Gabe's condition. Magic Flash. On the other side, Piccolo unleashed a powerful move against Frost. The magic-penetrating killing cannon possesses immense strength, capable of causing instant death. Hence, Piccolo opted for the shockwave variant of the Magic Flash. Well, in his rage, the irrational Frost was unable to mount any defense and was unceremoniously blasted out of the arena by the shockwave. Yet, Piccolo did not relent against their fury. Discussing the rules of the match was futile. Not only did they need to expel them from the ring, but they also had to incapacitate them to prevent further combat. Piccolo maintained the Magic Flash until he confirmed Frost could no longer rise, at which point he ceased his assault. Well, it seems it will become a 3-on-1. Whis observed from above. In that case, victory is assured, Beerus chuckled. Lord Kampa, it appears Hit is in peril. Beerus noted as he observed Doubi and Piccolo closing in on Hit. What? How could this happen? Kampa exclaimed, witnessing the dire situation unfold. Let us watch for now, Doubi suggested to Piccolo. Very well, Piccolo agreed with Doubi's proposal. It was quite simple. Goku would never allow anyone to interfere in his battle. Naturally, Doubi and Piccolo would not disrupt Goku's fight. Thus, an oddly peculiar scene unfolded. Goku engaged in a fierce battle with Hit, while the fellow competitors, Doubi and Piccolo, stood idly by, as if mere spectators. Hey, Why aren't your friends joining in? Hit queried, noticing Doubi and Piccolo merely observing without intervening. Heh, isn't this quite normal? Goku replied, his crimson aura intensifying around him. Huh. As he shouted, the vibrant crimson aura began to transform into a deep azure resembling the starry sky. Super Saiyan Blue. At this moment, it was no longer a time for conserving energy. From here on, I will give it my all, Goku declared calmly. Very well. It seems I can employ some lethal techniques now, Hit remarked, his expression sharpening as he acknowledged Goku's prowess. With Goku transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, it seems he intends to conclude this battle, Whis observed. Huh, Goku shouted, launching himself at Hit with explosive energy. Hit stood his ground, his expression remarkably serene in the face of the incoming Goku. Goku delivered a straight punch aimed at Hit. However, he struck empty air. Huh. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the instant transmission technique had not been activated just moments ago. Tentatively, Wukong launched another series of attacks, yet none of them found their mark. What was happening? Witnessing this spectacle, Beerus inquired of Whis, who stood nearby. Whis explained that Hit had concealed himself in an alternate dimension using instant transmission, rendering Wukong's strikes as mere blows against an illusion, thus proving ineffective. Oh, that technique is impressive, remarked Doubi, observing Wukong's futile attempts to strike at thin air with growing intrigue. This derivative skill of instant transmission allowed Hit to store time, utilizing it to create a spatial realm where he could move at will, leaving only phantoms in the real world. Consequently, while Hit remained visible, he was untouchable, able to approach his opponent through this alternate space and launch attacks at any moment. This bears a remarkable resemblance to the Kamui space of Obito from Naruto, wherein one conceals oneself within an alternate realm. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, this technique does not prove to be infallible. The Dragon Ball universe is populated by formidable beings capable of obliterating worlds. For instance, Goku is one such entity. At present, Goku remains unaware of this aspect. But once he realizes it, the circumstances will undoubtedly change. Nevertheless, this assumes that Hit will continue to stand there, observing Goku as he engages him in battle. Suddenly, Goku clutched his chest, squatting on the ground with a look of anguish. Surrender, or in due time, you shall meet your demise, Hit declared. The technique recently employed by Hit was the hidden energy ball. This invisible attack can bypass obstacles and directly strike the target, effectively used in conjunction with spatial shifts. In a moment of unpreparedness, Wukong suffered a significant setback. Had this been a battle for survival rather than a competition, that strike could have stopped his heart. Chapter 88. Evolution in Combat. However, this is a contest, and Wukong is recognized by Hit. Thus he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Yet, the battle is far from over. Wukong will not easily concede. A faint blue spiritual flame emanated from the hand he clutched to his chest, expelling the intangible energy that Hit had previously struck into him. Intriguing, Hit remarked, momentarily taken aback before adopting a serious demeanor. Continue, Hit. Wukong's lips curled into a slight smile, brimming with fighting spirit. Indeed, this battle is quite captivating, Doubi commented, casually settling onto the ground to observe the clash between the two warriors. With Hit as the sole opponent remaining and Wukong engaged in combat, Doubi found a comfortable spot to watch the unfolding battle, relishing the opportunity to witness Wukong's south prowess up close. Although he yearned to join the fray with Hit, he knew he could not interfere with Wukong's duel. Such an act would surely displease Wukong, with whom he had developed a deeper understanding over time. In Wukong's battles, unless other matters were at stake, he would not allow others to intervene. He sought fairness, a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, Doubi refrained from entering the fray. A sentiment echoed by Piccolo, who understood this principle as well. For now, they simply needed to watch. Why aren't Doubi and Piccolo joining? They could surely defeat Hit together, Beerus remarked leisurely. At that moment, he was not concerned about losing, hence his relaxed demeanor. It's likely for Wukong's sake. He wouldn't want interference in his fight, Whis noted. What a fool, Beerus replied. Just like you, Whis chuckled. In the arena, whoosh. The two combatants sprang into action. Boom. The explosive sound conjured a massive wave that rippled outward. Bang, bang, bang. An eruption of energy spheres filled the air, creating dazzling flares. While violent forces stirred up terrifying whirlwinds, each vortex swirling around like raging tides. Oh, Wukong is not at a disadvantage, Beerus observed, noting the turn of events. It seems Wukong has once again grown during his battle with Hit, Whis remarked. Go, Wukong. Seated in the spectators' area, Clint and others were inevitably swept up in the excitement, fervently cheering for Goku. How could that Saiyan hold his own against Hit even after the latter unleashed his lethal techniques? Kampa was momentarily taken aback. Lord Kampa, that Saiyan, Son Goku, seems to be continuously evolving in his battle with Hit. If this continues, he might just surpass Hit, remarked the ever-skeptical Beerus. What? Beerus? You can't be jesting with me again, can you? Kampa replied, intrigued. Indeed, it is the truth. Oh, it appears I can no longer remain seated. Observing the surging waves of energy and the cracking arena beneath him, Doubi resolved to rise to his feet. The intensity of the clash between Goku and Hit was escalating, and it was possible that the arena could collapse at any moment. Remaining seated was no longer a prudent choice. To ensure his safety, Doubi gently harnessed the divine energy within him to levitate into the air. Chapter 88, Evolution in Battle, Part 2. To safeguard himself, Doubi gracefully employed his divine energy, allowing himself to float above. Beside him, Piccolo soon followed suit, ascending into the skies. What an overwhelming aura! I can barely catch my breath standing here, Piccolo remarked in awe. Upon reaching the divine realm, the emanating energy became imperceptible to mortals. However, the terrifying force unleashed during their combat showed no signs of diminishing. Heh, Piccolo, who do you think will emerge victorious? Doubi inquired, perhaps out of boredom. I can't discern that. Their movements are too swift for me to follow. Piccolo replied, aren't you making it difficult for me, asking me to perceive their actions? He silently mused. I understand, Doubi nodded. He did not expect a satisfactory answer. He simply sought conversation to alleviate his boredom. As Doubi conversed with Piccolo, the battle neared its climax. After a fierce collision, Goku seized a momentary opening during Hit's use of Flash Fist, launching a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha! With that powerful shout, a brilliant blue orb erupted from his hands, trailing a long, comet-like azure tail as it hurtled toward Hit. The intense energy emanating from the attack scorched the surrounding air. Upon witnessing this, Hit displayed a countenance of grave concern. At that moment, he found himself suspended in the air. Although he possessed the ability to manipulate time, he was currently exhausted from prior exertions and lacked the energy for evasive maneuvers. Thus, his only recourse was to employ the technique of timeskip to retreat into an alternate dimension, thereby evading the impending attack. Without hesitation, Hit activated the time he had stored through timeskip, conjuring a temporal space and taking refuge within it. However, to his astonishment, Goku seemed to have sensed this maneuver. He unleashed the Kamehameha, targeting the very space Hit had vacated. Under the immense power of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue state, the Kamehameha surged into the sanctuary Hit had sought refuge in, causing an eruption of countless fissures to spread throughout the area. What? Hit exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Immediately thereafter, Goku's voice rang out, declaring, right here. Hit focused intently, only to behold Goku, enveloped in a radiant blue aura, charging directly into the temporal space. Goku raised his fist, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at Hit. This punch, unlike any before, harnessed the vast energy of the majority of Super Saiyan Blue. Goku roared, and before his fist even made contact with Hit's body, a brilliant blue light erupted, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Whis and Beerus in the stands immediately sensed the anomaly, raising their staffs to activate a protective barrier, safeguarding the spectators around them. In the very next moment, the energy unleashed by Goku's super blue punch detonated with a tremendous explosion, unleashing countless bolts of energy, shockwaves, and currents as if they were free to roam. The intense blue energy, in that fleeting instant, caused this nameless planet to shine with a brilliance comparable to that of the sun against the dim backdrop of space. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, the blue radiance began to retract, ultimately fading away. Wow, this is something the referee would never forget, recovering from the shock of the explosion. The location of the arena had completely vanished, leaving behind a vast, pitch-black void so deep that its bottom was unfathomable. Meanwhile, specks of blue light continued to drift through the air. The arena had been utterly destroyed. The referee stammered these words. What has happened? Beerus, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel puzzled about Goku and Hit's whereabouts. Chapter 89, The Furious Kampa. TSK, Goku, this guy doesn't even consider the audience's feelings during a fight, remarked Doubi, who then appeared in the air. He bore no injuries whatsoever. Only the training outfit gifted by Whis was covered in dust. That was close, he muttered, while Piccolo, standing beside him, expressed his relief. The recent energy explosion, even its residual force, would have turned him to ash had he faced it directly. Fortunately, Doubi had been there to absorb the impact of the explosion on Piccolo's behalf. Otherwise, Piccolo might have perished in that blast. Thank you, Piccolo expressed his gratitude to Doubi. Well, we're teammates. Helping each other is only natural. Doubi waved his hand dismissively, scanning the surroundings for Goku and Hit's figures. He could still sense their energies. With his heightened perception, Doubi quickly swept the area above the arena. Finally there, it seemed he had pinpointed their location, and he swiftly flew toward a specific spot. Piccolo followed closely behind him. Just 3 meters away from the arena, the two stood firmly on the ground. Undoubtedly, they had stepped out of bounds. Haha, Hit. It's truly a pleasure to fight you, Goku said, dispersing the blue aura enveloping him and returning to his normal state. Indeed, Hit replied after a brief moment of silence. Nodding. Next time, we must settle the score. With a smile, Yukong extended his fist towards Hit. All right, should the opportunity arise in the future. Hit reciprocated by raising his fist, acknowledging Yukong's prowess. Consequently, both Son Goku and Hit exited the arena, leaving only the fighters from Universe 7 and Piccolo remaining. Thus declaring Universe 7 the victor, the referee announced. We have triumphed, Kampa, Beerus said with a grin, addressing the irate Kampa. I've taken the Super Dragon Balls with me. TCH, do as you please. Kampa's mood soured significantly, having lost to Beerus and forfeited the 8 Super Dragon Balls he had gathered over time infuriated him deeply. When a god of destruction becomes enraged, calamity is sure to follow. You lot, Kampa remarked darkly as he watched Hit return to the stands. I no longer desire the transport cube. May I leave? Hit stated nonchalantly. Haha, you do have a knack for humor, Kampa scoffed, his energy beginning to coalesce in his hands. Indeed, it showed no sign of surprise, immediately adopting a combat stance. You have repeatedly disregarded my orders. And you so easily lost the match. How could I allow you to return alive? Kampa coldly declared. Oh, duplicated. He glanced their way, Goku. It seems Lord Kampa is furious and seeks vengeance. Indeed, Goku appeared contemplative, his gaze fixed intently in that direction. You lot have brought me nothing but disgrace. I shall annihilate you all, Kampa roared. This is bad, Goku exclaimed, preparing to rush forward. Son Goku, Beerus interjected. Do not meddle, Beerus said coolly. But Lord Beerus, your performance was commendable and worthy of praise, yet the match has concluded, and you are no longer the focal point, Beerus continued. Indeed, from this moment, we shall revert to the original state. We dictate everything. Do you understand? We are the law. Obey us, Kampa proclaimed, unleashing a terrifying aura around him as he spoke. As the god of destruction, endowed with the unique aura of his destructive dominion, Kampa's presence rendered the competitors from Universe 6 breathless. Immobilized by the sheer weight of his might, I remarked that this was rather excessive, considering they had all exerted considerable effort. At that moment, a dissonant voice broke the tension. Chapter 89, The Wrath of Kampa, Part 2. I expressed that it seemed rather unfair, given their diligent efforts. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. What? Do you have an objection? Kampa, taken aback by the audacity of a challenger, felt his anger intensify. Indeed, Doubi appeared unfazed by Kampa's furious glare and nodded in acknowledgement. If someone wished to confront the god of destruction to alter the rules, that would be a different matter altogether. As Beerus spoke, he cast a glance toward Doubi. Haha. Interesting. Do you wish to challenge the god of destruction? Kampa chuckled, finding amusement in the prospect. Perhaps this could be entertaining. Doubi nodded, stepping forward. I have yet to engage in combat with the god of destruction, so I humbly request your guidance, Lord Kampa. Doubi was quite eager about the opportunity, having never faced a god of destruction before. Is that so? Haha, I advise you to team up with that Saiyan beside you. Feel free to utilize Super Saiyan Blue or instant transmission. I will obliterate you both without hesitation. Kampa laughed heartily, seemingly preparing to unleash his fury. At that moment, Beerus appeared to notice something. Lord Kampa, come forth. Feel free to make your move. Kampa seemed oblivious to Beerus's words. Lord Kampa, Beerus reiterated. What is it? Kampa finally turned his attention. Look below, Beerus indicated towards the original position of the arena. Kampa followed Beerus's gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Below, a diminutive figure hovered half a meter above the ground, accompanied by 2 attendants. The oval, innocent visage was for Kampa a nightmarish sight, sending his heart racing in trepidation. Lord Zeno. Kampa stuttered, uttering the name with a tremor. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. Beerus also spotted the small figure, Zeno. His eyes widened in shock, mirroring Kampa's astonishment. Lord Zeno. In a flash, both Beerus and Kampa darted forward like lightning, appearing close to Zeno, and simultaneously bowed deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. Welcome, Lord Zeno. It is a great honor to have you here. Welcome, Lord Zeno. It is a great honor to have you here. The two individuals bent low, their hearts racing violently, and cold sweat streamed down like a river. Are we saved? Gaby asked in a daze. Uncertain, Hitter replied. Beerus and Kampa were now utterly on edge. Who could elucidate the nature of this situation to them? The presence of a being as formidable as the Omni King had graced the arena, and by sheer misfortune, he had witnessed Kampa's declaration of intent to obliterate them all. It was highly probable that they were now doomed. The Omni King? Doubi gazed down at the Omni King, wondering if this was indeed the one capable of erasing 12 universes with but a thought. Indeed, he appeared as nothing more than a child, radiating innocence and purity. He was the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, possessing the authority to exchange destroyers or gods of creation, and could render the cosmos non-existent in an instant. Originally, there were 18 universes, 6 of which had been eradicated by the Omni King due to his wrath. Furthermore, in the future saga involving Zamasu, he annihilated all 12 universes simply because he abhorred the desolate world ravaged by Zamasu's slaughter. Had it not been for Goku's quick reflexes, they might have vanished alongside them. Chapter 90. The innocent Omni King. Thus, as the saying goes, the destructive power of a mischievous child is unparalleled. Doubi felt a tinge of regret. Now that the Omni King had appeared, Kampa would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in battle. Nevertheless, the opportunity to behold the Omni King seemed quite splendid. Perhaps due to having watched Dragon Ball Super, Doubi, despite being aware of the Omni King's terrifying aspect, felt no fear, but rather a sense of curiosity. Is this mischievous child truly the mightiest deity of the 12 universes? The East Kaishin turned his head and quietly inquired, Ancestor, who is that peculiar little figure? The old Kaishin swiftly struck the East Kaishin on the head, hissing, Fool, that is a grave disrespect. That is the magnificent Zeno-sama, the supreme god of all. With that, he hurriedly bent down and rushed over. Zeno. The East Kaishin was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the oval-shaped face. Adorned in a blend of blue and purple with adorable, coin-like eyes, he found nothing particularly remarkable apart from the enigmatic attire. Is he truly the Zeno who occupies the pinnacle of the gods? Do not fault the East Kaishin for his limited perspective. Such elevated deities had not made an appearance for countless years. Previously, he had been unaware even of the god of destruction, Beerus, let alone Zeno who reigns above him. However, through the teachings of the old Kaishin over the years, he had gained some understanding of the universe's structure. Zeno stands as the supreme deity above all gods in the cosmos, wielding absolute authority over life and death. With a sudden clap, the old Kaishin and the East Kaishin rushed forward, kneeling alongside the god of destruction, Beerus, while Whis and Kampa also knelt on one knee. We humbly welcome the arrival of Zeno-sama. With the innocent voice of a child, Zeno descended from half a meter high to the ground, prancing towards Beerus and Kampa, his dark, innocent eyes fixed upon them. This action instantly terrified Beerus and Kampa, leaving them dumbfounded, their lips twitching. Zeno-sama, it has been a while since we last spoke. Whis remarked. I trust you are well. Bardos added. Zeno-sama, your presence here is due to, well, I heard you were secretly holding a martial arts competition, so I thought I would come and take a look. Since battles among the gods of destruction are prohibited, I wanted to remind you not to go too overboard. I was also curious if you have been slacking off, Zeno expressed. Zeno-sama, please allow me to explain. Lord Beerus is more passionate about gourmet food and napping than destruction. Whis interjected with a playful jab. Lord Kampa has neglected his diet. His figure has become distorted. I fear it might affect his duties, so I have specially prepared healthy and nutritious meals for him. Yet he complains that my cooking is too unpalatable. Woe is me. Bardos lamented. Then perhaps we should find another god of destruction, Zeno said innocently, his words sending chills down Beerus and Kampa's spines. Please, do not entertain such thoughts. They shouted inwardly, though they could not display their feelings. Just joking, Zeno continued. A sigh of relief escaped Beerus and Kampa. However, after watching your competition, I found it quite interesting and enjoyable, Zeno declared, waving his small hand as if he had discovered a delightful new toy. Indeed, Beerus and Kampa responded quickly. So, should we hold such a competition across the entire universe? A larger scale, gathering competitors from all corners of the cosmos. It would surely be quite entertaining, wouldn't it? The Grand King danced with delight, while the two attendants beside him began to sweat profusely. Whenever the Grand King's enthusiasm surged, it often resulted in calamity. His mood could shift in an instant, and the mere thought of erasing the universe could become a reality in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Goku suddenly interjected, "Really? That sounds like tremendous fun." Beerus and Kampa turned to Goku, astonished. "Let us compete. Let us see who's the best," Goku exclaimed, making his way towards the Grand King. "What are you doing, you fool?" Beerus gasped as he witnessed Goku approaching the Grand King. The two attendants appeared before Goku, preventing him from getting any closer. "What? Is that not allowed?" Goku questioned, perplexed. The attendants shook their heads in response. "Just a few words. Come on," Goku chuckled. The attendants continued to shake their heads. "Listen here, don't think you are worthy of speaking with the Grand King," Beerus warned, fearing Goku might do something foolish. "But it's all right," the Grand King interjected. Beerus and Kampa were momentarily taken aback by this. However, before Beerus could voice his concerns, the Grand King approached Goku, finally standing before him. "The competition will be quite splendid," the Grand King remarked. "Hee." Goku scratched his head and glanced at it. "Did you hear that?" "Humph." It responded curtly. Kampa was in a state of panic, fearing that the Grand King might become displeased. "Very well, we shall hold a competition soon," the Grand King declared. "It's settled then." Goku grinned and extended his hand towards the Grand King. Oh no. Beerus and Kampa nearly collapsed at this turn of events. The Grand King looked at Goku, and in that brief second, time seemed to stretch for those around them. The attendants fixed their gazes on Goku. The Grand King extended his hand and shook Goku's. Few Beerus and Kampa sighed in relief upon realizing the Grand King did not mind. "Hee. It's the first time I've seen Lord Beerus look so timid," they mused, finding amusement in the scene. They understood that Goku was likely to take even bolder actions next. Suddenly, Goku exerted a slight force and lifted the Grand King into the air. "Hey!" Both Beerus and Kampa gasped, their hearts nearly stopping at the sight. The attendants broke into a cold sweat. "It's nothing," the Grand King said as Goku released him, allowing him to land back on the ground. "You are quite an interesting fellow," the Grand King remarked to Goku. "Well then, I shall return." "All right, see you," Goku replied with a smile. Nodding his head, the King of All glanced at the two attendants beside him, waved his arms at everyone, and then extended his hands. The two attendants promptly took the King's hands, and with a dazzling flash, akin to the blossoming of flowers in the dawn light, the King and his attendants departed from the competition stage. Once the King had left, the god of destruction, Beerus, appeared to be drenched in exhaustion, letting out a long sigh, his limbs feeling weak. He then turned his gaze towards Goku. "Listen," Beerus said, his voice trembling slightly. "If Lord Zeno so wishes, he could make all 12 universes vanish in the blink of an eye." Goku, however, was unfazed. "Is that so remarkable? But it seems Lord Zeno is not a malevolent being. He likely wouldn't do such a thing," he chuckled. Sighing, Beerus recognized that scolding Goku was futile. The exhilaration of winning the match had faded. "I said it before, only a tournament hosted by Lord Zeno can be considered a true competition. This was merely a preliminary round, so I'm not too distressed about losing," Kampa exclaimed. "Oh, but I still intend to take the Super Dragon Balls with me." Beerus waved his hand dismissively. "Suit yourself. The Super Dragon Balls are yours, but the 9th one won't be so easily found," Kampa replied. "Vados, let's be off." Having just escaped the pressure from Zeno, Kampa had no intention of lingering. After losing the match, his anticipation for the Super Dragon Balls had diminished significantly. Chapter 91. The conclusion. Even though he had just challenged Beerus to a one-on-one duel, provoking the authority of the god of destruction, he was no longer in the mood to fight. Suddenly, Kampa seemed to have an epiphany and shouted to the people of Universe 6. "Did you all hear that? When we return, make sure to train diligently. No one is to be absent." After searching for the Super Dragon Balls with the radar, they discovered that the 9th one resided on an unnamed planet. Thus, the Super Dragon Balls were finally gathered. "Lord Beerus, please make your wish upon the Super Dragon Balls." Whis pointed to the massive Dragon Balls arranged in the starry sky. Indeed, Beerus nodded, squinting at the 7 enormous Dragon Balls. Under Whis's guidance, the 7 Super Dragon Balls converged. At that moment, in the vastness of the universe, the 7 colossal Dragon Balls were positioned together, presenting a magnificent sight. Buzzing. As the 7 Super Dragon Balls came together, They seemed to respond to an unseen force, their luminescence flickering with increasing frequency. With each flash, a soft, melodic hum akin to that of a divine dragon echoed. Beerus conveyed the divine incantation for summoning the Super Shinran to Whis, who then uttered the invocation. As his words fell silent, the 7 super dragon balls grew still, their golden glimmers fading away, a serene calm before the storm, as if a tempest required time to brew. After a prolonged silence, the cosmos resonated with the thunderous echoes reminiscent of primordial cataclysms, as if the very fabric of existence was being woven anew. A super dragon ball, colossal as a planet, emanated resplendent golden light, growing increasingly vast and luminous, soon erupting with the brilliance of a star. Wisps of golden lightning intertwined among the super dragon balls, gradually diffusing into the vastness of space, transforming the entire realm with an awe-inspiring and divine spectacle. Golden clouds unfurled amidst the galactic rivers, enveloping every star in a shimmering ocean of gold. Suddenly, 7 super dragon balls unleashed a torrent of golden radiance, spiraling into the depths of the universe, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that echoed across the heavens, heralding the imminent emergence of a celestial dragon. With a thunderous boom, the magnificent golden form of the super dragon materialized, a sacred creature adorned with wings, elongated and robust, reminiscent of the legendary dragons of ancient myth. As it manifested, its size rapidly expanded, from the magnitude of a star to an awe-inspiring scale, with its crimson eyes growing to match the size of celestial bodies. Its wings unfurling to rival the expanse of the Milky Way, and continuing to swell beyond comprehension. Extraordinary, exclaimed Doubi, captivated by the wondrous manifestation of the super dragon. A resounding roar that shook the cosmos erupted as the super dragon opened its immense jaws, consuming the vast galaxy in one sweeping motion, its form swelling until each scale mirrored the enormity of the Milky Way. At last, the super dragon revealed its complete and magnificent form. At this moment, the entirety of the 6th universe seemed to transform into a vast swimming pool where the magnificent dragon reveled in playful abandon. Countless spiraling galaxies floated around the colossal dragon, resembling mere particles of dust, each no larger than a single scale on the dragon's majestic body. The dragon opened its immense maw and devoured everyone whole within its belly. They beheld a miniature projection of the dragon itself. "Speak your wishes," it proclaimed in a resonant voice, the divine language incomprehensible to those unversed in its intricacies. "Great dragon, please restore Earth and the 6th universe to its former state," exclaimed Beerus, gazing at the overwhelmingly large dragon with a fleeting expression of astonishment before articulating his wish. Although Beerus had often clashed with Kampa, he found himself at a loss for what to wish for after acquiring the Dragon Balls. After some contemplation, he decided to grant Kampa a planet abundant with culinary delights, a wish he deemed straightforward. "That wish is easily fulfilled," declared the dragon, and with that, a wondrous wave of energy radiated outward. Suddenly, with a resounding whoosh, the dreamlike scene shattered, and everyone found themselves back amidst the resplendent stars of the cosmos. "What wish did you make?" Bulma inquired curiously of Beerus. "That is a secret," Beerus replied, crossing his arms. "Come on, don't be stingy. It wouldn't hurt to share," Goku chimed in, sensing Beerus' reluctance. "I wished for a more comfortable bed," Beerus revealed. Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. "You used the Super Dragon Balls for such a wish? Are you certain?" "Surely, that seems rather wasteful." "Indeed." Lord Beerus was a figure of considerable warmth among the gods of destruction. You big fool. I could grant such a wish myself," Bulma interjected, oblivious to the deeper implications of Beerus' statement. "Who are you calling a big fool? Do you dare to challenge me?" Beerus threatened. However, his words seemed to hold little weight in that moment. Meanwhile, on Kampa's side, he and Vados were still en route back to the 6th universe. The crystalline light within the bizarre cosmic passage displayed a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, devoid of direction. No front or back, no left or right, no up or down. Much like the legendary wormhole tunnels, filled with infinite twists and turns. Here lies the passage connecting 12 universes. Beep, beep, beep. The crystal orb atop the staff of Vados flickered incessantly, capturing her attention. It only reacted when external forces intervened within the cosmos. Curious, she leaned closer with her bright, inquisitive eyes, exclaiming softly in surprise. "Look, Lord Kampa." Vados held the staff before Kampa, tilting her head as she spoke, a strand of silvery gray hair cascading gracefully down her chest. "What?" Kampa, engrossed in devouring a bowl of rice, turned his head with a look of mild annoyance upon hearing Batos's call, just in time to behold the enchanting sight displayed within the crystal orb, a splendid, sapphire-like planet, gracefully and serenely orbiting in its path. What planet is this? It's quite beautiful, Kampa remarked, somewhat astonished. Batos smiled gently, her cool demeanor softening with a hint of joy. Lord Kampa, this is Earth from the 6th universe. But didn't you say it was devoid of life? It appears quite normal to me, he countered. Indeed, this contradicts our previous intel. It seems Lord Beerus has restored Earth using the Dragon Balls, she explained. Humph. That Beerus is such a meddler, always poking his nose into affairs, a most bothersome fellow, Kampa grumbled, continuing to indulge in his meal, although his eyes occasionally darted towards the ethereal image of Earth. Noticing this, Batos smiled softly and tapped her staff, hastening their return to the 6th universe. The relationship between the brothers Kampa and Beerus often resembled that of sworn enemies, each wishing to deliver a good thrashing to the other. Yet at times they displayed a surprising sense of camaraderie. Speaking of which, both Kampa and the 6th universe were eliminated by the Omni King during the Tournament of Power. It is likely that Beerus felt quite despondent about it. Chapter 92. The Cleanup, the martial arts tournament between the 7th and 6th universes, with the Super Dragon Balls as the prize, concluded in victory for the 7th universe. However, while the tournament had ended, there were still matters requiring attention. Those who have been scheming here, I shall unearth them one by one, Beerus declared. Lord Beerus, it's easy to say, but how will we find them? We don't even know who is responsible, Doki chimed in beside him. Indeed, Goku echoed, standing next to Doki. I have my methods, just watch closely, Beerus asserted confidently. Beerus waved his hand and remarked, now, what remains here are Doubi, Son Goku, and Vegeta. The others have already been sent back to Earth in the 7th universe. Even without the transport cube, they are capable of traversing the interdimensional pathways themselves. Moreover, the transport cube can be summoned back by Whis at any moment. Therefore, the presence or absence of the transport cube is of little consequence. As for why Doubi, Goku, and Vegeta chose to stay, it is simply out of curiosity. Perhaps a formidable opponent will emerge. This was Goku's exact sentiment. Humph, I shall see for myself, was Vegeta's attitude at that moment. Hee, how intriguing, was Doubi's response. Thus, these 3 individuals remained. Let me make it clear, if the opponent is too weak, you will be the ones to handle it, Beerus cautioned. Oh, Doubi replied casually, let's get started, for we are quite eager. Very well, Whis. Beerus addressed Whis. Understood. Whis nodded slightly, then raised his staff. Green ripples emanated from it, seemingly searching for something. Whis maintained this posture for a brief 2 seconds. It appears Whis has discovered something. It seems the entity is not present here. Whis, what are you saying? Goku asked, somewhat perplexed. I mean to say, the one engaging in mischief is no longer here, Beerus answered on behalf of Whis. Then what do we do? Isn't that quite normal? Who would remain stationary to be attacked? Doubi interjected. Even though the individual has fled, we still have our own tasks to attend to, Whis stated, as he traced a circular mark in the void of space with his staff. A circle, 5 meters wide, manifested, revealing a black-hued portal. Please, step inside, Whis instructed. Are we just flying straight in? Doubi pointed at the black hole-like entity, questioning it. Having experienced being drawn into a black hole, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Rest assured, this is merely a tunnel connecting spaces, Whis chuckled, seemingly aware of Doubi's concerns. Oh, very well. Reassured, Doubi flew in without hesitation. Hey, wait for me. Goku followed suit. And Vegeta soon joined as well. Oh dear, they are quite enthusiastic. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Beerus? Whis remarked with a smile. Humph. I merely hope that the one bold enough to toy with me will make an appearance soon. Beerus let out a disdainful hum, and then, alongside Whis, they soared into the abyss. Once they had both entered the inky black circular void, it instantaneously sealed shut, leaving behind a diamond-shaped black crystal that hovered in the very spot where the void once existed. This dark crystal emanated an aura identical to that of the void. Chapter 92. The Cleanup, Part 2. The experience of entering the circular void was not as awe-inspiring or dazzling as traversing a cosmic passage. In simpler terms, it was as if the world before them plunged into darkness in an instant, accompanied by a few inexplicable, haunting wails that echoed nearby. While these cries could hardly intimidate the 2 divine beings who had entered, they nonetheless provoked a peculiar sense of irritation. Then, as if the brain had momentarily short-circuited, the scene before them abruptly transformed. Here lies a space akin to the cosmos, yet not without its boundaries. Approximately a kilometer away, countless small glass-like cubes are amassed, forming a formidable wall. However, Doubi and his companions find themselves unable to perceive anything, for the darkness is overwhelming. Despite Doubi's exceptional night vision, not a single glimmer of light penetrates this abyss. Here, there exists an absence of light, distinctly different from the nights on Earth, where even in the dead of night, light persists, emanating softly from the moon. In this realm, however, not a single glimmer of light can be found. Thus, despite Doubi's formidable night vision, he finds himself as blind as a bat in this darkness. Wow, it's hard to see, he remarked, echoing a similar sentiment to that of Wukong. Vegeta, in contrast, remains silent, merely conjuring a white energy sphere and directing it toward a certain point. This luminous orb, instead of exploding upon reaching a distance, hovered in the air, blossoming into a radiant glow that instantly illuminated the surroundings. Oh, now I can see, Doubi observed while scanning the area. Vegeta continued to remain silent, hovering quietly in the air, scrutinizing the environment. Sensing no presence, Vegeta mused inwardly. That will not suffice, Vegeta. At that moment, Whis and Beerus appeared behind him, their arrival unnoticed. What should we do? Vegeta inquired. I mentioned earlier that his physical self is not present here, even during the previous contest. The mischief was not executed by his corporeal form, Whis explained. Then who is that person? What exactly did he do? Doubi interjected, feeling somewhat bewildered. Well, the clues are scant. I cannot ascertain his identity, but I am well aware of his actions, Whis continued, pausing momentarily. Just now, the aura emanating from Frost and Kaba was identical to that previously exhibited by Frieza and his cohort. It is the work of this individual. Indeed, it is apparent. This resembles dark magic, possibly the handiwork of beings from the Dark Demon Realm, Whis elaborated. The Dark Demon Realm? Doubi pondered, scratching his head, as he seemed to recall that Dubra was indeed the demon king of this realm. Nevertheless, he had been directly controlled by Babidi-s magic, and his power was not particularly formidable, merely on par with a lightning-infused cell, easily vanquished by the current Goku and his allies. The Dark Demon Realm? I thought it had already fallen into decline, Beerus interjected. Ah, Lord Beerus, you have been in slumber for over 30 years. Many events have transpired in the outside world. Whis smiled gently. Beerus, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose. Among the 12 gods of destruction, he was the most slothful. Before the arrival of Goku, Vegeta, and the others, he would slumber for centuries on end. However, his quality of sleep had since diminished, and the reasons for this are rather self-evident. In fact, Whis felt a degree of gratitude towards Goku and Vegeta, had they not been so diligently training, creating a cacophony of sounds each day. Lord Beerus would not have maintained a regular sleep schedule. Chapter 93, Demigrahem. Let us not dwell on that for now. Please enlighten us about the Dark Demon Realm. Beerus coughed lightly to alleviate his awkwardness. The atmosphere here felt devoid of any presence. Although somewhat eerie, it appeared to pose no immediate danger. Thus, Doubi and the others gathered around, eager to hear Whis's tale. Very well, I shall regale you with the story. Whis paused momentarily before commencing his narration. This is a tale concerning the rise and fall of the Dark Demon Realm. In essence, due to the decline of this realm, its denizens are relentlessly seeking to amass destructive energy, referred to as Kiri, to restore their former glory. Strangely, this narrative evokes a sense of familiarity within Doubi, though he cannot quite pinpoint the reason. The collection of destructive energy necessitates the alteration of historical events, rendering them perpetual targets of pursuit by the City of Time. The City of Time? Destructive energy? Altering the annals of history. These three pieces of information immediately reminded Doubi of why the term revival of the Dark Demon Realm sounded somewhat familiar to him. Isn't this the very essence of the storyline from Dragon Ball Xenoverse? Dragon Ball Xenoverse, in fact, is a fighting game developed by DMPS and published by Namco Bandai. Released in Japan on February 5, 2015. It serves as the narrative foundation for the realms inhabited by players and warriors, as well as the Time Kaishin's repository. Within this game, players have the opportunity to create their cherished characters and define their races. Doubi has also experienced the first and second iterations of this game, finding them quite enjoyable. However, the timeline is convoluted, with characters traversing through various dimensions. Moreover, two entities known as Mira and Toa are perpetually instigating chaos across these timelines. For instance, in the early stages of the Saiyan saga, they manipulate Raditz to kill Goku and Piccolo, enhancing adversaries and compelling them to act contrary to the original narrative, thus distorting history and creating temporal anomalies. Additionally, they exert control over members of the Dragon Ball warriors, inciting them to rampage. In Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, they even draw the bosses from various Dragon Ball movies into the original timeline, resulting in an extraordinary narrative upheaval. Were it not for the Time Patrollers in the Time City diligently monitoring and rectifying these disturbances, the timeline would have long since collapsed. However, Doubi did not anticipate that within this Dragon Ball universe, there would be elements exclusive to the game itself. Thus, the dark, deathly aura they emit is indeed the work of Toa, Doubi mused. Distorting history? Goku appeared somewhat perplexed upon hearing this. Precisely. For instance, they travel to the past and reverse events that were meant to transpire, Whis explained, much like when you engage in battle against Frieza and his ilk. You two are calculating your moves. Oh, so they are the villains then, Goku responded, a look of realization dawning upon him. Doubi found himself somewhat speechless, as Goku's way of understanding was truly unique. Indeed, one could certainly say that, Whis chuckled. So what shall we do next? Doubi inquired, casting a glance at the peculiar realm around them, the rift in time and space. He felt an unsettling aura in this place, something distinctly odd. This sensation is not one of peril, but rather an ominous premonition of an impending misfortune. Indeed, Goku remarked. At that moment, Whis raised his staff, seemingly poised to take action. Suddenly, Beerus lifted his hand and unleashed a violet shockwave directed at Doubi. Doubi swiftly reacted, slightly shifting his body to evade the oncoming blast. The shockwave missed Doubi, hurtling towards the edge of space. Boom. It struck the spatial boundary, unleashing a torrent of energy and a wave of force. Oh. Goku and Vegeta quickly harnessed their energy, stabilizing themselves amidst the tempest of energy. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? Doubi questioned, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Beerus remained silent, charging toward Doubi to launch an assault. Doubi was perplexed by Beerus's sudden outburst, yet he braced himself for the confrontation. What is happening? Why has Lord Beerus suddenly turned against Doubi? Goku observed the chaotic exchange between Doubi and Beerus, voicing his confusion. I have no idea, Vegeta echoed, equally puzzled. Whis furrowed his brow, pondering the unexpected assault from Beerus on Doubi, noting the unsettling energy emanating from him. What is this? Ha! Suddenly, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed through the void, and a figure with crimson hair materialized before them, clad in azure attire and wielding a scepter. Upon witnessing this individual, Doubi was immediately reminded of the ultimate antagonist from Dragon Ball Super Universe 1 Demigra. Who is this person? Goku gazed at Demigra, perplexed by his intentions. To your surprise, Whis, this rift was intentionally left by me. However, I did not anticipate that you would walk directly into it. It is truly fortuitous that I can now exert control over the most formidable deity of destruction in the universe. Demigra laughed maniacally. Who are you? Whis inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. If this were a comic, Whis would undoubtedly be surrounded by question marks at this moment. Mr. Whis, it seems that you have a tendency to forget the important things. I am Demigra. If it weren't for you, I would not have been sealed for such an extended period. I must sincerely thank you. Demigra? Whis tilted his head, resting his finger on his chin, then shook his head. Apologies, but I still cannot recall. I have no recollection of trivial matters, such as Lord Beerus sealing the god of destruction from a bygone era. Whis replied nonchalantly. Old man, didn't Lord Beerus seal him within that sword? Upon hearing this, Goku realized the reason behind the old Kaioshin's imprisonment within the Z-sword. However, how could he have claimed that the individual was terrified of him? Surely, the old man was boasting. A sinister expression crossed Demigra's face during his time of confinement. His every thought revolved around annihilating the god of destruction, obliterating the supreme Kai of time, and most importantly, eliminating Whis. Beerus, kill Whis for me. At Demigra's command, Beerus turned to face Whis and roared, launching himself towards him. Whoosh! Doubi instantly appeared before Beerus, raising his arm to block the deity's punch. Crash! A look of astonishment crossed Demigra's features. I did not expect a mere human to withstand the god of destruction's attack. Well, let us prolong your suffering a little longer. Demigra sneered. At that moment, ultimate flash. Vegeta launched an assault on Demigra. What? Demigra appeared somewhat taken aback by Vegeta's sudden offensive. Nevertheless, he quickly adapted. His form became ethereal, and the ultimate flash passed through him as though striking an illusion, dissipating into the void. Chapter 94. Demigra's downfall. The ultimate flash traversed the expanse of this realm, yet it did not trigger a violent explosion like the shockwave emitted by Beerus. Instead, it vanished into the ether. You. Demigra glared at Vegeta, seething with anger. What? Just a moment ago, I saw you laughing foolishly, and I thought you possessed some remarkable prowess. Is this all you can do? Having witnessed the terror etched on Demigra's face moments ago, Vegeta could not help but taunt him. You. Humph. Demigra initially simmered with rage, but soon regained his composure. Very well. Beerus, eliminate this man, and then dispose of Vegeta. As a demon who had interfered with the fabric of time, he was certainly aware of Vegeta's name. Meanwhile, Doubi, engaged in a fierce exchange with Beerus, chuckled upon hearing Demigra's command. Beerus clasped his hands together, summoning a technique he had previously employed against the Super Saiyan God Goku, the burning attack. Doubi, adopting the stance of the Kamehameha, appeared as if he was preparing to unleash a wave of energy. However, with a resounding shout, Doubi directed his Kamehameha towards Demigra. Simultaneously, Beerus hurled the burning attack in Demigra's direction. What? Demigra was taken aback by the sudden onslaught, hastily evading both attacks with his ethereal form. Beerus, what are you doing? Demigra's expression bore a hint of astonishment as he observed Beerus, who stood impassively in midair, arms crossed, regarding him coolly. What is happening? Why is Beerus not under control? His mind was filled with questions as he looked at Beerus in confusion. From the moment I entered, I sensed your presence and knew you intended to play tricks. I merely indulged you for amusement. Beerus remarked with a yawn. Tricks? Upon hearing this, Demigra's eyes widened. His profound magic was dismissed by Beerus as mere tricks. However, how did you discern that I was pretending, Doubi? I believed I was quite convincing. Beerus inquired of Doubi. The force behind your punches is lighter than when you fought us before, clearly indicating that you were holding back. Thus I deduced that you were not under control. Doubi responded. Oh, it seems I need to strike harder. Beerus nodded. You dare to ignore my existence. Demigra, witnessing Doubi and Beerus conversing as if he were invisible, was filled with fury. Suddenly, the rage on Demigra's face faded, replaced by a smile that hinted at intrigue as he gazed at Doubi. What is it? I have no interest in male beauty. Doubi felt uneasy under Demigra's gaze, beginning to suspect that Demigra might be a homosexual. Allow me to show you this. Buzz. A magical array appeared before him, adorned with incomprehensible patterns. Numerous red threads surged forth, heading towards Doubi, along with Goku and Vegeta beside him. What is this? Doubi felt the red threads attempting to invade his body. He subtly stirred the energy within, utterly extinguishing the threads. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta erupted with energy, shattering the threads away. Humph, is that all you can do? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at Demigra. What? You have not succumbed to my control? This is impossible. Demigra exclaimed in disbelief, intensifying his energy output, as a wave of dark energy surged toward them. Yet, it still bore no effect, leaving Demigra feeling inexplicably perturbed. What have you done? Why can I not control you? Demigra shouted. Haha, perhaps it is because we are all in the divine realm, so your magic is ineffective against us. Goku laughed. Divine realm? Upon hearing this, Demigra immediately thought of the Super Saiyan God. Is it the Super Saiyan God? How infuriating. But it is not over yet. Demigra roared. Suddenly, a magical array emerged around him, entirely black, with patterns of extreme complexity. Arise, warriors from the underworld. Chapter 94. Demigra's Reckless in Part 2. Arise, warriors from the underworld. A magical array swept downwards, revealing an individual, with golden hair, a black vest, and white trousers. He donned the unmistakable attire of a Metamoran. A robust physique and icy gaze characterized him, while a casual fringe rested upon his forehead, which bore an infinite-like insignia emanating a dark gray energy. Gogeta? Duplicity stared in astonishment at the warrior before him. This was undeniably the result of the fusion between Goku and Vegeta, a formidable fusion warrior first manifested during the battle in Hell against the evil spirit bomb. Although he utilized only a single technique, Gogeta's prowess was evident. Moreover, the strength derived from a Metamoran fusion entirely depended on the synergy and physical compatibility of the participants. The greater the compatibility, the mightier the resulting power, with a time limit of half an hour. Yet, Goku and Vegeta stood right beside him. Where did this Gogeta originate? Huh. ISNT this our fusion with Vegeta? Goku also expressed his surprise. TCH. This counterfeit is nothing I can't handle alone. Vegeta scoffed. Ho ho ho. But there's more to come. Arise, my warriors. Behind Gogeta, numerous magical arrays materialized, from which emerged several beings of formidable presence. Frieza, Cell. These were foes Goku and his companions had previously battled. To Gogeta's left stood a diminutive figure, scarcely exceeding 1 meter in height, entirely pink. Clad in white trousers and black shoes, with a single antenna gracefully resting behind his head, resembling a human. This is Majin Buu, and indeed, a pure Majin. Furthermore, a purple figure wielding a long sword emanates a sinister aura. But that is not all. A colossal magic circle materializes before these warriors, from which emerges a towering warrior. Exceeding 2 meters in height, his physique remarkably muscular, adorned with grass-green hair. A tail coils around his form, and his void-like, pupil-less eyes blaze with fury. These warriors share a singular trait, an immense mark emblazoned upon their foreheads. Broly. Doubi is somewhat perplexed. Did he not defeat Broly? When he first entered the Dragon Ball realm, he encountered Broly, leaving a lasting impression. What? You know him too? Goku inquired upon hearing Doubi call out Broly's name. Indeed, I encountered him on a distant planet, where he descended in a spaceship, rampaging uncontrollably. Yet, I distinctly remember having vanquished him at that time. Doubi replied, Huh, Broly exists beyond this timeline. Are you frightened? Demigra laughed heartily. Not at all. Doubi chuckled, casting his gaze upon Broly. However, Broly's attention was now entirely focused on Son Goku. Kakarot. Broly roared in anger, charging towards Goku. I never imagined you would still despise me so much. Goku, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, engaged Broly in battle in his base form. You all join in. At Demigra's command, the remaining 5 adversaries surged toward them. Observing these 6 foes, Beerus yawned widely, his tone lethargic as he remarked, These weaklings are yours to handle. I shall not interfere. Indeed, these adversaries posed no challenge to Beerus, extinguishing his desire for combat. Having spoken, Beerus soared to Vados' side, who, in perfect harmony, conjured a reclining chair for him. Beerus settled into it, retrieving a beverage Vados had brought from Earth, sipping it leisurely. Doubi, witnessing Beerus's indifference, felt speechless. Did you not assert that you would personally obliterate those engaging in underhanded tactics? Why now do you merely spectate? Never mind, let's fight first. Doubi redirected his focus toward the enemies. Chapter 95, The Overwhelming Battle Outcome. Majin Buu, is it? Vegeta turned his gaze toward the pure Majin Buu. Majin Buu left an indelible impression on him. At that time, Super Saiyan 3 Goku battled against him while he could only stand by, utterly powerless to intervene. When he was attempting to buy time for Kakarot, he found himself mercilessly overwhelmed. However, the situation has changed. He has transformed since then. With a loud thump, Majin Buu pounded his chest like a great gorilla. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta vanished in an instant, appearing behind Majin Buu. He pressed his palms against Buu's back and unleashed a colossal explosion attack. A massive blue and white energy sphere engulfed Majin Buu, spinning violently and swiftly reducing him to mere ashes. A decisive and instantaneous defeat. On the other side, Doubi teleported directly behind Cell and Frieza, his fists poised for an assault. The immense power contained within his punches shattered their bodies into a mist of blood. Both Frieza and Cell vanished without a trace. You, Frieza, are far inferior to what we have back home, Doubi remarked coolly to the astonished Demigra. The bosses from the early to mid stages of Dragon Ball are to him akin to mere ants, effortlessly crushed with a slight exertion of force. The disparity in combat power is insurmountably vast, a qualitative gap that cannot be compensated for by sheer numbers. This holds true for both Goku and Vegeta. Once formidable adversaries, they are now no match for them. With a resounding thud, Broly was sent flying by a single punch from Goku, resembling a kite severed from its string, drifting through the air for quite some time before finally coming to rest. Kakarot. Broly, seemingly enraged by being struck down, unleashed a furious roar. Alas, you remain unchanged. Goku sighed, bringing his hands together. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Broly. Kamehameha! Goku exclaimed, unleashing the technique as it surged toward Broly. Goku's speed was so astonishing that Broly was unable to react, and he was struck directly by the Kamehameha wave. Broly emitted a painful cry, akin to the lament of a beast on the brink of death. Ultimately, he was reduced to ashes amidst the azure glow of the Kamehameha. Goku paused, reflecting on Broly. He felt a multitude of emotions. A once formidable foe, vanquished through sheer effort, was now gone. Truth be told, if it were possible, Goku did not wish to kill Broly. He was a worthy opponent. Regrettably, the overwhelming power of the legendary Super Saiyan had driven Broly into a maddened frenzy, fueled by a primal desire to annihilate everything. How tragic it was that he could not even control his own consciousness, reduced to a mindless rampage. In the face of such an existence, Goku had no choice but to end his life, granting him a form of release. Nevertheless, Goku chose not to dwell on it further and turned his attention to Gogeta, rushing toward him. "It is you," he remarked, gazing at the evil spirit wave. Undoubtedly, this was the second form of the evil spirit wave. Chapter 95. The Overwhelming Result of Battle, Part 2. There was no doubt. This was the second state of the evil spirit wave. I recall that the evil spirit wave is formed from pure malice from the underworld. It seems impossible to defeat it through ordinary means, Doubi pondered. I wonder if the spirit bomb would work, he contemplated. Preparing to implement it, having learned from Goku during his training with Whis. Beams of blue light converged upon Doubi's hands. Yet the spirit bomb formed was only the size of a ping-pong ball. Is there insufficient energy in this fractured space? Doubi mused, clicking his tongue at the result. Nonetheless, this would suffice. The blue energy, imbued with the essence of life, floated above Doubi's right hand, which he then hurled toward the evil spirit wave. The blue energy sphere penetrated the body of the evil spirit wave. This energy, akin to Broly's, was a formidable existence in its own right. The only distinction was that this was pure life energy. From within the depths of the malevolent aura, the energy sphere gradually corroded the essence of the dark wave. In but a fleeting moment, the dark wave transformed into a mere speck of dust within the cosmos. With a satisfied clap, Doubi exclaimed, "Ah, what a challenge this has been." Meanwhile, Goku appeared somewhat conflicted, pondering, "This is the fusion of Vegeta and myself. It surely cannot be a villain, can it? I find it difficult to strike." Indeed, Goku hesitated to confront Vegeta. Firstly, this warrior, born from the fusion of himself and Vegeta, was undoubtedly not a malevolent entity, but rather a victim of the control exerted by that red-haired fiend. Secondly, attacking him felt akin to assaulting half of his own being, evoking a complex array of emotions. Perhaps I should show some restraint, Goku resolved. After formulating his strategy, he unleashed a technique reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Broly. Utilizing instant transmission and the Kamehameha wave, he incapacitated Vegeta to the point of no return. Observing this spectacle, Demigra gaped in astonishment. Have the numerous fortified bosses of Dragon Ball been so effortlessly vanquished? He mused. It seems your intelligence regarding our strengths has been somewhat flawed. Doubi remarked with a sardonic smile, directing his gaze at Demigra's bewildered expression. Demigra recalled that in the Dragon Ball Super universe, Super Saiyan 3 Goku could indeed contend with his ultimate form. It is worth noting that this Super Saiyan 3 Goku is the one who emerged just after the conclusion of the battle between gods. Presently, if Demigra's strength aligns with his portrayal in the Dragon Ball Super universe, it is likely that Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta could potentially vanquish him. Perhaps your powers indeed exceed my expectations. Nonetheless, the momentary flicker of anxiety on Demigra's face quickly dissipated, returning to his usual demeanor. Nevertheless, if that is the case, let us meet again at a more opportune time, he declared, as his form began to shimmer with intangibility. It appeared he intended to evade, just as he had previously dodged Vegeta's attack. However, could he truly escape in such a manner? Where do you think you're going? A hand, seemingly appearing from nowhere, rested upon Demigra's shoulder. Simultaneously, the ethereal quality of his body came to a halt. What? Upon hearing this voice, Demigra was momentarily startled. He sensed the presence of the individual behind him. Beerus, how could this be? How did you disrupt my magic? Demigra inquired, astonished. Magic? You mean the little trick you just executed? Such a trivial maneuver is remarkably simple to unravel, Beerus replied, stifling a yawn. Trivial trick? Hearing Beerus belittle his cherished and sacred magic ignited a deep-seated rage within Demigra. His animosity towards Beerus intensified. Enough of this, having squandered so much time on you. It is time to conclude this, Beerus stated, as a brilliant purple light emanated from his hand, surrounded by shimmering orbs that resembled stars, dazzlingly beautiful in their splendor. This technique is none other than the ultimate move of the god of destruction, Annihilation. Chapter 96, Annihilation. Oh, Upon witnessing the purple glow emanating from Beerus's hand, the eyes of the combatants gleamed with anticipation. This is the technique of the god of destruction, annihilation. Beerus gazed at Zama's, his expression transforming into one of unprecedented authority. The energy of destruction surged forth from his hands, radiating an intense brilliance, annihilation. With a commanding utterance, an unfathomable force surged forward, akin to a tranquil sea suddenly giving rise to a formidable and tumultuous wave. Demigra's form was swiftly engulfed by this overwhelming energy. Surrounded by the pale violet aura of destruction, Demigra's body began to disintegrate, dissipating gradually into particles. Demigra emitted a wretched scream, as if enduring an agony worse than death. Beerus, the god of destruction, one day, I shall make you pay for your actions today, even in the throes of annihilation. Demigra could not refrain from hurling threats at Beerus. Bring it on, do as you please, Beerus replied nonchalantly. With numerous adversaries to contend with, Demigra was hardly significant. That wretched mouse was far superior to this fool, yet he dared to threaten me? Beerus tightened his grip slightly, and in an instant, the violet radiance transformed Demigra entirely into scattered particles of light. The process may appear lengthy, yet in reality, it transpires in a mere 2 seconds. Lord Beerus, you have ensured his demise, leaving not a trace behind, remarked Doubi. This fellow is cunning. What remains here is merely a doppelganger, retorted Beerus with a scoff. A doppelganger? Is it akin to Nanjing? Goku inquired, curiosity piqued. That individual is somewhat similar. Beerus seemed disinclined to elaborate further, dismissing the inquiry with a single sentence. What? Goku expressed mild dissatisfaction, but refrained from pressing further. Let us depart. This journey feels rather fruitless. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, speaking to himself. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis, with deftness, opened the passageway with his staff. Is this truly the conclusion? I had anticipated this adversary might possess some formidable abilities. Doubi expressed his disappointment. He had initially hoped Demigra would conjure some powerful entities to contend with, yet was met with such a lackluster display. However, let us endure, Doubi thought, recalling the forthcoming saga of Zamasu, his earlier discontent swiftly dissipating. What a bore. Goku scratched his head, directing his gaze toward where Vegito had been, only to find it vacant. Where has he gone? It appears he has fled, Vegeta observed calmly. Doubi found himself at a loss for words. A living being, and yet he managed to escape right before their eyes. Vegeta, did you not notice? Goku queried. How could I? I was engaged in battle with them. Was it not your responsibility to oversee Vegito? Vegeta retorted somewhat irritably. Is that so? Goku scratched his head awkwardly, embodying his typically carefree demeanor. Such trivial matters aside, I must ask, is that Vegito truly a fusion of the two of you? How can he possess such meager strength? Beerus inquired. That Vegito likely hails from a different timeline, hence the disparity, Goku conjectured. It must be so. The energy emanating from this Vegito pales in comparison to your usual forms, Doubi added. Indeed, Vegito is formidable, particularly in his Super Saiyan state. Upon his initial appearance, he effortlessly obliterated the malevolent wave that had previously decimated Super Saiyan 3 Goku with a singular stellar explosion. However, when juxtaposed with the current Goku and Vegeta, he pales significantly. Of course, should the present Goku and Vegeta fuse into Vegito, their power would undoubtedly be overwhelming. I digress. Chapter 96, Destruction, Part 2, I digress. Perhaps I shall return to indulge in a good night's rest. Beerus stretched lazily before stepping into the passageway. Whis followed suit, turning back to the three with a gentle reminder, if you do not depart soon, this passage will close. Let us go. We shall leave immediately. Soon it will arrive. Oh my. The three of them uttered their respective exclamations and then rushed into the cave entrance. As they departed, the entrance closed behind them. What was it again? A celebration party. Upon hearing this news in Beerus' palace, Doubi momentarily froze. Indeed, it was said that they would celebrate their victory in the competition. Whis remarked with a smile. After dealing with Demigra's affairs, Goku and Vegeta opted to stay at their homes, while Doubi, with nowhere else to go, continued to linger in Beerus' domain. After all, Beerus' residence was vast, being an entire planet. The addition of Doubi was of no consequence. Thus, Doubi made the realm of destruction his abode, remaining there. Hey, Doubi, you should join the celebration. In Whis' crystal ball, Bulma spoke to Doubi, who stood nearby. A celebration? Is there going to be plenty of food like the last birthday party? Doubi inquired with a grin. Ah, indeed. There will be even more food this time. Hee hee. Then I must attend. Doubi promptly agreed upon hearing this. Although there was food available here, it consisted solely of what he, Goku, and Vegeta had brought, which was rather limited. Consuming the same dishes had become somewhat tiresome for Doubi, and a change in flavor would be delightful. All right, it's settled. Bulma exclaimed with a smile. When will it take place? Beerus leaned closer to the crystal ball. He greatly enjoyed attending feasts, harboring a strong craving for food. Having once contemplated destroying Earth over a mere pudding. It's tomorrow. Goodbye. See you then. Bulma concluded, and the crystal ball dimmed, returning to its dark appearance. Hee hee. I feel a bit excited. Doubi clapped his hands and chuckled. Well, since the celebration is tomorrow, I shall intensify my training in self-reaction today. Whis said with a beaming smile to Doubi. Ah. Doubi was momentarily taken aback. Was this an invitation to endure more punishment? Keep up the good work. Beerus patted Doubi on the shoulder and departed. Patience is essential. Attaining the Ultra Instinct is not an easy feat. Observing Doubi's less than pleased expression, Whis remarked. Ah, Doubi acknowledged, feeling somewhat powerless. In the original narrative, Goku achieved this Ultra Instinct merely by being struck by a spirit bomb, transitioning from being unable to combat Jiren to matching him in strength. However, the method of learning this technique is not clearly explained in the animation. Thus, after being struck, the energy from the explosion surged into Goku's body, unlocking his latent potential, and thus he activated the Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, Doubi found himself in a more arduous predicament. Having trained under Whis for over 6 months, he was only just beginning to exhibit some instinctive evasive movements. The disparity is indeed incomparable to that of the protagonist. Chapter 97. Celebration Feast. Delicious, delicious. Let's have some more. The dining table was entirely dominated by the Saiyans and Doubi. When it comes to appetite, aside from Doubi, who defies all norms, no Earthling can rival the Saiyans in terms of consumption. This observation is confined solely to the Dragon Ball universe, excluding the voracious eaters from other realms. As usual, I found myself unable to take a bite. Watching them devour their food with such fervor brought a smile to Krillin's face. His gaze then shifted to Beerus, who was indulging in desserts. I hope nothing like the last incident occurs again, Krillin thought, feeling a twinge of concern over the previous calamity. Rest assured, this time there is an ample supply of food. No one can monopolize it, Bulma declared proudly. Indeed, the provisions prepared this time were abundant. If one were to measure the weight of the food, it would be quantified in tons as the minimum unit. Bulma's Capsule Corporation truly is a wealthy establishment, capable of catering to such an array of gluttons for a grand feast. With so many ravenous eaters in the household, it is astonishing that they have not been consumed into poverty. This raises an intriguing question. It is often said that Chi-Chi's family is poor. Yet how is she able to ensure that Goku, Gohan, and Goten are sufficiently fed each day? Their meals are measured by the ton. What a staggering expense that must entail. Could it be that Goku and the others are devouring them into destitution? However, such matters are of little concern to Doubi at present, as his focus remains solely on the food. His hands moved with such speed that they appeared to blur, leaving a trail of empty plates around him. Goku and Vegeta were not far behind, equally engrossed in their frenzied feasting. By the way, since they are on Earth, Goku and Vegeta have reverted to their outfits from the God of Destruction era. They appeared as if they hadn't eaten in days, ravenous as ever, with plates piled high around them, nearly touching the ceiling. At last, with a contented sigh, Goku beamed with joy, resting his hands behind his head. Humph. Vegeta remains as he always is, somewhat bored, Doubi remarked, feeling a sense of ennui after the meal. Suddenly, he felt the urge to find something to do, perhaps to seek some amusement. Goku, shall we not do something? Doubi suggested to Goku. Indeed, Goku replied. Wukong seemed to be feeling a bit bored. Usually on Earth, he spent his days farming, operating a tractor, and transporting crops. Along the way, he would occasionally indulge in a nap or secretly hone his skills. Now, at this celebratory gathering, aside from indulging in food, there truly was nothing that piqued his interest. He had no inclination towards games like bingo. After pondering for a moment, Wukong chuckled and suggested, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? However, just as he uttered the word, but, Vegeta abruptly interrupted. No way, Vegeta declared, aware that he had never once emerged victorious against Wukong in this game. This meant he had never won a single round of rock, paper, scissors. Perhaps it was due to his inability to predict Wukong's moves. Playing this game with him made winning nearly impossible. Upon reflection, Wukong consistently triumphed in their matches. For instance, during the battle against the pure evil of Majin Buu, Wukong and Vegeta played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would lead the charge. The outcome was decisive. Wukong emerged victorious, winning 2 rounds in a row. Moreover, at the recent martial arts tournament between Universe 7 and Universe 6, Wukong, along with Piccolo and Vegeta, once again utilized rock, paper, scissors to establish their order. Once more, Wukong won, securing the top position to compete. Although he was soon eliminated due to someone's underhanded tactics, he quickly regained his eligibility to compete. In summary, the lesson was clear. Do not challenge Wukong in rock, paper, scissors, for his advantage in this game was overwhelmingly significant. How about the 3 of us engage in a fierce battle? Doubi proposed, suggesting a vigorous post-meal activity to release some pent-up energy. Much like Saitama from One Punch Man, who felt invigorated after obliterating Elder Centipede with a serious punch. No way. Wukong and Vegeta replied in unison. Why not? Don't you want to have an exhilarating showdown? Doubi exclaimed, even mimicking a fist-clenching gesture. Haha, we can't possibly defeat you right now, Wukong responded. Regular training sessions with Doubi had given them a clear understanding of his prowess. Even in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, they felt no chance of victory. Even if Wukong unleashed a tenfold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue state, Doubi would also employ Kaioken. Engaging in battle with him? Despite their love for challenging adversaries, they certainly had no desire to seek out defeat. In conclusion, they were not inclined to fight him at this moment. Vegeta remarked, this is rather disappointing. He felt a strong desire to engage in battle. Shall I relinquish my stance? However, Doubi was not inclined to concede so easily. That would leave me feeling quite uncomfortable. Goku responded, shaking his head. Reluctantly, Doubi had to acquiesce. With 2 battle enthusiasts unwilling to spar with him, who else could he challenge? Could he possibly seek a match with Lord Beerus? The thought crossed his mind as he cast a glance towards Beerus. It seemed a feasible option. He recalled that in the original narrative, it was Goku who fought against the disguised Beerus, masquerading as Monaka. Speaking of Monaka, he is the mightiest contender from our Universe 7. Monaka hails from the planet Wagasahi in Universe 7, possessing a comical appearance yet exhibiting a refined, gentle, and reticent demeanor. His name implies great nipple. However, we are all aware that he is merely a delivery man for cosmic parcels. He is, after all, an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Doubi held a certain admiration for him, as he had withstood a face punch from Goku. Such resilience is indeed commendable among regular folk. Yet, perhaps due to his own circumstances, the mightiest contender of Universe 7 had not been mentioned by Beerus. Doubi, what are you planning? Vegeta inquired, sensing something ominous as he noticed Doubi's unwavering gaze towards Beerus. Since you are unwilling to spar with me, I was contemplating whether I could seek a friendly match with Lord Beerus, Doubi replied earnestly. What? Are you serious? This is Earth. Aren't you afraid that Lord Beerus might become enraged and obliterate the planet? Vegeta exclaimed, alarmed. He certainly did not wish for another catastrophe akin to the last incident triggered by a mere pudding. Earth could hardly withstand another bout of chaos from the destroyer. Lord Beerus. I never suggested we spar here. I meant to propose it when we venture into the realm of the destroyer. Doubi chuckled sheepishly. At this moment, he nearly forgot. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, an object resembling a truck began to descend from the sky. Doubi immediately took note of this peculiar item, exclaiming, well, speak of the devil. Chapter 98, The Boiling Star. Who is Cao Cao? Is he an impressive figure? Upon hearing Doubi's murmurs, Goku inquired. Cao Cao is merely an ordinary person, certainly not as formidable as you. Doubi succinctly summarized this historical warlord from the 3 kingdoms. He deftly shifted the conversation, leaving the question of whether Cao Cao exists in this Dragon Ball universe unanswered. Even if he did exist, could he possibly rival these Super Saiyans? Oh, I see. Goku, ever trusting, accepted Doubi's words without question. Haha, the trendiest dessert from the universe has arrived. Upon spotting the truck-like spaceship, Gak stood up excitedly. Let me express my curiosity, how do they seal these trucks in the Dragon Ball universe? Inside, it should be Monaka, right? Doubi pondered, uncertainty creeping in. After all, there are other cosmic delivery personnel besides Monaka, and with his own role as a plot butterfly here, anything was possible. The truck landed smoothly on the ground, and then its doors swung open. Out stepped a rather short, slender alien with red skin, clad in a delivery uniform, a cap, and purple shoes. He was devoid of hair and bore a vacant expression, reminiscent of Saitama's usual demeanor. "Ah, it is Manaka," Doubi remarked with a smile upon recognizing him. "Behold, the mightiest of the seventh universe." Manaka emerged from the truck and approached the assembled crowd. "I have brought the goods you ordered," he declared with a respectful bow. "Ah, thank you for your efforts." Gak nodded in appreciation. "Now, please receive the items," Manaka said, as he retrieved a box of exquisite desserts from the truck and handed it over to Gak. Subsequently, he turned to depart. At that moment, Doubi suddenly called out to him, "Hey, delivery man, we are having a party here with plenty of food. Why not stay and have a meal?" Manaka was momentarily taken aback by Doubi's suggestion. "Indeed, why not join us? Delivering packages in the cosmos must be quite arduous," Bulma remarked. However, Manaka hesitated. "But I still have work to do." Manaka, what brings you here?" At that moment, the voice of Beerus resonated through the air, his gaze landing on Manaka with a hint of surprise. "Ah, Lord Beerus, I happen to come here to deliver a package." Manaka replied with a slight nod upon seeing Beerus. "Do they know each other?" Krillin observed in awe. "Hee, perhaps he possesses great strength," Goku said, excitement evident in his demeanor. Doubi, noticing Goku's eager disposition, felt somewhat exasperated. Can Manaka truly evade Goku's challenge? After all, he is merely a delivery man, not a warrior. Doubi cautioned, hoping to spare their poor Manaka from distress. "Is that so? Then never mind." Goku scratched his head, seemingly unimpressed. In truth, Manaka had met Beerus during a delivery. At that time, Beerus had ordered a package, which Manaka was assigned to deliver. Coincidentally, Beerus was on a planet plagued by bandits. When Manaka arrived to deliver the package, he was robbed by the very bandits. After waiting impatiently for the delivery, Beerus, growing increasingly vexed, utilized Whis' crystal ball to locate Manaka. He then flew over in an instant, swiftly dispatching the bandits, though not truly killing them, as he found them beneath his notice. Thus, a connection was forged between him and Manaka, leading Beerus to become one of Manaka's regular clients. Of course, this client was not particularly patient. Delays in delivery could result in dire consequences. "Why don't you stay? Set your work aside for now," Beerus suggested after listening to Manaka's account. "Very well," Manaka nodded, realizing the request came from the god of destruction, and he promptly decided to set aside his work. Upon this, Doubi smiled faintly. Manaka, however, is connected to a rather significant event, namely, the fire cooking star. There lies an extraordinary entity known as the Super Water. This Super Water, originating from the Japanese animated series Dragon Ball Super, is a mysterious power that poses a considerable threat to characters like Vegeta. The Super Water is a miraculous liquid sealed within the fire cooking star, embodying the latent strength of this enigmatic planet. According to Greer's description, consuming it could amplify one's power by several hundred times, in addition to granting the ability to replicate the powers of others. Yet, as described by the Guardian Bodeju, the Super Water is a calamity that can overwhelm its user, diluting their inherent strength. When Vegeta attempted to rescue Trunks, he was stripped of his power by this very Super Water. The Super Water possesses the capability to transform into clones of others, acquiring their abilities or even amalgamating with previous powers to attain greater strength. In episode 46 of the animation, a copy of Vegeta created by the Super Water continues to wreak havoc. If the clone is not defeated in time, the original Vegeta faces death. Fortunately, Kakarot, Goku, arrives just in time to vanquish the Super Water's replication. The fact that even Vegeta, who has attained the Super Saiyan Blue form, could be absorbed by this Super Water underscores its formidable nature. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Vegeta was somewhat careless at that moment, as he was caught off guard in his normal state and succumbed to the Super Water's grasp, thus losing his power. However, enduring the strength of Vegeta, who has reached divine levels during the Dragon Ball Super era, indicates the true potency of the Super Water. Doubi finds himself intrigued by the limits of absorption this Super Water possesses. Surely, it cannot be limitless, otherwise, it would render its wielder invincible. The prospect of continuously absorbing the powers of others, infinitely compounding, is indeed a daunting thought. Moreover, this invention is merely a creation of the inhabitants of the fire cooking star. The advanced technology possessed by this group is indeed somewhat daunting. Much like Dr. Gero from Earth, they have developed artificial beings endowed with limitless energy. Setting aside the question of their actual capabilities, as these artificial beings are not particularly formidable in the present day, The mere existence of infinite energy and stamina is a clear indication of a truly remarkable technological achievement. Infinite power, a perpetual motion machine, such as the essence of their innovation. This ability grants them a significant advantage in protracted battles. Imagine those who consider themselves to possess formidable endurance, naively engaging in a war of attrition with them. Ultimately, they find themselves utterly exhausted while their opponents remain in peak physical condition. The fate that awaits them is all too clear. However, it is not to suggest that artificial beings are invincible. Should one possess overwhelming strength, they can still be decisively defeated. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the main topic. In summary, Doubi is aware that Monaka will soon deliver a package to the planet known as Fireboiling Star. At that time, Goten and Trunks will unexpectedly find themselves perched on the back of his truck. Chapter 99, The State of Ultimate Freedom Technique. Thus, Monaka encounters his old friend, Bodejiu, on Fireboiling Star, and unwittingly becomes embroiled in its narrative. He is even captured by Grill, who uses him as a hostage to threaten Goten and Trunks. Yet, there is one commendable act by Monaka. He shatters the core of Super Water with a single decisive step. This maneuver caused a diminishment in the replication of Vegeta's power, ultimately leading to his defeat by Goku's Kamehameha wave. The intention behind Doubi's actions was to ensure that Monaka, akin to the original narrative, would establish connections with the Dragon Ball warriors. Additionally, he aided Bulma in the development of a new energy source, which would later serve as the power for the time machine. Hence, Monaka's presence was imperative. Moreover, the Super Water Doubi was curious to ascertain the extent of Monaka's prowess, albeit under conditions that would not result in significant harm. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, Doubi gazed skyward, noting the fine weather of the day. He uttered a perplexing remark. Seemingly out of nowhere, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Doubi was engaged in a fierce battle with Beerus. The two combatants exchanged blows at an unimaginable velocity, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds and visible ripples in the surrounding space. I didn't expect you to possess such strength, Beerus commented amidst their confrontation. You flatter me. The true prowess lies with you, Lord Beerus, Doubi chuckled, his resolve unwavering. All right, let me show you this technique, Beerus responded with a smirk, retreating slightly from their clash to create some distance. He then brought his hands together, a wave of purple, destructive energy emanating from his being. Hey, you're not planning to use that against me, are you? Doubi remarked, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon witnessing Beerus assume that stance. This technique is quite familiar to him, Goku, and Vegeta. What's the matter? Beerus chuckled. As they conversed, several purple energy orbs materialized behind Beerus. Each orb, the size of a basketball, radiated a tremulous, destructive aura. It seems there are quite a few, Doubi murmured. Stop pretending. I don't believe you can't handle this, Beerus retorted with a piercing gaze. Oh, all right, Doubi nodded earnestly. He then straightened his posture slightly before closing his eyes. He released his inner self, allowing it to drift into an unconscious state, relinquishing his five senses to let his body respond instinctively. This lad seemed to provoke a thought in Beerus as he observed Doubi's actions. Unlikely, for that is a realm even we gods of destruction struggle to attain. Nevertheless, Beerus shook his head. He was aware that Doubi had been training under Whis to master the Ultra Instinct technique. He understood Doubi's recent progress. He was only able to autonomously evade slower attacks, such as those launched by Goku in his Super Saiyan form. There remained a significant distance from the level of autonomous evasion characteristic of Ultra Instinct. Such a level of tranquility, can it truly evade his assault? Meanwhile, the energy orb launched by Beerus drew ever closer to Doubi. Doubi remained eerily still, as if in a deep slumber. Chapter 99, The State of Supreme Tranquility, Part 2. Suddenly, as the energy orb approached Doubi, the surroundings appeared to freeze in that fleeting moment. Doubi's hands, seemingly summoned by an unseen force, instinctively lifted. Then, without any forewarning, they began to move in a rhythmic dance. Each energy orb directed at Doubi veered off course. After executing this remarkable feat, Doubi's hands returned to their original position, as if he had accomplished nothing at all. Boom! The energy orb struck behind Doubi, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent clouds of dust swirling. Beerus, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in astonishment. Having undergone training in the art of supreme tranquility himself, he was well acquainted with its intricacies. Supreme tranquility. Doubi's reaction was unmistakably indicative of being in that very state. Contemplating this, Beerus felt a twinge of frustration. How could this young one learn so swiftly? It had taken him considerable time to grasp even an imperfect form of supreme tranquility, yet Doubi had mastered it in just over a year. Remarkable. It seemed Doubi had made significant progress. Whis, who had observed the entire event with clarity, remarked with a smile. Although Doubi had only manifested that state for a fleeting moment, it represented a monumental breakthrough. Having crossed this threshold, the subsequent evasion of attacks through supreme tranquility would surely pose no challenge. Did it succeed? Doubi appeared somewhat astonished by his own actions, gazing at his hands in mild bewilderment. Perhaps it truly worked, supreme tranquility. Doubi's spirits lifted with joy at having achieved a significant breakthrough after a year of practice. However, he quickly realized the importance of seizing that fleeting sensation. Lord Beerus, could you please attack me once more? Just as you did before? I believe I grasped something just now, Doubi implored Beerus. Very well, Beerus replied after a moment's thought, conceding. Although somewhat wounded in pride by Doubi's recent display of supreme tranquility, he would not withhold assistance in furthering Doubi's understanding of the technique. Deep down, he felt a sense of happiness for Doubi, albeit accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. All right, I shall continue, Beerus declared, once again bringing his hands together. This time, a greater number of purple orbs of energy emerged behind him. Doubi nodded slightly, savoring once more the sensation he had just experienced, the feeling of losing oneself, where his body fell into an unconscious state, and his spirit and flesh seemed to part ways. Unconsciously, a shimmering radiance enveloped Doubi, emanating a wave of warmth akin to a rising heat. Simultaneously, a silver-black light sparkled in his eyes. Before Doubi could ponder further, his body instinctively reacted. The surrounding scenery seemed to freeze as Doubi's form gently swayed back and forth, allowing the energy orbs to penetrate him, subsequently crashing down upon the ground behind him. Ah, it seems to have worked, Weiss remarked, observing Doubi, who was emanating warmth. Indeed, he has succeeded, Beerus noted, watching as the corners of Doubi's mouth twitched slightly. From a certain perspective, Doubi had surpassed Beerus in the cultivation of the ultimate technique. This left Beerus with a faint sensation akin to the relentless waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward, while the preceding waves lay lifeless upon the shore. Bah! Doubi gazed at his hands, silently absorbing the moment. Have I truly entered the state of ultra instinct? Doubi found it hard to believe that he had accomplished such a feat so effortlessly. Indeed, this is ultra instinct, he thought. Vados seemed to perceive Doubi's current emotions and spoke up. Is that so? Then I am genuinely delighted, Doubi replied. However, it appears that it is still not entirely perfected, Vados remarked, scrutinizing Doubi. Do you not feel a kind of burning sensation within you? Chapter 100, Offense and Defense. Burning sensation? Doubi murmured, pondering. Yes, it seems I do feel a bit warm. The term burning sensation puzzled him somewhat. He recalled Jiren once telling Goku, this burning is your limit. Does this burning carry some special significance? Is it related to the heat currently emanating from my body? Is it due to this burning? Does it signify the limits of the human body? Doubi remembered that in the animated storyline, Vados had told Goku, who had unlocked Ultra Instinct. So far, it has been relatively smooth, but what should be done about this burning sensation? Subsequently, Goku had exited that state while delivering a punch to Jiren. It seems to be connected to this burning sensation. Warmth? Upon hearing this, Beerus paused momentarily, then replied, do not jest. The body bears a burden while enduring Ultra Instinct. Do you not feel it? What do you mean? Doubi scratched his head. At that moment, his action appeared incongruous with his expression. For some reason, while in the state of Ultra Instinct, his face maintained a resolute and serious demeanor, reminiscent of Goku. Vados circled Doubi, observing him closely. He seemed to be fine, but it would be prudent to experience this state fully, lest it dissipate. Dissipate? Doubi was taken aback. Do you think controlling Ultra Instinct is that simple? It is a realm that even gods of our caliber find challenging to attain, Beerus stated. Oh, I understand. Doubi nodded. It was only natural that something so difficult to master could not be learned so easily. Well then, Lord Beerus, I leave the next part to you. After Vados spoke, he vanished from sight, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Very well, Doubi, let me witness your Ultra Instinct. With that, Beerus charged towards Doubi. Doubi intended to move, but soon realized that his body had already acted before his consciousness could catch up. He observed a fleeting afterimage as his form evaded Beerus's attack, which struck nothing but air. Impressed, Doubi marveled at the speed of his own movements, which seemed to possess a will of their own, surpassing the response time of his mind. Beerus, witnessing the misstrike, displayed no surprise. Instead, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Having undergone training in the Ultra Instinct technique himself, he was well aware of its effects. Subsequently, he executed a kick aimed at Doubi, who was suspended in midair. The speed of this leg strike surpassed the previous one by a factor of more than 2. However, the scene appeared almost frozen in time as Doubi effortlessly evaded the blow with an incredibly natural movement. He then descended back to the ground. TSK. Beerus clicked his tongue and launched a flurry of fierce attacks at Doubi. Yet this time, Doubi did not even shift his stance. It seemed as though he merely stood his ground, absorbing Beerus's assaults, which only struck the air. This was indeed perplexing Zizai Gong. Beerus pondered as he continued his onslaught. Regardless of the intensity of the attack, those who mastered Zizai Gong could always anticipate and sidestep the blows in advance. However, Beerus felt a twinge of confusion as to why Doubi had yet to counterattack. In a state of Zizai Gong, one would expect the body to instinctively respond and retaliate, wouldn't he? As he contemplated this, during one of his elbow strikes, he paused. Beerus was taken aback as he noticed the silver-black glow in Doubi's eyes intensifying suddenly. With that exclamation, Doubi's fist connected with Beerus's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Beerus was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the blow, crashing into the mountains behind him. Boom! The mountainside crumbled under the immense power. Doubi gazed silently at the fist with which he had just struck, sensing something was amiss. Oh dear! Whis chuckled at the scene, observing that it seemed Doubi could not yet control Zizai Gong at the moment of attack. In that instant of striking, one becomes acutely aware of the attack. For every individual contemplates how to make their assault effective. In this way, a conflict arises with the art of effortless mastery. One must separate the corporeal from the spiritual in the instant of an attack, allowing the strike to be executed subconsciously. However, this proves to be a formidable challenge. Doubi currently finds himself ensnared in such a predicament. The punch he just delivered left him in deep contemplation. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as Beerus burst forth from the rubble, though his expression was rather unsettling. "You really did hit me," Beerus muttered, and an ominous purple aura of destruction enveloped him. A sense of foreboding washed over Doubi as he beheld Beerus in this state. "Oh dear. It seems the god of destruction is quite irate," Whis observed, his demeanor a curious mix of amusement and mischief. Slowly, Beerus ascended into the air, raising his left hand. A trickle of destructive energy began to coalesce within it. In an instant, a searing sphere with a radius of a full kilometer manifested in Beerus's palm. "Hey, this seems impossible to evade," Doubi thought, glancing at the desolate landscape of the god of destruction's realm beneath him. Although this would undoubtedly prevent the realm from being obliterated, Doubi was not keen on witnessing an explosion in this place. Thus, he resolved to act. Doubi brought his hands together, forming a flower bud shape, then positioned it at his waist, where a blue energy sphere materialized in his palms. The Kamehameha energy orb began to swell and compress, becoming increasingly solidified in his grasp. Meanwhile, Beerus's searing sphere drew ever closer. As Doubi focused on the energy, a silvery black glow flickered in his eyes, igniting sparks of silver lightning in the air. In that fleeting moment of the electric spark, it soared into the Kamehameha wave held in the hands of the combatant. At that moment, the scorching projectile had arrived before him. In an instant, Doubi unleashed the Kamehameha wave, directing it fiercely at the fiery orb. Kamehameha versus scorching projectile. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, emanating a brilliant blue light as it struck the fiery orb with tremendous force. At the moment of collision, the Kamehameha wave pushed back the scorching projectile. "Don't get too cocky, kid," Beerus shouted, augmenting the power in his grasp. Suddenly, the fiery orb doubled in size. Doubi remained unresponsive, silently pushing the Kamehameha wave forward. Perhaps some defensive measures are in order. Observing the standoff between the Kamehameha wave and the fiery orb suspended in the air, Whis seemed to realize something. He raised his staff and tapped it against the ground. Green ripples emanated across the surface, enveloping the god of destruction's realm in layers of protective energy shields. "Prepare for the impending impact, language fish," Whis remarked with a smile toward the nearby entity. "Huh? Whis, hurry and activate the protective shield," language fish responded in a fluster. "Don't worry, it will be ready shortly," Whis reassured. Chapter 101. Future World. "Trunks, my apologies, Lord Beerus," Doubi thought to himself. Moments ago, he had been holding back, his Kamehameha wave not launched with full intent, although it had appeared serious during the build-up. With that thought, Doubi suddenly surged with energy. The Kamehameha wave instantly doubled in intensity. What? Beerus was taken aback by the sudden escalation of power. Then, the Kamehameha wave pierced through the fiery orb, triggering a massive explosion. Boom! The energy of God-level destruction was unleashed. The explosion radiated immense light and heat, casting everything in the vicinity in a blinding white. Countless streams of white energy swirled around, causing the space to tremble violently. The shockwave of the explosion spread out, ultimately colliding with the barrier set by Whis. Fortunately, Whis's barrier held firm against the force of the blast. The realm of destruction was enveloped in a sea of white light, where sound and brilliance seemed to vanish. The blinding light illuminated the god of destruction's domain for over a minute before gradually dissipating. Slowly, the surroundings became visible once more. Wow, that was incredibly perilous. Language Fish exclaimed, still shaken. But look, everything turned out fine, didn't it? Whis replied nonchalantly. Doubi, somewhat disheveled, rose from the rubble. I never anticipated the explosion would be this ferocious, he muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Time appeared to have arrived. The ethereal waves of shimmering energy surrounding him gradually dissipated. Concurrently, the silver-black glow in his eyes faded, returning them to their original darkness. The steadfast and solemn expression he bore softened, reverting to his usual demeanor. The state of supreme freedom in his technique had vanished. Doubi gazed at his hands and smiled quietly. Although the duration was fleeting, he had fully experienced the marvel of that realm. He believed that, given a little more time, it would not be a challenge to restore the supreme technique. However, a sudden, furious roar erupted from behind Doubi. Upon hearing this sound, a grimace crossed his face. It seemed that Lord Beerus was enraged. A towering pillar of purple light shot into the sky. Beerus's countenance was filled with fury and a desire to obliterate everything. Doubi's lips twitched nervously. Yet, he composed himself and faced Beerus, bracing for the impending storm of blows. But then stop. Whis appeared behind Beerus. With a swift motion, he delivered a seemingly mundane slap to Beerus's forehead. With a resounding thud, Beerus collapsed to the ground. Take a nap, Lord Beerus, and remember to brush your teeth. Whis said softly. Understood, understood, Beerus replied weakly, his earlier rage dissipated by Wiss's intervention. Whis turned to Doubi, whose mouth was twitching uncontrollably, and smiled. Today's training ends here. You should rest well. Oh, I know, Doubi nodded. Meanwhile, on Earth, numerous events unfolded, reminiscent of an animated storyline. Monaka traveled to the planet of Fireboil. While Goten and Trunks were on his delivery truck, they encountered Monaka's friend, Bodeju. Subsequently, the pursuer, Griel, took Monaka hostage. The super water was activated, and Griel became the first to have his power drained, followed closely by his subordinates. Chapter 101, The Future World, Trunks Part 2. Following this were his subordinates. At this moment, Vegeta arrived aboard Gak's spaceship. Due to the enemy's apparent weakness, Vegeta let his guard down and fell prey to their ambush, becoming ensnared. Unaware of the unique properties of the super water, he was subsequently drained of his strength. The super water absorbed Vegeta's power, resulting in the emergence of a duplicate Vegeta. Goku and Trunks fused to create Gotenks, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 to confront this doppelganger. Regrettably, the current Vegeta, even in his base form, could effortlessly overpower them. Fortunately, Goku sensed their energy and, realizing something was amiss, utilized instant transmission to arrive at their location. There, he faced the replicated Vegeta. If the duplicate were not swiftly defeated, the original Vegeta would cease to exist. After a brief exchange to gauge each other's abilities, both combatants transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, igniting an epic clash. With a profound understanding of one another, the battle reached a stalemate. Just as Goku intended to unleash the Kaioken to dispatch the replica, Monaka inadvertently stepped on the core of the super water, which sought to siphon Trunks' energy, significantly diminishing the duplicate's strength. Seizing this opportunity, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, bringing the battle to a decisive end. Vegeta narrowly escaped the fate of oblivion. Thus, the group returned to Earth. Shortly after, Goku and Vegeta accompanied Whis to the God of Destruction's realm to continue their training. During a moment of respite, while conversing with Doubi, Goku and Vegeta recounted the events surrounding the super water. Upon hearing this, Doubi expressed regret for not being present to test the limits of the super water himself. But he quickly reassured himself, acknowledging that the impending threat of Black Goku would provide a formidable challenge in due course. Unbeknownst to them, time gradually passed. In the 7th universe, the world of future Trunks approached the ominous footsteps of the apocalypse. In this temporal realm of the 12 universes, all the Kaioshins have been annihilated by the malevolent Black Goku and Zamasu. Consequently, the gods of destruction, who share a life force with the Kaioshians, have also ceased to exist. The angels who serve the gods of destruction have temporarily halted their functions as well. This also signifies that no divine entity offers assistance to humanity. The dark incarnation of Goku, possessing the body of Sun Wukong, hovers in the air, his visage twisted with malice as he gazes upon the earthlings fleeing in all directions below. Humanity, a blunder of the divine, is the root of all malevolence. To transform the cosmos into an idyllic utopia, humanity must face annihilation. The Dark Goku, embodying the form of Sun Wukong yet harboring the spirit of Zamasu, holds this belief with unwavering conviction. Below, the streets are teeming with panicked souls, an atmosphere of chaos permeating the air. Driven by instinct, the masses cry out as they rush towards safety, sometimes trampling upon one another in their desperation, leading to a cacophony of anguished wails and desperate cries. Dark Goku laughs heartily, his expression one of disdain. Wisdom is a magnificent gift bestowed by the divine, yet you squander it for personal gain and desire. Truly, you are foolish and barbaric creatures. At that moment, a small girl tumbled to the ground, wailing bitterly. A middle-aged man, noticing her obstruction, callously shoved her aside. Amid the hurried throngs, a young woman rushed past, her sharp stilettos nearly landing upon the girl, yet she showed no inclination to assist her. How despicable! Truly, this is the fate of a world that dares to create a time machine, a most audacious act. With a look of disdain, the Dark Wukong murmured to himself, the sole flaw in the divine creation of all things is humanity. I shall transform the world and the universe into a more splendid utopia, rectifying the errors of the unwilling gods who refuse to acknowledge their failures. This is the divine justice of Black Goku. As he engages in these acts of righteousness, he shows no mercy, entirely disregarding the fact that his actions are indistinguishable from those of the most nefarious individuals. Perhaps he is wholly unaware, for he believes that all his deeds are just, while all others are in the wrong. Raising his hand, a brilliant orb of light materializes within his grasp. With a frigid gaze directed downward, Black Goku launches the energy sphere upward. When it reaches a height of 10,000 meters, it suddenly detonates with a resounding crash, transforming into countless blinding lasers that rain down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the heavens in a terrifying atmosphere. Blood splatters everywhere, filling the earth with despair. Vibrant lives are stained red with blood, gradually fading into darkness amidst hopelessness. Ha! Black Goku laughs maniacally, tears streaming from his eyes, pride swelling within him for his accomplishments and for rectifying the errors of the gods. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descends from the sky, sending a chill through Black Goku's heart. He instinctively shifts his position just as the lightning grazes his body, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Who are you? Black Goku lifts his head, astonished by the newcomer. Before him stands a handsome young man wielding a large sword, his bright eyes and short, light purple hair barely brushing his ears. Trunks gazes deeply at Black Goku, exclaiming, Mr. Goku, no, are you Sun Wukong? Hee, I am certainly not Sun Wukong. Black Goku chuckles, recognizing him as the time traveler who altered history. Thus, it is no wonder he is aware of Sun Wukong. Then who on earth are you? Trunks, struggling to contain his fury, demands. Humph, that is of no concern to you. Black Goku replies with a sinister smile. Why must you slaughter humanity? Trunks questions, his anger boiling over. Humanity is a blunder of the cosmic deities. My vision extends beyond yours. I comprehend this planet and the universe. To me, such despicable beings as humans deserve obliteration. Black Goku grins wickedly, extending his arms wide. You fiend. Trunks can no longer contain his wrath. The Earth has endured an abundance of suffering, ravaged for 2 decades by the androids 17 and 18, until Trunks, having mastered his training in parallel worlds, ultimately vanquished them. A decade prior, Babbidi's sinister plan to resurrect the Majin Buu inflicted further devastation upon the recently restored peace of the planet. In that cataclysmic conflict, even the Kaioshin sacrificed himself. Now, as the Earth painstakingly regains its tranquility, Trunks resolutely vows to prevent anyone from shattering this hard-won peace. Suddenly, his eyes radiate with electric energy as he elevates his power, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence, the crackling sound of arcs of electricity resonating sharply. With a mighty roar, Trunks instantly transforms into the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Like his father Vegeta, he possesses the ability to ascend to Super Saiyan 2, and even 3, though the latter demands an exorbitant toll on his stamina. limiting his duration in that form. Therefore, Trunks opts for the more balanced Super Saiyan 2. After extensive training, this form proves to be nearly on par with Super Saiyan 3. In an instant, a colossal surge of power, as vast as the ocean, rushes forth towards Black Goku. Oh, is this the Super Saiyan? Black Goku, however, appears unfazed by the overwhelming pressure, displaying an intriguing demeanor instead. With a fierce shout, Trunks propels himself before Black Goku, launching a punch aimed directly at his face. Black Goku does not evade. Instead, he counters with a direct punch. The space trembles violently, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Strangely, Black Goku maintains an air of normalcy during the battle, yet possesses formidable combat prowess, with his strength continually escalating throughout the engagement. Ultimately, Trunks finds himself on the brink of death, yet manages to execute a solar flare, narrowly escaping Black Goku's grasp. Following Trunks' flight, the true calamity for Earth commences, as newly constructed cities once again crumble into ruins, and countless, even billions, of Earthlings fall victim to Black Goku's brutal onslaught. Much like the previous disasters they endured, the remnants of humanity are few, forced to dwell in the safety of underground shelters. At this juncture, Black Goku appeared to have shifted his focus from annihilating the Earthlings to pursuing Trunks, engaging him in a perilous game of cat and mouse. Throughout their numerous confrontations, Trunks sensed the alarming escalation of Black Goku's power, which filled him with profound unease. Thus, a month slipped by, and Trunks found himself in an increasingly precarious situation. Tragically, a heart-wrenching event unfolded. His mother, Bulma, perished in a devastating energy blast from Black Goku while attempting to safeguard the newly completed time machine's energy fluid. Cursed fate. Trunks lamented as he pounded the ground in agony, while a woman of similar age stood behind him. Xiao Wu, the energy fluid for the time machine is complete. I must venture to other parallel worlds. I can only seek assistance from there. Surely, Mr. Goku and my father possess the means to vanquish Black Goku. With no alternatives left, he felt utterly cornered. There was no one left in this world who could match him. Go ahead. I will ensure everyone has safety. The compassionate woman named Xiao Wu replied. The woman before him, with her flowing black hair and subtly adorned eyes, was indeed Xiao Wu from the Pilaf gang. When the androids, number 17 and 18, first emerged, it coincided with Pilaf's quest to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. In their advanced years, they wished to restore their lost youth, only to be mistakenly transformed into 3 infants by Shenron, granting them a fresh start in life. This twist of fate left Xiao Wu and Trunks of similar age, inadvertently depriving Vegeta and Piccolo of the opportunity to eliminate the androids. The prolonged havoc wrought by the androids also bore a measure of responsibility from the Pilaf gang. Trunks, his expression filled with desolation, gazed upon the surviving Earthlings sheltered underground. With a resolute nod, he activated the time machine amidst the hopeful gazes of all present. The time machine ascended gracefully, a radiant flash illuminating the air as it whisked Trunks away into oblivion. The time machine, carrying Trunks, materialized suddenly within Bulma's home. After a brief moment of astonishment, Bulma inquired about the purpose of his return. He recounted the harrowing events involving Black Goku. Alarmed, Bulma swiftly grasped Whis' communicator to contact him. Consequently, Vegeta, Goku, and Doubi instantaneously teleported to their location. Whis and Beerus soon followed. Trunks, what has transpired in the future? Vegeta inquired. After exchanging pleasantries, Vegeta began to question Trunks about the circumstances he faced. The androids must have been eradicated by now, or is it Majin Buu at play? Trunks nodded gravely and said, Indeed, the crisis with the androids has passed. However, Babidi and Dabura, who sought to resurrect the demon Majin Buu, have recently arrived on Earth. It was a challenging battle. Yet I managed to defeat them, preventing the resurrection of Majin Buu. But not long ago, in my timeline, a series of terrifying foes emerged, annihilating nearly all life on Earth. No, it's not just Earth. Life throughout the entire universe is dwindling. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Son Goku, noting that he bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Wait, what do you mean he looks like me? Son Goku exclaimed in shock. Oh, what is his name? Doubi asked with interest. He refers to himself as Son Goku. What? He shares my name? Goku responded, astonished. Could he possibly be an alternate version of myself from the future? But how could I ever do such a thing? To distinguish him, we shall refer to him as Black Goku, Trunks asserted. That name sounds even cooler than mine, Goku muttered. That name is rather cliché, Bulma frowned. That name is actually what you came up with, Mom, Trunks hesitated to say. That's the future me, not the present me, Bulma chuckled awkwardly. Then, when that individual arrived on Earth, he declared that he would annihilate all Earthlings in the name of justice. As Trunks spoke, he clenched his fists. Is he just another delusional individual? Doubi interjected. Did he actually claim that humans are an evil race that should not exist in this world? Indeed. Trunks nodded after a brief silence. How utterly absurd, Doubi remarked with a slight grimace. I fought against him, and at first, I could hold my own. But he kept growing stronger even during our battle. After a year, there were almost no humans left on Earth. Before I arrived in this era, my mother mentioned this. Trunks's expression dimmed significantly. Did I perish? Bulma realized what Trunks had left unsaid. Trunks nodded slightly, anguish evident on his face. So, you shamelessly fled to this era? Vegeta questioned, his anger directed at Black Goku upon hearing of Bulma's demise. Dad Trunks was taken aback. Do not speak to me like that. Vegeta pointed a finger at Goku. Then he turned his gaze back to Trunks. The proud Saiyan turned his back on the enemy and fled here. That is not the case. Do not make excuses. At that moment, Bulma held a notebook in front of Vegeta's face, saying, Don't misunderstand, Vegeta. She then turned to everyone and declared, The answers are all written here. My future self left a message. Upon hearing this, Trunks was momentarily taken aback. Rest assured. The three of us will journey to the future together, Doubi said, patting Goku and Vegeta on the shoulders with a smile. Vegeta displayed a slight resistance to Doubi's gesture, but ultimately suppressed it. I've made a promise. The future Kakarot will be defeated by me, Vegeta stated firmly. I already said it, Goku replied somewhat helplessly. All right. Let's fly to the future and avenge me. Bulma raised her arm enthusiastically. They seemed to underestimate the complexities of time travel. Beerus, however, was not particularly optimistic about it. By the way, traversing time to alter history is a serious crime. Were it not for Goku in the favor of these delightful fish sausages, I would have destroyed Trunks. He mused. Speaking of which, these sausages are truly delectable. Beerus again lost himself in the food. Whis, beside him, was equally absorbed in the fish sausages. Chapter 103. The Arrival of Black Goku. Trunks, display your power. I wish to witness your strength and gauge how formidable Black Goku truly is. Goku pondered before speaking. All right. Trunks nodded in agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, Trunks unleashed his power. His light purple hair stood on end, radiating golden light as an overwhelming aura surged forth, transforming him into Super Saiyan 2. Ah, Super Saiyan 2, impressive energy, Goku remarked with a smile as he sensed Trunks' current aura. Very well, I shall join you, Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, Goku's hair also stood upright, transforming into a brilliant golden hue, accompanied by crackling lightning. Let the battle begin. Trunks charged forth, the ground beneath him shattering into dust as he propelled himself forward. Come at me. Goku cheered, focusing intently on the fish Trunks was thrusting toward him. With swift movements, he evaded the attack, his body twisting nimbly before swiftly dashing in front of Trunks. His onslaught came down like a torrential storm, fierce and unrelenting. What astonishing speed! Trunks exclaimed in surprise, immediately intensifying his own power. It was as if the galaxy itself had fractured, creating a mesmerizing tempest. Quite impressive, Trunks. To train to such a level on your own, Goku chuckled after a series of exchanges. No, it's not enough, Uncle Goku. Trunks shook his head. This won't be of any use against Black Goku. Even if I transform into Super Saiyan 33, I would still lack the strength to resist him. Moreover, he continues to grow stronger while engaging with me. Is Super Saiyan 3 insufficient? Goku paused momentarily upon hearing this, then chuckled, realizing how formidable Black Goku truly is. Well then, how about this? With that, Goku's aura abruptly vanished. Super Saiyan God. Trunks gazed in astonishment at Goku's crimson hair and scarlet eyes, his emerald gaze shimmering with boundless brilliance. Uncle Goku, this is the Super Saiyan God, a transformation surpassing even Super Saiyan 3, Goku explained. Trunks scrutinized Goku before him, unable to discern any difference in strength. Transform into Super Saiyan 3, that would facilitate a comparison, Goku suggested, seemingly reading Trunks' thoughts. All right, Trunks nodded. In an instant, his hair transformed, cascading down to his waist, and the aura emanating from him grew even more powerful. This boy's quite impressive, remarked Beerus, reclining leisurely on a sun lounger. However, even he cannot contend with Black Goku, Whis added. Hey, be cautious. Goku laughed, and with that remark, he was already hovering above Trunks. Before Trunks could react, his body was sent flying by Goku's strike, crashing down to the ground and creating a human-shaped crater. He immediately reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 state. Are you alright, Trunks? Goku shifted back from Super Saiyan God and flew to Trunks' side, expressing concern. Yes, I'm fine. Trunks replied, rising from the ground. Goku had precisely controlled his strength, not too heavy, not too light, just enough to defeat Trunks without causing harm. How does this compare to that Black Goku? Goku inquired. If you ask me, Black Goku is even stronger, Trunks replied. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, it might also be a close match, Trunks added uncertainly. Haha, I never anticipated he would be this strong. Goku's eyes brimmed with the spirit of battle. Seeing Goku like this left Trunks momentarily stunned. You should quickly work on the time machine. It should only take an afternoon, right? Goku urged, barely containing his impatience. Bulma's expression dropped, incredulous. An afternoon? What a joke. Even though she constructed it, there was no way she could finish it in just one afternoon. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins. A reflection of his agitation, as he cursed that rascal Kakarot. Just as Goku was about to voice his thoughts, the sky abruptly darkened, thick clouds rolling in, casting a heavy atmosphere over the scene. Everyone, taken aback, raised their gazes to the heavens. Trunks widened his eyes, sensing a familiar aura, an overwhelming presence of despair enveloped him. Gradually, a figure emerged from the dark clouds above, strikingly similar to Goku, with the only differences being his attire and the peculiar ears adorning his head. The voice that called out the names of Goku and Vegeta was as dark as the shadowy Goku himself, yet it bore a twisted smile directed at the two. And then, there was Doubi. Black Goku turned his gaze towards Doubi, who was curiously observing him. The prowess of this individual remains uncertain, yet it is likely not inferior to that of Sun Wukong. The god of destruction, Beerus, is also present, watching the scene unfold with disdain directed at Wukong. Hey, how did you arrive in this place? At that moment, Trunks cast an angry glance at the dark Wukong hovering in the air. Trunks, you traversed the past using the time machine, did you not? However, have you not considered that I too can follow you to this era? You must desire for me to end your life, hence your actions, the dark Wukong sneered. What? Trunks, incensed by the taunts of the dark Wukong, unsheathed his sword, intent on striking him down. Vegeta restrained Trunks with a firm hand, cautioning, you are no match for him, do not lose your composure. Upon witnessing the dark Wukong, Beerus gasped in astonishment. Indeed, he bears an uncanny resemblance to Wukong. Lord Beerus, have you noticed the ring in his possession? Whis remarked, his scrutiny not focused on the dark Wukong's appearance. Isn't that the Kaishin's time ring? So it is with that device that he traverses time? Truly. More individuals are disregarding the laws of the universe. Beerus observed the ring with displeasure. Hee, Doubi chuckled, soaring into the air before the dark Wukong. Hey. Wukong had intended to do that as well, but Doubi surprisingly took the initiative, prompting a shout from him. Apologies, it's rare to encounter a worthy opponent. Allow me this one. Doubi turned and waved his hand before facing the dark Wukong. TCH, Doubi, you are quite cunning, Wukong scoffed. Humph. The dark Wukong responded with a cold smile. You truly resemble Wukong in every aspect. As Doubi spoke, he began to roll his fists, wondering if the dark Wukong possessed strength akin to Wukong's. Humph, you shall find out soon enough, the dark Wukong taunted. Very well, let us commence. Doubi assumed a stance. One hand poised in a tiger shape before his chest, the other clenched behind him. Humph. The dark Wukong smirked, revealing a hint of malevolence. Subsequently, a dark energy sphere began to coalesce in his hand. He then hurled the energy sphere towards Doubi. Oh, Doubi, witnessing this, opened his arms and caught the energy sphere effortlessly. Chapter 104, Doubi vs. Dark Wukong. With a slight exertion, Doubi instantly flung the energy sphere back. The dark Wukong tilted his body slightly, allowing the energy sphere to graze past him, striking the ground behind with a resounding explosion. Boom. The explosion upheaved the earth, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. After evading the attack, Black Goku swiftly bent down and, in an instant, appeared before Doubi. He unleashed a fierce straight punch aimed directly at Doubi's head, which Doubi countered by raising a hand to block. The collision of their forces ignited a fierce energy, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Doubi executed a sweeping kick, unleashing a blade of wind that carved several wounds across Black Goku's body. Though they were minor, merely tearing his clothing. Black Goku raised a hand to deflect Doubi's attack, then swiftly grasped Doubi's leg with a firm grip. With a ferocious roar, Black Goku hurled Doubi backward, simultaneously launching multiple energy blasts that struck Doubi directly. The impact of the energy blasts, combined with Doubi's force, sent him crashing into the ground, creating a large crater and scattering smoke in all directions. He won't be harmed, will he? Trunks observed Doubi's predicament with concern. Rest assured, he's merely toying with him, Vegeta scoffed. Toying? Trunks paused, noticing the calm demeanor of those around him, which eased his worries. What's wrong? You aren't going to perish so easily, are you? Black Goku hovered above, gazing down at Doubi's descent. However, in the next moment, Doubi, who should have been buried beneath the rubble, suddenly appeared behind Black Goku. Without hesitation, Doubi landed a punch squarely on his face. What? Black Goku was sent flying, his expression one of disbelief. Ah, my feelings are somewhat mixed, Goku mused, watching Black Goku being struck by Doubi. He finally understood the frustration Vegeta felt when watching someone resembling him get hit. Black Goku soared through the air for several dozen meters before barely regaining his composure. He wiped the blood from the wound that Doubi had inflicted with that punch. It seems I underestimated you, Black Goku remarked, surprisingly unfazed by the blow. Quite the opposite, he appeared rather pleased. You and Goku share this trait, a love for battle, Doubi chuckled. Huh, Black Goku shouted, a dark, serrated aura emanating from his body. Doubi could sense the escalation in Black Goku's power. Let me experience the strength of a companion of Son Goku, Black Goku declared. Oh, bring it on, Doubi replied with a smile. Filled with confidence, Black Goku unleashed a powerful aura and charged toward Doubi. Doubi raised his arm to block the strike from Black Wukong. However, before Doubi could retaliate, Black Wukong swiftly launched another attack. A surge of energy piercing through Doubi's chest. Immediately after, Black Wukong kicked Doubi away. Nevertheless, Doubi performed a somersault in the air and stabilized himself. The previous blow seemed relatively mild. Doubi appeared unscathed, merely brushing off his chest. Then, Doubi ascended rapidly, appearing right before Black Wukong. What? Black Wukong was taken aback. Such speed was utterly incomprehensible. Doubi struck Black Wukong's abdomen with a lightning-fast blow, followed by a knee strike that caused Black Wukong to spit out a mouthful of blood. With his body bent, Black Wukong's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he raised his right hand to strike Doubi. Yet, Doubi, with an expression of calm, grasped Black Wukong's hand and delivered another knee strike to the same spot on Black Wukong's abdomen. Once again, Black Wukong coughed up a significant amount of blood, his expression filled with disbelief. However, Doubi's assault was far from over. He seized Black Wukong's ankle and spun him around in place. In Chapter 104, Doubi vs Black Wukong, Part 2, Doubi continued to hold onto Black Wukong's ankle before loosening his grip slightly. Consequently, Black Wukong was flung away, crashing into a nearby mountainside. After completing this, Doubi refrained from pursuing further, silently hovering in the air. Before long, a resounding roar echoed, and a dark beam of light shot into the sky, clearing away the debris that covered Black Wukong's body. Black Wukong ascended into the air once more. I didn't anticipate you to be this formidable, Black Wukong thought, his expression growing serious. Stop pretending. You must have considerable power yet to be unleashed. Transform into a Super Saiyan, or perhaps a Super Saiyan Blue, Doubi declared, extending his arms. What? Can he transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo inquired. I don't know. He has never transformed before, Trunks replied, shaking his head and gritting his teeth once more. Very well, then I shall have to reveal my true strength. Black Wukong conceded, no longer hiding his power. He performed a power-up gesture, and instantly, his hair stood upright, turning golden. The dark aura surrounding him transformed into a golden hue, albeit with an unsettling, chilling energy lurking within. This is getting interesting, Doubi remarked, as a layer of silver-white energy enveloped him. As if they had made a silent agreement, both warriors charged at one another simultaneously. The air crackled with energy as they collided. The two figures twisted and turned in the air, delivering punches and kicks, colliding in myriad ways. A terrifying gust of wind surged through the atmosphere, impacting everything in its vicinity. Black Goku truly exhibited formidable strength, engaging in a fierce duel with Doubi while in his Super Saiyan form. As Whis observed the battle above, he remarked, indeed, this Black Goku possesses a peculiar aura. It resembles that of Son Wukong yet is distinctly different. Beerus slightly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the black void from which Black Goku had emerged began to contract. Suddenly, he felt an unusual force pulling at his back, relentlessly tugging him. Instantly, the power he had summoned diminished. Doubi, recognizing the opening, seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch, channeling his energy into a concentrated strike. With a resounding impact, Black Goku was struck in the chest, the overwhelming force piercing through him. The combined effect of Doubi's punch and the void suction drew him closer into the abyss. Was the world attempting to revert time to its original state? Black Goku struggled against the pull, yet he could not alter his fate of being drawn back. In desperation, he directed his gaze toward the time machine and launched an energy blast at it. This sudden action caught everyone off guard. Not so fast. Doubi, however, reacted swiftly. He raised a finger, unleashing a beam of yellow energy that obliterated the energy blast midair. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. In that moment, Black Goku was fully engulfed by the black void and subsequently vanished. His energy signature dissipated. Doubi sensed the surrounding auras and confirmed, Black Goku's presence has completely vanished. He didn't disappear of his own volition, Beerus stated. This is likely due to the temporal distortion caused by the time machine's traversal, which reacted with the power of the time ring, drawing Black Goku to this era. However, the distortion seeks to restore itself, much like a wound trying to heal. Thus the time ring forcibly pulled Black Goku back to his original timeline, as if returning to the flow of time, was elaborated. Chapter 105, Preparing to face the future in the future world of Trunks, Black Goku emerged once again from the dark circular void. It seems I have returned, he murmured, surveying the dilapidated structures around him. A dull ache began to throb in the area where Doubi had struck him, prompting Black Goku to instinctively clutch his chest. I never anticipated that beyond Sun Wukong, there exists such a powerful human. Reflecting on each strike dealt by Doubi, every movement imbued with a terrifying potency, he could discern that Doubi harbored considerable strength yet untapped. Perhaps even if he were to unleash the formidable power of Super Saiyan Rose, victory would remain elusive. Super Saiyan Rose represents a transformation conceived by Black Goku, a divine ascension. While it transcends the Super Saiyan God form, its essence, rooted in the divine psyche, manifests in a manner distinct from the Super Saiyan Blue. This transformation was acquired during his battle with Sun Wukong. While slaughtering humanity in the future world, Black Wukong grew somewhat weary of Trunks as an opponent. Even in his base form, Trunks in his Super Saiyan 3 state was no match for him, rendering him incapable of serving as a catalyst for Black Wukong's growth. Thus, he contemplated using Sun Wukong as his adversary instead. However, the Sun Wukong of this future world had succumbed to heart disease long ago, leaving him without a foe to engage. Black Wukong then devised a plan to traverse through time using the time ring to reach a parallel world in the future, where he could battle that world's Sun Wukong. Upon executing this plan, he unexpectedly encountered a child version of Sun Wukong, inadvertently opening a portal to the Dragon Ball GT universe. Although astonished, Black Wukong sensed the formidable fighting spirit within Sun Wukong and promptly launched an attack, initiating combat. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the striking resemblance, decided to disregard his surprise and fought back with fervor. Utilizing this powerful opponent as a honing stone, Black Wukong swiftly ascended to the level of Super Saiyan Rose. In response, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to counter. Yet, against Black Wukong, who exhibited no energy signature and continued to grow stronger mid-battle, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong regrettably faced defeat. Nevertheless, Black Wukong chose not to eliminate this Sun Wukong. Instead, he departed, hoping that their next encounter would render him even more powerful. Chuckling to himself, he acknowledged the pain he felt, yet reassured himself that such pain would fortify his resolve. Releasing his grip from his chest, he sensed the energy within him surging. After the battle with Doubi, he had become even stronger than before. The time machine remained intact. He mused that they would soon arrive here. I must become even more powerful, he reflected. At that moment, Doubi landed gracefully before the gathered crowd. He just fled? We could have had a grand battle, Doubi expressed with a hint of regret. Doubi, just how strong is Black Wukong? The eager Goku inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Doubi chuckled lightly, to be honest. I'm not entirely certain. We were merely probing each other's strengths. It wasn't a true contest. However, I sensed he possesses immense power. Is it Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta speculated, recalling Doubi's earlier words. Indeed, I felt that power within him. He is at least on par with your Super Blue form. Doubi affirmed. Is that so? That is fantastic. Goku exclaimed, his enthusiasm growing. Dad, what is Super Saiyan Blue? Trunks listened as they spoke of the Super Saiyan Blue, perplexed by its meaning. Super Saiyan Blue is the transformation that follows the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta explained. I see, Trunks replied, slightly taken aback. Have Dad and Uncle Goku truly reached such heights? By the way, when can the time machine be activated? I am eager to face Black Goku. Goku inquired. Chapter 105. Preparing for battle in the future, Part 2. By the way, when can the time machine be activated? I am eager to face Black Goku. Goku repeated. Hey, I haven't finished my battle with Black Goku yet. Don't steal my opponent. Doubi immediately protested. Since we're alike, it should be my responsibility to handle him. You have no chance. Doubi and Goku engaged in a bewildering argument. Enough. Vegeta couldn't contain himself any longer, shouting. What's wrong? Both Doubi and Goku turned in unison. I will deal with Black Goku. Vegeta declared, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could ignite flames. All right, fine, Doubi and Goku responded, somewhat intimidated. They sensed Vegeta's wrath and understood that interjecting at this moment would be ill-advised. Otherwise, Vegeta would undoubtedly explode with anger. Regarding the energy issue for the time machine, Doubi spoke up once the atmosphere had slightly calmed. Leave that to me. I'll handle it. Bulma chimed in with a smile. Trunks shifted his heavy gaze to Bulma. Mom, I'm counting on you. Rest assured, I've got this. Bulma assured, patting her chest. She then closed her notebook and began to manage the energy requirements for creating the time machine. All right, let us train as well. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by Black Goku. Vegeta exclaimed. Hey, Goku intended to call Vegeta over to join him in training, only to find that Vegeta had already made his way to Bulma's gravity chamber. Vegeta seems a bit frightening at the moment, Doubi remarked. Really? Goku's lips twitched slightly. Then let's train together. Whis isn't teaching us at the moment. Doubi glanced at Whis standing nearby. Due to the circumstances surrounding the time machine and Black Goku, Whis had instructed them to train on their own. Fine, Goku conceded, and the group dispersed. A week had passed since Trunks arrived in this era. Goku first traveled with Whis and Beerus to investigate leads on Black Goku, reaching the realm of the Kai of Universe 10, where they encountered Zamasu, who bore a striking resemblance to Black Goku. Goku engaged Zamasu in a match to ascertain whether he was indeed Black Goku. Afterward, Goku returned to Earth. At this moment, Trunks was still training by the small lake near Bulma's home. Goku, Vegeta, and Doubi observed Trunks' actions from a distance. Due to the absence of a sparring partner, he had opted for a method of mental cultivation. However, this form of training could not elevate his strength. At best, it could enhance his combat skills and refine his control over his own power. Perhaps this approach was not entirely flawed, but in Vegeta's eyes, it represented a misguided choice. He understood that Trunks was dedicated to defeating Black Goku, yet merely improving combat techniques would never suffice to conquer such a formidable foe. This was unacceptable. Such an enhancement would only render him vulnerable to being swiftly defeated by Black Goku. Vegeta frowned. Don't say that. Trunks is working hard. Goku interjected, visibly displeased. It's commendable that Trunks is ambitious. We should not discourage him. It is no easy feat to train alone, and reaching his current level is quite impressive. Doubi nodded in agreement, affirming Goku's perspective. If you, Vegeta, had never come to Earth, and Frieza had not ventured to Namek, and if Goku had never left Earth, you might not even have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Your power levels would probably have lingered below several 100,000, perhaps even millions. Doubi spoke with solemnity. In the future world, Trunks was the last warrior, devoid of enemies and comrades. From that once innocent child to the iron-willed fighter he had become, his progress was commendable. Chapter 106. Training Humph. Vegeta refrained from arguing, for Doubi's words held undeniable truth. Heh, indeed. Goku chuckled in a dazed manner. If Vegeta and the others had never set foot on Earth, he would have spent his entire life training there, never transcending its confines. Vegeta fell silent. Doubi's assertions were indeed valid. Living in such a desperate era, he remained the last warrior guarding Earth, unwavering in his training each day. Yet, the limitations of his perspective and circumstances had constrained him. To have grown to this extent was, in itself, a significant achievement. Trunks possessed considerable potential. Had he received specialized training, he might have rivaled Gohan. Goku pondered with arms crossed. Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly, evidently influenced by Goku's words. He then addressed Trunks. Come with me. Trunks, startled, opened his eyes wide and turned to see Vegeta and the others standing by the lake. Without further ado, Vegeta coldly declared, "Follow me," and took off toward a certain destination. Although Trunks was bewildered, he decided to follow. Let us go. Perhaps we can see how that guy Vegeta trains Trunks, Goku said, patting Doubi on the shoulder. All right, let's. Doubi nodded and pursued alongside Wukong. The group arrived at the outskirts of West City, an expansive open area. Observing the cold, indifferent demeanor of Vegeta, Trunks hesitated to voice his inquiries and instead directed his question towards Wukong. "Father, what does he want me to do here?" "Wukong desires to train you personally," came the reply, eliciting a chuckle from Wukong, who chose not to elaborate further. "Father, Trunks' eyes widened in surprise. A complex mix of anticipation and reluctance flickered in Trunks' gaze. The anticipation stemmed from the long absence of close interaction with Vegeta, while the reluctance arose from Vegeta's stern and aloof nature, leaving Trunks with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. As they descended to the ground, Trunks followed closely behind. "Father, it has been quite some time since we last trained together." Upon seeing Vegeta's familiar visage, Trunks felt a rush of warmth. He was still the same person. "Not someone else?" "Humph, I certainly want to remember those trivialities," Vegeta retorted coldly. Trunks was already well acquainted with Vegeta's indifference and paid no heed to it. At last, he could train alongside his father once more. "Come at me with all your might. If you manage to touch me, you win," Vegeta proclaimed with extreme arrogance, his confidence radiating as he regarded Trunks' abilities with disdain. Trunks, however, was unfazed by this challenge, fully aware of his father's nature, which often belied his tough exterior. "Here I go." Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 3. "Father, unleash your full power," he declared earnestly. Vegeta smirked, his movements almost imperceptible compared to Trunks. A mere flash of azure light signifying his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. "Oh, I didn't expect Vegeta to achieve full power in Super Saiyan Blue," Wukong remarked, taken aback by Vegeta's appearance. "Everyone is progressing," Doubi observed, finding it quite natural. However, Wukong pondered why Vegeta felt the need to transform to full power merely to assist Trunks in his training. Doubi shrugged, "Who knows? Is this what Super Saiyan Blue looks like?" Trunks felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, akin to a tidal wave crashing down upon him. Although he couldn't sense his father's energy, the immense pressure was palpable. Could it be that father has reached the realm of the divine? Trunks thought incredulously, realizing this was power beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 106, Cultivation, Part 2. Though the presence of his father eluded him, Trunks could nonetheless perceive an overwhelming pressure akin to a tidal wave. Could it be that father has reached the realm of the divine? He pondered in disbelief, for this was a power that surpassed his wildest imagination. Indeed, this was the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, transcending even that of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, with an air of pride and a smirk upon his lips, declared, "Does Black Goku possess a similar level of power?" As Trunks felt the weight of this pressure, he recalled the words spoken by Doubi moments ago. "Yes, indeed," Doubi affirmed with a nod. The sheer strength of Black Goku left Trunks feeling utterly helpless. "What are you doing like this?" Vegeta, observing Trunks' despondent demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. "Doubi, unleash your power. Let him witness it." Though reluctant, for the sake of Trunks' future and to dispel the nightmares that haunted his heart, he had no choice but to implore Doubi to take action. Doubi chuckled softly, realizing that Vegeta was indeed earnest in his desire to guide Trunks, even humbly acknowledging his own inferiority. "Very well, to exercise caution," he advised. As he spoke, an unanticipated silver aura erupted around him. Much like the aura exuded by Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, it was imperceptible to others. Yet, the pressure remained palpable. Trunks felt as though he might suffocate under this weight. It was exponentially greater than the sensation he experienced from Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue state. "Hey, Doubi truly is formidable. I can barely catch my breath," Goku chuckled, gazing at Doubi, who radiated an ominous might. As Doubi dissipated his aura, the terrifying pressure vanished instantaneously. Vegeta, with an icy demeanor, turned to Trunks and stated, "Do you now comprehend? The nightmare you envision, the invincible Black Goku, is utterly insignificant." Stunned, Trunks found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Setting aside all else, "Your sole task now is to land a punch upon me. You must avoid the enemy's attacks, as they do not count as effective power." Vegeta gestured for Trunks to commence his assault. Acknowledging the signal with a slight nod, Trunks inhaled deeply. His objective was to strike Vegeta with all his might. "Huh!" Trunks roared, his physique gradually expanding, muscles bulging as his strength surged visibly. "What is Trunks attempting to do?" Goku inquired, puzzled, glancing toward the side at Woody. "This is the third stage of Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 2 and 3 also possess such a third transformation, yet it serves little purpose. Surely, Trunks understands this deep down and would not commit such a trivial error. Perhaps it is a ploy to catch Vegeta off guard. Doubi observed as Trunks launched his attack towards Vegeta. Goku was taken aback, hastily glancing between the two. Trunks, with his formidable physique, charged towards Vegeta. Due to the significant disparity in their strength, Vegeta could not exert his full power and merely delivered a light punch towards Trunks' face. You still rely on this futile transformation. Wake up. In response, Trunks merely smirked, and at the moment Vegeta made his move, he effortlessly reverted to his original state. Evading Vegeta's strike with a graceful sidestep and retaliating with a punch aimed at Vegeta's face. Vegeta gasped, taken aback by Trunks' maneuver. Yet he swiftly retreated to avoid Trunks' onslaught. Are you intentionally trying to make me careless? Vegeta scoffed. Had their powers been equal, perhaps he could have achieved something. However, the power of Super Saiyan Blue far surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3, rendering him immune to such tactics. Chapter 107, Journey to the Future. TCH. Vegeta's expression soured. He indeed had been careless, making the same mistake as Goku. With a low growl, he charged at Trunks. Trunks quickly raised his hands to shield himself. But in the next moment, he was sent flying. Vegeta was relentless, launching a continuous assault on Trunks' hands, throwing punch after punch. He did not aim to breach Trunks' defenses, but rather to attack his hands, for even Trunks could not withstand the onslaught for long. The sheer power behind Vegeta's punches was overwhelming. Even a slight contact induced a numbing sensation, let alone a direct attack. With his final punch, Vegeta struck Trunks' hands, sending them flying aside. This is bad. Trunks' expression tightened as he exposed a gap in his defense. Without hesitation, Vegeta delivered a sweeping kick that struck Trunks in the abdomen, sending him flying. Trunks soared backward for dozens of meters, carving a long and straight trench into the smooth ground. Vegeta was not one to let the opportunity to pummel Trunks slip away. Almost the moment Trunks regained his footing, he was met with another blow from Vegeta, who relentlessly pursued him with an unyielding barrage of strikes. Punches and kicks sent Trunks leaping and dodging in a chaotic dance. Ultimately, Vegeta launched Trunks out of the expansive arena, landing them both in a dense forest. With a resounding crack, Vegeta's fist connected with Trunks' face, distorting it and sending him crashing beside a waterfall. Trunks was forced to revert to his normal state. Vegeta loomed over him, surveying his son with a disdainful gaze. Perhaps Super Saiyan Blue could defeat Black Goku. After all, Uncle Goku and father could handle it, Trunks contemplated. His eyes glazed over, reflecting a sense of despair mingled with a strange liberation. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing Trunks' troubled thoughts. Furious, he stepped forward and seized Trunks by his collar. You wretch! What are you laughing about? Is defeating Black Goku your ultimate goal? Trunks was momentarily taken aback. You must look beyond, to unseen foes, to the strongest in the universe. If you carry the proud blood of a Saiyan, if you are my son, you shall not lose to anyone. Vegeta's eyes blazed with intensity, his dissatisfaction with Trunks' despondent mindset palpable. Think it through. With that, Vegeta released his grip, forcefully throwing Trunks to the ground. Vegeta, the enhancement of power can take time, Goku interjected, attempting to mediate. Trunks has his own thoughts. You cannot forcibly alter his mindset. Ignoring Goku, Vegeta reverted from Super Saiyan Blue back to his normal state. Given the current circumstances, the father-son battle seemed to have reached its conclusion. Just then, Trunks suddenly launched an attack, delivering a fierce and rapid strike that landed squarely on Vegeta's nose. Vegeta staggered back, clutching his nose and glaring at Trunks. Trunks, what on earth are you doing? Trunks, with a triumphant grin, retorted, you said that if I could land even one punch on you, it would mean my victory. It seems this battle is mine. He burst into laughter, completely unfazed by Vegeta's furious glare. I've thought it through, father. I will do my best to surpass Black Goku. And even you, Trunks declared with unwavering resolve. Vegeta turned away, yet no one noticed the fleeting softness in his eyes. Trunks bowed deeply to Vegeta's departing figure, silently expressing his gratitude. Thank you, father. Let us be on our way, Doubi remarked with a cheerful pat on Goku's shoulder. Indeed, Goku replied, touching his forehead to initiate instant transmission. Doubi followed suit, vanishing alongside him. At this moment, the two observers of the battle were indulging in food within Bulma's residence. Goku continued to devour the food in large mouthfuls, while Beerus and Whis joined in the revelry beside him. The individuals present emerged from their silence, voraciously consuming their meals when an unexpected occurrence transpired. The staff of Whis, positioned beside the dining table, emitted a radiant glow, suggesting that someone was attempting to reach Whis. With his mouth still full of food, Beerus called out to Whis. Whis, someone wishes to contact you. Hurry over. Lord Beerus, could you please take the call for me? I am pressed for time. Whis replied, his hands occupied with cake, rendering him unable to assist. How troublesome. Beerus grumbled, his expression darkening. He swiftly swallowed the food in his mouth and seized Whis's staff. Who could it possibly be? He bellowed. Beerus, it is I, came the voice of a child. Oddly familiar. Lord Zeno. Beerus's demeanor transformed instantly as he offered a deep bow to the staff.